Wow. How are we doing today? How's life going? Wow. I didn't do emails yet. I'm 17. Hold on. Jesus, why? How much sleep did you get? Not much. I couldn't sleep much. How do you eat your oats? Half cup traditional oats, 1 cup milk, a little bit of chocolate chips.
Did something happen to your YT streams? I stopped getting notifications ever since you got back.
I don't know, dude. Maybe you turned them off somehow.
Think about how I'm gonna be the last person on Earth to ever touch this rock.
You really thought?
Wait, what?
Crazy to think about how I'm gonna be the last person on Earth to ever touch this rock.
You really thought?
No shot.
I'm so cold right now. I hope her titties warm me up. How do I join? Shorty. Why are they deleting my shit? Bro, she is my girlfriend. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's literally my girlfriend. We've been dating for like 2 months now. Anyways, time to go harass more women because it's funny and it's content. I should join her Discord.
Jesus.
Unban me from Discord,
Harass
please.
people in her Discord.
Me and my wife were
I'm
drunk
gonna
and
make
made
a
fun of
little hard
people.
freestyle on
I'm
this
sorry, I
ugly-ass
thought
bitch,
this was
dog.
America.
I don't know what happened. You have to do the
Toxic 373
the proper channels.
says, reminder, Tom Cruise was right when he scolded Matt Lauer on the Today Show about psychiatry and antidepressants. He actually was right. Let's go back, because you mentioned it. Let's go back and remember, this was Tom Cruise back in, I think it was like 2004 or 5. This was a while ago. This was over 15 years ago. And he had this conversation with Matt Lauer and on the Today Show about psychiatry and psychiatric medicine and depression. And he has been mocked ruthlessly for this ever since. But it turns out he was 100% right. Let's watch that again.
Here we are today, where I talk out against drugs and psychiatric abuses, of electric shocking people, okay, against their will, of drugging children with them not knowing the effects of these drugs. Do you know what Adderall is? Do you know Ritalin? Do you know now that Ritalin is a street drug? Do you understand that?
This is so stupid. Wait, hold on. He just said so many dumb things all in a row. There was so many stupid things all in a row.
Of electric shocking people.
It's too early for me to get triggered over this.
Where I talk out against drugs and psychiatric abuses of electric shocking people. Okay.
Okay, electric shock therapy is a real thing that is like, I think it might still be used for resistant treatment depression. it's not just like, they don't just like throw people in like a thing and just like zap you because they're torturing you or whatever. I'm pretty sure there are, pretty sure this is efficacious when it comes to treating certain types of mental disorders. Obviously, if you're just throwing people in a chair and shocking them, that's bad, but the whole therapy isn't bad.
Against their will of drug.
Yes, he's saying it's bad, but it's not bad. What's your evidence for that? Because it looks bad, or
Psychiatric abuses of electric shocking people, okay, against their will, of drugging children with them not knowing.
Any drug you give your kid, they're not going to know. That's not an argument. That's just like a collection of random words. Like, kids don't know anything about anything. The question is whether or not the treatment, the therapy outweighs the therapeutic effects outweigh the side effects. What a weird. Do you only give your children medicine if they understand all the side? They're children. That's not how that works. Otherwise, we wouldn't send them to school if they'd say they didn't want to go.
The effects of these drugs. Do you know what Adderall is? Do you know Ritalin? Do you know now that Ritalin is a street drug?
Xanax is a street drug. Just because something is a street drug doesn't mean it's not effective at doing something. What is the point of that? It's like the first time somebody was like, Ritalin? Is that an amphetamine? It's basically meth. Like, okay, what's your point? It's not an argument at all. It's just like random words you're saying.
Do you understand that?
The difference is this was not
Matt,
against
Matt,
her
I'm
will,
ask-
though.
Matt,
but this wasn't
I'm
against
asking you a
Brooke's will.
question. Matt, I'm asking you a question.
I understand there's abuse of all of these things.
No, you see, here's the problem. You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do. All it does is mask the problem, Matt. And if you understand the history of it, it masks the problem. That's what it does. That's all it does. You're not getting to the reason why. There is no such thing as a chemical imbalance. I'm saying that drugs aren't the answer. That these drugs are.
I wonder if he believes for things like schizophrenia or like Parkinson's disease. Does he think that these things, do they? I don't know, like what his background is, like what Scientologists believe. Like some people believe that there's no such thing as like a disease of the human body. It's always like something is out of balance. So like even things like cancer are just caused by like imbalance in diet or lifestyle or whatever. I wonder if he believes that. I don't know.
Very dangerous. They're mind-altering, antipsychotic drugs. And there are ways of doing it without that so that we don't end up in a brave new world.
Yes, there are abuses. And
yeah, if there are ways to do it without doing it, then do it. Show it. Show us. Like, show us how you do it. Do the research. Give us a study. Like, go. Like, it's if there are ways to do things without drugs, that sounds awesome. Demonstrate it. Like,
yes, maybe they've gone too far in certain areas. Maybe there are too many kids on Ritalin. Maybe electric shock.
Too many kids on Ritalin, Matt.
I'm just saying. But aren't there examples where it works?
Matt, you don't even, you're glib. You don't even know what Ritalin is. If you start talking about chemical imbalance, you have to evaluate and read the research papers on how they came up with these theories, Matt, okay? That's what I've done. And you go and you say, where's the medical test? Where's the blood test that says how much Ritalin you're supposed to get?
It's very impressive to listen to you because clearly you've done the homework and you know the subject.
What do you mean clearly you've done the homework? You haven't pushed back on him or engaged with anything he said. It sounds like you just haven't. I mean, like what?
And you should. And you should do that also because just knowing people who are on Ritalin isn't enough.
That he couldn't be more right about everything that he said.
Also, for Matt the dipshit here, let's say that you have a body of scientific literature that's pointing in this direction. That says the answer is A. And then let's say that over here we have an answer of B, but we have no supporting papers for it. We have no supporting research. If you're standing on the hilltop screaming, the answer is B, the answer is B, the answer is B, but there's no research to support you. And then one day, through more and more and more research, it comes time to see that, oh, B is actually true. That doesn't mean you were right. That's not how that works. Getting to the right answer without any tried or tested methodology or any like rational basis to get there doesn't mean that you were ever right. It means you got lucky on a thing once. This isn't how any fuck, I wonder if we should start talking about if I say justified true belief. Do people still use this theory of truth, or are there other things that people, I don't know if it's like outdated.
Pepe still wins.
There's like a couple things necessary for you to say that you have knowledge of something. And just like saying like, oh, there's a person behind the couch. And you, yeah, I think JTB might not be easy. Like if you walk into a room and you go like, there's a person behind that couch. And somebody's like, really? You're like, yeah, there is. I know. And you're guessing. You have no fucking idea. And it turns out there is a person behind the couch. You don't be like, oh, see, I was right. It was a really good guess by me. It was a really good, like no, that's not how that works.
And what he says there at the end, though, well, just because you know someone on this drug and you say it works.
Our JTB is better. I wonder if we should What does rational justify true belief? What does the R stand for? Shut up. You're making shit up. I'm familiar with the get your objections to JTB. I just don't know what replaced it. Because you can have a justification for a belief, and the belief ends up being true, and you do have the justification, but it was the improper justification, even though the belief ended up being true. There's like a weird, I think these are called Gettier problems.
I'll have 2 honey ales, please. One for me and one for the lady, if you can call with that.
Coming right up.
How you doing?
Fucking Draugr-looking son of a bitch.
Nancy. Nancy Pelosi? I'll have 200.
What? And Destiny. JTB is still somewhat of a thing because every theory of truth has problems. Oh, well.
Accuracy International, the company that designed this rifle, was effectively 3 guys in a shed. And they were like, why don't we submit this rifle that we built to the British military rifle trials for a new sniper rifle? So they did it. They didn't expect to win. It won handily. And they were like, oh, crap, now we got to build a bunch of these things. So when the British military sent some requisitions lieutenants out to their shop.
To his garage.
They rented a large shop and then took their entire inventory of rifles they had produced up until that point. And there's only 3 people that worked for this company at the time. So when the requisitions officers showed up, they were like, well, where is everybody? Oh, they're out to lunch. It'll be fine.
Why are we in a 2-stall garage? The rest of the house is out for lunch, too. It'll be back in a moment.
Well, no, they had rented out for a day an actual workshop. Had all these workbenches in it, put all the rifles on it in different states. So they showed up and the requisitions officers were happy. They're like, hey, this looks like a really good operation you guys got going here. Let's go out to lunch. So they went out and got lunch. And then while they were out at lunch, the requisitions officers were like,
hello,
yeah,
Destiny
this is
in
really
chat.
more of a
I was wondering, since you're on an iPhone, what are your thoughts on Androids? DGGL.
They're fine. They're cool.
formality. We just wanted to make sure you weren't 3 guys in a shed. They're just like, oh my God, we're in so much trouble.
I remember watching this video like a year ago. Okay. I don't know why we clicked that. Okay.
Works, man. That's not enough to declare that the drugs should be prescribed or that they work. Say it works, man. And what he says there at the end, though, well, just because you know someone on this drug and you say it works, man, that's not enough to declare that the drugs should be prescribed or that they work. But that's always been the response. Right? What Matt Lauer is there? Matt Lauer.
Wait, hold on. That hasn't always been the response. The response has always been like growing bodies of literature that have been comparing these drugs and RCTs to placebos. That's how you know now that maybe they're not as effective because of more trials with RCTs. I don't understand. Why is it okay? Like, you have years of scientific literature pointing to the fact that like certain drugs might be efficacious, and they're like, that's fake. But then one pretty big study, maybe it'll be a turning point, comes out and says, well, maybe they don't work as well as we thought, and now you're like, oh, now the science is real. How do you pick and choose, my dude?
I thought did a very good job of playing the role of the kind of hapless, uninformed person who has dipped their toe into this issue and has a lot of has a few anecdotal stories, and then kind of goes along with the mainstream narrative because of it. He's playing that role, you know, convincingly, because that's who he actually is and was. It still is, presumably. But everything you heard from Matt Lauer in that exchange is like, I've heard the same thing so many times over the years. You make all these points, you have data and research about the medicines that the so-called medicines that the pharma is giving out, about the psychiatric industry, the way they go about these issues. You have your criticisms that are well thought out.
Are you still going to watch Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? Also, I love you.
Yeah, probably at some point.
Based in the data. And then what you always get in response is, yeah, but I know someone. I know someone who felt better with it.
Who says this? Do people actually argue this way? God, this... Hold on, okay. I can't be completely unhinged, because if I ever have a chance to debate these people, they'll run away if I'm super hinged. Matt Walsh is not an intelligent person. I don't know how he gets away with, like, presenting himself as, like, an intellectual. He's very dumb. It's really irritating listening to him talk about anything. Jesus.
And then, well, it might be overdiagnosed, but certainly. And then you hand wave, just with the acknowledgement that it might be overdiagnosed, you hand wave away 65 million people on psychiatric medication.
Kind of like when you're like, yeah, I had a friend who took ivermectin and he got better. I have a friend that did the 1,000 milligram super shot of vitamin C and he gets cured of his flu in one day. Like, dude, I'm pretty sure conservatives argue from this perspective more than people on the left do. Not to say that nobody on the left does it, but like, conservatives argue this type of shit all the time.
And Tom Cruise, again, has been mocked for that ruthlessly ever since. He was 100% right.
Tom Cruise is probably mocked because his foundation of knowledge comes from Scientology, where he has an entire framework that's built out to say that like certain diseases are caused or not caused by some weird fucking energies. That's probably why Tom Cruise gets mocked. Not because he's questioning the scientific literature. There's always been questions about SSRIs and antipsychotics and other types of like drugs that are used to treat people for these different mental illnesses. Like there have always been questions. That's why there's ongoing research. Like
now, Tom Cruise is a Scientologist. And as people have pointed out online over the last day or two, that, well, this doesn't vindicate Tom Cruise because he's a Scientologist, and his criticisms of psychiatry are rooted in Scientology.
Oh, shit.
And the part that he doesn't say is that, yeah, modern psychiatry is flawed, you shouldn't take these drugs, you should be a Scientologist instead. That's the part he doesn't say in the interview, but that's what he means. That's where he's leading to. And you might be right about that. In fact, you probably are. Well, he is a Scientologist, and yeah, okay, so you're right about that. It doesn't change the fact that what he says there is true. And the fact that the kooky, crazy Scientologist has more insight into this issue and makes more...
What do you... Oh, man. What does he think insight means? Let's say that you have like a religious dude that shows up, or a spiritual guy that shows up to some like fair, and he decides that he's not going to eat any food that's colored orange because he thinks orange is bad for the body. And then it turns out that there was like some food poisoning thing with like a hamburger bun and somebody got sick. Like, would you actually say that like, wow, the guy that didn't eat orange food had more insight into the problem? That's not what insight means, my dude. Stumbling around in the dark into a correct answer because you get lucky that's not insightful.
More sense than most other people talking about it. The fact that the Scientologist makes more sense than most of the...
Hamburger is orange? I don't know. Orange hamburger bun, brown, orange, whatever.
Psychiatrists and big pharma executives on this issue. That's not embarrassing for those of us who agree with Tom Cruise. That's embarrassing for the rest of you. That Tom Cruise is smarter than you on this subject. Like if you disagree with Tom Cruise on that, and Tom Cruise is vindicated, you should really look at yourself and ask yourself, like, well, how did the Scientologist get this right and I didn't? That should be the wake-up call.
Oh my God. Who do you think is dumber, Crowder or Matt Walsh? I haven't seen as much Matt Walsh, but he seems incredibly stupid. Crowder seems kind of dumb, but like standard conservative dumb. But like, maybe I'm just getting the wrong impression. I feel like Matt Walsh presents himself as a big like intellectual. I don't feel like Crowder does that. Crowder feels like a guy that presents himself as like, oh, you know, I'm just a conservative. I like to ask questions and blah blah blah. So like, where Crowder's intelligence is, I don't think is that far off what he kind of presents himself as. Although obviously he presents himself as being correct. But Matt Walsh, every time I see him, it feels like he's got like a some stick up his ass. He's like, I am the intellectual here to tell you the truth or whatever. And he's so his reasoning on things is so flawed sometimes. I'm like, what are you even saying? It's what does it say to you that this guy that won the lottery had more insight into how to be rich? And it's like, wait, what? Because he got lucky and won the lottery? That's not what any of those words mean. 12-year-old, Jesus.
Similar.
Jesus.
What? No. I similar. What? No.
I'm gonna come.
I stream on Twitch. Yeah. No, you're fine.
I mean, isn't she that you know you're not really that interesting girl from a few years back?
Like, yeah, he's about to start. It's 4 o'clock. He said he was starting at 4, so we're right on time.
I'm only getting this for viewer call. Things know me.
Venmo, because I don't know a famous person. Maybe you guys should get out of these famous people's lives and like.
You're really not that interesting.
Okay, that guy's just kind of a dick though, right? I don't even know if it's the same person. Jesus Christ. Uh-oh. Oh no, more drama. Oh shit, S-Man's going on a crazy band spree. Oh no. Camp Canute is breaking him. Destiny will just ignore it until he can't anymore. Will deny it. Ella will just watch. Wait, what? What am I ignoring and denying? Fart Michael. What is he saying in YouTube chat?
Stare at phone. Here's the truth. This is the honest truth. Literally off camera, everybody's staring at their phones.
Oh, what else do you do between sets?
Literally off camera, everybody's staring at their phones.
Oh, what else do you do between sets?
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, I swear, I feel like I'm working out with Instagram models. Like it's oh, the camera's here, and like this is, dude, it blows my mind.
Okay, I can't tell if people are real or if this is a meme or not. There's nothing wrong with looking at your phone between sets. What the fuck else are you supposed to do? Just like sit there like with Danger Zone playing in the background, like just focus in on like your next, like there's nothing wrong if you're taking like, especially depending on what lift you're doing. I'm taking a couple minutes like just chilling your phone between sets. What else are you supposed to do? What? Like who cares? Saying they only do reps while on camera. Fart Michael replied. Why is your name so dumb? What did he say? Wait, where did he reply? Oh my god. Melina is pregnant? No. Why would that even matter? What? Gotta unplug Destiny, leave the phone in the car. Nice. Or we could take a bet on it. And then we could go do a test. How about that? Let's see. Boom, boom. Do I want to do these emails right now? Damn, dude, these The Boys memes are wild. Why don't you tell us what's going on behind the scenes? Because it's the things that are just in my personal life is just, there's too much that's stuff that is just can't ever be talked about. it's too much. I'm sorry. Melina Vague posting kind of makes it weird because obviously everybody wants to know what's happening, but I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, maybe sometime. I mean, yeah. Well, you'll. I mean, who knows? Who knows? All right. I'm gonna make oatmeal, and then we're gonna drag him up. Dan can't stream setup with leak. Yeah, because he might be optimistic and I'm not, so. I don't think it will.
I can finally afford to sub. Brothers, we shall rise. Also, hell hark down.
You are vague posted right now? Yeah. I have cancer of the brain. I played too much League. That's what actually happened. Okay. Let me eat. Let me make my thing. Hold on. 2.5 minutes. 1 second. Or it takes 2 minutes in the microwave. 1 sec.
Everybody's asking if Melina is pregnant, but maybe. Destiny, are you pregnant? Can we name the baby Mr. Destiny? Yo, I can't wait for Brittany to cut in line again and talk about she can't find emotionally stable guys in the BDSM scene for the 100th time. Blush. Shut up, Topi. YouTube donos are funny. It has been a good 3 months, but my gift sub ends here.
Chad, I went to the zoo yesterday. I asked where are all the dinosaurs, and they said they were all dead. How? Ha 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 ha, frogs wins again.
You are now listening to 77.7 Dono FM. Bringing you the classic donos you love. L and nothing but L all night long. That's right, ladies, nothing but L. L, 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 and more L. L, 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 L.
What is the risk if the drama leaks? Is there a third party yeah, something like that. Let me give a tip of advice. Possibly, this might be totally ineffective, by the way. Just from my personal experience, when I have these small bouts of like these, like, I'll call them like mental illness states or whatever, because I have a decent amount of experience through like resolving bad trips. When you're in a trip, I find that almost all of the same strategies or things that apply to like being in a bad trip also seem to apply to some extent to like mental illness stuff. So there's like a couple strategies when you're in a bad trip that I think really help, that also really help if you have you've got like some sort of like mental illness. Here's one really, really, really big one. This might not work at all for you, actually. This might be total bullshit, but just these are things that I found out. Number one is nighttime is terrifying. It is not good to be awake at night. I don't know what it is, and I'm not even, it's weird because I'm like a degenerate computer gamer. When, for some reason, when it is dark out, everything just gets harder, like mentally. If you can wake up in the morning when the sun is out and it's like daytime, it is so much healthier for your mind. And if you're starting to feel bad or something is happening and it's dark out as well, for some reason, for me, it's really hard. If I know that I'm going to do like a challenging trip with some type of drug, I never do it at night, ever, ever, ever. I've made that mistake in the past. I won't do it again. Unless I'm doing like a very light dose or it's going to be fun or something. Doing drugs at night is very scary. And being awake late at night when your mind is fucked is also like very scary. That's one thing. Some people might say like turning on lights and stuff can help, but I think it's fundamentally different. Like if it's daytime and there's a sun out versus like it's nighttime and you just have like fake lights on inside. maybe that's one thing. The second thing, this is also true. So this is true if you're gonna trip, if you're gonna do a challenging trip, do it in the daytime. Don't trip at night. Don't do that. I don't recommend, unless you feel good and you're doing like some casual fun stuff or whatever. But like if you're digging through some serious shit, or you're gonna do a really challenging trip, I wouldn't recommend doing it at night unless you know what you're doing. Then you know more than you fuck you. Number one. Number two. That's a really weird thing to have experienced. Not gonna lie, I like nighttime. I like nighttime too. I'm a nighttime kind of person, 100%. I'm a super nighttime person.
Bro, drug trip. Don't do drugs, losers.
Fuck the daytime. But I'm just saying that when you're in a bad mental state, or when you are, or when you're doing drugs, nighttime for some reason is just way more challenging. The second thing was, if you're ever in a bad trip, it seems kind of like everything is impossible. You have to rely on like things that you've programmed yourself to do, because when you're in the middle of a bad state of mind, you can't be like, okay, I'm going to do this to make myself feel better, because it doesn't feel like anything is going to help you feel better. You just have to know what you need to do and then start doing it. So one big thing, I don't know why, but like if you're on a really big or really hard mushroom or LSD trip, sometimes just looking at something different can totally change your mood or your vibe, or moving from one room to another can totally change your mood or vibe. If you're like on the couch and you're starting to get like in a scary place, you're having a bad time, just getting up and walking around the room can like mind wipe you of like those feelings, or moving to another part of the house, or going outside and going on a walk. These are things that can totally make you feel different. Same thing with, I think during some sorts of depressive phases, this is why like if you have a friend with depression and shit, you have to like force them out of bed, like, hey, get up, let's go walk. And I'm pretty sure most of the time they'll be grateful for it. Like, okay, whew, I'm glad I got out of the house. I don't know why or what happened, but like moving around and like just seeing different things and like changing all the sensory stuff, like, is a super helpful thing. Just two memes to keep in mind. Okay. How long does it take for me to eat? Is it like 5 minutes? Have you ever been swimming on mushroom shit? I'm so scared to do like swimming on any kind of drug. I'm just worried I'd do something dumb and die. I don't know. I don't know what would happen. Dane Cook 50 engaged to longtime love Kelsey Taylor 23. What does long-time love mean? After 5 years of dating, 18 and 45. Oof. Potential. That's red flag. Maybe it was okay, but. Andor. What is this shit? Is this Star Wars? How much fucking Star Wars shit is there now? Oh, really? Really? I know this planet, and in the past seasons, black people make the joke. I don't know. Okay, sorry. I'm just tired of these SJWs.
To steal from the Empire? To just walk in like you belong? They're so proud of themselves. So fat and satisfied. They can't imagine that someone like me would ever get inside their house.
Cassian Andor. The Empire is choking us so slowly. We're starting not to notice. What I'm asking is this. Wouldn't you rather give it all to something real? I need all the heroes I can get.
For the greater good.
Call it what you will.
Let's call it war.
There's fermenting out there, son. Pockets of fermenting. You're in my net. Are you a fish? Or are you a thief?
I feel like I'm always trying to put my finger on why I just don't give a fuck about anything in Star Wars. And I keep coming back to this idea that like the world is like, the universe is so small and dead. Like Star Wars has like Jedis and stuff, and I don't think I care about anything else. Like the spaceships are kind of whatever. There's not like very much cool shit outside of like the lightsaber dudes. I don't know. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck. The world is just so boring. But if you show me like alternate, I say this, but I didn't watch the Fantastic Beasts or whatever. But I feel like more movies like the Harry Potter universe would be more interesting because that's like a more interesting universe to me. I just don't. Who cares? Like, there's other people fighting the Empire, which is who cares? Like, I don't know.
You're slipping. I'm not slipping. I've just been hiding for too long. As long as everyone thinks I'm an irritation, there's a good chance they'll miss what I'm really doing.
What are you really doing?
This is what revolution looks like. I'm tired of losing.
What is Andor like a planet? I feel like it is. Okay, I don't know. Is it a person? I have no idea. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Endor.
Is the result of feminism gone wild. Turning men into women. That's what they want to do. And look, they've done it. XQC is the result of feminism gone wild. Turning men into...
My boyfriend warded off a flasher by engaging him in a literal dick measuring contest and winning. My boyfriend and I went away this past weekend to the coast. Over our way to live a few days. However, yesterday morning we were going to walk through a quiet little wooded area when an older pervy looking fellow tried flirting with me by whipping his dick out and asking me if I wanted to be a real man, if I wanted to be with a real man. I was completely taken aback by this guy's brazenness. Sure, I'd been flash harassed etc. before, but never right in front of my boyfriend. How would he react? Were we in danger? My boyfriend calmly told him she already has a man and casually whipped his own out. Once he saw the size of it, the creeper soon backed off and left us alone. I can't believe what just happened. My boyfriend can be very unorthodox and unpredictable in the way he chooses to handle situations. Part of what is attracted me to him, but this was too surreal. You really can just post whatever the fuck you want on Reddit and get upvoted, huh? Native Reddit player, okay.
Go, tell me. Hi.
Okay, you need to leave, man.
He's being rude. You're being
no,
rude.
No, I'm not being rude. You need to leave.
I'm buying things.
No, you're not any more customer. You need to leave.
Oh, I'm not a customer?
You're not
so
customer.
then I want my thousands of dollars I spend here back every day.
No, leave.
Leave. So then give me my thousands of dollars. Give me my thousands of dollars.
No, leave.
Give me my thousands of dollars back.
Leave.
Then give me my thousands of dollars back.
Out.
Cool, you're getting fired.
Bye.
Fired.
Leave.
Fired! Fired! I said, I'm not leaving. Call the cops. I've done nothing wrong. I'm trying to buy something. And he's like, I'm not discounting anything. I'm not selling anything. Get out of my store. Like, pushing me out. Like, walking me out. Not touching me, but, like, pushing me basically out. And then I turn around and you're going to be rude. Go back to your country. Go back to your country. Because he wasn't from here.
Why would you say that?
That was it. And I mean this sincerely. For all the people in the back, if you ain't going to fucking respect Americans, go back to your country. Respect is earned, not given. don't be fucking rude and work in customer service, for one. So I turn around, I say, go back to your motherfucking country and learn some fucking manners before you come here. Whatever the fuck I said, spitfire, as always, you know how I do. That was fucking it. Back in New York, the word fag is not really, like, offensive.
What? What was the last thing you just said? What year was that video? Homicide gang. No way. What? Can I just say that the PA Supreme Court just ruled on that PA law that actual dumbass warrior said was unconstitutional, universal mail-in voting? They upheld it 5-2. Nice. Bisco, I wasn't there for that, but I heard you soyed the fuck out. High tea Pullum in full effect. Oh, why didn't they get Asmongold to go to Camp Canoe? Damn.
You know what's crazy? Can't even keep the kitchen clean for me. SMH my head, Chance. Like, look at this. Look at this box of...
He did a little...
So, it's so hot, man. So fucking hot. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot.
Okay.
Here they go. Dude, they're losing the game right now. They're literally losing. They called GG. They called GG.
Oh.
The bait. Oh my god, the bait.
Oh my god.
Dude.
They're going.
Here they go.
Go. Go.
What a bait.
Oh.
The BKBs.
The BKB.
They killed Storm.
They killed him.
He buys back. They all have buybacks. I think they're all gonna die.
Oh, they're gonna refresh. Yeah, they're all
They're
gonna
die.
Wait.
Refresh.
They're gonna wait for them to push. They're gonna wait. They're gonna wait. Yeah.
They're gonna wait for the push. Holy shit. Look at them all running away, bro. Look at them. They've no TPs. They've no TPs.
Oh, they're acting, bro.
They're doing good acting.
They're
These guys are
acting.
really
That's good.
They're acting.
Here's the buybacks. They're just waiting until they see something.
They're waiting until they see them in base.
Oh my god.
Here they go. The instant buyback. The refresh. They're base racing.
What the
Through backdoor. He's trying to zip on Storm. He's trying to see if he couldn't get there in time. It's
Oh my god.
What MMR is this? This has to be like fucking like 1.5K or something. Or what? Do people actually? What is happening here? $2K MMR. Okay. Wait, hello?
Is about to show you how that blind zone might be bigger than you think. Surprising this group of Virginia parents who agreed to let their children demonstrate the potential risk of one SUV.
Are we rolling?
With Mom Christy Whedon behind the wheel, one by one.
Do you see anything right now?
Nope, I don't see anything.
We lined them up.
I don't see anything, no.
1, 2.
How about now, Christy?
No.
3, 4, 5.
Is this your daughter?
Mm-hmm, that's mine.
6, 7. 8. This is our 9th child.
9?
We're up to 9 kids.
Oh my goodness.
Our final little boy. Do you see him?
I don't see him at all.
It wasn't until we ran out of kids and moved the first little boy to the 10th spot that she spotted anything.
Just barely, yep. I see from his eyes up, that's it.
The blind zone, a startling 16 feet. That reality for these moms and dads, a sickening feeling.
Wow.
What? Why did you link me this? What is it?
Write this down. You get to heaven and you don't find me there. You have gone to heaven.
True. I'm just meme posting on my fucking I'm meme posting on my Twitter until I get 100,000 followers, so make sure to like and subscribe. Hey, like the YouTube stream, guys. Like it. Thank you.
You have to space plot.
Bro, you just look like a guy who needs to be on my page.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
This is
I'm Nico.
Joe.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
Nice to meet you.
Wow, look at you. Holy shit.
Listen, the people that give me shit for riding this car, they probably don't even drive. They probably have a Metro card. A lot of people break my chops. Joe, big guy like you driving a Kia Sorento, you should drive a Cadillac, Mercedes.
I mean,
don't need all that.
No?
Take a look. This is the new 2022 Kia Sorento. All right? You got the 22-inch rims. All right, take a look in here. You got the bucket seats, catches mid-color, panoramic roof. All right? I got a dashboard that looks like fucking NASA.
Hey, what else you got to say to the people? Anything?
Listen, I'm just your average Joe.
All right. Fair enough.
We don't have time to watch this, okay? We're doing viewer calls.
Something a little harder is always not pump, which is...
And you link me a bad timestamp. Do you hear the call right now? Yeah, the factorial call.
Thank you for doing the dishes.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to check your temperatures. Now you're back.
I saw this already. Yesterday.
93, you're good. You're kind of cold, bro. Alright, for you, I need to do something else.
Oh my god! Bro, it's a fucking lamp! What am I looking at? Stop. Christ. Jesus. Ugh.
I'm about to show you the power of the Uchiha.
Now he can't live. You're not a weeb. You're not a
Okay!
weeb.
Football! Football! Here we go.
Yeah. 1.
America.
2.
Basketball.
3.
Tennis.
4.
Water polo.
5.
Pizza.
6.
Chicken.
7.
Freedom.
8.
Guns.
9.
I love my sister. Alabama.
Come on.
Protein.
Do it yourself. I'm not.
Okay, that's it.
More.
Texas.
Testosterone.
There you
Come
go.
on.
You got that
Yeah.
one. There you go. Woo.
Nice. Okay. Bison.
Hey, what's up, dude?
You're
Can
up.
you hear me
What's
all
up? Yeah, hi.
Let me start out with a pro tip for chat. So every single interaction involving another person, doesn't matter what it is, if it's a relationship, job, whatever, it's all about managing expectations. Because it feels so much worse when something unexpectedly bad happens than if something worse expectedly happens. And yeah, that's just a pro tip.
Wow, great Destiny take. Nice job.
I wanted to talk about housing a little bit.
Okay. Let's
in
talk.
California, you know how the vibe is, and it seems like a lot of cities, larger cities and stuff, are starting to have a problem with the
Just starting to.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. But anyways, there's a lot of takes on like what we should do. I see zoning pop up a lot, and whereas I love the idea of like mixed zoning being everywhere, I want to ask your take on this policy prescription. What do you think about increasing tax on each additional single-family house that an entity owns, to disincentivize owning more than like 3 or whatever number we want to put, and kind of incentivizing multifamily house development and ownership?
Why would that help or do anything good?
Trying to avoid a bunch of companies buying up a bunch of single-family houses and kind of leaving that more towards like middle-class individual owners.
Why are companies able to
like
buy
1, 2, or 3.
multiple houses?
They have the capital to do so, and the prices are going to go up, so they can sell for higher prices.
A little bit. I think that when people look at real estate as like an asset class or whatever, what they do is they make the mistake of treating housing as just a commodity. But I don't think when companies are buying housing, they're looking at it as just a commodity. They're looking at it in terms of like the cash flow, I think. Like when you're talking about like your cap rate and everything on property, you're looking at how much income you can get via rents. So even if you inhibit the number of buyers, or even if you inhibit the amount of property like a single buyer can have, as long as there's still the demand for people to live there, I think, and there's always like a way higher supply than what the market can sustain, I feel like there's always going to be really high prices. Like my guess, I could be wrong, my guess would be is that this would have like almost no impact whatsoever on pricing. Because the reason why companies are buying up property isn't because like they have a lot of capital and the properties are going to go up in price. It's because there are people that are willing to pay rents in those properties to live there. And yeah, it doesn't matter who owns the property, people still pay the rent for it. That'd be my guess.
Right. I mean, I agree, but like, I mean, you've seen they want to do that increased tax on the profits from gas.
Sure.
The excess profits they're talking about, like kind of the same idea there, where it'd be like, you know, of the profits, it'd be like a really high increasing tax where maybe the first one's 10%, and then like by like the third, you're talking about like 50% of the profits, right?
Yeah.
At some point, it just becomes like
it might help a little bit. But I don't think it would make a huge dent. That'd just be my guess. I just don't think it would make that big of a difference. I think that housing is one of the few things that it's like the problem is actually. Sorry, geez. I think the problem is like really simple to understand. There's a lot of people that want to live in an area with a limited amount of space, and as long as that's going to happen, like you're going to be driving prices up for however much people that are making there can afford to pay. And there's like a lot of like cute ways to try to get around that, but I don't think, I think that's like inescapable. I don't think there's any way that you can write a policy to avoid. Yeah, it's literally just it's like a physics problem. There's like more people that want to live in an area than what could fit there, and then that's it.
Gotcha. All right. The last thing, what's the email response time on your contact email?
Pretty quick. Why?
Okay.
You haven't gotten a response yet.
I sent you.
I didn't respond to it. What was it about?
I just emailed you about some web dev stuff like a month ago, but
oh yeah,
no big deal.
I got a lot of people email me that shit. Okay, but I love you, buddy. Okay, stay safe.
Okay. Anyways, love you. All right, see you.
Bye. Wait, I'm doing one email per person. Wait, are you here? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Okay, so I'm not trying to get you to burn any bridges, but what are your thoughts on like PK and the hosts and the community and everything?
But I don't have like super strong opinions about them. They seem okay. But I don't like know them well enough, or I haven't watched enough of their content to have like really strong opinions about them.
Yeah. So how I got into you is actually watching the first episode you were on.
Okay.
And
oh fuck.
Well, actually, so before when it was announced that you were going to be on, everyone was saying like Taylor was going to demolish you. Like,
yeah, the
you're gonna
memes
have
are
nothing.
because apparently they talk about a lot of politics, but when I'm there, apparently Taylor and Kyle don't talk as much politics, and people get like really mad that they don't do it. But I don't know. If
Well,
that's
Kyle
true or not.
never actually engages with anything. It's just will piss everyone off. But Taylor's very anti-establishment. The military complex is gonna controls everything in America and stuff like that. And yeah, it was interesting seeing, because now the PK community, I don't even engage with it because it's so far right at this point, and there's a lot of doxing problems and everything.
Doxing
But-
problems in the PKA. The only part of that quote unquote community that I know about is a subreddit.
Yeah, there's like a niche group
Okay.
of so like they have a Patreon where you can get stuff early.
Yeah.
And they just literally send the link of YouTube. That's like the only thing that
Yeah,
happens.
yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
And so it's a very niche group, and I've joined that before, and it's like they've doxed most of everyone, so I left it because it's kind of freaky.
Jesus.
So yeah, yeah, I know now whenever you go on, they usually give you pretty shitty topics. They don't actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say the
engage
thing
in anything.
that is kind of the most disappointing to me, the most frustrating to me, is that like I think the first 2 times I went on, I think both times were really good. The first time I went on was really fun. The second time Dick Masterson was there, that was super fun. And then the other times I've gone on, there just haven't been like the best topics, I guess, that pop up. And then I just kind of feel like I can't engage well, and I'm just kind of like sitting there, and I'm like, fuck. And then I feel bad because I feel like I'm like letting down the entertainment, or the people that are either the people that watch that show or fans of mine that watch it expecting like a fun performance. But there's just not many topics for me to engage on. You know?
Yeah, it seems that they like you because you, I guess, will actually say brash stuff, and you'll engage with a lot of things that a lot of people would shy away from, but they don't actually use you for your politics. Like, what's crazy is Woody is like the most milquetoast,
like Democrat,
cuck, if you want to say. Yeah, and people think that he's like the biggest lefty in that community and everything, and it's hilarious to see, especially being in DGG and seeing like who you guys interact with. just thinking like Woody's the biggest lefty ever is just absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. But they're probably all very mainstream in their politics. But like Woody would probably disagree with quite a bit of like what AOC would say, I would imagine.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I didn't know because have you got a lot of people that have said that they start following you from PK?
Only a couple, not very many, no.
Okay. Yeah, I knew of you before, but I thought, in my mind, you were like the biggest lib cuck or whatever.
Yeah,
I
lib
watched
cuck.
it, and that's what.
I get a lot of people when I show up on other platforms. I realize that I have like a really big reputation across a lot of different areas because of what people say about me. Because anytime I engage on a platform, like if you got like a YouTube channel with more than 10,000 subs, I'll probably go on. Just because when I like cycle through the comment section, usually like overwhelming majority of comments like, oh, this Destiny's like really cool, really reasonable. This is the most reasonable I've ever heard. Like, oh, I thought he was like a huge soy cuck loser, blah blah blah. But like when I listened to it, like that happened with that last conservative podcast I went on in Nashville a few days ago. So yeah, I think that if I have the chance to like talk, I think usually people find it pretty reasonable. But my reputation precedes me in a lot of areas. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see you on PK again, and maybe actually try to get Taylor to engage in a couple things. It's the most anti-establishment, like boilerplate stuff, but he doesn't actually engage with anything. And it'd just be interesting because everyone thinks that in that community thinks that he's like the smartest guy and everything. And I personally love Taylor. Like I've been watching PK since Modern Warfare 2, COD 4 kind of days. I've been following that. Just to, I guess, have someone actually push back would just be interesting.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But I mean, like, I doubt they put this sounds mean. I doubt they put like a ton of thought into their political views. So like, it's not really fun if you kind of like think, like the earth is flat or, this or that or that. And then you get like some asshole that shows up that does politics for a living to like shit down your throat for an hour about it, right? It's probably not like a fun experience for any of them. So I can understand wanting to just like kind of back up and not really engage because.
Yeah. It was interesting when you first went on, you talked about the lead stuff, and for like 2 months afterwards, they would constantly bring that up as such like a dumb point.
Oh yeah, I think because Woody even disagreed with me on that one. Yeah. But then Woody also said, I don't know who came out looking worse optically than that, because Woody said some pretty funny things too. Because Woody kind of gave a big like pull yourself up by your bootstrap story, but apparently his whole sub disagreed with that. Because I didn't know, apparently Woody like worked at his dad's business, his parents bought him a motorcycle, or stuff like that. Like I don't know. I was reading a lot of stuff for the subreddit that they were like, this is so wrong, or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't get into college because his grades were so bad, but then he started working for his dad, so it's kind of like obviously he worked very hard.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But it's not like a one-to-one, like, well, if I could do it, why don't these other people? It's like, you know, the same background and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yep.
Love you, bye.
Bye. Milk, what's up?
Oh shoot! Hello.
Hello.
So I have a friend. This friend is a little more careful than I about like COVID. So, for example, I generally just follow the CDC guidelines. I know there's the anti-establishment shit about like, oh, it's not perfect. We don't know for sure. Because the government could be wrong once or twice, whenever. But like, I mean, it's the best we got. It's backed by science. You know, all the points you've made about like pro-vaccine and all that stuff. So this friend, on the other hand, is a little more careful. So for example, we go like the extra mile not to come to like anything, basically like be a hermit. Which, in terms of our friend groups, they're like a little bit, getting burnt out by it. Like, yo, this guy. We used to invite him for everything. He's always a good person to hang around, but hey, he's not like showing up for shit.
Yeah.
And so basically, my stance is like, technically anything is safer if you're like not going out and you're being like extra careful, but like it's not really backed by anything. For example, like whether or not it's safer by like 0.002% or like 50%. There's just no like. Not as much backing as opposed to just what the CDC would recommend, right? And whatever studies and everything is behind it, right?
Okay.
So if I were to try to convince this friend, I guess like my understanding is we're just at an impasse, like, and there's not really anything like, hey, your reasoning is good to have.
Do they live with old parents?
Kinda, I guess. Like he's like. Overall, he's pretty like left-leaning, but it gives me vibes about establishment.
Oh, I wasn't asking for that reason. I was asking because like, is there a risk that like if they get infected, they're gonna like die?
He's kind of similar to my situation where like both our dads smoke, and both our dads are like in like their 60s, so there is that kind of concern. The weird thing though is. Like, their family is just not careful at all. So I guess, his concern comes from the fact that maybe he doesn't want to, like, be the one to give it to them or feel guilty about it. But at the end of the day, like, his dad literally just got COVID this week. And they're not really careful. They go out, they have, like, these massive family dinners and stuff. So it's like, he's the one who might be guilt-trapping himself into not wanting to be the cause for giving it. But at the end of the day, it's like... it's kind of burning up the friendships a little bit, you know?
Sure. I don't know. I don't know what you can do. I mean, if those are the precautions he wants to take, like, what can you say?
That's what I was thinking, but maybe there was a take I didn't know about. Or whatever. But, okay, yeah, that's all I was there for. I got to go anyway, but thanks for the second pair of eyes on that, so.
Yeah.
Good luck, chat.
Be careful.
Peace.
What happens if there's no other fish? Do fish not regenerate? Moot, what's up?
Oh, hey.
Hello.
So I was just gonna say, I got my PhD while listening to your stream.
Wow.
Yeah, you got me all the way through my my dissertation. So that was around the inward drama.
That's what your PhD was about?
No.
Oh, okay.
just about that time.
Gotcha.
No, I got my PhD in chemical engineering.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. So I was gonna say, Factorio is a shit game.
Oh my god.
And you need to get Satisfactory.
Okay. Anything else?
Pepe wins.
Nero.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up? How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Pretty good. First of all, our talk yesterday, I enjoyed it, but I gotta say something, okay?
Okay.
Fuck everybody in DGG that was telling me to kill myself because I gave that Game of Thrones take. Fuck all of you.
Damn.
Second of all, I don't know if you want to continue that conversation or if you have another one, but basically what we talked about was the Game of Thrones one, where I was saying that like it's better to have things be practical in a show where everything is self-explained and everything is consistent versus like what makes sense for character arcs.
Gotcha. I mean, I think we just fundamentally disagree. I don't know what else we can talk about on it for.
Okay, well, never mind. I'll come back later, okay? Good luck.
Okay, be careful.
Yep.
Snapple Monkey.
Hey, man.
Hello.
So, sorry, I'm in the middle of eating.
Okay.
About 2 months ago, you had a conversation with Pisco.
Okay.
About Roe v. Wade.
Okay.
And in that conversation, you talked about how you used a hypothetical where you talked about if a father found his son or daughter getting raped by someone, and you would pardon them.
I don't know if I ever said I'd pardon them. I said I think I'd understand it.
No. You first said you'd pardon them, and not in those specific words. You said you'd forgive them or something.
Well, those are two really different things. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah, go ahead.
And on a moral level, I can understand that as well.
Mhm.
But you went on to say that you would forgive them on a legal level as well. And that kind of confused me a bit because
Well, yeah, you can't do that because you're basically giving free passes to vigilantism, right? As long as
exactly. So that's was what I was confused about because a couple of weeks ago you had another conversation where you used the same hypothetical and said the same thing. So I was just wondering if you still hold that, or if you hold that belief, or if it's just
I don't know if I've ever said it. You legally should forgive them. I was either misspeaking or not thinking, but like, yeah, if you legally forgive people that all do. Well, it would depend. It would depend on the hypothetical, and I have to remember what exactly I gave because there's a difference. Like there are some things that I would legally forgive, but there are other things that I wouldn't. Like if you walk in and somebody had like just finished abusing like your child or something and you killed them, I think that's good enough for like temporary insanity or something. But if you're like hunting somebody down like 2 weeks after, probably not at that point.
Okay,
right? Yeah. That I think that was the.
Yeah, that was the hypothetical. You said
that's way different. Okay, than how you presented that. Okay, yeah, because hunting somebody down a few weeks after, if you're going to forgive those people, then you basically just said we've gotten rid of the whole criminal justice system. Now we said like you could be a vigilante. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I understand the temporary insanity thing, but don't you think that would still have to go like through at least going through a mental institution or something before being released?
I don't think you need to
society?
go to a mental institution by having a freak reaction if your like child is getting raped by somebody. You have a violent outburst. Like I think that's probably pretty understandable.
No, I can see where you're getting.
Do you have any animals or whatever?
No. No, I don't have any animals.
Oh, I'm trying to think of something you'd be emotionally attached to. If you walked in and saw somebody like raping it or murdering it, I think you would probably. I think it's pretty normal to have an extreme reaction.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's normal. I just don't think it would be like it should be permissible on that level that they'd be completely forgiven because. I understand it comes from a place of like self-defense or like protecting something you own or something that or your family or something, but I still don't think it should like be completely because you're still killing a person for even if you just walk in and they just finished raping your child or something and you still kill them, I mean, you're not stopping anything at that point.
Okay, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I think that's an unreasonable expectation to place on any population. I don't think that rule would ever be followed.
No,
and I wouldn't even expect
okay.
it to be. It just seems like inhuman. But like the hunting down like weeks later, I could see that as being like fuck.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, but like just, I think I would probably do that if something happened to my family. But I can't say. But I understand that it should be wrong either way. Okay, well, at least you clarified that. That made a bit more sense to me. Like the temporary insanity thing. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Also, last thing.
Yeah, go.
The star thing you talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Can you argue that she was an agent of the many-faced god? And
No,
that's
no,
oh, okay.
absolutely not. That might be the most wrong interpretation of anything in Game of Thrones.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I didn't like the final season either, so it's
sure.
I
Didn't
don't
she?
care.
Because the whole completion of her arc was kind of like casting that idea aside of being an agent of the many-faced god, right? That was her point of leaving. She's like, I'm not a girl with no name. I'm Arya Stark. So it'd be weird that she would be working in service of that god to kill the Night King. No.
No, not in service, but like it was part of his plan because he kind of understood that she would go out and get vengeance anyway, like despite the things he taught her. But yeah, no, I understand. That's fine.
Okay, be careful, bud.
It's not satisfying, yeah. Well, thanks for answering, and keep doing what you're doing.
Bye.
Bye.
Jesus.
Hey.
Horace, hi.
What's up?
Nothing much. What's up?
I'm here to challenge your cringe philosophy takes.
Oh, joy.
No, just kidding. But I did a question. I've been watching some of your own philosophy streams, which I think are really good.
Oh, boy.
I wanted to see if I got an understanding on your argument for physicalism.
Oh, boy. Okay. Yeah?
Oh, shit, I got your stream unmuted. Okay, there we go. Okay, so would your basic position be that a criterion for something to be objective truth would be that we have some sort of sense data, some sort of perception that can confirm or provide evidence to that thing being true?
Damn, I don't know if I would ever use the statement like objective truth. I don't know, like contextually, if I could ever justify that kind of statement, but...
Okay, that's interesting because yeah, this is one of the things that I found confusing because it seems like you go back and forth between sort of like a pretty strong position that we can have knowledge of the world. Mm-hmm. There are basic descriptive facts we can all come to agree on, but also the sort of higher order skepticism about the degree to which knowledge is possible.
Yeah.
So that's interesting in the sense it seems like there's like a level of pragmatism then. It's like, well, maybe we can never have fundamental certainty, but at the end of the day, there are certain facts that no one's really going to genuinely deny.
Yeah, but I think that's my whole position, right?
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. But it's interesting then that you'll go from that to sort of support sort of an empirical scientific view, but then you'll reject moral realism because it
I
seems
think
like
the empirical scientific view rests on much more intuitively accessible axioms than anything spiritual, right?
Oh yeah, sure. When we're talking about spirituality, but at least when we're talking about morality, it seems as though if we're going to talk about intuition, you've said, and I agree with it, that 95% of people, like all over the world, basically share the same fundamental moral intuitions.
Mm-hmm.
Rape is probably bad, murder is probably bad, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems as though there are these sort of intuitive axioms of morality that are you know,
I mean, there are
arguably more
there are
accessible.
intuitive things that like can describe like how people behave, but I just don't know if I would call those things like morality, because morality seems to be making like fundamentally different types of statements. Do you have like a philosophy background, so you can tell me if I'm fucking up? Or
Yeah, no, I'm a master's student. I think that's probably basically right. But
okay, well here's like a thing that tell me if this is right or not. There's like all moral statements are normative statements, but not all normative statements are necessarily moral statements, or
not all normative statements are necessarily moral statements. I
Yeah.
guess that, yeah, because we could say that it's probably bad to say fuck you to somebody, but it's not necessarily immoral or like, you know, table etiquette, like putting your fork on the right side of the plate. That's normative, but it's not really.
Okay. Because I was gonna say like there are things that like when a plant is like when a tree is growing in a certain direction, roots will go in certain ways to find like water to certain depths, or like leaves will grow in certain ways to find sunlight, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
and that's when we're talking about sort of like purpose direction.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
things fit
So
for
then,
certain purposes. Yeah.
because those things do that, like, would we say that it's like, do they have like an intuition for it, or is it morally righteous for them to do so, or is it just like a description of like these are what they do to satisfy some like base or biological things? Because I feel like you could describe most of morality through that we have like these social drives, and we do these because it like optimizes success for our creatures, like who we are, and then that essentially explains all of that, and we don't need to create like morality or whatever to talk about like our what we call quote unquote moral intuitions are really just like our evolutionary advantageous behaviors that are given to us to ensure that we like have kids.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The problem is it's something, it kind of appears like an inconsistency to me when you're talking about the descriptive facts, and because it's like, okay, we can make these descriptive facts, but to the extent that we would call them knowledge or that we would call them true, is like sort of, no, these are like useful tools. Like an axe isn't true. It's useful in some situations. It's not useful in another. But it seems as though there's sort of more you want to say about facts than the like descriptive fact. So I agree with what you're saying about morality. I'm just wondering, where do we get that higher standard for descriptive facts? Shouldn't you be an epistemic anti-realist?
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I'd probably be like an ultimate skeptic on everything. But it's just for pragmatic reasons, you're kind of like you're lost into complete absurdity to say that, right? Like, yeah, I'm an epistemic anti-realist. I'm gonna go like walk out my window and see if I fly or something. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't believe in anything at that point. But I think that just because I have to like take a few things for granted, I don't think that like commits me to like, okay, well, can you truly, to the ultimate skeptic, prove epistemology is real? Well, I guess not. Oh, well, then you have to accept ethics as well as having some like objective backing, or having like, it seems unsatisfying.
I agree. But it seems like from the foundation, like it seems like you get to descriptive facts, you get to your sort of like empirical physicalism from pragmatism, but then it seems as though you use the empirical physicalism to reject morality and sort of the idea that moral facts could exist.
Oh,
but it seems as though
okay,
if we're
sure.
starting
So-
from pragmatism, we should get to both.
I kind of understand what you're saying. So like I guess I could be considered like a moral anti-realist. And then maybe I guess like more specifically, are you familiar with like error theory? Or is it like non-cognitivism or anything?
Non-cognitivism.
Yeah, or it's the opposite, I think, of non-cognitivism. But like basically, like I'm willing to concede that we should probably be able to make like moral statements. We're talking about things like this is good or this is bad, probably in the same way that I would for epistemic facts. But I would be, or for other types of facts. But I would be way more careful about saying that these are like objectively grounded, because there's something a little bit different about a moral fact that makes it like so inaccessible as compared to anything else, right? Like if we want to talk about like epistemic truths, or how we generate like if we want to talk about like justify true belief or whatever, like we can have rational conversations about this. We can set up like prop logic. We can like prove things and all that. It's like, okay, cool. If we want to have like different ideas about metaphysics or anything, we can we can prove things and look at things. But when we talk about moral fact, we're literally just at sea. We have no idea. Like, oh, I think that murder is bad. Like, well, why? Because it feels that way to most people, and then that's it. I don't know if there's any other thing do we do that with anything else?
Sure. Like I feel like I have an experience, that I'm a subject of an experience. Like, can I prove that to you? Can I demonstrate it? Or it's the same. I feel as though or it's possible that I could be in a dream. Can I prove to you that I'm not in a dream? Not really.
True, but that's like the one. That's like the
one
one part of everything that's like the only reason why I don't say I'm like a strict physicalist is because it's really hard to account for the conscious experience. I mean, I'll agree with you. That's like one big part that we like can't account for. It's very hard to describe. But like in any other sense, like I don't see the like, oh, like moral facts must be real because pragmatically they need to be. I don't even know if they need to be for us to have conversations about morality. But
at least in the same way that descriptive facts kind of are, it's like, we could be talking about certain facts about nature, and then somebody could say, well, you could be dreaming right now, so all these things you think of being observed in nature or scientific are just the product of your dream imagination right now. It's like, yeah, sure, but like it seems like we can still have a conversation about basic descriptive facts because we share a lot of basic logical intuitions about how things are structured, about how the world works. And it seems as though it's the same in morality. When we talk about like sort of 95% of these big core, and that's a heuristic obviously, but a great deal, like sort of at the most, like there are edge cases, right? So there are clearly cases like when we get to politics.
Yeah, or like homosexuality or something.
Yeah, especially when you situate that in like generally broadly, we could easily say that, yeah, homosexuality should be entirely accepted, tolerated in society, gay marriage and all this. But then, oh, well, should we currently be advocating in, say, like Saudi Arabia for gay rights or something? Or is this actually going to produce some sort of reactionary backlash? So, yeah, when you get into like applying ethics in particular contexts, there's always going to be complications. It's the same with like, it's not like even during COVID, right? We saw like some level of disagreement around experts. And the problem is that we can't do public policy purely by science, right? Because you can draw an innumerable set of prescriptions from any set of descriptive fact, based on what your values are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So there's always ambiguity in terms of like the application, and when you get into the weeds and the edge cases. But it seems as though on the fundamental axioms, there's broad agreement that allows us to engage with them as though they're real in the same way we engage with nature or the physical world as though it's real.
Yeah, that's probably true. And I think I talk roughly about morality in roughly the same way. I just get a lot more cautious on that grounding because people can make. Like, if we make the same pragmatic assumptions about epistemology, we're probably not going to run into the same problems as if you make, like, the same ground assumptions of, like, morality, right? Like, or I would be surprised if, like, epistemically we wind up in a whole bunch of trouble, whereas for people observing different types of moral facts, we've got, like, people stoning to death gay people or murdering women for committing adultery or stuff like that,
Right, like the degree of disagreement there would be difficult. Almost in a same
or
way.
not difficult, it'd be irreconcilable, arguably, right? Depending on where those moral facts are coming from.
Yeah, on the individual to individual.
Yeah,
but
that's always like that's always my issue when it comes to moral fact, is that like it feels like for like differences in beliefs of like epistemologies or metaphysics, like we can kind of argue about them back and forth to see who do we think is right, who can make better arguments, who can make better objections. But when it comes to moral fact, anytime you've created a system where two reasonable agents can reasonably have an irreconcilable difference, I think that that's really, really, really bad. And moral fact kind of feels that way, because if we take two opposing religions and we say both people are reasonable people, and we grant that moral fact can exist, and we grant that they get these like theologically, you can have two rational people with differences that can never be reconciled, and from those differences can stem very different prescriptions, which I think is really bad. But yeah,
I'd say the same can hold with epistemology. I'm up in Canada, and this sort of there's been a big push within academia, especially in the social sciences and humanities, to respect sort of indigenous ways of knowing. So the native peoples of Canada, right, sort of advocate for this idea of that it's sort of insulting to say that these traditional indigenous ways of engaging in some forms of inquiry are unscientific. And so it seems like maybe we can take epistemology granted more because in some sense it's less emotionally salient. People have less strong emotions about epistemology. And so the differences that we actually have between my epistemic framework, your epistemic framework, someone else's, they aren't as obvious. And so we're actually able to talk and take the 95% of things that most people take for granted anyway, just for granted, and come to reasonable conclusions about more surface level beliefs, more proximal beliefs. Whereas with morality, I think the problem is that it's emotionally salient. So that's sort of where the disagreement lies. It's not necessarily that there's two radically different moral frameworks, because I think the intuitions are the same, and I think there's a baseline level of pragmatism that the majority of people employ when they're talking about morality and when they're engaging as moral actors, right? Like you have a
there's
bunch
probably
of
like
abortion's literally baby murder, right? But they don't go out and bomb abortion clinics, right? So there's a degree of pragmatism. It's like we have to work within systems, we got to make things work, advocates, right? So it seems as though even within irreconcilable sort of things, there's a degree of pragmatism that most people hold that allow for incremental change over time.
Potentially. I think it probably depends on, there's got to be like first order, second order, third order, like moral beliefs. Like I could, this is an example that I always give to argue against like theological people that believe that their morals come theologically. I don't know if I agree with that. If I were to find like the lost books of Christ, the lost gospels, and they were 100% proven to be written by God, And, you know, in one of these books it said, you know, you shall have 2 wives in your lifetime. You'll divorce the first one and have a second one. I don't think that that betrays any moral intuition so hard that people are like, no, this book, even though God said it, I can't do it. Like, I think they'd probably follow it. But I think that there are some, I don't know if it would be right to call these first order like moral instincts. There are moral intuitions that would be, even if I could show you they came from God. If it was like we found the 5th gospel, it would be like the 25th. Like, we found a gospel, 100% true. God says you can rape kids all the time, and you should. Yeah, I think people would quit their religion. They'd be like, no, I can't do this. I'm sorry. Even if it was from God, because it would contradict their moral intuition so much.
Well, because theology, it deals with the ontology, but it doesn't solve the why be moral question, which is, okay, well, there's a moral paradigm in the universe. Why should I personally, as an individual, care about it? Right? Why should okay, so there is a God, there is a moral law. Why should I care what the moral law is as a selfish actor in this universe?
Well, I mean,
there is a right and wrong
if you prescribe to the theology, then I mean, isn't the answer? Well, like for Christianity, right? It's because that's your way to salvation or through God, or that could be the telos, the teleologically, that's your function as a human being is to act in accord with what God wants, right?
Yeah, but that's ultimately like it's circular, right? In the sense of like, why should I desire that? Oh, because it's intrinsically desirable.
Well, it's circular, but the circularity comes from God, right? So isn't that okay? If you're a theologian, like a theologian would literally say, well, I guess there's a paradox, or there's not a paradox, there's a riddle with that, but like, is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's good?
But sure.
Yeah, I think theologically they would say it's okay for circularity to exist with God because God literally exists outside of things, like even like causality or any type of like logical statements we make. So it's okay for that to be circular, right?
Well, I don't know how the Catholics stand on that now, but at least from what I was reading from Aquinas, like there's the idea of like, can God draw a 4-sided triangle? Right? Like these sorts of questions. Can God create a stone so heavy he cannot carry it? The idea would be that God can do all things that are logically possible. So I guess, yeah, but certainly some theologians would agree with what you're saying. But my problem would be it's about the conflict between preferences and interests. So I think if we had if religion were correct, if theology were correct, it would always be in our interest to do what's morally correct, and what's morally correct would be objectively the case.
Yeah.
That it was morally correct. But that doesn't give me a reason as to why I should prefer it from the standpoint of not preferring it, from being outside of that closed system. Right. So I think theology is limited in morality in terms of it works for people who are already in the closed loop of the theological system and who, I don't know, I guess their preferences have been like trained in such a way that they
I understand what you're saying.
Says is good.
So how do you bring in like an outside person? Yeah, you'd have to convince them. You'd have to convince them on the ontological grounds or something. It wouldn't be on the ethics grounds, right? You'd have to prove that like God is real or something, and then from that, then you go to your ethics, I guess, right? Your meta-ethical positions, and you're kind of solved it, right?
Yeah. Well, I heard you were, so one last thing, I've taken up a lot of time, but you said you were interested in exploring religion again. Was that all a meme, or were you actually...
It's personal stuff that's very complicated, but I'm just chilling. Why, what's up?
Yeah, fair. Man, maybe I'll talk to you again about it.
Fun, be careful, bud.
Peace, have fun.
Hello, Mattoon.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just, I guess I was kind of wondering just your personal opinion on if it's better to be self-reliant and alone, or reliant but surrounded by friends, if that kind of makes sense.
Reliant and surrounded by friends. You're not going to be able to provide every single thing that would be good for you or that you would need as like a healthy human being. To function optimally, you have to get other things from other people. You can't do it on your own, ever.
Yeah, no, I agree with, I guess, that sentiment, but I guess I think when you include others, it adds a lot of...
uncertainty?
Factors, yeah. Like, you cannot factor in whether or not someone's gonna randomly, like, stop talking to you or, you know...
Yep. That's part of the risk. Unfortunately, it sucks and it's bullshit. But there's not much else.
Yeah, I imagine that. There's a lot of risk, but there's probably way more to gain.
It's like fundamental to human existence.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. All right, thank you.
Have fun, buddy.
Yeah.
Wait, is my shit cuxing? It's fine now. It's for like 2 seconds. Hey, if you're in YouTube chat, like the stream. You fucking losers. Get Dan can't stream it. I'm in my Discord room. Hold on, 4 more emails. Boom. Do we need to talk to Brittany today, guys? Good question. Wait, what is this? Hold on. My asked the delivery driver to buzz all flats to be let in, or the woman that's left me a threatening note because of it. For context, my boyfriend and I moved into our place last September. We only know a few people in our block of 8 flats. It's an intercom system, and delivery drivers like Amazon don't have a key, so they buzz a flat who has a delivery or any other flat to be let in to drop the parcel on the ground floor by the mailboxes. Both BF and I work full-time and don't drive, so we rely on parcel deliveries often. Since moving in, we've never had a complaint or issue raised with us. Likewise, never asked anyone to take a parcel and inform me, nor expect anyone to buzz the door for a parcel. Recently, both BF and I... Yep. Just buzz on the fucking delivery? Wait, am I crazy, or does this seem like it would be really fucking annoying? Am I wrong? So you basically have like some shared space and you're expected to go out and like buzz people in every time they do it for other people's packages? That sounds so fucking annoying. Didn't even realize how much of an asshole I'd been, but now I know I've got some shit to improve on. Going to write some apology notes because I think they've been buzzed enough already, and we've already amended our delivery preferences. Oh, okay. That's wrong. You have they have a specific buzzer for each apartment. That's not how I'm reading this. It makes it sound like there's a buzz that buzzes everybody's apartment, and somebody has to let them in. So like people that aren't you are having to buzz in for your packages. "100% you're the asshole. You can't just tell someone to buzz every apartment without asking them first." This sounds insane. I can't even understand how you think this would be. Yeah, it sounds like they've got one buzzer for each apartment, but these people just told the delivery driver to buzz every single apartment until the package gets let in. Oh my god. It's kind of Giga Chad. Damn, Nick was so mean to Taptaj yesterday. Was there like an inside joke there, or was he just being like a huge dick? I wish I could have gone there earlier. I wanted to grill the Alex Stein dude on that AOC shit. That was like legitimately super ultra disgusting. Like probably like of all the people on that panel, that's probably one of the worst things that anybody there has ever done. What did he say? He was just like, he just like found her in public and he's like screaming at her like, oh, she's got a nice ass or big booty.
AOC, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you.
It's like fucking creepy as fuck. It's so weird.
AOC, you're my favorite. She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
I want you to do a little selfie.
I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress. Woo, I love it, AOC. Hot, hot, hot like a tamale.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It's so fucked. Pretty sure Nick was just transphobic. Oh, okay. At least he has the balls to threaten her in person online. True.
Confrontation with some anti-abortion losers.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, guy's back chesting. He's trolling.
Wait, what the fuck was that noise? Let me get a Red Bull, and then we're gonna do more. We had more time to explain basic economics instead of all the interruptions to the other panel members. I'll never do more than 4 again. I promise I won't. I won't. It's a big mistake, okay? It's a big mistake. I won't do it. Not a good representation of us, guys.
Been playing with mushrooms more. Any advice on turning it from just a fun time to a spiritual or learning experience? Why no White Panther?
Can I get unignored? I promise not to say anything bad about League again. Been chillin'. Do it or the YE boys will come.
Andor is Cassian Andor, or whatever his name was. The supposed main character of the series. That French thief guy. You couldn't tell because he isn't going to be the main character in his own show. Destiny, you the idiots with no argument that always revert to the cuck shit like last night affect you? Or do you always brush that off at this point? Random Q, but I love you. Will you be doing any extra revision for the Alex Jones conversation? He knows his stuff might be a tough talk. Ye wins. Does a biologic imperative dictate morality? Some animals eat their cubs. At best, you could argue those biologic imperatives reside outside morals. Morality is real in the same sense colors are real. Both are abstract sensations that are dependent on mind, but mirror or are somewhat responsive to real stimuli.
Wow, thanks for that one, dude. Do you want to push for Wonder Woman with Alex Stein or Marie Dipshit? I might try to do that combo with Lauren and Nick, the woman one. I think would be interesting. Oh, I mentioned this last night. The Marie one, probably not. Alex Stein is too much of a troll. I don't think I could engage well, unless I'm like in that mood, but...
I wish you had more time to explain basic economics instead of all the interruptions from all the other panel members. I swear conservatives don't understand even basic accounting identity. Remember, Train hopes you treat your girl right on National Girlfriend's Day.
Hi, what's up?
Hello? Hello? Hey.
Hi.
Hey, how are you? Okay. First thing before anything, praise Dan for being a champion of the people. And then moving on to a very interesting question I have is, what is your opinion on hot chocolate? There are different levels.
What do you mean? I love hot chocolate. What are you asking?
There's different levels of hot chocolate, right? There's hot chocolate made with milk and water. And then what if the liquid is microwaved or boiled?
I don't care about all that shit. I'm just a basic bitch, okay?
Okay, let's go on to the other part about hot chocolate.
Okay. It does need to be milk and not water. I don't care if it's like microwaved or boiled.
Okay, thank God. You're actually right. Okay, but what about hot chocolate made with melted chocolate? Is really thick, powdered, or syrup? Syrup's kind of shit, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend on the powder and the syrup, I think. I'd have to say.
Well, it does depend because, like, for instance, let's take Swiss Miss, for instance. That can be made with water or milk, which can have milk solids in the powder, which makes it harder to mix into milk. Where there's some powders that are specifically supposed to only be made with milk, which is critical, because those mix in really fast. And syrupy usually tends to fucking suck. Because it's made with water, and it tastes, and the texture then ends up being watery.
I don't got the answer, Sway. Okay, I haven't researched it this much. I wish I could give you better opinions here, but I'm sorry.
It's fine. Oh, and then on an actual question is, what are your thoughts on dreams? Like, I often have dreams of people I don't hold relationships with anymore, usually like former IRL friends, and stuff like me going on adventures with them or having things that are reminiscent of what we used to do. But like, I don't actually have any desire to like talk or reconnect with a lot of people I don't talk to anymore or anything like that. But for some reason they just appear in my dreams. Maybe it's just because they're faces I'm familiar with.
I can't explain your dreams to you if that's what you're looking for. I'm so sorry.
I'm just curious if you have any sort of similar thoughts.
I have like weird reoccurring dreams and stuff that happens, but I wouldn't be able to say why dreams. I don't know. I'm not sure. Dreams are fucking random and weird as fuck. Yeah, I don't know.
That's fair enough. And then okay, my final thought is if you need a new league duo, I'm willing to tear up the rift with you. Okay.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
I'm a jungle player, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see you later. Thank you.
Love you, babe. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Hold on, we have 2 special call-ins. Number 1, get ready for boredom, guys. Hello.
Can you hear me?
You're really quiet. You're super quiet. You need to up your thing by like 10,000%.
How about now?
Like 3 times as much.
3 times as much, but it did improve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, this is getting good. Okay, what's up?
Hey, so last I talked to you was a few months back. I was the person who recommended to see Everything Everywhere All at Once. I'm not necessarily trying to talk about that because I'm sure you've talked about it a bunch, but I'm just very vindicated to see how you reacted to that movie and how you were trying to like convince people without.
I'm a disciple. Okay, I'm an evangelist for this film. Yes.
Do you happen to remember the way you probably wouldn't, but like when I tried bringing it up to you, I was trying to be very not descriptive, and all I said was it's about an Asian family, and you're just like, fucking pass. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, because it sounded really boring. That the concept is something I super wouldn't give a fuck about. Yeah,
for sure. Anyway, I watched some of your stream last night where you were talking about music stuff, and I wrote some stuff down, but I guess I wanted to just start with if you had any questions or anything that was kind of on your mind after stream or anything like that. If there was anything.
No, not really. But
okay.
Yeah, I don't have very many people that like. I don't have a lot of people that push me in a lot of areas in life, but musically is an area that I don't have people that push me, so I'm pretty stagnant. Like I've got all my information from school, and then I kind of like play a little bit on my keyboard, but it's not like I'm pushing myself musically a lot. So my knowledge is what it is. Yeah.
Last time we talked, I was kind of trying to talk a little bit about the blues and like the fact that you always play that do 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 the minor blues thing, and then we talked about like major blues.
Sure, yeah.
I felt kind of crap only because I just kind of gave you the notes and didn't try to contextualize it at all. I don't care. I don't know if you care to go into more depth about that, or if you want to talk about other things musically.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, okay, all right, so this is all I'll say. If you're trying to like, because I like to try and think of formulas for a lot of these musical concepts. The way to kind of approach blues scales, whether it's the minor blues or the major blues, is your pentatonic scale, and you're just adding a certain note in a certain place. So for the minor blues, you're adding the tritone. For the major blues, you're basically just adding a minor third.
Okay.
And
so this is that's the minor pentatonic, and then the minor, and then adding the tritone gives you the, right?
Bingo. Yep.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. All right.
And then the major blues. Do you know your major pentatonic?
I'm guessing it's
1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you just add a note in between 2 and 3.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep. And when it comes to like blues music in general, like you can do literally both on the same chord, almost in the same line, if you know how to finesse it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let's see, what else did I write down? Oh crap, hang on. My notes app always does this. Okay. You had mentioned last night, like, what is chromatic, and you were trying to figure out how to differentiate it between like that and I guess like diatonic. Do you think you got a good grasp of it, or do you?
I think I do now. Yeah, I got a little bit scared for a second because it seems like I'm starting to rely a little bit too much on my ear, and I'm losing a lot of the theoretical background when that's what I had before. I think as I'm playing more, I'm kind of using my ear, which is good. You should use your ear. I feel like I can hear pretty quickly, like, oof, that's like something chromatic versus diatonic. But I think the technical answer is that diatonic is stuff that's going to be found naturally within the key, and then chromatic is going to be stuff that's found like outside of the key, roughly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I think of the word chromatic, I basically think of it as like chromatic basically just means like moving in minor seconds or moving in half steps, right?
Yeah.
And for, I guess just because you've got.
Oh wait, can I ask one bonus question real quick?
Go for it.
Okay, so yeah, because now I'm thinking in the key or out of the key. Does that only refer to the like tonic of a chord or the root of a chord? Because like, so in the key of C, I can play an F major, or I could borrow from the minor, play an F minor. If I have a chord progression that goes C, F minor, G dominant 7, C, would that F minor be considered a chromatic movement, or is that still diatonic? It's just borrowing from the minor.
It's more so, I would say, borrowing. Like an example of like a chromatic chord would be, let's say you're in the key of C and your chord progression is like C major to D minor to E minor, right? Let's say you put like between D and E, you just move like you play like an E flat chord, like going D to E flat to E, like that's like a chromatic harmonic movement, right?
Okay, gotcha. What about if I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing like a C chord, and then as part of a C chord progression, let's say that I play like an E major chord. That's in my head when I hear that, it sounds chromatic to me. Would that still be considered a diatonic thing? Because the G sharp is like so far outside of. Or
it's definitely not. It's definitely not chromatic, or it's definitely not diatonic in the sense that it's not in the key of C. But it is. It's. I don't want to say it's. I mean, I guess technically it's chromatic in the sense that you're moving that minor third up a half step to a major third, right? But.
Okay. All right. I'm just. Maybe it doesn't matter that much, but okay.
I think mainly when I like personally, you actually just hit on one of my favorite chords, one of my favorite sounds, like moving from a 1 to an altered 3.
Yes.
Fucking love it every time I hear it, everywhere I hear it. and because it just has like because that half step move, like just moving that one note up a half step, it's part of it's all it.
I know that if you do like
itself.
a 1 to like a 3 major 7, it has a very specific sound that I'm familiar with. Yeah.
You mean major 7 or dominant 7?
Scam to get into call in
Listen,
so I can
okay?
talk shit.
I don't do dominant 7s. Okay, those are dog shit chords. No.
Every time I hear you, every time you're doing that left hand shit of da 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 da, my guy, you're doing dominant.
No, shit, that's not true. Oh yeah, but I hate that. That's 12-bar blues. I hate that. But like these, to like, wait, it's like having like a.
If you're playing an E chord, take that D sharp and put it to D natural.
Yeah, but then it sounds.
It's that right there. That right there.
I just don't like dominant 7s. I don't know why. I just don't like this.
That wants to go. That wants to go. It wants to resolve to A in some way, whether it be like an A major or an A minor, right?
Yeah, of course, right? Because of the tritone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's my favorite. One of my favorite colors. There's a really good one of my favorite. Do you know the piano player Billy? I think his name's Billy Preston.
Nope.
Some people called him like the fifth Beatle. He did a lot of keyboard stuff on their recordings. He has this song called Nothing from Nothing.
Okay.
Has some of my favorite, has multiple chord progressions that I love, and he puts it into one tune basically. And in that is basically like C to E, but he also, because he plays it as an E7, any 5 you can imply like a 2. So he puts like a minor 7. It's B minor 7, or I think it's technically B half diminished.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, that's just one of my favorite sounds. But to go back to like what is chromatic, I think of I use the word chromatic when we're talking about like melodic movement, right? Like you can do, and even for I'm like my background is I'm a bass player, so I love using chromatics and like walking lines, right?
Yeah,
and the whole point of it is you always have to be able to answer the question, where are you going? And that's how you make your chromaticism make sense. If you can answer that question of where is it going, you can make any note potentially make any kind of sense you want.
Yeah, if you have like the this is like a shitty improv guide if you suck. But if you're ever improving and you stumble along the wrong note, as long as you know the next chord you're landing at, if you resolve it up or down a half step and you hit a chord tone, it'll work. It's kind of shitty, but it'll work.
100%, yeah. Like you can take like if someone is like, let's say, grooving on like a 1-4-5 kind of basic chord progression, right? You can just plop your finger on any key on the piano, and you are technically a half step above or half step away from a correct note, no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and as long as you resolve it, instead of it sounding like, and you can even hang out on the wrong note for a second, but it'll sound hip as long as you're moving in the right direction afterwards. As long as you know where you're going. Yeah.
Exactly. I always like to tell people, and this is kind of going a little leading into something else I wanted to talk about. I like to tell people when they're trying to improvise, I can make your note choices make sense in my own head. Mm-hmm. Just keep them in time. If you can keep them in rhythm, that is more so what. Like, if you play a sour note, it's not a sour note because you played the note. It's a sour note because of how you treat it.
Yeah, if you make a mistake and then you stop and then you try to start a new line or something, you obviously fucked up.
Yeah. And unironically, like a thing that I've done in improv, and I kind of learned this from people that I've played with, is if you like you play a line and you hit like the last note in that line, let's say it's not what you planned, just repeat yourself. Just play the exact same wrong note again.
No, that's 100% true, because repetition is one of the biggest things in terms of building music. And if you're soloing or whatever, if you hit a wrong note, do it. That's what I meant when I said hang out on it. Like, play it again, and then but go somewhere with it next time, and then it sounds like it was intentional, and it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
I talked about him last time, but do you happen to know of a bass player named Victor Wooten?
Nope.
He has this really great. He has all sorts of great content on this stuff, but one of the things that he does in a video I'm thinking of, he's just grooving on. It's like a 1-4-5 chord progression. Mm-hmm. He starts deliberately on a note that is not diatonic, and he actually like plays a chorus or two of using only the wrong notes.
Sure.
Like things that are not in the key, and it's all just about how you treat it. Mm-hmm. It's all just about the way you react to your own ideas, basically. Sure. Okay, let's see what else. You had mentioned you were playing guitar. or you have a guitar in there. I don't know if you've actually.
Yeah, I need more time to practice it, or I need to like stream less. But yeah.
One of the cool things that I learned from one of my teachers is the strings on a guitar. Actually, if you spell them in the right order, they actually spell out a really, really nice chord. It's in the order from lowest to highest. You're going to want to go G, D, B, E, A. And what you have is a G major 6/9 chord.
Okay.
And sometimes I like to use that if I'm like really trying to like test my ear and I'm trying to like tune to like the piano or something. I'll just ask them to just play that chord, and I try to like tune my instrument to just that sound, right? Because all of the notes are in there. You just kind of have to kind of hear it. Let's see. Oh, you had mentioned some stuff towards the end about like the things to like if like to jumpstart into like learning theory, like the things to know. You said key signatures, circle of fifths, and spelling chords. 100% agree on all of that. And when I was talking earlier about like formulas I like to use, I actually have a couple of really good ones when it comes to the circle of fifths. I don't know if you're aware of these. So I know you know this, but let's just say how many flats are in F? Or how many flats are in the key of F major? Yes, I'm asking you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just one.
Yes. Okay. So then, how many sharps are in F sharp major?
It's like is it 8 minus 1 or 7 minus 1? Because you're just like flipping it around, right?
You basically got it. The number you want is 7. So it's like if you know.
So like the key of E major has F, C, G, D. That's 4. The key of E flat is going to be 7 minus 4 is 3. It'll have 3 flats, right?
Bingo.
Yeah,
Yep.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you're already hip to that one. That's awesome.
There's like so much. You know this as a bass player. It's funny because bass, like you look at like rhythm guitar, that's a complicated instrument, you get all the strings. But I think for bass, I think you probably need way more theory because you have to know how to move through different chords in ways that make sense, right? You need to know inversions, you need to know the chord tones, you need to know like what works in passing tones, like. So I imagine. Well, go ahead. What do you think?
No, I agree, but I would say a rhythm guitar or just a piano player has to know that just as much as a bass player. I mean, the only difference is I'm just playing single notes at a time where they might be playing, lush chords and all sorts of stuff, right?
Gotcha.
Not only for me as a bass player, like the role of a bass player, the way I've had it described to me, this is how I kind of think about all of the instruments in like a combo. The bass player is sort of like the guy who has to know not just like all of the other instruments is like all of the other parts in the band and how they go, but he's got to be also hip to how are these, if you're playing like not an original, let's say you're covering something or you're doing an arrangement, like what are the other versions? What do they sound like? How have they been done? Like you have to be able to like incorporate all of those in just your single note bass line, right?
Sure.
Piano players and guitar players, they kind of share the same role of being like a Swiss Army knife because let's say you're a piano player. Let's say you go to a gig and you've just got you and a bass player. You got to play a little bit more percussive to make up for the lack of drums. Or if you're playing like piano and voice and drums, but no bass player, your left hand is basically devoted to that now. Like you have to be able to just meld to whatever is needed at the time. And guitar players are expected to do the same thing too, but it is a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it's kind of strange coming from a and I'm sure you said you had like a decent amount of jazz experience, right? Okay, yeah. So you might know more than me, or things I might say might be wrong in more professional environments. But it's strange because I remember hearing, because I listened to like the conducting of the rhythm section or whatever, and the different roles that you fill are like pretty important given who's playing what. So like you might, but like in contemporary music, a lot of that is violated. So like I think it's the case like in jazz, like. The bass drum on a kit is going to be a little bit different in jazz versus like in rock, because you don't want like the bass, like your bass and the kick of like the drum set like lining up all the time. You just wouldn't do that. Why would you guys cover the same role? Whereas like in kind of contemporary rock music or whatever, you're going to see like bass is going to be like 1 2 3 4 1, and you're going to hear like the same kicks on like the same beats or whatever. And there's going to be way more overlap versus the rhythm section in a jazz ensemble seems to like fill in gaps more than just like all be consistently playing together the same notes all the time, kind of.
Right. Well, it also depends on what style you're playing, I guess.
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
So for like from a bass perspective, and like bass and drum specifically, like if you're thinking of just like a basic swing groove where the bass is walking on quarter notes and the drums are playing like brushes and like hi-hats on 2 and 4 or whatever, like that's kind of what I imagine you're just describing right now. But then you also have there's something called like a shuffle, where as far as the bass is concerned, there's basically you're still just playing on quarter notes. Maybe you might add like a 16th note, like syncopated, kind of like into it, like doom, da doom, doom, boom, boom, da doom, or something like that, right? And then the drums are very deliberately like every single like swung eighth note is articulated, da 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 da. Whereas just like your basic swing, it's kind of like you play with the spaces a little bit more. Anyway, yeah, I think that's what I wanted to talk about with that. What else you got, or anything else? I have other things, but I just wanted to
go hit a couple more. There's one other person I'm talking to, but I think it's like 5 or 10 minutes, so you got time. Go.
Oh, cool. Okay, perfect. So I was kind of talking about this earlier when you were saying like C major to like E altered chord or whatever, like the 1 to altered 3. Like when from a bass player's perspective, one of the things that really helps knowing tunes and recognizing chord progressions or whatever, the guy who told me about like, you know, the bass players, the guru, or the drum, or the guitars of Swiss Army knife, the way he basically explained it to me is you're not playing chords, you're addressing sounds. And what I mean by that is basically like you can, it's why I said earlier, like the 1 to an altered 3, I think of that as just one type of sound. It is one color that you can use compositionally, right? Sure. And there are all sorts of, like, I mean, 2/5s are just a perfect example of that, right? Like if you know what a 2/5/1 sounds like, it doesn't matter how the piano voices the chord or whatever. Like you can always hear it because of the quality of a 2 chord going to a 5 chord, right? That's one of those really, really important things that once I understood what it is like to address sounds as opposed to just playing chords or whatever, it helped me hear music a little bit more. Better, basically.
Sure, yeah.
Somebody tried asking you at one point about, and it was funny because I was just thinking like, oh, I should try to bring this up, and then someone in your chat mentioned it. It was a major chord going down a half step to a dominant 7, and then resolving that. So it's like it would be like A flat, major 7 going to like a G7 and then resolving to a C.
An A flat major 7 going to a G7 and then resolving to a C. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I would preferably, like, I mean, I guess you can technically resolve it to a C major or a C minor. When I hear that resolution being a minor resolution,
I
like
hear it being minor.
Yeah,
100%.
That is. When I talk about like addressing sounds, like that color is Just the Two of Us by Bill Withers. I don't care how many, and that chord progression is absolutely everywhere. Listen back to Big Papa, by Biggie Smalls. It's Just the Two of Us. The chord progression is in a different key. There's a song by Bruno Mars called Finesse that does the same thing. There's so many examples of that. Just the Two of Us and a song called Sunny by a guy named Bobby Hebb tend to be the 2 chord progressions that get used so much today in just like lo-fi or just kind of like loungy, groovy kind of music, right? Are you familiar with the song If You Want Me to Stay by Sly and the Family Stone?
Nope.
It's a great song. It's an example of a song that is an example of a tune that borrowed the chords from Sunny by Bobby Hebb. It's just, those are the 2 that I would try to get familiar with, and then you'll start hearing them absolutely everywhere. Just the Two of Us and then Sunny.
Okay.
Let's see what else. And actually, funny enough, those are the 2 songs that I mentioned earlier. Nothing from Nothing by Billy Preston. That song uses both of those in a really cool way.
Okay.
Okay. Here's a question that I meant to ask you last time that I forgot to, and I'm not trying to make it a trick question. I'm genuinely curious what your answer is.
Yeah, give me trick questions. Go.
What is music's canvas?
Silence.
Why?
Why is it silence? That was a bullshit answer that I gave. We had a conductor once, and he would always say that you need to play into the silence. That like when notes aren't being played,
play the rest.
Yeah, play the rest. That's the phrase. Yeah, you need to be engaged the entire time of the music. You're entering and leaving the stage of sound, which is nothing, and then you add sound, and then you take it away. And so that's like where my brain goes to when you ask that. What is the canvas? The canvas is silence, and you add to it, and then take away. Yeah. What is the answer?
I had a teacher that always said there is no correct answer. There's just the answer I'm looking for. The answer I'm looking for is time.
Well, as a very rubato player, I would disagree, but okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah.
True. Actually, sure, that makes sense when I.
Sure, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Sure, time, can be a canvas. Sure.
And I guess I just mean that from like, because again, I'm very jazz heavy centered. Like if you've ever had a chance to witness or see like an older jazz musician playing with like a younger guy, or any, like if you ever get a chance to interact or play with a guy who's been playing this music for a long time, they will get very, very upset if you fuck with the rhythm or the tempo or if you fuck up with the time or whatever. Like, you know how there's two kinds of musicians in this world. There are draggers and rushers. I tend to be a little bit of a dragger when I'm not paying attention, and it's one of those things that early on I had a teacher who was that guy, basically that old musician who's been around for ages, playing piano. I'm playing the upright bass behind him, and then he'll randomly turn around, "Don't drag the beat, bass."
It's funny because like I think Adam Neely and I think a couple other people said that like the Whiplash stuff was super exaggerated and that like nobody conducts like that in the world. I've had conductors that have done shit like that. Like I remember even in high school, our conductor was a really big, like he would always say mark it. If you miss it, mark it. If you miss it, mark it. If you're not marking it,
right?
Yeah. I remember in the middle of one of it was either a Macbeth piece or it might have been a Sousa march. He's conducting and a trumpet fucked up. He came in early, and in the middle of, because like when conductors, when you're in the music, you can get very emotional. It's hard to just like stop. Like everybody has to like catch their breath on an emotional level. And he's in the middle conducting it, and he steps forward through the clarinets with a pencil in his hand, and he throws it at him. I think his name was Ben Schaefer. He throws the pencil at him, and he said, "Mark it!" And everybody heard him scream it, but we all kept playing, and he had to. Yeah. So I've seen, I've seen directors that will do things like that, or see directors that will be like that get really hard too on, especially. It sucks because it sucks for you, especially because like it seems like the stars are always like the horns, but the rhythm section is truly like the engine that keeps everything moving. But just because there tend to be more horn players and the conductors will work with them more than the rhythm section you kind of just assume that you guys know everything that's going on. But if you start fucking up, everything falls apart.
True. It's one of those things where like technically the correct answer is when someone asks you who's in charge of keeping time. What is the correct answer?
Fuck, there's an answer here. I think the kit keeps time and the bass listens to the kit and then the band listens to the bass. Is that what it's supposed to be?
The answer is everybody. Everybody is supposed to be the drummer, or everybody's supposed to have their rhythm so damn in.
Well, sure, ideally you would, yeah. But is it?
Yeah. No, I mean like that's sort of like and that's one of the reasons why jazz is so punchy and so danceable, depending on what you're listening to. Like, when I say that like time is the most important thing, or like time is the canvas or whatever, the reason those kinds of musicians get so upset if you fuck with the time is if you like, how are you expected to paint if you can't maintain the goddamn canvas?
Sure. And if you're playing with somebody good, I think you said this earlier, as long as you keep time, like if I'm like a 5 out of 10 musician and you give me like a 10 out of 10 rhythm section, I'm going to sound like an 8 out of 10 musician. Like, because they make you sound so much better just by virtue of listening to you and playing alongside you and reacting to what you're playing. Yeah. But if you fuck the time up, they can't save you. You're fucked. You're out on your own at that point.
Yeah. If you're the best person in the group, start finding other people to play with.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's basically everything I had musically. I know you're short on time, and I could ask you about some other stuff, but...
All right, well, yeah, maybe later today or poke me whenever I do music stuff. You can always hop on a board chat.
Yeah, sure. Okay, actually, I do have one quick question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
It's not musical related necessarily, because you've had this conversation a lot recently when it comes to, like, where the left side of the political spectrum and the right side like kind of have their control. And you would probably agree that like the left side of the political spectrum, they've got all of their control and power culturally, right?
Yeah.
And then the right is a little bit more politically. in terms of like the institutions that they might be in, like whether it be like the Senate or the majority Supreme Court or whatever. Is one worse than the other? And by worse, I mean like is one more impactful than the other? Like,
I would argue. I think the cultural thing is more impactful. It just takes a little while, maybe. Like the legislative side is going to be felt a little bit more immediately or painfully, but I think the cultural side is probably more important to win.
Well, I mean, I agree that like the culture is what informs the policies. Like you have to change the thought before you can change the policy, right?
It just takes a little bit longer. Yeah.
But I guess part of what I'm thinking about is that stupid when Twitter and Elon Musk were in the news when that deal first got talked about. Basically, sometime during that time, Elon Musk shared some image of like the political spectrum and how he stayed put and like the left moved over, the left and the right stayed where they were. Like, that's the kind of thing that makes me want to pull my hair out. And when I think about like, it's what makes me want to push back against like the cultural is what's more impactful because of like, or I guess, I don't know, I'm starting to kind of lose my train of thought, but it's just like hard to, I should just shut up. I should just leave it alone.
It's okay. Is it like hard to, I mean, like there should be some freedoms.
It's hard to just agree with like, it's hard to say that they're equal is what I should say. It's hard to say that they're equal, and you seem to kind of say that the left side has more of an impact. I'm still of the mindset that the right side politically has more impact on like those kinds of larger,
right now they do for sure, but like we're heading in a certain direction and they know it. Right? They're on the losing side, like historically. Not saying who's right or wrong morally, but just like if we have like the schools, eventually we'll have like the media, the politicians. Like it's just kind of continuing to move in that direction, right? And it's been a slow, steady pace to the left socially for the 250 years of American history. You know.
I might lose any kind of. I'm probably about to say something really cringe, but like because in the past you've said like, who are some good like leftist people that actually like live to their values or whatever, right? The closest person I can think of is like a content creator, and I'm curious what I know you've talked about him before. Bo the Fifth Column. He's the closest thing I can think of that is someone who like actually lives their values and preaches and practices what they preach in some capacity.
He seems like an okay guy. The trafficking thing was a little bit weird, but other than that, he seems like a cool guy. But I mean, he seems like an okay dude. I haven't seen anything bad. Like I haven't seen him give any bad political takes. I don't think.
When it comes to content creators that end up like saying horrible or cringy stuff, like for a while it was like you and Vosh didn't let me down, and now it's basically you and Bo don't seem to let me down for the most part.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a video where I'm like, oof, this guy's like super cringe or wrong on this. He seems like he's generally pretty chill.
He made a video. He's got a second channel where he made a video kind of giving a brief history. It's like brief as in like 20 minutes long about like Ukraine and shit. And it seems pretty accurate. And it's also, and by accurate, I mean, like, I guess it just seems like I'm pretty sure you wouldn't disagree with anything he says in terms of like historical recount. Anyway, yeah, just one of those guys that I appreciate.
All right. Well, I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Love you too. Thanks, man.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Going once. Going twice. Oh.
Hello.
Hi, what's up, bud?
Hi, what's up with you?
Nothing much. You wanted to talk about something.
I want to talk about everything.
Well, that's not what we're doing today. We got limited time. We got a lot of callers. What do you want?
I guess the last time we spoke was about MrGirl. It was about Max.
True.
And I'm feeling the residuals of that conversation.
Oh, am I here to coach you through your trauma or some shit, or what are we doing?
Yes, you're my therapist.
Okay.
No, I guess because Max was like felt so strongly about me, it's like ricocheted throughout his community.
Okay.
And obviously, I'm trying to start my my streaming career.
Okay.
And now I'm like very much known through that, which I should have known that was going to happen.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I guess I just don't. I went on I joined like Chud Logic's Discord server just to like have fun. And then immediately they like heard my voice and was like, "You're the demon. Like you're you're the woman who is trying to eat the souls of all these poor men."
Yep. Is this?
And
so
I guess,
yeah, go ahead.
No, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, is this like a conversation of like how do you escape like bad internet reputations, or?
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit like last week or something, where I was just like, how do I I just don't I think I'm still establishing like who I am, obviously, through online, especially because I'm like pivoting, because I was like a feel good TikTok like cog who was just like, oh, it'll definitely get me views to be woke, I'm gonna be woke.
Okay.
And now I'm pivoting, and
so what,
people
Nazism,
are
or what does that
hating
mean?
it.
what are we pivoting to?
Yeah, I'm actually just going full alt-right. No, I'm being normal now. Like, I'm not being like mindless, and I guess, I don't know. You're not on TikTok, are you?
Absolutely not. But I understand what you're saying. You're trying to be a little bit more thoughtful rather than just kind of like towing the standard progressive line, and invariably that's going to get you a little bit of pushback. I mean,
a little.
Yeah, a little.
It's giving me a lot of pushback.
Do you remember in I mean, like on one end, it's not the worst thing. Have you seen Pirates of the Caribbean?
Which one?
The first one, the real one, not any of the weird shit that came out.
Is that the Curse of the Black Pearl?
Is it? I don't fucking remember. There's a line where that general.
You're telling me about the movie, and you don't even know which one.
I didn't know that I needed the fucking subtext or title of whatever the fucking movie was. Okay, there's the part where Norrington says, "You are without a doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of," and then Jack Sparrow responds, "But you have heard of me, right?" Do you remember this line?
Geez. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like, even though you might have like a bad rap in some communities, at least people know who you are. So that's a good start. Okay, number one. It's better to have a bad reputation than no reputation when you're trying to make it an online stuff, because starting from nothing is impossible. But I mean, all you can do at this point, if you have people that know you, is to start making content. And then through making more content and doing more things, people will start to learn who you are better. But don't let like a minor bad reputation defeat you, because if you stop or you give up because of people's misconceptions about you now, then you're doomed. You'll always be known as that person who quit and who is whatever people said you were because you stopped, and you stopped because they said you were a certain thing. Right?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit, and I don't even really know like your reputation. Do you have like a hate train? Do you have like a big hate train?
Yeah.
And that like never think about that?
No, but I'm built different. I'm a different type of human being. Okay.
I'm a sociopath.
You don't wanna emulate what I am. Okay. You couldn't handle it. You couldn't live for one day.
Geez,
you couldn't live for one day in my mind. Okay.
You just did the meme. You just did the meme where you're like, I'm just like so mysterious, and like you just don't want to be like.
Yeah, the difference is you guys do
welcome
the meme,
to my
but
dark,
this has been
mind.
welcome to my life for 12 fucking years. Okay, I've earned the right to say that I am the meme. I am the living meme. Okay, but anyway.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I'm tried and tested. I'm battle proven.
How do you deal with that, especially like because it's at the expense of your like loved ones? That's like how, because people don't stop at like just telling you that you're like a piece of shit. They have to like they want to ruin your life.
Yeah, well, you got to make sure your loved ones are are involved in online content or know what the game is like. Otherwise, yeah, it's gonna be really fucking weird trying to explain to your loved ones like why people are saying you're a Nazi or a pedophile or whatever crazy shit people are saying online. Yeah.
Yeah, I was literally talking about how like ephebophilia was like not normal, but it's not the same thing as like pedophilia.
Big
my
mistake.
MrGirl arc. Yeah. And then they were like, okay, well, what about your fiance? Like, does he like young women? And I was like, okay, I think this is like a men thing. Like, they want to have sex with women who are like, you know, young and beautiful and fertile. And then they took it and ran with it, and now they're saying that like my fiance is a pedophile.
Well, is he?
Which I should have seen. Yes. No, but I should have seen this coming, but I don't know. I guess I'm also just still naive, and I need to stop being naive.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be like negative pushback in this world, and all you can do is work through it. Get a therapist if you don't have one. Figure out how to deal with like negative opinions about you, because
I have one. We don't talk about this stuff though.
Well, this is probably going to be some of the stuff that has some of the biggest emotional impact on you, so it's probably worth talking about.
No, I think I can just put it away.
Okay, you absolutely cannot. You can repress it to a certain point, but you're going to carry that baggage with you, and it's going to be like a giant garbage
good
bag
content.
that hangs over. When you have an inevitable massive breakdown publicly, sure, just give me exclusive rights to it. So
I
I
did.
can get viewership on.
No, I did. I literally like 2 weeks ago. I had like a breakdown and like streamed it on Twitch, and it had like 200 views.
Okay,
Like
nice.
200
Well,
viewers, and I'm just like sobbing, and then the rest of my content is like, you know, much less than that, which I thought was funny. So maybe I should maybe that's a good game plan. Just like bottle it up and then.
yeah, if you want to. I mean, until you inevitably kill yourself or something. But hey, I mean.
No, I'll talk to Dr. K before that happens.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he'll be the one to save you. Nice. Don't tell Max that.
No, I think another thing that I thought was interesting, I guess I'm not baiting you to talk shit about Max or anything, but I do want someone else to acknowledge and validate that it was weird. I don't know if he watched the whole thing, he probably didn't, but he said that he wouldn't put me on like a panel or stream with me again because I have an OnlyFans.
Is that
And I
really
was
the
like,
only reason? Or was it because of other things that he interpreted you as saying?
No, that's what he said to me. He said that because he reads me as someone who is like, he thinks that OnlyFans takes advantage of men.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then it makes sense for him not to have you on, yeah?
No, but sure, but I just think that that's like, the hypocrisy is that he literally posts videos of himself diddling himself for the whole world.
He would probably he'd probably argue that there is on a few different levels. One, he'd probably say there's like some artistic merit to that. It's not just pornographic. But two, my
the same
guess,
thing with mine.
Okay, maybe. Two, my guess is okay. Hold on, sorry. Let me turn my camera. People probably jerk off to your stuff more than watch it for like an artistic thing. That's my guess. I haven't subscribed to your OnlyFans yet. Is it something different? If I go on there, is it going to be you dancing to fucking some crazy songs and doing some artistic shoot, or is it going to be you trying to get people to jerk off? You can tell me. You be honest. Okay, hold on. The fact you have to stop and think. Okay, so that's one difference.
Well,
the second,
I think that the female body is just more artistic in general than like a man like filming his face while he comes.
Sure, that's fine. But then the second thing he'll probably say, my guess, and I'm putting words in his mouth because I haven't talked to him about this. My guess, the second thing he's going to say is that OnlyFans lends itself towards people thinking they have more access to a particular person than they really do, and that's exploitative. That's probably what he would say, I would imagine. So he thinks even if he did do full-on porn, he might even prefer you doing porn on Pornhub to doing OnlyFans. He might say that one is preferred to the other.
He
But
said,
I don't know.
he said that was better, and I'm just like literally.
Oh, okay. Then that would probably be the reason why.
But I just don't understand. Like most women don't use OnlyFans and like talk to every single one of their, especially if like, I mean, I'm like one person. I have like a big platform. Obviously, I have a lot of people who buy my OnlyFans. I'm not having conversations with every single one of them.
Maybe not, but like usually,
them.
sure, and you might not be, and maybe the individual way that you engage with the platform, maybe not, but that is the OnlyFans model. The goal of OnlyFans and the way that it works is it feels like you've got more exclusive access to somebody than you would of them just posting pornographic videos.
Do you think that's bad?
Do I think that's bad? This
is the debate. This is the fight.
Well, I would have to think about that a lot. I'm not sure. I don't think it's inherently bad. Is it kind of exploitative? Probably a little bit, but...
Of who?
Of the people that are engaging in the platform.
Okay, but like, I mean, you're objectifying this woman, and she's getting, like, who's the chicken or the egg?
Okay, first of all, hold on. You're not objectifying the woman. The woman is literally objectifying herself, right? She's
okay, but you cannot objectify yourself without the male gaze.
No.
You can't. I can sit in my room all alone and wear nothing. I'm not being objectified when I'm alone.
That's true. But as soon as you start,
you need a man.
When you start
or someone.
No. Hold on. The objectification happens with the way that we engage with an object. When you're taking nude pictures of yourself and then putting them on a public platform, you've engaged in like a form of objectification. I don't think it's bad to objectify yourself. You can argue that like in some ways, I commoditize myself. Commoditize or
you
that
do
I
it worse
objectify.
Than I do.
Sure. I don't, but I understand why you say that. I'm empathetic why you say that. But like when you've begun to like turn yourself into kind of like a sexual product, in a way you've engaged in a form of objectification. I don't think it's bad necessarily, but that is kind of what's happening, right? It's different than sitting in your room alone versus taking pictures and posting on the internet for the express purposes of people to jerk off to them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm sure people are jacking off to you right now.
People, wait, you are or people are?
I am. No,
Okay,
people are.
based. Okay, that's cool. I just want to make sure we're on even footing here because I'm jerking off at the same time too. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some people doing it, but that would be a choice that they're making that is clearly outside the purview of like what I'm trying to do, right? Like,
No, but do you not see the difference that like also you're a man, so like regardless of whether or not
jerk off
I
to men.
even
Hey, calm down.
No, sure, but regardless of whether or not I had an OnlyFans, people would jack off to my pictures
Sure.
or videos of me.
Yeah, sure, but there's a difference between like that is like the purpose of what you're doing versus that's kind
Sure,
of.
I get that. I get that I'm objectifying or I'm putting myself in the space.
I can show you a camera
get
stream.
that.
You're not gonna do some crazy shit, right?
What?
I can put your camera on my stream. You're not gonna do crazy shit, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, just making sure.
What would be crazy? Can you show fire on YouTube?
Thigh?
You like my set?
Yeah, it's very spooky. Is that a real dinosaur skull?
Dinosaur.
I don't know what the fuck is it. I can't. It's an alligator. Gator. Okay,
It's
whatever.
an alligator.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right. Cool. Okay, I don't remember how we got here. Oh yeah, like the OnlyFans model seems to rely to some extent on selling this idea that you have more access than you probably really do to a particular content creator. Now, whether or not that counts as exploitation or whether that's good or bad is kind of up to, that's, I guess, an individual's decision to decide. I don't like gambling at all. I think that's a little bit exploitative, but like if people want to gamble, that's okay. You can engage with it in healthy ways. You can engage with it in unhealthy ways. I'd say that like OnlyFans is probably similar. There's probably healthy ways you can engage in OnlyFans. There's probably unhealthy ways you can engage in OnlyFans. Some people would say that giving people the opportunity to do it in an unhealthy manner and kind of baiting it is intrinsically bad. It's probably where MrGirl is, but I mean, that would be an argument you'd have to have with them, yeah.
I guess. I think that MrGirl also has his own thing with women. Maybe he feels like he's been taken advantage of by women. He seems to be like extremely charitable to men, but like villainize every single woman. At least publicly. I don't know how he is in his real life, obviously, but
well, women are villains, so I mean that's
why do you say that? People have been telling me to watch your white woman manifesto.
Women are the only thing that destroy me in life. Okay, I don't like them very much.
Why do you say that?
I'm just kidding. We
No, you're not.
We
or
do a
else
little
you
bit of
wouldn't say it
casual.
like that.
We do a lot of memes here. Okay, next topic.
You know what is so, dude, but you do memes and then like you already know this. You do a meme and then you're emboldening like actual.
No, I know this. That's why we had a big anti-woman arc for a while.
You had it and now it's gone and now you're berating me.
No. It is gone because I've cracked down on it hardcore because my audience was legit turning into fucking misogynistic incels. And
But you're allowed to do it then.
I do it very sparingly and they know that I'm joking, but I don't let my community do it.
Do they know?
Yes. They do because I banned all. We had a soft ban on all, even ironic misogyny got banned on my sub. So yes, we did a huge hardcore ban on it. Yeah, because every time I bring on a woman, Lauren Southern or Brittany Simon, anytime these two people would come on, my subreddit would go fucking insane.
Well, to be fair, the easiest targets to misogynize are those two women.
Sure, but you can shit on them without being misogynistic. That's the whole point, right?
Fair, but I guess they go for low hanging fruit, but I don't know. I feel like the way that you said that, you like actually do dislike women, or you have like a slight distaste for them.
You've caught me at a weird transitional area in my life. Okay, don't worry about it.
Oh no.
The
transition.
It's not transition.
Oh my god.
No.
Are you taking estrogen?
True. Yeah, and I actually hate myself.
Is
That's
this
where the woman's going.
trans?
Can we move to the next topic?
Women
You're violating my consent. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you're not. Okay. What were we talking about? What do you want to talk about?
I mean, I keep talking about things, and you keep like moving around. You're being a little slippery.
I'm not being slippery. It's just this
you
one
don't want to
topic
talk about hating women.
Yes, we don't want to talk about hating women. What's the next thing we can talk about?
We can talk about your conversation with Brittany Simon.
Sure. What about it?
I thought it was insane. I thought it was two completely unhealthy in relationships people like giving each other advice and like coming together to be like, yes, I'm so unhealthy.
Okay, gotcha.
And
this
you guys
is going to
are just,
be
like, affirming each other.
Okay, this is going to be one of those conversations. If you want to have this one, we can do it. I'm telling you right now, this is how it's going to go. You think you disagree on a ton of things. We're going to hash it out for a little bit. You're going to find out there are a little bit of semantic disagreements, but at the end of the day, we actually 100% agree on everything. Or you're wrong. So if you want, we'll go for it. What do you think we said that was unhealthy? Or?
No. I'm sure. I think that you're a smart guy. I also
Thanks.
think that you can tell me what I want to hear, right? I think.
No, I don't want to tell you what you want to hear. I'm not changing my answers for you, honey. Okay,
Sure.
calm down.
No, but I know that you know the answer. I just think that probably you will have a hard time putting the answer in practice, just like the rest of us.
Well, I don't tell people. Listen. The reason why I have so many great answers is because I'm making mistakes all the time, okay? I make mistakes just so that I can learn from them. I keep making mistakes so that I can keep learning. That's why I'm so wise.
I saw that meme.
Yeah, I'm so wise because I constantly go out of my way to fuck up my life over and over again so that I can bring this wisdom to my audience. So, yeah, I don't implement everything I say all the time in my fucking personal life. I know that. But what about it? What did you disagree that me and Brittany were talking about? Go.
I'm not going to pathologize you or diagnoze you, obviously. I'm not a professional.
Do it. Fuck it. I don't care. People pathologize me all the time.
No, I know. I've seen your Reddit.
True.
People think that you have BPD.
No. Nobody thinks
Yes,
I have
they
BPD.
do.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
I think that you might.
First of all, I absolutely do not. That's hilarious for you to think that. When you say BPD, you're talking borderline, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No. Just no.
Why not?
I'm like the least cluster B person in the world. What do you mean?
Is that true?
Yes.
You're a streamer.
Yeah, but I'm not a normal streamer, okay? I was a carpet cleaner first, number one. Number two, I'm the first. I am probably the first professional streamer in the world. I think I'm actually the first person to quit and do stream. I'm a unique person.
You're right. You're doing a really good job of like skirting narcissism personality.
It's not narcissistic if it's a fact, okay? I've been streaming for like 12 years, okay?
Personality traits. Let's read them off. I said personality trains. Autism?
Yeah, maybe, but that's okay. Or actually, it's really cool because girls don't usually have autism, so congratulations.
I'm autistic, and I was misdiagnosed with BPD for like most of my life.
Oh,
turns
I don't
out
know.
it's
Was
ASD.
it a misdiagnosis though? I'm not sure. We'll see.
Let's see. Pervasive distrust and suspicion of others and their motives.
No, I actually understand people's motives pretty well. They're usually
You're fucking lying.
They're selfish pieces of shit.
Everyone feels this way. Yeah, everyone. Yeah. Okay. So you think that they're. That's
I know what they're.
distrust.
It's not that I don't. I just don't believe what they say. I mean, but I'm.
Yeah, so that's pervasive distrust. It's so integral to you that
I can't help it if everybody lies. Okay, what am I supposed to do? All right.
I think that you're. To be fair, you're in a unique position because I'm sure a lot of
I
people
am
do
unique.
lie
Thank
to
you. I'm super unique, and they do lie to me.
That's
True.
also a thinking error and also a BPD thinking error.
Well, I am.
I'm
Okay,
unique.
we just talked about this yesterday. Okay, there's a lot of conventional wisdom things that apply
I
to
wasn't
most
here
people.
yesterday.
Okay, I didn't say you were. That's why I'm about to say what I said yesterday. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of people. Okay. Big problem with autistic people is you have a hard time understanding other people's minds.
Whoa,
okay? So,
big problem?
Yeah, big problem. So turn your thinking
Did
cap
you just
on.
say that you wanted
okay?
to eradicate autistic people?
No, what I said was you need to put your train set away and listen to what I'm telling you, okay? One of the problems with streamers is that there are a lot of conventional nuggets of wisdom that don't apply to us, to semi-public people. One being like, don't worry about what people think about you. Nobody's thinking about you. Like, that's not the case. That is the case, though, with your streamer. Everybody's thinking about you. Everybody's watching you. The idea of, like, don't judge yourself too harshly. Like, people don't judge you as harshly. Like, everybody judges. Like, there's a lot of, like, weird things publicly that you have to keep in mind that don't exist for private people. But regardless, yeah, you're right. I am unique and special. Okay. What else?
Unjustified belief that others are trying to harm or deceive you. It's the same thing.
People are harming and deceiving
Oh
me
my
constantly.
God.
I wrote a 100-page manifesto off of it, okay?
Unjustified suspicion of the loyalty or trust. Yeah, this is all the same thing. This is parent.
But it's justified. So I don't hit that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Disregard for others' needs and feelings.
I am a very considerate person.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I feel like that's not your lore.
Yeah, but anybody that knows me personally would say otherwise. My lore is I am a very considerate person.
You think Anna would say that you have cluster B personality disorder?
That is a name that we do not speak here, okay?
I'm sorry.
She who must not be named.
She who shall not, yeah.
Stop.
Persistent lying, stealing, using aliases.
Nope,
Destiny?
and nope. Not me.
Destiny?
I'm not persistently using different aliases. It might as well be my
That's an
fucking
alias?
legal name at this point, okay?
Yeah. I don't know. Reoccurring problems with the law. Haven't you been swatted?
First of all, I've never been swatted. And I stopped breaking the law.
Swat you.
Yeah, okay. I don't get in trouble with the law. I'm a good boy.
You've never gotten in trouble with the law ever?
I used to speed a lot, but my driving record is a different thing. But I've never gotten caught doing anything bad.
Men.
Yeah.
All men.
True.
All men. Hashtag all men.
Based. Yeah.
Repeated violation of the rights of others.
Nope. I'm very respectful of the rights of others.
Is that true?
Yes, unless bullying counts.
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
Aggressive, often violent behavior.
Nope. Not much.
No,
Sometimes
you don't think
I
that you
slam
don't
it
think
when I
your
play
tweets are aggressive?
No, you're bending everything to fit your to fit your model.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that it can be seen that way. You could very well not have BPD. I'm just saying that
Okay,
it
gotcha.
doesn't look
Yeah,
doesn't look that good for you right
it looks
now.
fine for me. Okay.
But I'd say like aggressive, maybe like call it like quote tweeting a rape victim, saying like the what did you say? That
I gave the salient advice that if one was not able to speak up during a sexual encounter, one should probably not be having casual sex.
That is very true.
Thank you. True.
I
Uh-huh.
advocate for celibacy, unironically.
Wow, nice.
For most women. I think
Okay.
that the sexual revolution has gone way too fucking far. and I think
Jesus
we've
Christ,
the
you
pendulum has swung.
Did become a
swung.
Nazi. Nice. I got a couple
I'm
friends
not
I
a
can introduce
Nazi.
you to.
I'm just saying, like,
Uh-huh.
well, especially with like Roe v. Wade being overturned. It's like, I mean, you really only have something to lose. Like, you have nothing to lose by just keeping to yourself and working on yourself and entering, a relationship and then having sex with someone that you trust. But
Mhm.
I just don't feel like society's in the place where we should be having casual sex the way that we do.
Wow.
I think it's crazy.
Okay.
And I think that's pretty based. And I think that if you disagree with that, you're pretty dumb. Let's see. Disregard for the safety of self or others.
No. I'm a
I'd
very
say that's pretty
considerate.
true.
I'm a very considerate person. You're just wrong. Okay.
I say that you probably talk about your relationship a lot on stream.
Yeah, but
And,
they do too, so that's fine.
Sure, but that doesn't. No, but you can't be like they did it first. You do.
It's not they did it first, so we have a mutual agreement that we're public people. So of course we talk about things publicly.
Sure. I think that's strange.
Well, I don't give a fuck what you think.
I mean, it's not about what I think. Listen, only God can judge. This is my religious arc, also apparently.
Why?
I'm not. I'm not religious in a Christian sense, but I think that I have become more religious into my 20s.
Cringe.
And like more spiritual.
Ultra
I've been reading like
cringe. Oof.
Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, and I'm very much like woo woo now.
Okay, pretty cringe, but okay.
Have you read that book?
Nope.
You should.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Are you an anxious person
No.
at all?
No.
Would you call yourself a pretty present person?
It depends how interesting you are.
That's hilarious.
Thanks.
Are you present now?
I'm pretty present, yeah. As we're going
Would you
down.
call me interesting?
It's a new conversation, but I'm not very present now because we're just going on a BPD checklist. You stopped talking about what you want to talk about, and now you're trying to diagnose me. Okay.
Yeah. Let's get back to diagnosis. I'm a
No,
doctor.
what did you? There must be something you wanted to talk about. I think you wanted to come on and talk about a conversation I had with
I
Brittany.
wanted to talk about a bunch. I do.
Was this
I
on the
do-
list
I
of
will
things I wanted
diagnose.
you to be? Do you want to do Myers Briggs next,
Come in
or
with a fucking list.
Okay,
I'm not
gotcha.
Brittany Simon.
no? I mean the BPD list. Okay. What is
Oh,
the?
the B-
Yeah, you said there was something I said to Brittany that you disagreed with.
Well, I think that it's not that I disagreed with it. I just think that you weren't probably like, if you want to talk about relationships with someone or talk about vulnerabilities or stuff like that, you should probably talk with someone who gets it already. You know what I mean?
I think me and Brittany get each other pretty well in terms of that.
No, I think that that's the problem though, is that you guys are dealing with the same neuroses.
Okay, I don't know why you would call them neuroses, but
What do you mean? Everyone has neuroses.
okay. So, what is your suggestion that we should have brought on a third party that has all of this figured out, and then?
No, my suggestion is that you should have been like, I don't know, dude. I don't know, life's lifey.
That's what a dog shit way to view anything. What do you mean? We're constantly trying to make judgments about how life is and what we think.
No,
about
I
life
think
is.
for content,
No,
it's
not
good.
for content.
it's
Even for
good.
like personal development. Of course, I'll talk things out with somebody.
No, that's
or-
like talking. That's like a girl talking to her single friends about how to keep her boyfriend.
No, it wasn't
It's
a
like-
conversation about how to keep her boyfriend though. Wasn't it a conversation of like what types of relationships you're supposed to pursue? What do you look for in good relationships? Like, I think these are a little bit more complicated than just like what do I have to do to make sure he doesn't dump me?
What do you look for in relationships, Steven?
I don't know right now. Okay, that's a different.
Oh no, are you closing? Are you closing it up?
just there's a lot of just nothing right now. I'm not having personal conversation about my relationships right now. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Oh.
But it's a complicated question. It's like there's a lot of time that you spend like figuring out like what you're looking for in relationships, right?
Let's
I don't
talk about
know.
history. I know that you were married before.
Well, yeah, my wife in high school.
I'm sorry, what? Your wife in high school?
We had to qualify for financial aid, and the only way to get financial aid was to there was like 6 ways to do it to be considered not a dependent of your parents. You either have to be married, which was the easiest. You have to have a kid. You got to be declared a ward by the state. Your parents have to be dead. You can join the military, or you can be 25, I think. So the only way to do it was to get married. So we got married.
At what age?
In Nebraska, I think the age of consent or majority is 19. So we had to wait till 19. I think it's the only state that's like that. Everything else is 18, but...
Silly.
Yeah, true.
What do you think the age of consent should be?
Depends on how hot the kid is.
Precisely. Wow, that's actually crazy. I didn't know that. And then you had a child together.
No, I had a child with the next girlfriend.
Oh, you're fucking kidding.
No, I was
Wow,
fucking Rachel.
you have a really good track record.
Yeah,
Has anyone told you that?
I have a lot of experience, is how I prefer to see it, but okay.
Sure, yeah, you keep making mistakes just to learn from them.
True, exactly. I've got so much wisdom at this point.
And you got married to your current wife at
Yes.
when? How long ago?
Oh, it would have been December of last year, I think. I'm not talking about my personal relationships right now, though. Not anything current. Just give me past stuff, or we can talk about something different.
I asked when it happened.
Okay,
Jesus Christ.
gotcha. Yes, December. Yeah, 7 months ago.
You're a little touchy today.
As opposed to how many other days? Okay, I'm always.
I guess I
touchy.
don't watch you that often. I try to keep the mystery alive.
Gotcha. I'm pretty mysterious, so good catch.
Yeah, you're pretty mysterious, except for the fact that everything you've ever gone through in your life is at my fingertips. If I so.
Yeah, that's what makes me so
search for it.
mysterious. Okay, how many other people are that open about everything they've been through?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so relationship is off limits, I guess. Let's see. What's got me in trouble lately? I think. Oh, I don't know if you're talking about trans stuff still.
Yeah, we talk.
There's always some
all
room.
sorts of trans stuff.
There's always some room for trans stuff. What do you feel about kids getting HRT?
I think that if we have developed an appropriate set of diagnostic criteria to identify early on when people are trans, then I think HRT for those people is super good.
So, like, what does that mean?
I think that if you are truly a trans individual, you're definitely going to know by onset of puberty, which is going to happen way before 18. Especially if you want to, if you've got a female sexed brain and a male body, going through male puberty, not to sound mean, but going through male puberty is almost
This brain thing is hilarious.
Well,
but
it is what it is. Going through a male puberty is really, really, really harsh on your body, and that it
Sure.
hardcore masculinizes you. So if there's a way to avoid that, which would probably mean some kind of like HRT or hormone therapy before puberty, I think that'd be a really positive thing.
yeah, I agree in some cases. I think that if you are transitioning from male to female,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's more justified to transition early, like
Yeah.
before puberty. But I don't feel the same way for females.
I mean, I don't know if
Testosterone does so much to a body, and it's irreversible in the way that estrogen just is not.
that is kind of true.
That is very true.
Yeah, but I like it's all gonna.
And we also know that the young female population is very like susceptible to fads and
Sure, I don't know if they're susceptible to fads of like going on HRT as opposed to just like being like non-binary and like
if they're susceptible to
Sure.
things
So hold
like
on, real
cutting
quick.
themselves, they're definitely susceptible to HRT or eating disorders.
Wait,
like
hold on.
how
Okay,
is that
yeah, hold on.
much different?
Wait, okay, hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay. Cutting
Oh,
yourself
no.
is a way different thing than anything you just mentioned. Okay, number one.
No, it's not. You're like, I don't know if they're susceptible to HRT because it's like this huge thing, right? It's a big decision. But so is cutting yourself.
I don't think cutting yourself is something you do just because you have a social pressure to do it. I think cutting yourself is a way to release endorphins and gain control of your emotional state. That like if you're feeling super erratic, you think people just cut themselves because they're friends?
I
Okay.
think that a lot of people.
I
cut
could be really
themselves because
wrong.
their
I don't
friends
know.
do it.
I'm only speaking from personal experience of cutters that I've known, but typically the
Have
way
you
that
ever been on Tumblr?
I don't know. I'm not talking about the internet. I'm talking about people that I know in real life. Okay, the way that I've ever seen it play out.
Okay, so as long as you acknowledge this, is
I'm
all anecdotal,
acknowledging
means
that.
nothing.
Let me finish my statement. The way that I've seen people cut in real life is it's not just like oh I'm cutting and I'm making things like cool blah blah. I've never seen that before. Usually what I'll see is a person is having an incredibly emotionally dysregulated event, or they're like being incredibly erratic, and when they cut themselves, it allows them to gain control of themselves, and they chill and they feel like way more calm after doing it. It takes them from like a state of highly emotional dysregulation to being in control kill themselves. Maybe that's not how everybody engages with it. I've never known like
that's
social
not how most
cutters.
people-
Okay, then maybe not. Then
And it's not like there's not like cutting parties, right? Like fucking yeah, there's not like Avon cutting parties, right?
sure. Okay, then maybe people are susceptible to social pressures for cutting too. Maybe that is the case.
I mean, we know that
and for-
suicidal ideation. We know that if there's one suicide in a friend group, there's going to be another one. That's like the risk is so much fucking higher.
So in my mind, cutting has nothing to do with suicide. Those are two totally different topics. They're not even related to each other. People that cut aren't trying to kill themselves. It's a totally different thing.
No, but a lot of them, that's like a comorbidity for sure.
It
So there
might be,
definitely
yeah,
is a
because
link.
there's some form of like.
It's not. It might be. There's a link. There's definitely a link.
Comorbidity doesn't mean that like one is the same thing as the other, right? Like there's a comorbidity
No,
between
exactly.
being
No, I know,
overweight
but
and being.
like I just said, there's a link.
Sure. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Let's calm down for a second, okay?
I'm calm.
I'm not calm. Okay. I'm soing the fuck out because you're triggering me. Okay. All right.
Sorry
That's
for
okay.
being a woman.
Yeah, you should be. Okay. Especially because today you don't have to be. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Exactly. I'm being brave by continuing to be a woman.
This started with you being critical of the HRT stuff. Any critique you're going to give me about social contagion theory or about some people, having irreversible effects on children's bodies and we should avoid that, I'm agreeing with you. I would agree with that. That's why when you asked me how do I feel about it, the initial condition that I gave was insofar as we have a very effective diagnostic model for early trans people, HRT should be available.
What does that look like? That just feels like an impossibility.
Maybe it is. But then if it is, then I would
you're
agree.
just saying a big nothing burger.
It's not a big nothing burger because we don't know if it's an impossibility because it's still a relatively new area of science, right? If it was the case,
I think that we've been doing this since like the 20s.
No,
Yeah.
where we're at with trans.
We've been diagnosing dysphoria since like the 10s and 20s.
Sure, but the way that we treat trans people socially and the research and everything that we have now that's coming out in biological fields or psychological fields is very, very, very new. This is a pretty new area
No,
of
how
study.
we treat it, but dysphoria is like we've been trying to measure dysphoria for years and years and years and years, and there's just no way to do it. Like there's no show me where male and female is in the brain. Like it just doesn't.
First of all, so you
exist.
can already cut into brains and figure out like differences in brains even for trans individuals, but that's not always going to be 100%. We're
No,
not even.
that's not even 50%. That's like it's
Sure, hold on.
nothing.
We're not okay. I don't know if you realize this, but
I've
you're
been
not.
Jordan Peterson killed.
Sure. Okay. I would never trust Jordan Peterson on anything related to this. But
I'm just kidding. I'm
okay,
just kidding.
Hold on. You and I are not disagreeing on anything. I don't know why you
No,
keep trying
we're
to contradict
not.
me.
I don't.
Okay.
You need to relax. You need to take a breath.
You're right. I do need to.
We're not disagreeing on anything. We're just talking. We're having a conversation. Not everything's a debate.
You're right.
Sometimes you just have a little friendly conversation.
True. Okay. Let me.
What's going on?
Let me.
What's going on?
Stop. Hold on.
Steven.
Let me.
What are you feeling right now? Do a
I'm-
body check.
I'm feeling like I'm soing out, and I don't know why. Okay. Just chill. Give me a second.
It's because I'm very smart and cute and funny.
Okay. Is that your hair or is that a wig?
This is my hair. Do you like it? I just changed it recently.
Nice. The fringe
I
is a
actually
little
don't
bit of
care if
like
you
a
like it,
warning. There's
but-
like there's a certain type of fringe that girls get that's like a warning sign for them being absolutely fucking insane. Yours is close to it, but not quite.
Oh, the micro bang? No, this is like a Zoe Deschanel. This is like I'm
Yeah.
quirky.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm chill. Okay, I'm recovered. Okay,
Oh my god. Yeah, this is when you need to read Eckhart Tolle.
I'm good on that. Okay, so
Are you not? Are you against like New Age philosophy?
you keep interrupting me, and it's gonna make me soy out
I'm
again.
sorry.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah, you can. I'll
Thank
let you.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
I think we would both agree that if there was a diagnostic criteria or model that produced like 99.99% accurate results in figuring out who was trans, then HRT would be fine. If it was the case that it's only ever going to be like 50% or even like 90%, then it's probably not fine because there's a lot of collateral damage there, right? Now, whether or not it can or cannot get that good is something to be determined.
What is the collateral damage? Like trans people killing themselves?
No, the collateral damage would be transing people that aren't trans and then having to detrans basically, right?
Well, no, exactly. So this is, I think that you avoid this when you know, estrogen is much less strong.
From an ultra scientific standpoint, I think I agree with you. But from like a social standpoint, I don't know if you could ever get away with saying we only let like females.
This is so fucking stupid. I think that all this equal language negates like that there are differences biologically between men and women, and we should acknowledge them. I don't understand why we shouldn't. Like, I think that's fucking stupid. I'm a feminist.
agree.
I'm definitely
I
a feminist, but
I agree with you.
I think this whole thing that we can't treat, especially if you're someone who thinks that trans women can't compete with females, I don't know why you're also like,
Listen, I
we
don't.
shouldn't.
So your tone of voice is making it sound like we're having a disagreement right now, and we're not
I'm sorry,
disagreeing.
I'm a little aggressive and whiny
I know
today.
we're not disagreeing. Okay, maybe what you're saying kind of makes sense. That like because
Mostly definitely makes sense. I'm right.
True. Okay. I'm just saying that it's probably going to be, and we can agree that if you give somebody testosterone, there are certain effects on the body that I don't think ever go away. Like I'm pretty sure your Adam's apple, if you lose all your testosterone, that doesn't go back. Like the cartilage like moves out and that's like a permanent effect. I think effects on your voice and everything I think are also permanent. I think for things like testosterone, it's hard. You can't just get rid of those. Whereas estrogen, I think you take it and once you stop taking it, like the distributions of fat, your skin, like that will actually go back roughly to where it was. All I'm saying is that on a social level, you agree that it's going to be really hard to say only trans women or only trans men can get treatment before 18, but trans women have to wait. That's just like a...
Should be 18. I think this whole 18 number is ridiculous for everything. I think it's 16 you're ready for most things.
Wait,
so
really?
Yes.
Okay. Like what?
Like I think you're ready for sex at 16.
Well, you're ready
I think
for
you're
sex
ready to
at...
make. I think that you're ready to have, medical responsibility.
Kind of. I mean, we have to be. There's like, okay, so technically you're ready for sex at.
By the way, I'm 16. I'm just kidding. I'm 24. I'm 24. YouTube.
Okay. You either need to start cutting or start killing yourself. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah,
okay.
I know.
Okay.
I've done both. I've
so
killed myself.
When we talk about sexual consent and all of that, it's a little bit strange. Technically, we would say that people down to 10 or 11 or 12 can consent to sex, but just with themselves, right? Like 13-year-olds can fuck 13-year-olds.
I know. The thing is that it's with an adult.
Yeah. I don't know
like
if a
you're consenting to
16-year-old...
sex with an adult.
Yeah. I don't know if a 16-year-old is ready to consent to an adult. Maybe
You
they're
know
actually...
about Romeo and Juliet laws?
Yeah, but usually that's only going to be within an age bracket. Oh, sure. Okay.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Sure.
So like a 16-year-old probably shouldn't have sex with someone like over 30.
Sure.
But I think a 16-year-old can have sex with a 25-year-old. I think this whole like
it's you know what? Sure. I would agree with you. I would say there are a lot of red flags, but it's not necessarily prohibitive. Sure.
Totally. I don't believe in like morality to any. I don't believe in like general morality. I don't
Okay, sure. Please stop making it more and more extreme every time I agree with you, okay? You would probably agree with some type of morality, right? Rape is bad. Do you think or no?
Well, I think that that's also something else. I don't think that all rape is created equally.
I didn't ask you that. Rape.
No, so that literally. Okay, then you also agree with me that nothing is like objectively moral.
Okay, I do.
If you can say that two things are different than each other, then what the fuck is what does morality mean? If two rapes are different, I think if you get technically raped when you're like drunk, but like usually, you have sex with your partner when you're drunk and you just didn't say no. I think that that's like different than getting raped like Brock Turner
If I
style.
give you a Pepsi and I give you a Coke, they're both soda, but they're different. I can show you two different types of rapes
Thank you so
that are
much
different.
I actually didn't know that.
That are different, but are both still bad, right?
Okay, but so here's another. You say bad, like I guess.
Bad is in its.
Well, here's my morality.
Good is
saying that something is good and bad, because I also think I'm a MrGirl person where I don't think that like all rapists are like bad. Also,
okay,
like
that's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
Do I need to get a drink? I feel like I need a drink for this conversation. I need you to.
What time is it where you are? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
You need to just slow down. Okay, you are.
I do.
Dashing. From
You're
topic
talking
to
a
topic.
mile a minute, buddy.
I'm not. Okay, you are moving a mile a second through these topics. Okay, you just moved through like 7 different peripheral topics, and I'm still holding the Pepsi and the Coke in my hand. Okay.
Okay.
When we say good or bad, goodness is usually in accordance with some virtue or good thing, and badness is usually in discordance or discord or.
Okay, but what is a virtue? I'm just saying there's subjective morality.
Sure. Hold on. We can have
but there's not an objective morality.
We're not arguing about objective or subjective morality. We can have
We were a little bit.
No, we weren't. You can have a subjective morality, but still have good or bad things within that subjective morality, right? Kind of like how we can have rules for fictional worlds, right? If Harry Potter started shooting Dragon Ball Z Kamehameha waves at Voldemort, we would say it's not in accordance with the rules of that world, even if they're fictional, right?
Sure, but this is like societal.
Okay, but we can still have
So that just means that we all agree on a subjective term of morality.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah.
With that.
Okay.
But I just don't. That doesn't mean that there's like an objective morality.
That's true, but I don't believe in objective morality, so I wouldn't argue that.
Neither do I.
That's
so we're
good.
fighting about nothing.
I'm not fighting at all. Are you fighting?
I am now.
Okay. Not everything has to be a debate. Okay.
Oh, thank you for telling me that. I'm the chronic debater.
Right now in this conversation, you absolutely are.
Is that true? Maybe I just like to fight. What were we talking about before then?
Which of the 15 topics that we just ran through in 2 seconds are you referring to?
We agreed on the HRT to some extent, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, wait. Okay, I just had this debate with this guy Will and his channel. He was the one who made the Extreme Daddy Festo.
Oh god. Yeah.
And that was fucking crazy. He's a little stupid, a little naive for that guy's crazy. But anyway, Will made that video, and Will's kind of like, I don't know, he's like religion pilled right now for some reason. But we were talking about sex work and like the morality behind. He said that sex work was bad.
Okay.
Because of like the mental health effects, right? And
Okay.
also like
Wait.
just in general.
Hold on. Wait. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm clicking through pictures of you because people are linking at my chat. Were you a cutter at one point?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Why did you self-harm? What was the thought process for you?
Yeah. Thanks for letting me extrapolate on that. I was going to, but you kind of just like talked me in circles.
First of all, you're the one riding in circles. I'm barely keeping up with you. Okay.
I was a cutter from when I was like maybe 12 to 21 actually. So I cut for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely started out as like I'd seen it on TV, right? So it's like sort of that copycat thing where you're like, okay, you're not just going to cut yourself randomly, especially like, you know, most teenage girls are going to see it for the first time and then
you need
adopt
to be
it.
exposed to it, otherwise you're not going to have the feeling to do it. Sure, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Okay.
so I was on Tumblr also. I saw it a lot, and you know, I wasn't like a particularly squeamish person, so I was like, yeah, I'll do this. And then I also was like, oh, this will make my mom pay attention to me, right? So it was definitely attention seeking, but then I started to really like it. Just to have like a physical something that I could see that I had done to my body and something that I could like do. It was like, I mean, mostly I think as a teenager, I was just like fucking bored. Like I just didn't have enough stimulation. And I was just like, I don't know. I was like finding things to, make myself feel anything. I was also like deeply in like eating disorder and, you know, doing my thing. But I think definitely it had a lot to do with like a social aspect also. Because on Tumblr, you know, we made these like little communities, like me and a bunch of girls or even like gay boys, where we're like cutting ourselves and showing each other photos of it and showing each other photos of like the scale once we've like lost weight.
When I brought up my personal experiences with this to counteract what you were telling me, why would you not bring up your personal experience with this?
Well, also, I think that you already... So I also have this thing online where I feel like as like a pretty girl online, people are already fucking expecting me to be fucking crazy.
Okay, sure.
And
Well, I just said
and
because it
I'm
seemed
not.
like this was really relevant information to the conversation
No,
we
I
just had.
know.
I don't know why you
I'm
withheld
trying to-
this.
I'm trying to decide how much I give to the public because it feels like I don't want to add to narratives because I want to be able to control my narrative to some extent.
Sure.
And if people are like, "Oh, she's a fucking crazy," like I don't want to be like an.
You don't want to get
She
boxed in
shall
really
not be
quickly to a
named.
particular thing. Sure.
Yeah,
I understand.
exactly.
Okay.
And I don't want anyone to like tell me that I'm hysterical. Listen, there's so much misogyny online that like I have to protect myself from some of it.
Okay,
And
sure.
yeah, but I mean, obviously that's something I'll talk about, but I don't know. And also, you were just talking so much. You were like Ben Shapiroing me, so I like couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. What? Okay. What are you drinking there? I don't care. Actually, I don't know why I asked.
Essentia water.
I still don't care.
Sponsored by.
True. Okay.
Hashtag ad.
I cut you off. What were you in the middle of talking about before I was creeping your videos?
So I also have an experience with being. I thought that I was non-binary when I was a kid.
Okay.
So when I was like 14, I was like coming to terms with the fact that I like liked women.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, with gender roles, I was like, how can I be a woman that likes women?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And I hadn't seen a lot of trans people, but I had seen like one trans person on like America's Next Top Model, and I'd watched Degrassi about, you know,
Mhm.
I think her name's Ellie, who transitions into a boy or something, and I was like, wow, this. And also, I'd never been like specifically like molested or anything, but there was always this like air around me as a kid because I'm obviously a pretty girl. I was pretty growing up also.
Okay.
So, you know, I probably, at 5, there was, like, my first instance of someone being like, you know, your mom and dad are going to have to chase the boys away with a bat. You know, just, like, things that they tell women.
Yeah.
I knew that there was, like, an object sexuality within me that I had to, like, prepare for and fear.
Okay.
And so I think that having an out and being like, oh, you know, I'm seeing all these, like, non-binary people online, like, this sounds like something that would work for me. I don't have to be a sexual object. I can like what I like also. Like, I don't have to wear pink or whatever. It's funny because I'm wearing pink now. But, you know, there was more... I mean, you're a young girl. You look at the difference between men and women. You're like, there's more freedom of choice in being a man under a patriarchy, right? And I didn't even grow up in, like, in a house with gender roles. Like, my mom and dad raised me as, like, a boy, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I went hunting with my dad and, like, went shooting every weekend at, like, the gun club. Like, I was very much not raised that way, but for some reason, like, even though I was raised that way, societally, like, even looking at magazines and shit was, like, really... It had been ingrained into me. There was no way that my parents could stop it. And yeah, so... And also, you know, I saw my mom, like, picked apart her body her whole life, and I'd, like, watch her in front of her mirror and just be like, oh, my boobs are so... My boobs are too big, my hips are too wide, my butt is too wide, and I was scared of it. I was scared of all of it. And being trans felt like it was like going to give me an out. But I got sent away to a treatment center before I could transition, basically.
Sure. This is an experience. This is an experience
you're doing a really good job focusing on me right now.
I am focusing on you. I just listened to every single word you said. Wait. Hold on. Before I answer, 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I'll just be here.
Yeah, you do that. I've gotten a few emails from people, and I've read accounts of people that are like, it seems, I don't want to say obvious, but in the journey of their self-exploration, they kind of flirt with or visit a couple trans topics, when in reality they're just like a tomboy, or they're like an effeminate man or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like the question is like, socially, are we pushing people that would just be like effeminate men or masculine women? Are we pushing them into more trans topics? I don't have an answer for that. I don't know what the answer is, but it is something probably to be worried about. I think that in general, I don't think that we don't have good conversations about trans people to trans people or potential trans people. It feels like, it's just a feeling I have, I could be wrong, but it feels like there's a little bit too much affirmation or validation when it comes to gender stuff, rather than
Jordan Peterson pilled.
No. Rather than having like challenging conversations about your potential
That's
gender.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
that's what Jordan Peterson
That's great.
says.
I'm sure he does say that, okay? You know, stop clock, something like that, yeah.
Is it like there should be no thing as like a gender affirming therapist? Like, you're not, why do we need to affirm that? Like, imagine like a schizophrenia affirming therapist. Like, that's insane. The idea of that is fucking crazy. But I think that you also don't understand, because you're like, how old are you now?
33.
39?
33.
33. Old. Boomer. But, you know, you're not on TikTok and stuff, and now that being trans has like social capital, especially for like, you know, white women, right? Like, a white woman is dealing with misogyny and, you know, dealing with white grievance, right? So, you know, it seems easy for this person to like identify as something other than woman, and, you know, it's being applauded, because then, you know, some sort of, I mean, we laugh about the oppression Olympics, but it is fucking happening. Like,
yeah, of course, sure. These are all valid concerns to bring up. Yeah,
sure. And I think that on TikTok, you're like, we shouldn't care about TikTok, but social media runs the fucking culture.
What if I said we shouldn't care about TikTok?
Well, no, I was like, I don't know. I think you alluded to it earlier. Maybe I'm making it up. I think I might have made it up. I'm sorry.
Wait, that I alluded to what?
That like TikTok was stupid. I've heard a lot of.
Oh
people,
no, I just think that like I mean like we can talk about concepts related like social contagion. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. And I've gotten like so much anecdotal experience from people emailing me and telling me that like in their schools there's like 50 million non-binary white women, you know, that all dye their hair and use and all this shit. And it's probably because they see a lot of it on Tumblr and shit. That is true for sure.
Yes.
I just get worried sometimes that people get so fixated on that they want to go in the opposite heavy direction. Be like, I don't think trans shit is real at all. We should never talk to kids about it. Because sometimes it feels like people go really extreme in the other direction, you know?
Sure. I agree with that. And I think that that's why I started my platform. Because I wanted to have a voice in this. Like it's better that I talk or that, you know, people like us talk with like a trans person or a trans activist rather than like a bigot or like, you know, like a Nick Fuentes talking to like a trans person.
Sure.
But also people are now calling me alt-right.
Yeah,
because
well, I mean, like, because you just have to be careful
crazy.
because you're hitting on a lot of the talking points that, like, anti-trans person would say. So I think you have to be careful with your caveats and be careful with, like, the counterexamples or the contradictions that you're bringing.
I'm so sick of being careful.
All right, well, then don't get mad at people fucking call you a fucking Nazi.
I'm not getting mad. I'm not getting mad.
You're mad.
But I think the optic game is so fucking stupid. I'm so done with it. I just want to... If we play this optic game... I mean, I literally bought into this optic game. I was posting shit about trans women being in sports and being like, who cares about sports? And I was doing that because I knew that it would get fucking views, just like everyone does online. And it's ridiculous that we're playing this fucking game with each other. And also I realized, like, how disgusting is it that I, like, partook in that and also, like, perpetuated misogyny. Like, to not care about women's sports is, like, I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I publicly did that just for some clout. And people are doing it every fucking day.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's bad. Bad things. True. 100%. Just can't go too far in the other direction.
This is why I think that we've all dehumanized each other in the last couple of years. Especially
I think
after, like,
politics has always been about dehumanizing your opponent. It's like a thing that's...
Yeah, but more so than ever. More so than ever.
It's probably gotten more so than ever because the internet is splitting us up more. It's letting
extremism.
us well, it's letting us divide ourselves more and more and more and select for hyper specific groups of thought that we haven't been able to do. And then enforce
there's like
them.
infighting, like with every it's fucking ridiculous. And also, like, I don't know. I think this is pivoting again, sorry. But have you ever been friends with like a trans creator and then you said something like, I don't think that they should be able to, you know, trans women shouldn't be able to compete in women's or female sports, and have they like disowned you?
I mean, the whole that's why I got banned from Twitch, arguably. That what you just said. So
yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. But I like that hurts. So I'm trying to find the balance between like not thinking about optics, but also like, I don't know. There was this girl I followed this trans woman who most of my friends are trans women right now. Okay. And I was following this trans woman who I don't have any non-binary friends because I think it's silly. But anyway.
Okay.
But I am friends with like a lot of people who are like transsexual, who label themselves as transsexual. Okay. But even in that, these are people who are like pretty moderate in my experience. Like I've never met any transsexual person who's like super duper crazy and woke.
Usually if they're using the term transsexual, they're going to probably be like an older breed of trans person. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, most of them are like over 25. Yeah, definitely. But I had said about, so, you know, in Los Angeles, there was like the WeSpa thing where like it turns out that the trans woman who came in was actually like a pedophile.
Yeah, or I think they had like a sexual assault history or something.
Yeah, not a pedophile, but just a sexual. Sorry, I almost extreme girled. But was a extreme girl or extreme dad. Yeah. Yeah. But I was talking about that, and I was like, listen, I'm gonna teach my kids that, like, you know, a woman can have a penis, and, you know, primarily women have vaginas, but a woman can have a penis, and that's just the way that it works. But also, I can sympathize with women who do not know how to have that conversation with their daughters, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a very, very, very new stuff, right?
Exactly. And I'm like, listen, like, especially, you know, as a child, I think it's a net positive that we teach young women or children to be a little afraid of men, and not like afraid of men to where it's like, you know, every man is going to assault you, but like be weary around these people because people are going to hurt the most vulnerable populations, right? And usually they are men. That doesn't mean that it's always men, right? But I think that, you know, saying that, you know, I think, at least how I was brought up, my grandma used to always tell me that a man had two heads. He had a brain and he had a penis.
Okay.
And if he was thinking with his penis, he wasn't thinking with his head, and vice versa.
Sure.
And I think that a lot of women are brought up that way, and I think that that's like, I'm conservative in the way I guess I want to keep a little bit of that. I don't believe in separatism fully, but kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously like have to be wary of men for reasons. Yeah, I don't disagree with
Sure.
that. Yeah.
Sure. And I don't think it's because all men are predators, obviously, but, you know, a couple of them are, and they're usually going to be men. But yeah, so I was just saying that, and I was just like, listen, a little girl is going to be very confused when they're in a changing room and they're alone, or they're not alone, and they see a woman with a penis. Like, it's going to confuse them. And also, like, they're not going to know what to do, and that could potentially be traumatic or not, or, you know, something. And I was just like, listen, we just need to talk more about this. And this girl who I'd been following, this trans woman, was like, I can't believe you would say something like that. And I've stuck around for a long time, but I can't do this anymore. And my heart like sank because I like love this girl. Like I've been following her forever and we've been mutuals forever. And so much of like her experiences that she talks about are like so identical to mine, because I think that trans women and you know, cis women have like pretty identical experiences. At least like transsexual women and women have pretty identical experiences. At least after transition, right?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how to stay true to myself and what I think, and also like I guess I should just not fucking care how many toes I step on, but that's so lonely and isolating.
Yeah, I mean, like there's ways that you have to have these combos, which is what I brought up earlier. Like you have to caveat a lot so that it sounds like you're being considerate of the issues, and you have to recognize that there are going to be times where it sounds like you're on the sides of people that you probably don't agree with, but it's going to sound like you're taking the sides of those people, right? Especially when you start talking about like, I don't think HRT should be available to people before 18 or whatever. Like you're going to line up almost, you know, lockstep with people like Ben Shapiro on topics like that. So people are going to, it's not fair, but people will instantly associate you with those kinds of people. So the onus is on you to try to differentiate yourself with the other types of things you talk about, right? It's difficult, and I agree that like there's going to be some people that hate you no matter what.
It's never enough.
Sometimes it feels like it never is, yeah. But I mean, like you do your best, and hopefully the culture eventually changes so that we're not like as hyper like partisan or hyper like purity testing as we are right now. Yeah.
Yes, dude. It's like I can feel that people are getting exhausted, though. I fear that we're gonna go into like another Gamergate situation.
Yeah, if we're not already, it definitely seems that way. Yeah.
Yeah, like I already have people like I'm joining Discords where people are like saying the N-word again, and it's like, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
I know how you feel about the N-word.
Yeah, true. Yeah, good one. But yeah, it definitely went.
Do you still have that stance where it's like if you say it in private, it's like fine?
I don't care what people joke about in private. I don't give a fuck. I never cared.
I'm the same way.
Okay, cool.
I'm the same way.
Okay.
I think it's ridiculous to like police the thought policing that we're doing to each other is just like so inhuman. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely worse than it ever has been, right? You've got people like there was that one. I think there was a black kid that saved a video of a 14-year-old high school girl until she applied to college at 18. Where she said like the N-word, like because she got her driving pass. She was like, I got my driver's license, N-words, like the soft A or whatever. It was stupid, but she was like 14. But he saved this video until she applied to college, and then he released the video. So
that's evil.
It
actually is. I think that's worse than her saying it.
It is a million times worse. It's worse than her even saying the hard R. That's like an insanely fucked up thing to do.
Absolutely. I think that's fucking crazy. Obviously, being a public figure, I've had my share of, you know, cancellations about stuff like that. But dude, it's fucking crazy. Because, like, some of it I'm like, this is still funny. But then, you know, for a while I was, like, having to placate people with, like, I'm so sorry, I've changed so much because I was, like, so scared, right?
You're going to lose, like, half your audience if you're, like, making this transition to being, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I built up this platform of, like, 800,000 people on TikTok. And TikTok is, like, you know, like the fucking breeding ground for that, right?
Yeah,
so it's like
the new Tumblr, basically.
Exactly. And if I want to monetize that, and if I want to monetize my audience, I have to keep giving them what they want. Well, so it's like
that's what your OnlyFans is for.
No, that's another question I have. Do you think that people will take me more seriously as like a socio-political streamer if I stop doing OnlyFans?
Maybe not, but that's a huge. I don't think it's worth. I would still do it. It's not like doing OnlyFans is like contrary to any of your big political beliefs or something, right?
It is a little bit.
Wait, how? Why?
Because I don't think I'm pro sex work.
Okay, well, why?
Well, I think I think I'm dabbling in being a rad femme.
Okay, wait, is this where that whole male gay shit? You don't like the idea of like having female bodies available for men to objectify or stuff like that, or what do you mean?
I know that. Well, I mean, listen. I can have my utopian pipe dreams, but also there's like reality, right? Like, there's no instance, and I think evolutionarily, a man is gonna look at a woman and be like, this is a conquest, right? Like, I don't think that that's just cultural. But yeah, I think that like, especially like the porn industry, I think is like pretty evil, and like a net negative to society in general. To women, like young women, like there were so many young women now who the second they turn 18 are like OnlyFans. And I think that's disgusting. I think that's really sad. And I also think that not only does this mess with women's brains, but like, I think actually primarily this affects men's brains.
Yeah, possibly. There's been a lot of like people trying to research like the effects of like massive porn consumption and then what people think of like women and everything. Yeah.
I mean, to be like quite vulnerable, like I've dealt with porn addiction on and off in my young life. Because I started watching porn at like maybe 11.
Okay, jeez.
Yeah, and this is like, you know, and people like, especially I have bangs, right? I have bangs. Everyone's like, you know, this is a girl who is unhinged, was probably like molested. That's like the thing, right? And I was never molested by like a family member or like a stranger, but I think that I was molested by having unbridled access to the internet at like 11.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, it like might change your mind.
Don't we know? Isn't there a study that watching porn too young is like almost the exact same trauma as like getting assaulted?
I don't know if that's the case, and I've never heard that before. It might be true.
Not the exact same, but I'm sure it's similar. I mean, you've got to imagine.
I could imagine, but maybe not. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. There's probably a lot of different types of ways you can engage with porn too, right? So.
Sure. But very quickly, there's no healthy way to engage with porn at 11, right? It's always you're hiding it from your family.
Well, no, there's probably like, there's a lot of bodily exploration that children engage in from 6 months onwards, right?
And you should be able to do that. I think that, you know,
real quick, what I'm saying is that like, there's probably like a way where like, if you're a curious kid and you like look up like big boobs, chest, and you see a little bit of porn or whatever, it's probably not the end of the world. But if you start getting obsessive about it, or if it's affecting the way that you see other people and stuff, then that's probably not good for you, right?
This is why I think things like Playboy are actually like, you know, still images of like a naked woman. I think that that's fine. Or even, you know, I think when I was young, I was like masturbating to like, probably Scooby-Doo, like watch it, not Scooby, but Velma. Okay. I had like a partialness to Velma, and I remember being like, yes, I really like Velma, she's very hot. But like, I think that that's like normal and that's healthy for like around 10 or 11, right? But what I was doing at 10 and 11 was I was falling down this rabbit hole of like extreme rough porn.
Yeah, that's probably not good. If that's happening at like really early ages, and that's probably not a good thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy to do that, though, also. And then, you know, I've been on OnlyFans, and, like, nothing I post is, like, extreme. Like, at all. It's more than lewds, but it's not, like... I'm not doing some of the stuff that my friends are doing, which is, like, you know, the harnesses that are, like, keeping you open and then, like, machine fucking you, like... Base. I'm not doing shit like that. Power to the girls that are doing it. Actually, no, not power to them. I think that that's...
Yeah, you hate them now.
Probably bad. Yeah. But, yeah, I think that that's... I think that that's bad. I mean, it got to the point where I was like, you know, the white woman meme that's like...
fucking like, a dog or in the background? Or, sorry, what?
Yeah, not... This is really... I'm MrGirl level vulnerable right now. But, like, I was looking at, like, you know, like, people having sex with animals and not becoming aroused, but just becoming... You know when you get, like, nervous and you know that something... You're, like, not supposed to do something and you're like, oh, this is arousing?
I don't feel that, but I've heard a lot of people say, no, a lot of people, yeah, there's a really weird thing that a lot of people talk about that I've never felt before. One is like the need to escalate into more and more extreme versions of porn. I've seen a lot of porn, but I never feel that need. And then two is like this weird shame that comes along with getting off to certain stuff. I've never like some people talk about this idea that like they finish masturbating, like, oh God, like what have I done? What was I looking at? I've never felt that before, but I've heard that it's like a really common thing. Yeah.
What do you watch when you watch porn?
I don't want to get into my personal porn habits here. Dogs, okay? Why? Dogs and women, all right?
No, stop. But I mean, like, is it pretty normal? Like,
no, yeah, like it's all like fairly normal stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my partner's the same way, where he's just like he started watching porn at like 19, so like really late. and maybe 20 actually, and he was like, it was very much you know, just normal sex. Like he doesn't get the whole, even like he's so vanilla that he doesn't even like the power struggle stuff, which I think is hilarious. But
Sure.
you know, there are people like you guys who can have normal relationships with porn. I just think that like,
yeah, it
I
seems
think
like
a
there's
lot of
that
people are
concept of a
from
lot
the
of people
experience.
escalate and escalate and escalate. I don't know why or how that happens, but yeah.
Sometimes people just have that in them, right? I think
guess,
it's
maybe, yeah.
yeah, and that's hard to. It's like you can't test for that, so it just seems like as a whole, maybe like I'm really against kink also,
What does that mean?
like BDSM. Like I'm really against
okay.
BDSM.
But you're okay with like the light power struggle stuff?
Yeah, light power struggle stuff is fine.
When
Like,
you
even
say you're
from,
against BDSM, you're talking about like lifestyle oriented stuff or just like people in
that,
outfits?
but
like...
also like if you are getting pleasure from like beating a woman, there's something wrong with you. Like that's not like a kink. That's like you need to go to therapy or get
Oh
locked
shit!
up.
Do you know that Brittany Simon person? Have you ever talked to her before?
No.
Shit, she has like really strong feelings and does a ton of like BDSM stuff. You guys should have an argument over it.
I'm sure she'd. I don't know if I have any. I think her whole thing is like really weird, and I don't want to engage with it.
Oh, so you're gonna max her basically?
Yeah. Well, no, I think she is like kind of culty, and I just don't understand the. She's obviously like, you know, she's evolving on her own, and that's incredible. You know what I mean? But I think that when you're evolving, you like can't. The whole thing where she like people get like a rating like 1 to 5, like that's that's a cult. That's actually ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's from this like this, you know, broken woman who, albeit she's putting herself back together, but it's like, to what authority do you have to speak on any of this? It's like, it's so strange. And obviously people want to understand themselves, so they're going to go to people like Brittany Simon and to affirm them and be like, oh, you know, you're a 3 but you could be a 5. I think it's really manipulative and strange. And I think that, you know, yeah, the BDSM thing is just so fucking gross, and I don't care if you're like, no, I'm re-traumatizing. Like a bunch of girls will be like, this is like the new thing on TikTok, and it's like, I'm taking my power back by doing it by choice. It's like, no, you're not, dude. You're fucking trauma looping. Like this is what we do as humans. We consciously put ourselves in shitty situations. I mean, I've been that way in relationships. I'm sure that you have, even though you don't want to talk about it, where we will keep triggering ourselves with the same things. We have types, but our type is oftentimes things that have already given us trauma that we have to re-loop, to work through, to learn, because we have a pathological need to like...
Okay, chill. I agree with you that there are people that say that they're like getting over, or this is how they're like empowering themselves or whatever, but they're not.
Yes,
they're
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but there are probably some that are, but I'm uncomfortable framing this.
No!
Stop!
Talk to any therapist. No therapist is going to be like, yes, it is a good thing that you are letting your man beat on you because your dad used to beat on you. That's fucking ridiculous.
I'm just saying that it feels weird because we're essentially attacking Brittany's point of view on this, but she's not here to defend herself, so...
Okay, then she isn't here to defend herself, and I'm talking about the idea widely as a whole. I'm not even talking about Brittany.
Okay.
But yeah, it just feels like women in general have this like degradation, humiliation kink that is like just so embarrassing to me. Like, maybe it's because I would be considered like more dominant now, but I was so submissive in my early 20s and like late teens, where I was so submissive.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where it was like I had relationship. I'm a recovering BDSMer.
Okay.
And I remember I would let this like SoundCloud rapper, oh Jesus Christ, but I would let him like spit on me, beat me up, like leave bruises on my body, and then I'd be like, he loves me. Like that's insane. That's insane. And no, girls are not telling each other that this is bad. Like,
you don't think
just,
if you can have like
LOL.
if you can have like a kink for like some light power struggle stuff, you don't think you can have it a little bit more extreme?
Here's the thing, I think that moderation in everything. It's like you can like weed, but
yeah, but
when
how do you
go
figure
into
out like
opiates,
how do you figure out what
different.
the moderate thing is though here?
Okay, so how do you know that you just like weed if you don't try heroin?
Well, because weed and heroin are one, totally different classifications of drugs.
They're downers.
But two, I would look at the effects they have on your body and your life, right?
the effects on a body, and also let's talk about the societal effects that BDSM has.
Jesus, you're hopping around topics like crazy.
No, but do you think that a man can beat a woman and get sexual gratification from beating a woman and then be like, yes, women are equal to men?
I couldn't, but I couldn't get sexual satisfaction from raping somebody, but people do. People do. I don't know. People do.
No
people
one can, because it changes your brain chemistry. Nobody can.
Okay.
That's insane. It's insane to think that. It's insane to think that anyone thinks that.
Okay, maybe.
It's common sense.
Oh, well,
You wouldn't get it.
if it's common sense, who am I to argue against you? My bad. My mistake.
I would like to talk to Brittany Simon. I don't know if she'll talk to me. I badmouthed her a little bit here. I don't think that that'll make her stray, though. I think that she might. She did that with Max, right? But I'm different than Max. I'm stronger.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I can ask and set it up. I'm just curious to see you two go at it. That sounded way more sexual than it was supposed to be. But it would be, yeah, it'd be interesting.
We both have an OnlyFans. Maybe we'll go at it.
Wow, nice. That was pretty not very rad femme of you, if I'm going to be quite honest, okay?
Oh, so I'm not. Oh, okay. So so I actually can't feel sexual feelings towards a woman. That's like, I have to.
No, but just not in a combative manner. Not in a
not-
combative manner, okay? You're going to go at it?
Yeah, like
Not
sex.
cool. Not, oh, yeah. Okay,
Not like a fight.
Okay.
I would never fight anyone.
Okay. Anything else you got? I got it. My viewers are waiting for me for viewer columns.
Oh, are they over me?
Well, no, but I don't want them to get upset.
Are they getting upset?
Well, I'm supposed to do viewer columns, and I brought you in the middle for like an hour chat. So
We should talk again. When you're ready to talk about your relationship, we should talk again. I have some thoughts.
we can talk about relationships in general. I just don't want to talk about any specific relationships.
That's so interesting because this is a new thing.
Yeah. Congratulations.
I think that's pretty healthy, actually. I will commend
True.
you for
Thank
that.
you. Yeah, I agree.
And I like that you've kept that boundary, even though I've walked around it. I think it's very cool that you have.
Well, thanks. You know, I try not to be a fucking victim, so.
Can't relate. As a woman, I strive to be a victim.
I know. It's all good. You got it. So it's OnlyFans. Yeah. Okay.
See, this is what you totally do hate women.
Just all the ones that I talk to. Okay, not all of them.
No.
Okay.
That's rude to say.
Is it?
I don't think that you hate me.
Oh.
I'm gonna MrGirl you right now.
Okay.
I think that you love me.
Gotcha.
I think that we're in love.
Okay. We might be.
What did he say to you? He was like,
to you or to me?
no, to you.
I'm cool with MrGirl. Don't drag me into your petty struggles, okay? Max is my friend, okay?
No. I know. I'm not. I think that your relationship is very sweet and cute. I'm not trying to get you guys to not be friends anymore, but I think it is very funny how he weaseled himself in.
He didn't weasel himself in. He reached out. We had a chat. We clicked really well, and we talked.
And you guys fell in love.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I'm jealous because
You're looking for that type of deep connection that you just.
No, I just want to be part of the inner circle. Like, I want to be friends with everyone. And I think I'm overcorrecting because now I know that Max hates me.
Oh, well, you know what? We call that clout chasing, so.
That's not clout chasing. I have more clout than him.
Well.
In general,
it's
more
like
people know who I am.
Okay, but he's in my orbit, so I collectively share my clout with him, so. Do you?
Your orbit.
Yeah, true. Okay, you wouldn't just measure the planet Max. Okay,
Who
you'd
else
measure
is in your
the
Who
sun.
else is in your orbit? Is Brittany Simon in your orbit?
A little bit.
Who else is in your orbit?
I don't know. It depends. Why are you trying to fill out the asteroid belt or something? Do you want to? Yeah. Well, keep bringing topics. You're already farming my chat well enough. Keep shitting on Brittany and Max maybe, and they'll like you. So good job.
I'm not
Way to
shitting
go.
on Max. I think Max is great.
Oh, but you are shitting on Brittany.
I'm not even. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I think Brittany's. Yeah, I think she's doing bad things online.
Okay.
And I think that in a world where people are already villainizing women or seeing them as sexual objects, I don't think she's doing a lot to persuade men that women are people.
Gotcha.
And complex.
Okay.
But thanks for having me on. I can't wait to be part of your orbit.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thanks for chatting. It's been fun. We can chat again later too if you want. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Bye.
See ya.
Unhinged. Jesus. Okay. Damn, do I seem like that in Converse? I feel like she kept going from topic to topic to topic. I was getting mentally fatigued trying to keep up. Check this Nim clip thoughts. I don't know what this means.
League of Legends, sure a bit. He plays a lot of League. Can he summon Tatarigami? I don't even know what that is, but no. Does he barter? No. Mr. Mooten, Twitch streamer. What the fuck is that picture? League of Legends, sure a bit. League of Legends, sure. Mooten, Twitch streamer. What the fuck is that?
Jesus Christ. All right. Ah, the drama farmer. Wake up, sir. Irish. The evil one. Oh, he's not here. Never mind.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. What?
I was on mute.
Okay. What do you got for us?
Oh my God, Destiny. Stephen Kenneth Bunnell.
The one
At last we meet.
True.
Yes. I have so many things I could start with, but I'll only start with two.
Okay.
One of them is I want to know what that crazy hypothetical is. I won't leak it, I swear.
I'll think about it. What's two?
You have to stop being Coomer Brain, Destiny. It's embarrassing, okay? You're supposed to be this cool logic bro, but then all of a sudden, anytime a girl shows up, you just become like the biggest Coomer beta dork I've ever seen, especially on Twitter, the way you simp over that soft darling person, or just anyone. Like, seriously, Destiny, you need to stop it. Because it's your kryptonite. It's actually embarrassing.
Okay. My kryptonite is not Coomer brain. My kryptonite is another type of brain. So that's not even true, number one. Number two, there's nothing wrong with, like, quote unquote, like, simping for, like, online chicks who are posting nudie pics or cute pics. That's fine. I don't think there's any problem with that. If somebody is like, yeah, that sock darling girl is hot as fuck. If she posts it, of course I'm gonna fucking like it and whatever. But I mean,
no, I'm not saying you can't like stuff, but the way you kind of, because you're supposed to be this suave guy, but then as soon as a girl shows up, you kind of lose it. Like, I even saw it in this conversation.
who do you think who do you think I've lost it with? Wait, who am I losing it
in
with?
this conversation with the previous girl, as soon as she was saying anything, you were just like, you couldn't handle it because it was a girl. If that was a guy, you would have like nipped it in the bud and gotten her straight away. Because it was a girl,
hold on. The reason why I couldn't
like,
handle it was because she kept jumping. No, it was because she kept jumping topics and going from one thing to the next, and I couldn't keep track of the conversation.
If a guy was doing that, you would have stopped them quick.
No, but I'm trying not to be. I'm trying not to.
She was getting under your skin. She was making you mad.
Yeah, but it wasn't because it was a girl. It's just because I'm trying to be more chill and calm in conversations, right? Like,
it's because it was a girl.
Okay, you're just wrong, but okay. What
Cat,
else?
Copy him right now. He's
okay.
coping.
If it was the problem wasn't it was a guy or girl. It was whether or not it was 2019 Destiny or 2022 Destiny. If it was 2019, I would have started screaming at them to shut the fuck up and stop hopping topics. That's what I was said.
Okay. I'll not take any more of your time because I'm too cool for this, and also you suck at League. But other than that, you're brilliant.
Okay, love you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Jesus. Who are 9 inches? Or
hello.
Hi, what's up?
Could I try and sell you on a program for note taking?
No, I'm already using Zotero. Why does everybody have their own program they want to sell me?
What the fuck is that?
It just keeps track of links and shit for me. What do you want to sell me on?
You need to try Obsidian. That's the based and red pilled note taking app. Do you do Markdown at all?
Like the Reddit
you
shit?
Do it, yeah. You do it for your positions website too, right? Because that's like DocuSource and all that shit.
Yeah. I need to update that again. Fuck. But okay, go ahead.
So yeah, then I'm gonna sell you right now. So Obsidian will let you write it all down in Markdown.
Okay.
And then you could also link your notes into like a big web of notes.
Wow.
So you could have a...
People are saying Obsidian sucks because it's a flat system with no hierarchy.
It does have a hierarchy.
Wow,
People
nice.
are dumb.
You own that guy. Okay.
Yeah, so you can have like a main note and then that note could have a link to the other note. So the way that you would do it is just like bracket, bracket, and then in between that you'd put the title. And
Okay,
then when you
keep
click
going.
on
Okay, I
that,
don't care
it
about
goes
this. What
to
else? Anything else you got for me?
All right. So you're becoming religious?
No, I'm just chilling.
Did I miss something? Because I know that you were like super depressed the other day.
Nope, nothing got missed, and I'm just chilling.
Okay, okay. Well, I guess that's it.
Okay, love you,
Try
buddy.
obsidian out. Do it.
Okay, I'll try it.
You'll like it. I'm
Bye.
sure. Bye bye.
What do you want?
Oh wait, is this me?
Yep, the one and only.
Oh right. So I just paused the stream. So, I wrote down a couple things that I wanted to talk to you about. First things first, the Minecraft server. Are you gonna play it? Because I had a build going, and I don't know if I want to finish it.
Why would you not finish it just because I'm not there? Are you building it just
Because
for me?
no one plays. There's like 3 people on there today.
Well, I moved on to Factorio, so build it for your own happiness. I'll come by and check out what you guys are working on later, so you can all feel noticed, okay?
All right, thanks.
Anything else?
Next thing. Virtue ethics from an atheistic perspective.
Okay.
Do you think religious people have a lot of meaningful things to say about virtue in general, or no? Do you think that just saying, "Oh, God is the master of all things," is that at all helpful?
No, but I think like anybody can give you probably some insight into like some type of virtue. But like the meta ethics are trash, so for whatever that's worth.
Sure. Next thing, how do you divorce the beliefs of a person from them having good input in other circumstances? So an example of this would be a flat earther being like a really good carpenter, and you want to believe that they have good carpentry knowledge, and you want to learn that knowledge from them, but it's sort of hard to divorce that from your other knowledge of them also believing in something that's completely irrational.
I don't know. I'd have to like see their reasoning, I guess, because if somebody's shown to use poor judgment or reasoning in some areas, then I can't really just take what they say like at face value. I'm gonna have to see more to trust them, right?
Yeah. And do you think having a firm religious belief is one of these things that could also be considered to be more irrational?
No, it's okay. I mean, it's kind of irrational, but it's gonna depend. It's gonna depend on what kind of religious person they are.
Protestant, Christian.
It's gonna depend on like what their beliefs are. If you're like a flat earther,
Okay.
like 6,000-year-old young Earth creationist or something, then I'm probably gonna call into question a lot of things. But if you're like, I have a personal relationship with God and I pray for guidance and all this, it's a lot different, you know.
All right. And the last thing, religion as a cultural performance. If you don't believe in it, but still think that it might have some benefits to be raised in a religious society, is there any circumstance in which you would raise your kids in a religious society even if you don't believe in it?
I mean, if you're in a society, you're kind of trapped in that society, right? You kind of have to raise your kids in
Well,
it, right?
no, not like it's like a choose to go to a church and like do all these things, do the performance of a religion while not.
Maybe it honestly depends. I'm almost certainly sending Nathan to the high school that I went to, which is a Jesuit high school, which is a Catholic high school. So because I think the education there was really good, the teachings were really good. So I guess in that sense, maybe my answer would be yes then.
Yeah, but you'll obviously tell him from the beginning that, oh, this is stuff that they believe that we don't necessarily believe, and give him context to believe to realize about those religious beliefs before they try to like overtake.
Maybe it depends. Maybe I'll let him figure that out himself. Maybe I'll just give him gentle guidance on it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
All right. Well, that's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Love you too.
Hi, what's up? Hello. Okay.
Wait, shit. Hello, hello, hello.
Nope, you took too long.
Oh, come on.
Okay, what? Go quick. Now I dragged another person here. Go.
3 things.
Three.
Glute take. Gorilla Mind's not great. Or Gorilla Mind's not great. Or your walking take. Pick one.
Walking take, I guess? I didn't even hear the other 3 things. Walking, go.
Okay, the other day you said some stuff on stream about walking being kind of a bad method of training for most people or yourself, that step counters were a meme.
Yeah, that if you're trying to like train cardio or something, like the step counter is worthless. It's probably okay to have like some level of physical activity rather than nothing, but you're not increasing your cardio or anything by just doing 10,000 steps.
Okay, yeah, hard disagree for you and probably 99% of chat. I think that's probably true if you're a cardio bunny. If not, you're probably going to be in zone 2 if you're walking. And that's
do people normally walk in zone 2?
I think if you're not doing other cardio, and for like most chatters, and probably, do you play any sports other than like lifting occasionally or do any other cardio stuff?
My lifting is a little cardio intensive right now, but
yeah. So if you're not doing anything else, you're probably going to be high zone 1 or low zone 2, in my opinion. Check it yourself, but almost.
Can you give
true.
me like what is the heartbeat you need for zone 2?
Zone 2 goes up to around 60% to 70%, I believe.
Of your max heart rate?
Of your max heart rate. Or if you want to do heart rate reserve, there's also...
You're telling me people walk at like 130, 140 BPM?
People are out of shape as fuck, yes.
Okay, then I take back what I said. If your BPM is 130 to 140 while walking, then yeah, that counts as cardio. 10,000 steps is probably fine.
Okay. And then you probably don't want to engage on glutes at all, right?
Glutes?
Yeah, your glute take.
No,
can't grow your butt.
I don't need one. You can grow your butt, just not like the fat girls on Instagram. But I don't want to go. What else?
Do you are you okay with talking about some criticism on Gorilla Mind?
About the Turkestrone or whatever shit?
There's a lot more than that.
I actually don't even care that much. If you don't like the supplements, don't buy them. But like the supplement market, it feels like VPNs, where like every single one, people have like 70 million pages of like criticism or whatever. From what I've heard of Gorilla Mind is that like the pre-workout stuff is fine. Anything else is like do at your own risk. But I don't know if there's any like everybody agrees this is like the perfect supplement company. I don't really care that much. But
okay, I understand that. I think there's lots of supplement companies out there that sell bullshit, and I think there's a lot that don't. I think
what do you think is one that plug the one that you think doesn't?
My Protein, Dymatize, and Optimum Nutrition are all great.
Okay, I use Optimum Nutrition for protein. I don't buy my protein from Gorilla Mind. And I use ON for my creatine. But I think creatine monohydrate is kind of hard to fuck up. It's just like a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But like 99% of fitness industry is bullshit. It's pretty much like just one level below psychics in terms of like manipulating people into expecting bullshit.
Sure, a lot of it looks like a lot of it feels like basically neurotropics, basically, where it's like this thing is going to
nootropics.
Yeah, and it doesn't
fat
actually.
Burners, tons of bullshit. Turkesterone test boosters. Like the only things on Gorilla Mind that I think are real are probably the whatever the stupid cum stack is that probably works even though it's a meme, and then the protein. And you're probably paying way too fucking much for it anyways. If you have to pay $60 for 15 servings of pre-workout, like that's insane. You can get enough creatine and caffeine pills to do pre-workout for like $10 for a month.
Okay, there you go. Anything else?
No. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I love you, buddy. Be careful. Hello. Wait, not you. You were in here before. What's up? Oh, but now you're not here. Wow. Gotta talk to some cattle? I don't know. I'll be back. Hold on. Catch up on donuts. Where's Dan at? That's the real question. Sorry.
I never thought that it'd be so simple. But I found a way, and I always thought that it'd be too crazy, but I found a way. God bless you for this infuriating content. Great exercise.
What's up,
The stream,
guys? How we
Thanks
all
for all the
doing?
good times throughout the years, and may we have many more in the future.
You guys have a good day today? Do anything
Just
exciting
kidding,
or interesting?
Woo! Woo!
I watched a little bit of that that discussion with that girl. Huh. Seems like she wants to be a she wants to join the squad. I just thought of something. I should not. Never mind. I was thinking of there was a scene in Homelander. Never. I have to stop. It's very early enough. Okay, never mind. With the Deep and
What is up, my fellow
Starlight. So, how are viewer call-ins going? Who wants to? Let's see. Who wants to talk to me? I'll just. Lawson Harrison. Hello. Lawson. Hello. Oh, that guy's not here. Salted Sam.
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
How's it going?
All right.
Have you been drinking, Dad?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, good job.
You have a question?
Yeah, I've got a question for Destiny.
Well, you better come up with one for me pretty quick.
I don't have one. You can check with someone else.
Okay. Good luck getting dragged in here again. Down South Ghost, what's up?
Hey, what did you do in the military? Just curious.
Mostly whatever they told me. A lot of lawn care.
Sweeping the parking lot, that kind of thing. Got it.
Yeah, getting weeds out of the parking lot, lawn care. They'd make me clean the boats. What else?
For sure.
I don't know, just like general bitch work, janitor, kind of.
For sure. Yeah.
It was
I feel like
not
that's
fun.
any that's any like military though. Come on, man.
Well, it wasn't good. It was most...
Dan.
You have a question besides that?
I have a question for Destiny.
All right.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, you're fucking based as fuck.
Thanks. I try.
Yeah, you're my actual role model. Hey, look, listen, I just wanted to...
You could do worse. I feel okay. Like, honestly, it's a lot of pressure, but you know what? Realistically speaking, you could do worse. So.
Not true. I just wanted to say that I am not a fake moot. I am a real moot. Thank you. I've been using this name longer than Mootin, so. Yep. That's all.
Is that true? Since when?
2004-ish.
Really?
Yep. It was a nickname when I was a child.
Really?
Yep.
What did the moot stand for?
Just a play on my first name is Matt, so.
Well, you're doxing yourself a little bit there, Matt.
Not really.
No?
There's a lot of Matts out there.
What's your last name, though, Matt?
Gotta go, Pepe.
Alrighty. Ring me
Who
back,
else?
Dan. I want to ask you something. J Kaz, what's up?
OMG, Dan Poggers, what's up, man?
Oh, mate, how you going?
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, what's up? How we doing?
All
What do you
right.
want to talk about? I have a question. I have a thing to talk about. I want to talk about Trump. You
What
know,
about him?
well, you don't think he's going to be the front runner, right? What do you think? Or has your mind changed on that?
I think he'll probably still run.
Oh no, he's going to run. Yeah,
Dan, give me tips.
Pretty
I'm
confident
opening my
on that
first
too.
company. DeSantis seems like the only person who can take him out, and I don't think he would risk. Like all he has to do is if DeSantis, he's young. All he has to do is wait 4 years, and then he's fucking good
Why
forever.
wouldn't you wait?
Just wait. So I don't think he would run. So that means if Trump runs, DeSantis probably won't run. And
yeah, go on.
I don't think Trump would win though.
Have you seen the drama recently that Trump's spinning with the Saudi Arabia Gulf stuff?
Nope.
He's I think he like rented out one of his properties. It's like 50 miles from like the 9/11 towers, and he's made a deal with Saudi Arabia to have like a massive golf tournament, lots of funding and stuff like that. And there was a video released of 9/11 family members and stuff, which like called him out.
Destiny,
and, like, called out
you fulfill your
the
furry
entire
convention
tournament
promise.
stuff. And I think things like that just are not a good look for him. Not a good look at all. And if he keeps blundering in those sort of ways, especially when it comes to the 9/11 stuff, then I think he's also like wobbling as a whole in general, because like I just feel like the whole like the election was rigged doesn't hit for like a big chunk of the Republicans. What do you think? I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Like obviously for like a majority of Republicans, it's like
Euro cut, Euro cut, Euro cut, Euro cut.
I feel like there has to be a minority where it's like,
Euro cut, Euro cut, Euro cut,
this is kind of ridiculous. Go with Trump, but maybe that fades over time.
Euro cut, Euro cut, Euro cut, Euro cut, Euro cut, Euro cut.
I honestly don't know, but I know right now if Trump was to run, he would be the Republicans' homie. That's it. But I think he would lose, though. I'll say that much.
Wow. I don't think Trump will be the Republican nominee.
But you want to put money on it?
I'm poor, so.
How much you? So you want to put like $10 on it?
Don't obey
Yeah, I'll put
now.
$10 on it.
Okay,
I've been in a
everyone.
walk all
J
day
Kaz,
today.
I have
And
accepted
yesterday.
it.
I
One
just
for
have
one odds.
questions.
I will
It's
collect
so
money from you.
cold.
Okay.
All right, yeah, sure. I'll collect money from you.
I'll collect money from you. All right, I got to take some more in the meantime. Have fun.
Okay. Wait, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Sure. Peace. Alrighty, who else is in here? They want to talk to Papa Bear. Oh, what's a cool? Yes. How do I? Let's see. Move to here. What's a cool? What's a cool?
Yeah, my
Hi.
man. How you doing?
Fine.
Yeah, you've been keeping as busy as I imagine you are lately.
With what?
Are you keeping as busy as I imagine you are lately? As you are a fantastic real estate mogul.
Yeah.
That's what I want to hear. I specifically popped in here because I wanted to say something to you, Dan.
Okay, I'm listening.
As the best of all of us here.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple. You see, if Dan has 1 million fans, I'm one of them. If Dan has 1 fan, I'm that one. If Dan has no fans, that means I'm dead. Okay?
You're making this a little cringe right now. You're going to make it cringe to be a Dan fan, and that's not the move, okay? But I appreciate it, okay? But you got to keep that to yourself. Like, post that anonymously to Reddit, not under your name.
Understandable.
But okay.
Fair enough.
No, just...
rent's in the mail, and the tip will be under your door. Have a good one, man. Stay safe.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, well. Who do we talk to now? There's so many people in here. How much can you sell feet pics for online? Is that a thing? Talk to everyone? I don't think I can. That's dangerous because, you know, people can.
I can't believe people are
Well, I mean, I guess
talking
he's
through
not
my
on Twitch
donation
anymore.
and have you no fucking respect, you fucking animals. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what do we do? How about this Tommy K guy? He says to bring. No, we do it quick. Hello, Tommy.
Oh, yo, is it Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, dude? Alright, wait, listen. Can I have a job?
Like taking photos of my feet, or
What? No.
Hey,
No.
and
so you're gonna be picky? What skills do you have? What skills do you have to do more things than that?
Computer science? Wasn't that the thing? Don't you have like an army of like computer science simps that like wrote redact.dev for you?
Yeah, but that's written. That's done. The only thing I'm gonna market for right now is a feet photographer, and that's you.
Really? That's the only thing you've got going? It's just
You're
your
too
fucking feet?
you're too good for it.
I am too good for it. I'm way too good for it. Dude, what was that $1 billion idea that you were like secret memeing about like, a while back?
I don't know. I have so many $1 billion ideas. How can I possibly keep track of them? I mean, I do keep track of them. I have a big notepad file. Yeah.
What's the top one right now? What's your top $1 billion idea?
Well, feet photos.
Right beneath feet photos, I meant.
Oh, okay. You already asked for a top one.
The second top one?
I can't do that. That's too.
You can't do it. Too many secret memes. All right, so Dan, just between you and me, while there's no one else in the room here, okay. What was the bomb dropped at the dinner yesterday? You were vague about it yesterday. You gotta. It's just us here. You can tell me.
What bomb drop?
You were in chat. You were telling about the thing that people have been vague posting about.
I really
don't
can't.
pretend you don't.
I do know, but
Yeah?
I can't say.
It's just us here, Dan. You can trust me.
Just
Darius
know.
is deafened. He's not gonna say anything.
All I can say is just know that Lycan has not been seen in chat.
Ooh.
Okay? I can't say anything more than that, but he has not been seen in chat. Huh. Curious. So.
Wow. Dude, where's Whew? What?
Just
like,
make the
why did
stream
I miss
dummy
why
woman.
that got removed? Do you know?
Who?
Whew. That emote. Whew. Wow. No, the white face. You know? It's an RTVA.
I don't know. You're asking all the wrong questions to the wrong person.
Well, I don't really have anything important to talk about because I'm just talking with you, so.
I'm important. I'm way more important than Steven is. You ain't got nothing to ask me? I'm a fucking self-made millionaire.
How should I become a self-made millionaire, Dan?
Take feet photos.
Take feet photos?
Well, you got to get in the ground floor.
I think taking feet photos at this point is like trying to jump on a sinking raft. So.
Well, you're not even willing to do it. You won't even start at the bottom.
I think when you're taking feet photos, you always got to start at the bottom. Am I right?
Nice. Wait, what are we starting at the
That
bottom
was
for?
a really good one.
That was good. All right, Tommy, I'm gonna put you back. You know, well, actually, you know what? You go ahead and ask your question to Destiny. You were.
Oh wow, damn.
Lucky.
Joke's on us. This is just Dan
Finesse.
talking to himself.
All right, I don't actually have. I was trying to scramble to come up with something. Destiny, what? Okay, gun control. When I talk to people about gun control, it seems like most of the policies that they suggest are actually like complete bullshit and would not actually do anything. So, do you actually support any like new gun control policies?
The only one that matters: making each bullet have the $100 tax.
Good one. Somebody posted on my subreddit somewhere that there were like 2 or 3 things that were like probably pretty effective when it came to gun control, but I don't have the post on me right now. I don't know what they are off the top of my head. I think red flag laws was one of them, and waiting periods was another. I think those might have been the 2.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to red flag laws, maybe they're effective, but how do you get around the argument that you just can't take away someone's like constitutional right like that without a trial?
I think we can though, can't we? Like in the case of like if you're like a felon, can't you not own guns and shit?
Yeah, but a felon
has
gone
been a
through.
conviction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the process would be, but like I want to say that red flag laws. I know that personally, even pretty strong conservatives I know are like, red flag laws are probably okay sometimes. I've heard that said personally. I think even in the broader convo, I think conservatives are kind of okay with that. I think it probably just depends, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, if the political will is there, there's a way.
Well, they're not okay with it because the NRA is not okay because give an inch, take a mile. That's what their fear, right?
Yeah, pretty much, I guess. Okay. Last thing then. Yesterday you were talking about the main thing you brought up when it comes to like explaining trans people was like the idea of like sexed brains, right? And like a male brain and versus like a male body, right?
Okay.
So I just want to say, if evidence came out just like disproving the idea that there existed like male or female brains, or that you could be like born with the wrong brain, that wouldn't change your position, would it? Like nothing would really.
Well, I wouldn't believe that I wouldn't believe about that fact of the matter. Then it might still be the case that like it might still be changed. It might still be the case that the best treatment is still like HRT and everything. But at the very least, I would have like a different mental model of how I would approach like trans people.
Yeah, that's more or less what I say. I guess in that case, what I would just say is that, I mean, maybe that's a useful way to like, I guess, explain where you're coming from to people. But I don't know if it's a great thing to bring up just because.
I mean, I think people care about the fact of the matter. You think the evidence went?
Sorry, say what you just said?
I think people do care about the fact of the matter. Like, I think that's an important thing. We should be like looking for that.
Oh yeah, people care about the fact of the matter. I guess what I'm just saying is that, the idea that there are like male or female brains, I don't think that the evidence is on that side. And so I think if your ultimate argument is, okay, whether or not it's true, like it might still be the case that like we should just treat these people, we should just treat them as the gender identity.
Yeah, that still might be the treatment anyway. Maybe. Yeah, that might be the case.
Yeah,
but, I mean,
I think you should just focus on that more.
I'm good. I'll focus on what I like to focus on. You fucking piece of shit.
Okay, well, fuck you, dude.
All right, love you.
Yeah, see you, dude. You disconnect me? I'm not disconnecting.
What? Elo Turtle, you're here.
He's gonna be a League player.
Hello, how's it going?
Wait, how do you know? Are you a League player?
Wait.
Yeah, he
what?
is. Alright, what do you want?
Oh, right. Oh, wait, I need to turn the screen. Yeah, thank you. Great. Yeah. So I had two questions actually. Okay. So first of all, first is a quick one, I suppose. So, like you said, could you recall what your take on gambling and NFT sponsors is? Like,
I personally don't like. I personally don't like gambling as much. I don't think I'll generally support it. I don't generally do it with sponsors. NFT shit. What more specifically? What is the question?
Like, you know, the whole sponsoring people, taking NFT sponsors and, you know, promoting NFTs to people who might not be, you know, might not really know what they are getting into.
Careful, he might be trying to catch you here.
You think that's fine? I don't give a fuck about people promoting NFTs, but like if you're telling people that they can like flip them and make a ton of money, I think that's pretty dumb. I think that's not generally the case. I think it's an irresponsible use of them.
Okay, got it. Because what I'm getting at, I thought we were actually kind of okay with like promoting gambling, right? That's what I recall.
I mean, other people want to, sure. I'm not like, it's not like a huge thing. I don't think it's like fucking evil to do it. I just personally don't. I'm not a big fan of gambling, so I don't think I would do it unless I got a lot of money for it.
Exactly, because I'm wondering where is the line exactly, right? So
I don't. If you're gonna ask me like what's the difference between mobile games and blah blah blah, I'm not gonna be able to tell you like what is the fucking. I don't know. It's a feel thing, right? Or what about like loot boxes in CS:GO, or what about that? Like I don't know, or skins in games. I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to tell you exactly. It's like a feel thing, but it's not like a huge moral position where I'm like gambling is the evil there. I just personally don't like it that much. I don't think people should do it, but
I see. All right, because for me the line might be like one criteria that I have in mind is. How much does this thing rely on people acting unhealthily? Like, for example, mobile games rely on whales, right, to make income. I think generally, like a huge chunk of income comes from the whales, and I think gambling is similar. So if an industry relies on people, on the people who don't do it healthily, then maybe that is a guideline.
I mean, that could be the case for a lot of things, though, right? Like, isn't the anime industry, some of it built on people that are, like, spending a ton of money on toys? Like I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
But is it
every industry is
it,
probably somewhat supported by whales, I would imagine. Maybe.
Are they like kind of to the point like? Are they destroying their lives with it? Right? Are they really spending their like life savings and so on? If toys are that addictive, then maybe actually I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I'm not individually trying to legislate that. If the governments want to make laws or whatever, that's fine. But that's too much down the road for me to think about.
Sure. So you don't have those like refined ideas. Got it. Nice. And another thing is like for whatever it's worth, which is probably not much, is I think we have like similar thinking process when it comes to processing things, like how we approach feelings, like all of the stuff that you talk about having a bizarre brain. Like I was curious, to what degree do you think you can learn this thinking process?
I have no idea. I don't know how much you pick up at like really early ages versus like high school versus like I don't know. I have no idea.
Like, so for example, do you recall yourself ever going through that process of learning?
Depends on which process you're talking about, I guess.
So for me, at some point, I decided, for whatever reason, I want to be like super rational, like do actual this logic brain. And well, at some point I started adjusting, like I developed kind of almost a process to how to get closer to that ideal. Like, do you recall yourself ever thinking, okay, I feel this way about it? Really
yeah, probably
sucks.
around the time when you're going from like, I would imagine anybody that's going from like being really religious to being not religious, you probably have to think about it quite a bit.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a thing for me too. So you have learned it to some degree, right? You were
Probably, I would imagine so, right? Yeah.
Because to me, that's like a super curious thing, because you have a lot more experience talking to people, and like one of the things I've actually learned from listening to you is like I really appreciate the brain chemistry things. And like, have you tried coaching anybody through it and seeing how effective it was, especially for someone who was like you said, already kind of in their 20s or something like that, already kind of settled in their ways, so to say?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried like helping anybody become me or anything like that, or like coaching people. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's super curious, because like on the one hand, I feel like I have developed a process, like I basically can go through the steps. Maybe it came more natural to you. Like to me, I definitely had many places in which I wasn't sure how I feel about it, and I kind of went through the whole process and even changed the way I feel. And yeah, like you start with your rationality, then you kind of slowly expose yourself, like make yourself comfortable, kind of attach your new feeling, even if you feel the old way, kind of remind yourself that this is not the way you want to feel, right? Like you can go through the steps, and yeah. But I mean, if you can't recall much, then I suppose you don't have much data, because like I would like to even teach this to some friends that I see, like I see you could be better, and,
yeah, sure, but I mean, you have to start from a position of thinking your process is already really good, which I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's hard to know,
Exactly, and they have to want me to help them, and there's of course a lot of steps in between. But okay, that's curious. Okay, last thing, I remember you said plastic surgery you were not a fan of. Would you mind saying why? Is it like the same thing?
I just like trying to like design bodies that like look very out of the norm. I'm personally not attracted to the aesthetic. I don't think it's good. And it's probably not societally healthy to have people trying to like surgically design their bodies to look like some weird ideal that is not even really human.
But like, what do you say? Like, we have some genetic range of looks, and like to me, saying, okay, don't have a plastic surgery to somebody who's a free or whatever, like,
sure, if we're talking about like hideously disfigured people, right? Then maybe. But like, I think that
have to be
as
hideous,
we
right?
Well, I think you have to be hideous. I don't think I don't think people are naturally going to be like that fucked up looking. I think that's like that's incredibly rare. I mean, maybe in exceptional circumstances, maybe you can justify it, but like the problem is like people are moving, like the norm of what we expect a human to look like is moving so much further in one direction because of like the incessant obsession with like filters, makeup, and surgeries that I don't think it's good for us.
Yeah, so this kind of escalation ladder, right? So it's the same thing as makeup. So this, I don't know how to square those two things up because I hate this as a makeup escalation ladder that you said. I'm also a kind of pro, de-escalate. But on the other hand, like I see a makeup and plastic surgery by extension as this kind of great equalizer in a way, right? If you're an 8, you're not going to do that much with makeup. How much can you do? Like whereas if you're a 4, you can improve like to I don't know, a 7, right? So
maybe
like isn't it kind of unfair to kind of push those 4s down because they were just
well, if we have like more 4s in
genetics?
society, then maybe they don't look like 4s. Maybe the problem is that since everybody is like so makeup and and so plastic surgery that like the 4s like stand out even more. But if we had like a wider range of what people normally look like, maybe it wouldn't be as big a deal.
But now you're kind of regressing a huge change societally speaking, right? You kind of are like changing people's views on beauty and the standards is a huge undertaking. Whereas
but that's what's happening right now with like makeup and plastic surgery. Like we're changing people's views of what's normal or healthy or whatever, right?
Yeah, but if you're an individual person, like what would you advise them to, right? Because you're kind of advising them sacrifice. Like this is the same thing you said with female streamers, right?
Yeah, sure. It's hard as an individual. You can't change the culture. If an individual wants to do something that's on them, they can do it. I can still be opposed to it, but I understand why they're doing it.
But so your opposition would be, I think you should really kind of commit to like making the society a better place and should not like.
Yeah, that'd be the best thing. But I mean, I gotta understand why somebody wouldn't want to choose to do it, right?
Yeah. Okay. Got it. So it comes. So you believe that it's of course let me use the term super derogatory, whatever.
Sure, maybe. Sure, yeah.
Action would be not to do it, but I don't think it's bad if somebody goes for it, right?
Yeah.
All right, LL Turtle. You're
Got
taking
it,
a
yeah.
lot of time here.
Got it. Yeah, that was it anyway. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Have fun.
Have a good day.
All right, Metal Clone.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, hello. I just wanted to say, Dan, you're a champion of the people. And before, that's the preface. And also, fuck you, chat. There's nothing wrong with different types of hot chocolate, okay?
Oh,
this
guy is back.
Listen, okay? Hot chocolate from Starbucks typically fucking sucks, okay? Most pre-made hot chocolates fucking suck. Honestly, most pre-made chocolate milks tend to suck. Let's be completely honest.
I'm kind of a little bit trying to lose weight, and I found that hot chocolate packets, they're actually only like, a few calories, but yeah, they're not bad.
There's no way there are a few. They've got to be like 80 to 120 or something, no? Which I guess isn't that much in the grand scheme of a thing.
Yeah. It also depends on the percent milk that you use. Whole milk is obviously
No, Dan is talking about water, of course.
Oh, ooh. Dan. That's a no-go. Yeesh. Why would you cut yourself on such beautiful, delicious luxury?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Shit, I realized I had a call I had to go to. Why is my calendar not alerting me? What is going on?
Fuck you, Dan. Just leave.
Well, I can stay in here until they join.
Oh.
But what's really important is when you have pre-made not hot chocolate. Now I'm shifting to chocolate milk. When you have pre-made chocolate milk, if it's made with cornstarch, just shit. Terrible fucking garbage. If it's made with high fructose corn syrup, it's just disgusting. It's a cheat. It's a all-in-one. It's a thickener. It's a sweetener. It tastes god-awful. None of that shit. Okay? So chat had to get Alright. Second is a follow-up to what we were talking about with the dream thing. Not to like analyze dreams or anything like that, right? But I have dreams of like my ex, right? But I don't miss them whatsoever. What I the dreams kind of insinuate is like I miss the commitment, the feeling of having somebody else I can be like honest with, right? Is it? Do you think that like for most people they tend to have a desire for commitment as opposed like it's weird because I don't love that person anymore, right?
Okay.
But I do miss the commitment, the ability to be honest with someone. Like, what are your thoughts on?
I mean, it sounds like you're not in a relationship with somebody you'd like to be.
No, I don't miss anyone specifically. I miss.
No, it sounds like you miss being in a relationship. That's what it sounds like.
Oh yeah, pretty much, I guess.
So you probably need to get another relationship.
I'm not like that relationship basically ended mutually, so I'm not.
Sure, it doesn't change what I'm saying. Though it sounds like you'd need to be in another relationship. Yeah. You miss being in a relationship, right?
But goddamn, I don't have the energy for it. Honestly, it's just so. Like, it just takes so much energy to interact with new people, you know. And when you already have a certain like friend group, you don't want to pick a relationship like with those people, even if it is tempting at times, because obviously that'll self-destruct. But
obviously it might not. I mean, it depends on what happens. But...
Well, it's like there's different levels like a relationship, right? You know, if you're with your friends and family and stuff, you can accept that you have differences, right? And you can accept that you even think differently than some of your friends, right? You come together off of a like basic mutual interest in, and it can be fun to have friends with different beliefs, but you're not always like looking in your friends for that like different level of chemistry that you might look for in a relationship, and that is so exhausting in my opinion. Like, what are your thoughts on how to like make that it's not as exhausting as possible?
I don't even know what the fuck you're asking me. Wait, what?
Well, when you're looking for somebody that you want to have chemistry with, like to seek a relationship with,
yeah,
how do you kind of streamline that process?
You don't. You just have to meet people, talk to them, and figure out who you get along with.
Fuck. It's I don't have the energy for it. I mean, I'm 22.
I mean, you have to figure it out. If you don't have the energy for it, you're never going to find it, right? It's obviously some deliberate effort to do this, right?
This is really, really a difficult situation, honestly, because I have so many better things I can be doing with my time than being a non-incel. But every day, you try and seek out a new relationship. It drains you. So.
Okay, well, good luck, my duder.
Yeah, thank you. And chat. Hope you guys get educated on chocolate milk. So, but thank you. I'll see you guys later.
Have fun.
Take care. Seek happiness. Chat. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Jesus. All right, what's up? Jacob B.
Hey, is Dan still here?
Nope.
Oh, I was gonna ask him a question.
Frank, what do you got?
Yo, poppin'.
What's up?
What's poppin'?
Oh, nothing much.
Well, quick little question. How are you liking Factorio again after not playing it for a while?
It's okay. Just got a lot of shit I need to start thinking about because there's way more shit you gotta do in this fucking space shit.
Yeah, I was curious about checking that out myself. Okay, but that's not what I called in for. So I'm wondering, can you think of any legitimate argument for not having a gun registry in the U.S.?
People don't like the idea of a gun registry because they think the government can come and take everybody's guns if they know who has them, basically.
But how realistic really is that?
Probably not very realistic, but if you think that the point of the Second Amendment is to protect against tyranny from the government, then, I mean, the government having a registry of everybody who owns the guns is probably a pretty scary thing to think about. So, I mean, that'd be the argument.
Yeah, I guess so. It just seems like, I don't know, it just seems like that's not very likely. So I never really saw that as, like, a good conclusion to come to. I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Okay.
Have you been shooting with your shotgun yet?
Nope, not yet.
That's
It's just hanging
it's
out.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Well, yeah, have a good one, man.
Yeah, love you, buddy.
Bye.
Gusat Vau, whatever the fuck your name is. What's up? Bryson, what's up?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, two questions. First, can I hear the impossible hypothetical?
No, it's boring. What else you got?
It's boring.
Yep.
Well, if it's so boring, then you shouldn't have a problem telling me.
It's so boring I forgot about it.
Dang it. Well, where's Dan?
Business call.
Alright, second question. A serious question. How do you deal with hypothetically, a partner who has very low self-esteem? Or, like, what do you...
Leave them, dump them.
Like, what works?
Don't. The self-esteem is something that they have to work on. You're not going to be able to fix that on your own. You can be supportive over reasonable circumstances or for reasonable things. That's totally fine. But,
You know, like where they have this idea in their head that they're ugly or that nobody could love them. Like, I've been told, like, I can't believe that you love me.
You can't fix that. They have to go to therapy and make a decision to fix that. You can't do anything about it. All you can do is be supportive.
And it's just like a toxic thing for a relationship. I don't have a lot of experience. I don't know if you...
Pretty toxic. And no, I don't have a lot of experience because I can't date those people. We wouldn't get along.
Okay. Well, that's all I had.
Okay.
Thanks.
I love you, babe.
Have a good one.
Nuke.
Holy shit.
What up?
Alright, so do you want to argue or do you want a fun question?
Whatever you want to do, okay?
Okay, so my only gripe. I bought the DGGL pink hoodie.
Cool.
Wanted to show it off.
Mm-hmm.
Then you immediately make pedophile jokes on Twitter. What the fuck, man?
Nobody that you show it off to in real life is going to know my fucking Twitter.
Well, yeah, but if I want to show it off to what if I want people to like you and I want people to join the DGG community?
Well, don't tell them my Twitter account. Boom. Problem solved.
Okay. I have one more question. How do you end a relationship without, like, you know, fucking it up, I guess?
It's going to be fucked up. You're literally ending it. What do you mean?
Like, okay, yeah, but all right, I guess I should be more specific. If the other person is unhinged, possibly suicidal, is there any way that this can go smoothly, or is it just?
Do you live with them?
No.
If you really want, you can try to contact a close friend of theirs. If you have friends of friends, and tell them like, hey, I'm gonna have this conversation with whoever tomorrow. You might want to talk with them because they're probably going to be in a bad state, and then you. Hopefully in a long distance arrangement, like either text them or call them and tell them like, hey, we're breaking up, and then boom, there you go.
Okay, that's good. I won't take up any more time. Dan is based DGGL.
Cool. Good luck.
Good luck. Love you, buddy.
Bye. Hi, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. How are you going?
Doing all right. Doing all right. First time to talk to you, so this is kind of exciting.
Based, okay.
Yeah. So basically, I was listening to your stream yesterday a little bit. A lot of the viewers were asking, calling, talking about mental health issues and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to has there ever been a time in your life that you've kind of just seen most things were kind of hopeless, and how did that affect the people around you? And what kind of advice do you have for somebody that has these kind of thoughts and really wants to make a conscious effort to try and I guess be better for people around them, so that they don't have to be seen as a kind of
If you're dealing with like severe mental illness, like you're always going to be a burden to people around you to some extent. There's not much you can do about that. You have to kind of like get your own house in order before you can be like an asset to other people, or before like those types of arrangements are like not burdensome to some extent. So I mean, like the biggest favor that you can do to other people is to work on yourself and to figure out like what you need to do to figure your own stuff out. So what that means, going to therapy, getting a medication, fixing up your diet, exercise, sleep, making more friends, like force yourself to go and do things. Like figuring that out is all you can do.
Yeah. So like if I could just go off of that for like a minute. Yeah. So like this is something like I kind of like deal with on a personal level, and it's something I've dealt with for the past like 5 years of my life. And I've always kind of seen it as more kind of like a roller coaster, because there was a lot of highs and a lot of lows. And just when I thought that I would like, sometimes think that I understood it, and I thought that I would get out of the slump, it'd be like some random bad event that would happen, and then there it goes, you're back down. So it's kind of like you feel as if you go back to square one.
Yeah.
And sometimes like it's come to the point where it's like definitely affected a lot of my friendships and my relationships with people. And like I don't want to be like kind of like a broken record, and where I'm always maybe 5 months I'm doing really well, then something happens, and then like I feel like I'm all the way back at step one, and then it's just like a constant reoccurring cycle. So like, do you think that like at some point it's, I mean, like, just medication and therapy aside, like those are definitely two things that I partake in, but I guess there is that kind of like old sense of hopelessness that's definitely somewhere in like the past, or somewhere deep down of subconsciously or something like that.
Yeah, I think some people probably just have to some people just have to do a little bit more work to keep their mind in shape for whatever reason, and that's just what you have to do. Some people naturally carry a little bit more muscle than other people, based on T levels or whatever. If you work out and get to a certain point, you always have to work out to maintain it. That's just part of what it is. You build it into your routine, you build it into your life. Otherwise, you go back to where you were before. You might just have to do a little bit more working out when it comes to your mind, basically. And it's always going to require some active, deliberate level of upkeep that other people don't have to do. But I mean, it's part of what you have to do. It's not like a failure. It doesn't mean that your mind is worthless, or it shouldn't be hopeless any more than the guy that has to work out for his whole life to maintain his muscle isn't hopeless because he's losing it constantly. It's just something you have to build into your routine in order to enjoy your day to day.
That's actually like a really good analogy, because I'm an avid gym goer as well, and the whole muscle, like keeping your muscle over periods of time. If you don't go to the gym for like let's say a couple of weeks, and like you feel as if you kind of lose your so-called gains. But yeah, no, that's a really good analogy. I really want to really appreciate you, man. Appreciate everything, and hope you have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Thank you.
Bye. Wolfgang, hi.
Oh shit, am I not get it anymore? Let me fucking turn down the stream. Okay. Two things, my friend. You've pissed me off for many a year, and
True.
I've kept it in my back pocket.
You haven't. You've constantly expressed your anger with me, but go ahead.
Well, last time I challenged you to bring me on, and you just moved the fuck on, but now it's finally time to ask.
Okay.
Do you just lack nuance when you play video games, or do you really think the fucking Sekiro combat and every other Souls game is literally the same? Because that's what you said last time.
It's not literally the same, but they're almost cloned off of each other with very minor changes.
Okay. Is
What?
there a world where I can get you to agree that the changes aren't as minor as you make them sound?
No.
Or is that just impossible?
No.
Okay.
They're like so close. Like, can you name a game? So I'm going to say Sekiro, and I'm going to say Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Okay? You're telling me that Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 are dramatically different than Sekiro, yeah?
I would make the argument that that's the case, yes.
Okay, can you tell me a single game that's closer to any of the 3 Dark Souls than it is to Sekiro, or a game that's closer to Sekiro than it is to any of the 3 Dark Souls?
Okay, hold on. I am especially stupid, so I'm gonna think of that question
That's
again,
fine.
because
It's
I
okay.
could give you an answer. It's going to be Dark Souls clones, Neo and Neo.
Okay,
2.
yeah, sure. Yeah, and that's what I thought you... Yeah,
Yeah.
you can say Dark Souls clones, but they're Dark Souls clones. They're all the same shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So you probably can't tell me a single game that's closer to Sekiro in gameplay than Dark Souls 1 through 3. It's because they're basically clones of each other.
Okay, I'm gonna take fucking notes, and I am gonna come back and ruin you in this, you motherfucker. Okay, I promise. I just need to think. Secondly, most important, Doomebug is poking me right now.
Okay.
So I can't. I'm having a hard time focus. He's just saying the most diluted shit in the world. Okay.
Okay.
Don't laugh. You know, Doombug thinks that you hate him, right?
I don't hate
He
Doombug.
worries
Why would he?
about that.
No. Well, he should worry, but I don't hate him. You should all worry
Oh,
about it.
shit, you don't hate him?
Wolfgang,
Oh boy, what's up, Dan?
how's your mom doing?
She's doing great. She asked me where my funny internet friends have been for a while.
Nice.
Yeah, she's doing
Steve,
great.
you should see pics of Wolfgang's mom.
Okay, dude, what?
Is she super hot?
Sheesh. I mean, it's been a few years since I saw the pics before, but she was pretty good looking.
Dude, what is wrong?
I don't know what's changed. I mean, it's been like 10 years, but
I'll tell you what's changed. Now her and my dad are happy. That's what's changed. So fucking back off, okay? Hey, stay on your lane. How's your wife doing, Dan?
Wolfgang, you could call me Dad. Think about that.
I don't want to call you dad, you fucking weirdo. You're my friend, Dan, okay? That's where we're staying. Stay in the friend zone. Secondly, and lastly, I want to know from your personal opinion. I know you're going to tell me people are different. You're different, so the advice wouldn't apply. But I'm asking you personally. If you had a relationship that was really fucking uncomfortable, like this person you're with is attached to your fucking hip, and they have a lot of problems. But let's suppose that the sex is really satisfying and unique. What would you prioritize? Would you stay in for the sex, or would you fucking say fuck off, I can find this elsewhere?
What is in the... Is fucking parrots? What's in the background?
It is parrots!
Does he actually have parrots?
Yeah.
Parrots have parrots?
He's always had parrots. You know what's weird? Do you think that people that have horses are weird, or parrot owners are weirder?
Horses, parrot people are completely normal.
I don't think you can keep a relationship together just for the sex. That's probably not enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. That's the answer that I was looking for, so thanks for that.
Okay.
Anything else, Dan, about my mom before you go? Because I'm going to be showing her this, and you're going to feel very awkward.
Good one, Dan. Or wait, is that
Nice.
one? No, okay. That's Dan.
Nice.
Dan's internet.
Okay. Alright, well, have a good one. I'm gonna come back for the Sekiro thing. Your days are fucking numbered, my friend.
Okay, gotcha.
Have a good one, bud.
Bye. Somebody's saying Tenchu is a game? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Who in chat was saying... Onimusha. This is nothing like Dark Souls or Sekiro. Okay, I don't know. Okay.
Today, I'm getting a PhD from Hustler University, also known as Hustlerversity by those of us with the grind set. It was created by this guy.
I'm top 2. You think you're smart? I bought this coin and it's going up. You could have bought any coin and it went up.
Is this a cutscene or is this gameplay? I can't even tell. This doesn't look anything like a Souls game. I don't know when you guys are talking about like media or games or whatever. I don't know what you guys are thinking of for the games. I don't know what you guys think of when you're talking about gameplay. Is this... Like that combo, how quick the attacks were and the guy getting constantly staggered, that doesn't look like a Dark Souls interaction. And how your character is kind of like glued to the other person as you're slashing. Like the Souls games and Sekiro is a little bit more like, you're not as stuck, you're not as glued to a target, you're not as sticky. You move around a little bit more sloppy, there's more delay between the attacks, like you're not staggering every single hit. It doesn't even look even remotely similar. It doesn't even look remotely similar. But I look at like Sekiro and I look at Dark Souls, these games are like identical. But then everybody's like, it's way different. But I don't know if you think it's different because you actually have you're actually playing the game and thinking about it, or if you think it's different because in one you parry and in the other one you block with a shield. It's more like Sekiro than Dark Souls. This doesn't look anything like Sekiro at all. This doesn't look remotely like Sekiro, not even close. I think you just see like katanas and stuff, and it's like the same to you in your brain.
Jin, you're late.
SJW.
You're impatient.
Look at me. This is literally Sekiro. Hold on. I'm just trying to max out all my red-green research before I rebuild my whole fucking factory, because it's fucked.
Eyes up! I got it! Oh no! Oh no, no, no!
Unironically, this looks closer to Sekiro, the style of the gameplay, than the other game does. Unironically, it does. Except for these like locked in like kind of combo things, but this is a known Souls clone. Is this a Souls clone? A Star Wars game?
Move in between.
We'll pick you up when we can.
Okay. Ooh. Wait, Dan, did you finish your call already?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, what's up? Can't close him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
Okay, so a caller came here.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
You already
Talk.
said yes,
Yes.
and your fucking mic sucks,
Come on,
bro.
What's wrong with you? This is why your audio levels are so fucked when you movie stream.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk, right? A caller came here earlier and talked about Obsidian.
Okay.
So, do you know what a Zettelkasten is?
Cytokasten?
Or not?
What?
Yeah, it's a method of digital information organization.
Oh, no clue.
Zettelkasten, it's a German word.
Oh, nope.
Okay, I was gonna recommend the Para method instead, but yeah. Since you don't know, I'm gonna write an email instead.
Okay. Be careful, babe.
Okay, kick me, please.
Jesus fucking Christ, this guy is high maintenance.
Okay, 5-second crafting time, and it makes one thing. 5 seconds.
What is?
So 5 they should
What
be
is
making one
his
per second.
microphone?
I don't know.
It's super shit, but it's because I'm in the browser Discord.
Oh, these are the same.
Why are you doing that?
Can you? It's not working on the application for me. For
Why?
some reason. I don't fucking know. If I knew, I would fix it, right?
And you're gonna leave it at that? You're not gonna like do additional research?
Okay, assaulted Sam or whatever. What's up?
Yeah, hey, let me mute real quick.
Yeah, you do.
All right, quick question first.
Oh,
So
it's Linux.
No, it's not.
Talking to you, Sam.
Okay.
Oh, that guy uses Linux?
Holy shit, you just completely made me lose my train of thought.
Bro.
If that's all it took, it wasn't worth hearing. Next
All right,
caller.
Can we have a calisthenics equivalent for the lifting flare? So like front lever? Because getting to the 1K club makes it so that I have to put on way too much muscle. Like in weight.
Okay, tell me your stats. Okay, go.
So I can do 2-plate bench.
How much do you weigh?
I weigh 185.
And your max is 2 plates. And you think you have to put on a fuck ton more weight to bench more than 225 at 180 pounds?
Hold up. I was 165 before I started lifting.
Okay.
And I went up to 185 while I was lifting, and my body looks about the same in terms of like how much fat I have on.
Sure.
So,
But I'm pretty
like,
sure that if
and-
you weigh 180 pounds, You don't have to get way big.
No.
225 is a good bench, but you could.
No,
you could,
but the problem is I run and I climb, and both of those are very high impact sports.
Okay.
So I literally can't run right now because I'm too heavy. So I have to lose muscle no matter what.
You can't.
And
Hold
then
on. You're 5'10" at 180.
No, my shins are really bad. Like I'm just injury prone for my shins. So I will literally start getting shin splits when I try and run.
You shin splints are from how long have you been running?
I've ran for years. I've run half a marathon before. So
and shin splints are unavoidable for you. I thought don't your
they're entirely unavoidable.
Okay, stop running then. Your body's not made for it.
No,
okay?
fuck you. I climb as well, and more weight is aids. So can we have an equivalent for?
What's your squat and deadlift?
My squat was 2 plate, and then I stopped doing it because I was lazy, and I don't deadlift because I would have to sumo deadlift. My fucking my leg proportions are weird. I can't I have really poor. Is it shin mobility or something like that? Like I can't.
Okay, you bench more than you squat, and you bench more than you deadlift, and you want to run a lot, and you're asking me to change the standards for you for a gym flare.
Yes.
Come back to me later in your training, okay? You're not ready yet, okay? You're trying to devalue the gym flare. Do you think that what would they say in the bodybuilding forums? What would they say on Fit if the DGG community started giving out gym flares to people
just
like
you can
you?
do front lever? Do you know how hard a front lever is?
A what?
Front lever.
The fuck is a front? Is that what you put your arm?
Search it up. Search it up on
It's
Google
not
Images.
hard when 95% of the muscle in your body is in your fucking chest and triceps because you don't ever fucking pick anything up, okay?
Sure. All
You're
right,
like a swivel head or whatever. You're like,
calisthenics.
okay, what do you...
You just don't know shit about calisthenics.
Yeah, I clearly not, but listen, okay? I'm glad that you can do the lever thing, all right? That's impressive.
Yeah.
When we
No,
get like fulcrum and fucking lever and like engineering mechanics gear flares, all right? You're going to be first up, okay? I hope you can make all the body forms. Yeah.
And then off of that, Dan, while I was waiting, I thought of a question for you.
Okay.
So, I've thought of a way for you to redeem yourselves. All right. All you have to do is repeat after me.
I feel like
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
You know what? I can do the woodchuck one. Good. Do you know the woodchuck one?
Yeah. Do it 5 times fast.
5 times? I can do it like once.
That's how you do it.
He's older. He can't go 5 times anymore.
It's doing it multiple
times. Hold on. How much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, even if woodchuck would chuck wood, a woodchuck wouldn't chuck wood? Boom. Got it. Nailed it. First time. Haven't done it since I was like fucking 10 years old. Done. Easy.
You know what? Good job.
He probably practices
I gave
in the
you a
mirror
chance.
like every
I do
fucking
not
night.
practice. I don't. Okay? Shut up, Steve. Next caller. Get out of here.
Bye.
You're taking my movement away from me.
Oh, am I supposed to drag him in? Hold on. Hey, Driel. Going once.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, wow, I didn't think I was getting called in yet. Alright. So, this might be entirely anecdotal, but I want to ask, what is your opinion on how much thyroid issues are prescribed, or not prescribed, used as like a crutch for how people are fat? Because I know my mother went to a doctor and she got told that she probably had a thyroid issue, but they never tested or anything for it. And I've had a few people that are similar situation.
If you got a thyroid issue, get medication for it. Why the fuck would you not?
Yeah, no, but like every time I hear people say that they don't get medication for it, they just say
They're probably just lazy. Fuck them.
Yeah. Well,
Isn't it some people are more genetically disposed to, I guess, like being hungry more often and wanting to eat more?
There might be different. It's like leptin, or there's like different hormones that control hunger and shit, and your gut biome and all that. Like, there's probably some variation.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's calories in, calories out. I don't know if the whole like, oh, I metabolize better than. I wonder if anyone's ever done that. Like, if me and you
calories in, calories out is always going to be king, but it's a little bit different, right? Like if I say like calories in, calories out, and one person is eating croissants all day and the other person is eating grilled chicken.
No, so this is what you didn't let me finish. So what I was going to say is, let's say that somehow both of us eat
Yeah.
identically same meals.
Yeah. Will one of us be more hungry?
Yeah, or like, will one of us, have a not more hungry? Will one of us have like a higher metabolism, and you'll burn more calories than I do, and I'll get fatter than you do? Like, it take two identical people.
Yeah, natural metabolisms don't vary much. I think it's like 200 or 300 maybe is like your difference that they like the maximum, like top and bottom in general. Like the metabolisms don't vary much from person to person, and the things that control for your appetite are probably gonna have to do a lot with like what you eat already.
What is the efficiency of when you eat something of the calories that your body takes? So if I eat,
I think the more processed the food is, the more efficient it is. So that one of the big problems with like ultra processed food is that they're often stripped of vitamins and fibers, and your body will absorb like almost all of the calories from like an ultra processed piece of food. Your body's pretty efficient at digesting stuff anyway, but like ultra processed food is going to be like super.
You think that if you were to have a spoonful of oil, and let's say that's like 200 calories, you think that you've basically added 200 calories worth of weight to your body?
Yeah.
In fat.
Basically,
really?
Yeah.
You think that there's no, like, you're not losing like 10% of that, out the other end?
No, it'd be really efficient. Your body's also like pretty efficient at processing like food. Like a lot of people think that there's like negative calorie food, like celery, like it takes more calories to digest it than it does but that's not true. I don't think that's true.
Well, I think that there's certain things that you could certainly put into your body that take more calories by the virtue of,
yeah, like things that have like raw foods that need more processing or whatever from your body and more digestion. That's going to be, more.
I think you say celery. If you had cold celery and you ate that, I'm pretty sure that you would actually, like, that would give you less energy than if you did nothing at all. I think that's the case. But there is, the temperature thing matters there as well.
It's not, that won't be the case. Unless it's literally like negative 500 degrees or something, your body's like shivering to catch up or whatever, right?
You think that drinking cold water versus body temperature water has the same effect? How much energy does it take to heat 1 cup of water? If you put that inside of you, doesn't your body, by virtue of that, having to?
Yeah, but I think that your body, a lot of what your body does produces heat as a byproduct. Like I think we're usually more concerned with dumping heat from our body than generating it, right? I think because of all the different reactions and everything going in, most of them are exothermic. I think, right? They emit heat rather than requiring heat or whatever. I think. I don't know. I don't know that. I'm not a biologist. Okay.
Okay, so you think that if someone was to drink a room temperature glass of water versus one that was like 33 degrees, that there would be no...
There'd be a difference, but I think it would be negligible.
Well, I guess that's really what it comes down to, is wouldn't your body have to burn the extra calories? Now, 1 calorie is what? That's the amount of energy to raise some amount of water 1 degree, right? I forget how much it is.
Well, I think it's like 1 joule of things will raise 1 square cubic, whatever bullshit, 1 Celsius. But I don't know what that matters. What about it?
Yeah, so I almost wonder if by drinking a cup of cold water that's at 32 degrees, like let's say you would have to by that would burn 50 calories just to do that. But I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Kilocalories and calories are the same thing when on a lot of American food labels. There's not, even though they call one the other, it's a different thing, or it's the same thing. But what? Okay, okay. Go to the next thing.
Well, that was it. I hope your question was answered, Adriel.
Yeah, one more thing. Every single person in DGG chat who said R when I came in here, I'm going to fight every single one of you.
Nice. Good job.
Oh, because you're British?
I'm Australian.
Oi, mate. How you going?
Nice.
If you actually want to learn how to say mate Australian, just
Australia.
Just half say the T's.
Australia, mate.
Yeah, just nice. when you go say
a
T,
and
stop
drop
the T
and
halfway
drop,
through,
and we tell people that there's drop bears there too. That's how they know that we're in.
Yeah, the real scary thing isn't the drop bears; it's the spiders underneath the toilet seats.
Jesus Christ!
All right.
Okay, love you, bud.
All right, mate.
All right,
mate.
Catch you later.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right, hey, we did it. All right, who's next? Do you just go from the top or what? Hey, you know what we're doing?
Middle,
bottom, we can let them all
into
they can try to. No, we're dragging from the very top. So all of you people in there, we're dragging from the top. You guys need to fight to figure out how to make your name be at the top by renaming yourself. Good luck. All right, Dot Turtle Co.
Hello.
Hi.
Wait.
Wait, you were here yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, so are a lot of other people.
Not any of the ones that we've had in so far.
I have.
No, that's not true.
I've had a lot of repeats, but what do you want?
You were talking about yesterday. There was this dumb fuck. He talked about how you couldn't run a mile in 10 minutes.
Okay.
There's no shot, right?
I don't know. I haven't tried it, but maybe I will tonight. We'll see.
Did you used to run like cross country or something, right?
Yeah, like 700 years ago and like 70 pounds ago.
Okay, well, I think you can walk 10 minutes, a mile.
You can't walk. I don't know why people are saying that. Anybody saying that you can walk 6 miles an hour, you're all lying. You haven't ever been on a treadmill before. You cannot walk 6 or 7 miles unless you're like 7 feet tall, okay?
Really?
At the very least, that's a jog.
Okay, sure. A
Okay,
jog.
sorry.
Sure, I think you can jog it.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Damn.
All right, exclamation mark person, how you doing?
That actually worked, what the fuck?
J-Kaz, you're in here again.
Yeah, you again, what's up?
Jesus, you've been here like twice today, haven't you?
Yeah, also, I feel like there's things that can go above the exclamation mark, like some Unicode that's obscure. Good luck. Do you have a question or no?
Yeah, I just want to talk about Taiwan, actually.
I don't know anything about what's going on right now, so if you want to talk about Nancy, I have no idea. I haven't kept up on anything.
No. It's nothing to do with Nancy Pelosi.
Okay.
Not really.
All right.
It's just the general idea of like a conflict happening where China does invade Taiwan, which I think, the odds of that happening pretty low, but obviously possible.
Okay.
What do you think about America going to war for Taiwan? Do you think that should happen? That the US should engage in that war, or you think it's just too hard to
it would
answer
depend on
that?
how the circumstances unfold, but almost certainly not. That sounds like a catastrophe. Like, I don't think we'd ever want to go to war with Russia or China. It just sounds like a really, really, really bad idea.
Do you think that you will though?
I don't think we would. I don't think we would go to war with it. We'd probably chastise them and talk about sanctions or something, but I don't think we'd go to war over it.
I generally agree. Yeah, I agree.
Thank God.
What else? Oh yeah, I want to talk about Russian sanctions a bit.
Okay.
How impactful do you think Russian sanctions are?
No clue. There was an article on it today that I haven't read yet, though. But
I read there was like a Yale study that apparently.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, the Yale thing. Yeah.
The Yale study. It's like apparently they're fucked. I don't know.
Okay. Is that the case? Is that what they came out and
yeah,
said?
I mean,
It's not really bad.
yeah, that's what the Yale study said. Like, it's like fucked in like every single way.
Oh well.
And they like went in on like other media sources like The Economist and the Washington Post for like using the cherry pick data that the Kremlin has released. But yeah, no, you can read that yourself for that, I guess.
Okay.
All right, mate.
EGL.
Hi, mate.
Slavic Donut.
Jesus.
That's me.
How you going, mate?
Oh, it's going pretty good. Hey, Destiny.
Yeah.
Do you think it's weird that the police, as a group who are responsible for investigating crime and arresting people and stuff, that they're also in charge of basically all evidentiary stuff and like validating evidence and testing evidence, given that like the relationship between them and like the prosecution in a lot of cases is like kind of blurred. They're almost kind of the same thing. Is that kind of like a weird conflict?
Maybe. That's kind of interesting. Maybe there should be like a division of powers in a police department that like you go and you submit evidence to like a fundamentally different department and a different chain of command than the people that are out there gathering it. Maybe. Or maybe they have to work together. Maybe it wouldn't work there. I don't know. But that's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know if you like. I don't think it'd be something you could privatize, but I don't know how it would be something.
Yeah, no, it could still all be public, but it could literally just be different departments because now there's a not at all like an adversarial relationship between like judges and police officers, like prosecutors and everything, right?
Yeah, sure. Dan.
Yeah.
Redact saved my shit. Okay, I got my fucking dream job, or I didn't throw my dream job because of Redact. Thank you.
Oh.
How do I give this company money?
Well, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Someday there'll be money instead of me just losing money. But hey, that's fine for now.
Also, Destiny, please go back to Dyson Sphere. That game is so much more watchable than Factorio.
What? Dyson Sphere is so solvably easy. I think the three-dimensional thing just messes everything up. It just makes it too easy. Everything becomes.
You know what I'd like to see you go back to do? Oh,
Warzone.
Man, can I make this happen? Hearthstone.
Okay.
You know, there's a new season, a new
Oh,
expansion.
God, dude.
What would
That's
it make?
resident sleeper content.
What would it make for you to try and learn Hearthstone one more time? Is there something I can do to buy that from you?
Nope.
Again, I mean?
Nope.
Come on. Come on.
I'll think about it.
One
okay?
time. What would it take, though?
I don't know.
Just to try it.
I'll think about it, okay, Dan?
That doesn't work on me. That means no.
Hold on. I'll be right back. 1 second.
What?
I won't play donuts. Hold on.
Well, that's all I had. I'm out here. Dan, monetize that shit, okay? You're saving lives.
Yeah, you know, everyone... Yeah, okay. I'll think about it.
All right, what's your PayPal? No, I'm kidding.
All right, bye.
Bye.
I'd like to see some... who knows what they have going on in Hearthstone these days. I haven't played that game in a hot minute. A hot minute. What the F type of mechanics do they have in that right now? That's what I want to know. There's like dudes that come back to life. There's... Back in my day, they had Taunt, they had Death Rattle, and Battle Cry. And that's how we liked it.
Hello?
Yeah?
Hey, it's a bunch of boxes.
Yeah, I can read.
Okay, sorry, I'm on my phone at work, so I wasn't sure how good it would be. Do you know how long you're going to be streaming today, Destiny?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, because there's something I want to talk to you about last night, offline chat, but I just don't really have time right now.
Oh. What's that?
I don't know.
Be careful, I'm on stream right now.
Oh, yeah, I know. But I don't know, people being really creepy and weird with this, like, small Twitch streamer. And I don't know, it's just really fucking weird.
Yeah, fucking Twitch streamers, man. YouTube is better. Based.
Well, no, like, the problem I have is with the DGGers.
Well, which one?
I'm not 100% sure, because I didn't write any names down because I'm a dumb fuck.
You're a dumb fuck.
I am a dumb fuck. I just realized that's not even here. It's fucking Dan I'm talking to.
Ah.
How you doing, Dan?
You're a dumb fuck.
I am. How are you doing, Dan?
How are you doing, Dan?
Fine. Oh, fine.
Cool.
Oh, wait. Oh, hi, Destiny. You're back.
I was never gone.
Stop. I can't stop.
What's up?
Wait, is Destiny back? Am I confused? I'm sorry. I'm very confused right now.
Okay.
Well, I just want to know how long you're going to be streaming today, Destiny.
Till I get bored and fall asleep. Or actually, I need to go downstairs and run, so, yeah.
Okay, well, because there was just a concern I had from offline chat last night, because a bunch of people being really fucking weird, and it seemed very problematic to me, but I'm at work, so I can't really talk about it too much.
You literally just told me this.
Yeah, but I'm telling Destiny.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know if it's something you even care about talking.
Wait, okay. Tell me one more time what it was. Sorry, I got distracted. Tell me.
There was
what?
No, go. A few people were like, "Hey, look at this new like Coomer streamer who had like 5 people watching, and a whole bunch of people went over there, and it seemed like they were kind of harassing her." And then
wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's my game making noise. Jesus, I'm sorry, I got really confused. Okay, keep going. Okay, Coomer. Wait, what? What were you saying?
So there was like,
hold up, Coomer.
There was like 2 a.m.
I'm like,
my time.
hold on, wait. Give me
what?
Just give me. I'm so sorry. give me 1 second. My brain is got pulled in like 7 different directions. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Okay. Just
let me know when you're ready.
Yep, I absolutely will. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm back. I'm here, and I'm focused. Go.
Okay,
Yeah,
last night.
Rat out, bro. Go.
Last night, it was like 1 a.m., whatever fuck Seattle time is.
Okay.
PST, I want to say, I don't remember who it was exactly. I think I might know who it is. But they were like, oh, hey guys, look, new Coomer, streamer, like some girl in skimpy clothes.
Oh, that's where
like,
the Coomer in my
unlifted.
brain came from. Yeah, I remember. I was here. Yeah, they were all like doing weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it just, like, it was really weird.
Okay.
Like, I don't know, maybe you don't find it as weird. It seemed like, because it kept getting more and more, and then people coming back and saying a lot of misogynistic things, and like, maybe it was all for the memes, but like, I don't know, it seemed really fucking weird. Because like a whole bunch of people were there and were like, oh, we're most of her Chad, and like, they kept trying to get her to do things, I think, and like, coming back and calling her autistic, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Not good. Okay.
So, I mean, that was mostly it. I just wanted to bring it up because it seems fucking really weird. I kept telling people, hey, you guys should stop doing this, but no one cared.
Okay.
I mean, that's it.
Is it? Okay. Well, you've been condemned, guys. There you go.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Well, you guys have a good day.
Have a good one, buddy. Bye.
Nova.
Hello, hi. It's me. And you called me a groper yesterday. I did some research. Definitely not that. Second off, I was the guy who said the thing about the 10-minute mile. That lady called me a dumb fuck. Okay?
Okay.
That's very rude. Find God, woman. Okay, you're probably fat. All right, goodbye.
Okay.
Parallax.
Yes, hello.
Hello, hello.
Well, hi. The 10-minute mile guy is silly. It's pretty easy to run under a 10-minute mile. I was a fat athlete in high school and could do it. So.
Hold on. Do you realize how stupid what you just said was?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You said you were a fat athlete in high school.
Yeah, I was.
He was a hot dog eating champion.
If you were
no.
First of
I was a
all,
heavyweight
people that do
wrestler,
speed
I was
eating
a
are not usually
lineman.
fat. Secondly, if you were an athlete, then of course you could run a 10-minute mile.
Yeah, sure, fair. But
Okay.
I'm saying, like,
A normal
you're-
fat
you're
person
healthy. My point is, you're healthy. So what he was saying yesterday was wholly absurd.
Of the average American population, my guess is probably less than 10% of people, probably less than 5% of people go on a 10-minute mile. Less than 10%. Well, what is the average level of? My guess would be less than 10%. I'd keep it there. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, but you are within that 10%. and the
Hopefully,
assertion
maybe
that you
part of the
personally-
elite. Maybe
Yeah,
I'll
you're
find out
fit,
tonight.
but you're
Okay.
elite. You are.
Yeah, I am an elite athlete. I agree.
All right, so I did come to actually ask a question or two. I've been watching your content for like 2 years. Stumbled onto it because of trans discourse, and specifically on that topic, I feel like you are way too good faith with people who are not good faith with you. I feel like you try so hard to engage with them on the level they want to be engaged on with, but they won't do the same for you. And I think that the argument, like at that point, you should just cut it off. And you've come close. I feel like a couple times it's been touched on, where you have brought up the distinction on whether or not sports are segregated on gender or sex. And I would argue that they're not segregated on gender; they're segregated upon sex.
Well, you wouldn't.
And if-
That's not an argument. That's just a fact, right?
Right, sure. So, like, why have the discussion? Why are we having a gender-based, like...
Well, because they want to change it to segregate it on gender.
Okay, but if they're not going to engage with you in good faith, then just shut it down and go, well, we just segregated on sex. Cool.
Well, but that's the whole
They're
point of the
segregated.
argument. They want to change it to segregating on gender, right? That's what they're arguing in favor of.
I don't feel like they engage in good faith, so it's just like...
Yeah, well...
I would just say stick to the system.
Okay.
But I guess I feel like you have taken a lot of heat for it.
Sure, I try my best. I'm trying to be a better man than the people that I argue against, okay?
Sure. It just, I don't know, it just feels like you have taken so much weight for it.
Yeah, I know, but anytime I lapse into poor judgment, my community fucking hates me for it, so, you know? And I probably shouldn't anyway, so we have to be better people.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. It's the only thing that's ever made me consider, like, even talking to you or getting engaged in Twitch politics and anything is how frustrating it is to watch you take, like, so much blowback for engaging, like, in genuine good faith and having nuanced conversations where you don't just take everything at face value and you try to hear the people you're engaging with.
Sure,
And
I do get a lot of pushback, and I've
do
gotten a
that.
lot of punishment for it, but I also get rewarded a lot for it, too. I make a lot of money. I got a big fan base. Like, I'm doing okay. Like, yeah, some of it sucks for sure, but, I mean, it is what it is.
All right. I mean, yeah, obviously, I I understand that you know the weight you're taking on, right? Like you've mentioned multiple times that you feel that
I carry it on my back every day. Yes.
Oh God, stop it. I know that you have mentioned before that quote an average person couldn't handle like 12 hours of your day or whatever.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So like I know you're taking that risk on and all that shit. I don't know. It feels like you're giving them so much ground when like honestly it's just not even a fucking debate at some point.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, mate.
Thanks for having me and
yeah.
Cool.
Have a good one.
Be careful.
Stardog.
Well. Okay, I have two things. Let me fix
Great.
or I won't fix my use. Okay, so the first thing, for all the people in the Priority Pass channel, the Discord account age, even if you change your username to the only lowest number Unicode character, how old your Discord account is going to affect that, because after the username, it starts sorting by Discord user ID. So unless your account is super old, you won't get sorted to the top. I also want to know, second order of stuff, there was an old hypothetical that I'm curious to know if you stand by, that you posited a few years back. The reason I thought of this is because you were discussing God earlier and about what if the declaration of God changed to raping kids was okay or something. And but the older one was, say you have this guy who's in court and he killed 15 people, and his rationale for this is he was going through them all and he saw that all of like the 15 people he killed were all going to turn into Agent Smiths or something, and so he killed them. And his argument to the court is like, I can see this, I have faith in the Matrix or something, right? And when you go through the arguments to the guy, he says, well, I can't empirically verify this to you in any way, but I have faith in the Matrix.
Yeah, this is like my classic like argument against religion, basically. Yeah.
Do you still stand by this hypothetical? Do you think it's good?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. All right, that's all. Thanks, Destiny.
Okay. Bye.
Dabman 2K.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
How we doing? Destiny, my boy.
Doing great, my dude.
All right, I have to go mute. What's up, man?
Hi, what's up?
Brenda.
I had a couple things I wanted to ask you. Do you want to argue or do you want to have a discussion?
Whatever you want to do, dude. It's your calling.
Okay, I was curious about have you changed your like I don't know if you remember the Michael Reynolds shooting in Portland?
Yeah.
Have you changed your opinion about that?
About whether it was like an FBI intentionally killing him or something, or?
No. It's like the quote-unquote Antifa super soldier that killed that Patriot Prayer guy.
Yeah, what opinion do I need to change? Or what are you asking me? Do I think it was justified or not, or?
Yeah, I remember you saying something about...
it seemed like a wholly unjustified killing. They ran into each other on the street, and the guy pulled out a gun and he killed him when the other guy was like pulling out mace or something.
Well, the guy pulled out mace and like fired first, right?
I don't know if that is the case, but even if that is the case, to pull out your gun and shoot and kill somebody that wasn't... I'd have to go back and read the facts, but wasn't this Reinhold guy kind of stalking the other dude? Wasn't he like following him for a bit or something?
Kind of, sort of, maybe. I'm not sure. There's like video of him ducking into some kind of...
Yeah, there was like a video of him ducking around like a corner, waiting for the guy to come around, and then when he comes around, the other guy pulls out bear spray or something, and then eventually Reinhold shoots him. That's pretty not good. Like, he was literally like lying, like waiting for the dude.
Well, the two dudes walked into the street and approached him. It's dark at night, actually this links into another thing that I think you maybe... Okay, I'm not dick riding Vosh, but I think you've misconstrued something that Vosh said when you were on your like stochastic Voshism arc.
Okay.
The whole like snipers in the windows deal.
Okay.
Because the same day that shooting took place, it was actually it was the same day where the Trump people had like a whole rally in Portland. They came in from the countryside to drive their trucks around and shoot paintballs at people and shit like that. Remember that at all? Ringing a bell?
Not really, no, but I could go look it up. I mean,
yeah. I do have videos of the breakdown of the shooting, but not of the... I don't have the clips saved of that day where the Trump people were like driving their trucks through protesters and shooting pepper balls and shit into just random crowds and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it's after all day these dudes have been like chasing you around, harassing you. A guy walks out into the middle of the street, approaches you in the dark, pulls something out, like pulls out a weapon and fires at you, and he only fired once, right?
Hold on. I'm just gonna look this up.
Yeah. If I'm wrong, I mean, I'm wrong, but.
Reinhold was the shooter. Aaron Danielson was the guy that got shot. Okay.
Right.
Danielson was shot and killed at about 8:45 p.m. on August 29th near the intersection of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Alder Street in Portland. Reinhold was identified as the shooter on social media within hours. A police affidavit requesting a warrant for Reinhold's arrest, released after his death, included surveillance camera evidence showing that Reinhold had spotted Danielson and Pappas and had hidden in a parking garage to let them pass, reaching toward the pocket or pouch on his waistband. When Danielson and Pappas crossed the road, Reinhold, joined by an associate, followed them, with the shooting occurring moments later. Immediately prior to the shooting, someone was heard to shout, "We've got a couple right here," followed first by a warning that Danielson was preparing to use a can of mace, and then 2 gunshots. The actual shooting was not recorded by the surveillance camera, but it was captured on videos recorded by bystanders that circulated online. According to the police affidavit, Danielson had a loaded Glock pistol in a holster and was carrying a can of bear spray and an expandable metal baton. Danielson's can of bear spray is believed to have been struck by the first bullet due to damage to the can and a gaseous cloud that erupted after the first shot was fired. The second bullet hit Danielson's upper right chest, killing him. So, in an interview with a freelance journalist that was aired by Vice, Reinhold said he acted in self-defense as Danielson was about to stab another protester with a knife. However, no knife was found on Danielson. This seemed to be like a wholly and completely unjustified killing, like actual like hunting and murdering of a person. That was the impression that I got from it. And now rereading the facts of the case, that seems to be what happened. The guy stalked him.
I don't know if stalked and murdered.
Stalked and murdered.
Yeah, so he pulled a weapon out on him.
He didn't approach them. He saw him coming, and he waited. He lied in wait behind a corner, and then when the guy crossed the street, he followed the dude across the street after him. That sounds a little bit like stalking and murdering to me.
No, the Patriot Prayer Daniels or whatever approached the dude, like stepped into the street and approached the guy, pulled the weapon, aimed it, and fired it at.
Wait, that didn't happen.
Yeah, it did.
It sounds like what happened was Danielson was crossing.
Sure,
yeah, send me a video. Because I think Danielson was walking away from it. Just post it in DGG. I think Danielson was walking away from it. Didn't Reinhold follow him?
Post it in DGG, you said. No. Here's the best video I found of it, I think.
Okay, post it in DGG.
I'm not a Vouch fan, by the way. I see a lot of people saying that. There. Posted it in the chat.
Hold on, wait 1 second. You are so is this, what color is this? This is tier 3, right? Or is this tier 2, the teal color?
Tier 2, I think.
I want to perm ban you.
Why?
Not you. Sorry, this guy. Destiny, you were way off on the 10% being able to do a mile under 10 minutes. Way off. It's closer to 50% than 10%. Bro, you're linking me the fucking army like physical fitness test and telling me that this is an average of the US population? Are you fucking insane?
What are people arguing about? I can just answer this right now. What's the problem?
What do you think the percentage of Americans are that can run a 10-minute mile? I think it's less than 10%. Given that, like, let's look at...
I would say that a good portion...
caught up on this argument.
A lot of Americans are fucking old.
Yeah, and fat. So the U.S. obesity rate is 42.4%. None of those people are doing it.
I don't think I could do it right now.
So at the highest, we're at 56.6 or 57.6%. That's the highest I'll grant you of every non-obese person. Now we can go down to look at how many are overweight. I think overweight is up to 70-something% of Americans.
I bet if they said how many people under age 30 can do it, and I bet you could give a pretty high percentage there.
69% of Americans are overweight. Yeah, I don't think so, but okay.
You don't think so? Even if we said like under 25? What percent?
People always overestimate what they can lift. They always like overestimate how easy it is, or underestimate how difficult it is to run a mile. And I just don't think people are on this.
Well, it's like a jog.
Can bench my body weight.
Is it like a jog 6 miles an hour? It's a decent jog. Yeah, it's a decent jog. It's not going to be the like. It's going to be like an okay jog. Like you can't just walk it. You can't power walk it. You're going to have to be moving. If you're obese, you're not doing it. Overweight, depends on how overweight you are, and then completely out of shape, you're not going to probably be able to do it either. Maybe a very thin person who's really out of shape can just do it without any training because they're so small that they can do it. But okay, sorry.
There's a party that's.
Are you? Wait, did you link a video?
Yeah, in the chat. Way back when. Want me to do it again?
Yeah, sorry, do it again.
There we go. Oh, wait. It pinged me for spamming. There you go. Okay, so you can...
Who are you?
Yep. Leary.
Okay. Height also might play a big factor in it too. Maybe if you're like a 6-foot male, because you naturally have longer strides, maybe it's a bit easier, but you're also carrying more weight too, so I don't know. Okay, let me watch this. Hold on.
Alright, I'm gonna be back later, guys.
Fuck you, Dan. I'm sorry, Parallax. I didn't mean to be mean to you. I love you, buddy. Okay, this guy ducks in a parking garage as two men walk across the street past him. They're not walking towards him. After they walk across the street, it looks like Reinhold comes out and follows him. Now we can't see. So Reinhold is following him, as Danielson is now on the other side of the street, I guess.
That's the dude walking away, and Danielson comes at him, man.
And then he shoots at you, Jesus. Wait. What is he doing ducking to the garage and then like going across the street following him?
I don't know, but you know, like that's kind of part of what I want to ask you about is like, you know, obviously a lot of people accuse you of like playing defense for right-wing people and not giving lefties the same charity, right? But you were super nuanced in how you talked about like Kyle Rittenhouse and all that stuff, and I agree.
Hold on, I wasn't really that nuanced. I think just Kyle Rittenhouse.
More so than.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. I was not hyper nuanced talking about Rittenhouse. I think Rittenhouse was actually really easy. I think that was a really clear-cut case, especially now having all the facts. I don't think you have to be super nuanced. I think it was just really obvious. With this one, like if there was video footage of Rittenhouse like ducking into a garage as two people passed, they went across the street, and then he goes across the street like following him, like that becomes a way tougher case. That's not what happened with the Rittenhouse thing at all. That's not even remotely what happened.
I don't know. A dude lunges at you in the middle of the street with a weapon pulled.
He has a can of bear mace. The other dude's got a
load. You don't know that? It's dark at night. You pull something out that looks like a.
Yeah, but like, why? If they've identified these guys as like Patriot Prayer people, or whatever, why the fuck is he following him across the street? Like he's already hidden in the garage so that he sees there's like some danger or something that he's not comfortable with. Why would you follow them?
I don't know if he did though, because you see right before he shoots, he's actually walking away, and Danielson's the one approaching. I think before you said something along the lines of like it was a straight up murder or something like that.
That's because that's what it appears to be. It appears to be like a straight up murder.
Really? He's walking away.
He's crossing the street following him after hiding in a garage when he saw him walk past. And then he lies about saying that like the guy was going to stab somebody and there was no knife found on the body.
I agree. Like I said, I'm not trying to railroad you one way or the other.
I mean, you can argue that for the Danielson guy, like he shouldn't have like ran towards him and did the bear mace thing. That's fair.
Yeah, you shouldn't attack someone with bear mace for no reason. Yeah.
If you have a firearm and you're concealed carrying and you see trouble and you follow that trouble, that's really, really, really bad.
He's stepping back right
no,
before
hold on.
The gun comes out.
He knows
right before
that
the gun comes out.
He ducks into a garage and he sees what I'm imagining he's perceived as dangerous people, or people he doesn't ideologically align with at least. He sees them pass. Once they cross the street, he starts crossing as well, and then they start communicating with each other. Why wouldn't you just let them leave? You have a gun, so you know that if anything escalates, somebody's going to die. Like...
Oh, well, come on now. You wouldn't... Kyle Rittenhouse has a gun, and you know that something escalates, he should have just left, right? Like,
no, hold on. This was why the most important piece of evidence, for the Rittenhouse thing was whether or not he threatened them with that gun first. Do you remember those, like, the 3 pixels of him moving his arm where people were arguing? Yeah, because if it was the case, and I even said during the trial, if it was the case that Rittenhouse threatened somebody with his gun and then started, like, running away or backing up, that significantly recontextualizes the first parts of that engagement. But Rittenhouse is running away from people the whole time. He was running and being chased all the time. This guy's not running and being chased. The dude ducked into a garage, saw the dudes walk past, and then he wanted to cross the street and, you know, see what's going on. That's miles apart. They're not even in the same world of what's happening.
Well, you're saying you shouldn't even be in, like, proximity to someone you ideologically disagree with while you're carrying a weapon. Like,
if somebody is so scary to you that you feel they need to duck into a garage while you're carrying a weapon, yeah, I don't think you should go in proximity to that person. It sounds like you're afraid or you think it could escalate to something. Like, if I'm walking on the street, so when I'm in Omaha, I'm usually carrying. If I'm walking across the street and I see somebody that I perceive to be a threat, and I want to, like, duck into a restaurant or chill for a little bit, and I let the person pass, I'm not going to fucking follow them. Why the fuck would I do that? If they were scary enough to hide from, or if I thought they were a big enough threat to evade, why would I go chase them afterwards? This doesn't make any sense at all, unless I'm looking for trouble and I want to kill somebody.
well, yeah. I mean, like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you on that one. Like, it's almost like, wasn't it XQC or something? Okay, I'm not super familiar with all your streams and stuff. I don't religiously follow all this online stuff. But XQC said something in some Manosphere chat about you have an obligation to protect your wife or whatever.
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about? And he was like, no, nobody's going downstairs, right? Because that is the smart thing to do, right?
Sure.
But that's not... But, like, for me, like, I think that the best case against Rittenhouse, for instance, would be that he, like, created the circumstances to where he would have to use a weapon, right?
No, I totally disagree. No, absolutely not. There's no part of what he did that led to that. Unless you're going to say...
No, I'm not saying that's... I'm saying that's the best argument, because...
Yeah, that might be the best argument, but that argument fails on every level.
Right.
Sure.
I'm not saying... Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So yeah, you shouldn't create the circumstances. That's why there's shit like fighting words and stuff like that, where you can't just walk in someone's house, refuse to leave, and shoot them in self-defense or whatever.
Yeah, or even on the street, go up to a person and kind of like start a fist fight while you're carrying a gun and then kill them, right? Yeah.
But no, if someone that's been chasing me around the city all day approaches me on the street, pulls a weapon, fires it at me, I don't know.
It's not even it's bear mace even, and the guy is like,
you don't know. There's no, and there's been several self-defense cases where shit like a taser or a bear mace, like self-defense with a firearm, has been completely justified, because
sure, it could
you don't know if something like that might disable you. You don't know what they'll do after you're disabled, like that kind of shit.
Like here in this part of the video, Reinhold sees Danielson across the street. He sees him across the street. This fucking loser's in the way. Why does he continue approaching him? Oh, and then now he's like sidestepping away. I don't know what's happening here. This fucking loser has to stand in front of the camera.
He doesn't have...
He's not running away also. He's crossing to this sidewalk. He's not running. The Reinhold guy's not running away.
He's running.
Okay, sure. But I'm saying it's not like... Because Rittenhouse was running. No, he's not backing.
This dude's sprinting at him with a weapon.
This guy is strafing. This guy is strafing.
Yeah,
okay?
I agree.
So he's coming over to the sidewalk. He's already got his gun out. This guy is stupid. Danielson is dumb here to come with the bear mace, but the other dude is like, I think the other guy's clearly looking for a fight. Like, I don't even think the mace reaches Reinhold before he like pops this dude twice.
But again, it's dark. It's on the street. It's some dude who's been assaulting you all day long.
Assaulting him all day long. Where we don't? Is there like is there context for that? Also, because that's something I admitted for the Rittenhouse thing. That would have changed Rittenhouse as well. If you could show me video footage of like Rittenhouse early in the night was being like really antagonistic and being like, you know, kind of like starting fights and shit, and then people later see him with a gun, then that would have been, that was one of the things that I would have said, okay, this makes it feel like, yeah, I could definitely see people being on edge with Rittenhouse for sure. But that wasn't. The only thing that people released were video footage of him walking around screaming medical, medical, and then like handing out water bottles and shit. Like that's it.
There's a video of him like across the street from some looters where he's like, "We need a guy."
No, that was from like months. That was from months earlier, and I believe that evidence was all that evidence was ruled as inadmissible because that type of character evidence is irrelevant. But
I know that I might have been mistaken. I thought that might have been from the same day, but yeah, no. I mean, I'm sure you've read the Facebook post from the Facebook group that he sort of learned about the militia from.
The something Patriot, Kenosha Patriots, or I don't remember, but something, yeah.
Well, yeah, they were pretty explicitly like Antifa hunting season, baby, and all that shit.
Sure,
like,
some people in there might have said that, sure, but I mean, like, I don't think everybody that's part of that group is going to be an Antifa hunter, right?
Have you ever been arrested, Destiny?
Unfortunately, yeah, but for lame shit.
What, really?
Yeah.
For lame shit? I actually thought you would say no. What'd you do?
Just driving under a suspended license, stupid shit.
Oh, you dumbass. Okay, well, how about, like, how do you feel about the deputized sheriffs, the marshals that rolled up and basically seemed to have, like, hit squatted Rhino?
The police investigation says one thing, witnesses say another thing. I don't have the information. It's that feels like a 50-50 to me. It seems like they could have pulled up, and I think their investigation or an independent investigation said that Reinhold shot first. Maybe, but it could also be that maybe that investigation wasn't as thorough as it should have been, and maybe, you know, they just wanted to fucking kill him, possibly. But I don't have a strong opinion on that, and I don't know if we'll ever, unfortunately, get a good answer about that.
So the way it feels like to me, because I also got arrested. Have you ever been violently arrested?
No.
Well, I got arrested during the Black Lives Matter bullshit, and it seems to me, and I'm from Alabama, and it seems to me that, like, and there were tons of antagonistic counter protesters there, right? Like really violent rednecks and shit. You've seen the videos of people trying to run Biden bus off the road and shit like that, right?
Okay, sure.
So it's like, it seems to me like this is kind of concerning in that if there was a situation where I had to defend myself, which, by the way, you don't even need a license to carry in Alabama now. If there was a situation where I needed to defend myself, like, you know, a Donald Trump could just send a deputized marshals down to my house to murder me, right?
Yeah, if that is the case, sure, maybe, yeah.
Could you see how someone could reach a conclusion like that?
It could be the case, sure, yeah. I mean, if you're worried about that, it's possible. I mean, I'm not going to tell you it's impossible. I don't think it's going to happen most of the time. You don't have cops running around just murdering people all the time. But
well, yeah, I mean, well, like I said, I got arrested for doing practically nothing. I mean, there was no property damage or riot or anything like that.
What time did you get arrested?
It was at like 9 o'clock at night.
So were you out past curfew?
There was no curfew.
Okay. What'd you get arrested
for? There was no. The charges they finally gave me was disorderly conduct, which is basically bullshit, right? Like,
were you convicted of anything, or did they just hold you for a little bit and then release you the next day?
No. They were trying to charge people, and they did charge a few people and convict a few people, but they knew they fucked up, so they ended up giving me a piece of paper that's like, please don't sue us, and we'll drop the charges, right?
Gotcha, okay. So my guess is this is probably pretty standard behavior, like January 6th. You get a bunch of people breaking the law, you probably just arrest everybody in a group, you charge them all with a certain thing, and then you see which charges you can prove, and then whatever you can't, you just let those people go. Probably pretty
but I got my ass whipped for standing on the sidewalk and saying, hey, maybe you guys shouldn't whip so many people's asses.
Sure, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see what happened. I'm not sure.
Well, I have some, like, unreleased video if you want to see it sometime, but whatever, yeah.
Okay.
All right. What's up? How you doing? Are you ever going to go back to shooters?
Maybe, we'll see.
You said Warzone earlier.
Well, Dan left us, so maybe someday.
Damn. How about Apex? Well, like, I play shooters, right? And I stream on and off, and I have since like 2012 or some shit, like when DayZ came out standalone. And it's like, I don't know. The shooters that I play require way too many of my brain cells to be talking to people at the same time. How do I unlock my brain?
I don't know, man. You'll figure it out someday. I believe in you, okay?
Like, I have to listen too hard.
Okay. Well, hey, listen. What?
Oh, well, go ahead.
I was asking if you have anything else, otherwise I'm chatting with my...
Yeah, somebody in the chat shared an interesting video about, you said you promised to go to a furry convention.
I did?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, someday. Okay, well, hey, listen.
I'll see you there, man.
Yeah, be careful, okay?
Peace out.
Bye.
Thanks for the chat. Later.
Jesus. Okay. I don't know who you are, but you're in.
Hold on, let me mute my stream. How's it going?
Pretty good. How you going?
Not too bad. Okay, so I was wondering if, what was I wondering? Oh, so yeah, I don't keep up with, like, the Discord or anything. I mean, I watch the stream a lot, but, I was wondering why you changed your usage of the R word.
I just stopped giving a fuck.
Gotcha. So it's like, I guess, okay, that's fine. And then, I was watching like the manifesto videos, and I think you had like the link to the top 5
debates I did?
Yeah, top 5 debates you did.
By viewership, yeah.
Yeah, by viewership. I was wondering, because I watched them all. Some of them are crazy. I think there's like a one on pedophilia. Yeah, some of them are. I mean, they're kind of brutal.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was wondering if you had ever like constructed a list of like any of the ones that you thought were like
good debates. No, none of my debates are good. All my shit is a waste of time, and it's sad and horrible.
Really, even over like what is it, like 6 years now? I feel like I've seen some of them that I think I enjoyed. Like I actually felt like I learned something, and some of them is just screaming matches.
Oh, I'm glad you feel that way.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'd be worth thinking about sometime.
Okay, I'll consider it. Okay, a best of.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Have a great day.
Have fun, buddy. What do you want? Who are you? Go. Going once. Going twice.
Hello?
Go. Go. What?
Cool. So I had some a bit of a contention with your hypothetical. No, not the word. Your idea that there's that adding ritual to like some sort of like to getting things, having some sort of path to getting things adds some inherent value to it. The example you used was going to the movies.
Okay.
That there's some sort of, extra.
Yeah. What about it?
Is it not just the example you used, in the regards to the movies? Is it not just that there's a difference in like ambiance and like environment compared to like sitting on your couch, and that's what gives it the extra value, not some sort of ritual in air quotes? Like there's just like like eating a meal at a restaurant versus eating.
Could be the environment could be part of the ritual, maybe, right?
Is the ritual just? Could you then create in that instance, I guess, if you had some sort of ritual that you do at home to sit down and watch Netflix, and you get your popcorn and you turn all your lights off and you get blackout curtains, like
yeah, it could be.
Really
Absolutely, it could be. Yeah.
Inherent. Okay.
There could be like other rituals you establish at home or whatever. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that that we need to add those back in to these experiences, that the modern day experience of watching a movie at home on Netflix is inherently worse than going to the films?
I guess it doesn't have to be. There could be other things that make it cool or fun. Maybe you've got like friends that you bring over, or maybe you've got some set of things you do beforehand or something. I don't know. For me, like going to see a movie in a theater is like a really cool, unique experience that I can't match at home.
Can't match at home. Do you think nostalgia plays into it a little bit?
Well, I mean, I guess it could, but I mean, even if it does,
Like-
it's still a valid part of the experience.
Okay. Oh, well, that's all I wanted to ask about.
Okay. Well, have fun. Be
Cheers.
careful.
You too.
What's that? What do you want?
Ah.
Hi.
Oh, I have to mute the stream. I'm so behind. I'm so sorry. All right. I had two questions. Number one, I'm gonna do the same thing that Obsidian guy did, but not for Obsidian, because Obsidian fucking sucks.
Okay, what is it? If it's a program, I don't care. What? Unless you go quick. Don't tell me on it. Just tell me what it is. What do you want?
Okay, I'm not gonna say it too hard. It's not a replacement for Zotera, because Zotera is fucking based. Okay,
what is it? Just tell me what it is. I don't care about Zotera.
Okay,
Tell me,
it's called Max QDA. Okay, it costs quite a bit of money, but it's fucking, it's for qualitative coding. Okay, so you're like, if you have like a big document like a manifesto, you can fucking just highlight shit and add it to like certain hierarchies and shit like that. So
okay, got it. Okay, is that all you got for me?
I wanted to challenge you on your gender takes, but that
Okay, go.
might be,
Gender
might
takes.
take too long. Wait, what?
Go, challenge him, quick. What do you got?
Okay. I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on this topic, so...
Just tell me what it is. Go. You're saying so much random shit. Tell me it. Go. 50-50. Go.
Okay. So you... I don't know. I don't understand, like... You said you clarified shit in the manifesto. I just don't get it. Like, you believe gender comes from some attachment that we have in our minds to something.
I feel like we have like a brain sex. Yeah.
Okay. But so if people are like completely fucking delusional and they have attachment to a concept that isn't man or woman, why wouldn't that be as valid?
Because I don't know if our brains can be non-sexed into some weird thing like believing we're some spiritual creature or some alien. I haven't seen enough proof or evidence for that.
Okay. So you think it has... Okay. All right, that makes sense.
Okay.
So I'm 51-49 now.
Cool, great. Glad to bring you over. Tomorrow you'll be at 52, okay?
Take care.
Bye. What do you want? Hello? Hello, what do you want?
Hello. First, you can hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
I'm glad. First, fuck those 5 last chatters. Because of this stupid rename system, I got cut.
My mic was muted.
Well, now the other guy's going before you. Sorry, okay, other guy finish.
Alright, you already cut me. I'm done with you. I have a couple questions.
Go.
Biggest one was for your positions. With your positions now, I see a trend in YouTube comments that, oh, hey, you're validating the anti-HGWs as they were before. Do you think they were right now, or what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think they were right. I just think that the left got just insane. Like, the ideas that were pushing everything in the past, I think were good, and the other people pushing were fucking crazy. But I think that it's like the left has just they've gone too unchallenged, basically.
Yeah, because I would apply something you mentioned earlier about the whole justification of truth, etc. That because they came to the conclusions that they did, they were right in the end before the wrong reasons, the wrong evidence. Because I used to follow them, and you got me out of them because you showed, hey, it's rando on fucking Twitter. It doesn't matter. Now that it's like official, like big tweets and people, it can get real bad.
Okay.
That was the big one. Oh yeah. So you like The Boys ending? How'd you like season 3 of The Boys?
Season 3 was good. The ending was okay.
I thought the ending was... Have you seen the end of Attack on Titan? Or like read it in the manga?
Where we're at? No, I've seen like the dove shit. I've read a bit about it, but what about it?
I thought it was absolute dog shit. I think they threw
so
away all of the good shit that they did throughout the whole season.
Seems to be what most people think, yeah.
But so, I guess the part to contend on is, why do you think it was okay? Do you think the big thing was everyone immediately forgot about actually fighting Homelander? And I mean, yeah, they all forgot about fighting Homelander. They just focused it on Soldier Boy because he smacked Ryan, who is a soup, who did attack him with lethal intent. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think that like what happened in that last like 5-minute segment, or in that 5-minute fighting segment, could have been stretched over 2 or 3 episodes to make it seem better. It seemed kind of weird that everything happened so quickly and sides changing everything so quickly, but I mean,
yeah, because like literally the whole season is just them building up to, hey, anything that it takes. Starlight at the beginning, oh yeah, anything it takes. I'm gonna kiss Homelander. I'm gonna do all that. Wait a second, we have a solution. We can't use Temp V or like actual Soldier Boy or any of the other. Like fuck, Soldier Boy actually like held up his end of the bargain. He was the most loyal person. Everyone else unironically fucking betrayed him, and yeah, he's fucked up, but less than Homelander fucked up. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, wait, why did they even attack him in the end? Was it just because he hit the kid?
Yes, it was just because he hit the kid. No one thought, hey, let's just move Ryan out the room and then keep going. Butcher, like, immediately lasers him. And the Soldier Boy says, what the fuck? I'm willing to kill my family. What about you? He said, it's my wife's son. And then Soldier Boy gives him a look.
Yeah, that is really stupid. Yeah, actually, in retrospect, that's dumber than I remember it being. Yeah, that is pretty dumb. He abandoned everything, and all of a sudden, Homelander's chill. And remember, Homelander arguably raped his dead wife. Right?
Yes.
And yeah, so that's a little bit weird, yeah.
And he ends up with Ryan at the end, and that last scene where the like Antifa like radical guy throws the can at his head, and Homelander defends him. Like Ryan's getting more into the idea because, of course, like Butcher was such a dick to him earlier because I gotta kill Homelander. Oh no, Ryan's in the room. I can't kill Homelander now and squander all that development and work for the whole season.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah, the other bit, though, was for, like, Huey and Starlight. So, like, getting Temp V was really cool, but I have no idea. I thought the show, because I respected the boys. I liked it up to this point. I thought they were going to handle it with the same responsibility, like, oh yeah, Huey's getting addicted to this, but we can see why. It's the first time the poor kids had, like, any actual tangible power.
Yeah, any
and I get why... Yeah, and I get why, like, Starlight would be concerned about it, but they actually just portray Huey as, like, one-sided, oh no, it's chemically addicted. That's the only reason he's doing this. He actually had justified reasons. Do you know how hypocritical it is that Starlight, the soup, the genetically enhanced soup, is able to tell Huey, no, you can't defend yourself. You can't use Temp V and put yourself at risk.
Well, wait, hold on.
I need to.
Well, first of all, it was putting him at risk. That was a problem, too. I don't think Temp V was ever chemically addictive.
There was in the little notepad. Yeah, it was in the notepad that she grabbed from the lab where she saw it was lethal. It also said highly addictive.
I don't think that was thematically part of it. That might have been written in the thing, but I don't think they were taking because they were, or it wasn't like a chemical addiction. I think that they just really wanted to finish their missions and shit, right?
It did say specifically highly chemically addictive, but I get what you mean.
Yeah, it might have been scribbled down, but like I imagine the writers, they could have scribbled down a lot of random shit, but it's never brought up. That's not like a point, right? And we never see anything in the show that shows them like having like withdrawals or like addiction issues. They're like, oh god, I need to take it. Like, oh fuck, I can't. Like, I'm having like whatever. Like, it seems like pretty easy for them to take it or just not take it. That's what it seems. Yeah.
Yeah, the come down seems like kind of rough, but other than that, it doesn't seem like there were those chemical hooks. So it was a weird bit for them to write down.
Yeah.
It felt like that was the little tidbit to slide her, because Huey made up his mind like a couple scenes ago. I think it was when they were at Kirogasm. He like put his foot down saying, no, I'm actually going to like use my powers in the way that I think is right. And Butcher stops him by knocking him out, of course, but Starlight like there's his...
Wait, what was A-Train addicted to? I'm trying to remember, because he was trying to get something.
It was normal V, so he was re-injecting the same stuff they gave the kids to give himself a power boost.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And it would have been really cool if they, like, handled, I'd say just fully explored that addiction side, because Huey's right in terms of wanting to, or it makes sense for his character to want to try to defend people, actually, like, save someone with tangible power, because he's always been the weak, like, incompetent one. But they just brush it off as, oh yeah, you were wrong for doing that, Huey. Starlight just gets to have a fun, I told you so. We never counter, like, the weird toxic elements of, can you imagine swapping the genders here? For if you have a male superhero, the female gets powers, but actually likes being able to not be a damsel in distress, the hero. No, I don't need you to be strong for me, lady. I just need you to be here for me. It comes off as kind of fucked up, since also Starlight like hits Huey a lot with her powers, even when he's not a soup. So some of those
I think
bits
that
feel kind of off.
If I was to think about this from a writer brain perspective, I guess, because that's how I tend to watch these shows. I think the idea is that Huey can do some things well, and Starlight can do some things well. And Huey's desire to do what Starlight doesn't come from a place of security. It comes from a place of insecurity and weakness, right?
Yeah.
If it was the case that, like, Starlight got captured and Huey needed to take Temp V to go and save her, that would be like a positive thing for the character. Like, he did something like really good, and then that was like oh cool, he did a thing. But instead, it came from a place of insecurity for two things. One is because he probably feels insecure that Starlight is stronger than him, period. And then two,
which he admits.
Sure. And then two is that he feels like he can't make meaningful contributions to the group effort, right? Especially if you look at, like, he's with Mother Milk, he's with Frenchie and the other Komiko superhero, and then Butcher's like a badass, and Huey just always feels like kind of like a sidekick loser that can't do anything. So I think thematically, Huey's reasons for taking that Temp V were not good. So he needed to recognize that, like, hey, like, you're trying to be somebody you're not. You're trying to compensate for insecurity. You're trying to save someone who says they don't need saving. I don't want you to save it. That's the issue. I mean, we can argue that, like, if the gender roles were reversed, maybe it would come off a little bit more weird. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. But like, I think thematically, I think it makes sense with the character, you know?
Yeah, and I do agree that ultimately he should have gone off the Temp V. It was a bad path, and thematically it leads there. I just take issue where it doesn't seem like they, and this is part of a broader bit that I'm going to get to, it doesn't seem like they actually gave the same level of, like, scrutiny to someone like Starlight's position, where she is innately like a suit. She innately has the privilege of
but she's
never
not,
having
like,
to be weak.
Yeah, but she doesn't, well, kind of. I mean, she is kind of weak compared to Homelander, right? Like, she's really outclassed by him the entire time. She's basically Huey to her, as she is to Homelander, right? But
it's like Huey to the 7 compared to, like, Huey to being a normal person. She can still, like, for the most part, defend people she cares about.
I understand.
Like, if someone's in danger.
But, like, I don't think it's different because she's already had that choice made for her, and it's not like a constant re-upping thing that she's doing, right? It's kind of a different thing.
Yeah, but for her, it's basically my umbrage is there is, like, a valid criticism for, well, no shit, Huey might feel insecure because he literally would die if you didn't have to come in and save him. And part of his reason for wanting to help her is explicitly because I love you. Of course, I don't want to see you in danger constantly. But
yeah, but again, there has to be, like, assuming, so this is definitely, we're in a newer, this is a 2022 show, right? So if this was like a classic movie, then, like, the man having the feeling of, like, my woman can never be in danger or whatever, that's definitely valid. That would be like, yeah, you would expect a man to step up there. But when we're looking at, like, more modern takes on relationships, and we're looking at more equal distributions of powers, that they have a partnership, him deciding that he's going to put himself at risk to take care of somebody that doesn't need taken care of, who's explicitly said it that she doesn't need taken care of, is again, it's him trying to do something not for a noble purpose, but I think something stemming from insecurity is what makes it a little bit different, right?
Yeah, I guess the part that muddles it for me is because of how, like, the season started, it was explicitly, like, her coming to Huey with her insecurities that, oh man, Homelander's getting a lot worse, even I don't know if I'll be able to, like, protect myself. So it's kind of what kicks off everyone's big ambition for, oh man, we really need, like, something to kill Homelander right now.
Yeah.
So it gives me that, like, that sense of agency where I get why he very explicitly now is like, okay, we need to, like, nut up and actually find something to kill him, and we finally get that tool. But an interesting question is, why was Starlight against Huey using the Temp V in the very first place? I get that he lied to her, and that would be, like, a reason she's upset. But is there any ethical reason before we know that
my guess is going to be that even without knowing the side effects, it probably is always going to seem like something very risky. Because I don't think it wasn't like the same story as Komiko. It wasn't like Starlight was like, oh, if you become a superhero, you're going to lose yourself. I don't think it was anything like that. But I think there was probably like an underlying assumption that, like, this is going to have some type of, like, negative repercussion. Like, you're not going to be able to just take this. Not to mention that in one way, like, any sort of, like, V compound probably represents, like, the evils of Vought and everything. And by embracing that, you know, he's kind of, like, turning in that direction, you know? Oh, that's true. Like, the original V, like, had a high mortality rate as well. Like, a lot of children died and shit. There was, like, some Master Chief shit in Halo, like, trying to take that shit and make superheroes, so.
Like some Stardy ship implanting the gene seed. Because it did make some really powerful suits, like, compared relatively to a lot of the newer ones, like Stormfront and Soldier Boy were really, really high quality. But they probably made it more reliable at the trade-off for you don't always get, like, a really, really powerful suit. Oh yeah, so this was my big running theme. is like Starlight and MM's arc for They Always Want to Find Another Way. It felt like it had very little ground and very little actual like justification for when we first like got Temp V, and it outright saves MM's life when they're going for Soldier Boy. And eventually, when I get why MM like wouldn't personally want Soldier Boy involved, but for like Starlight, once we figure out, okay, we can use him to kill Homelander. Why are they so vehemently against it when they already know Homelander's an apocalyptic threat and they don't have any other means of actually dealing with it?
So I think that this is, again, I'm gonna give you a writer brain answer, and you're coming from like a pragmatic point. I understand pragmatically, you know, we kind of have to take Temp V to do it, but I think from the writer brain perspective, like superheroes are literally ontologically evil, right? Like these guys, all of these guys are dedicated to, they all have their own individual reasons for hating and wanting to kill superheroes, right?
Yeah.
Mother Milk's family was killed by Superboy or Soldier Boy, or
by Soldier Boy and Stormfront, so they kind of gave him the same arc twice.
Yeah. Butcher had everything that happened with Becca, obviously, and Homelander, who's like the superhero. I don't remember what Frenchie's issue is. I don't like Frenchie. Maybe you could argue that his interaction or his engagement with Komiko gives him reasons to hate like the V process or whatever, right? So that is the
Frenchie's
case.
was Lamplighter, specifically. Like that job went south because they worked with a soup and he killed a bunch of kids.
Oh, okay, maybe that was I totally forgot about that, right? So okay, in that case, like everybody thematically has a reason to believe that like these superheroes are evil, right? Just full stop evil. That's why they don't even like Starlight, right? They don't even trust her. I don't think they trust Komiko initially until there's like
they don't.
And yeah, so if that's the case, then taking Temp V like represents you joining the side of evil to beat evil, and then thematically that's never. There's got to be a ton of movie references and shit that I can't think of right now where you have like the opportunity for a character to like trade in part of their goodness to join the evil side. Oh, Star Wars is a whole story about that.
Yeah,
right?
literally.
Like Anakin, like you could think pragmatically, okay, well hold on. If he's worried about his wife dying, why wouldn't he just join the dark side and then he could bring her back to life like Darth Plagueis the Wise or whatever bullshit, right? But the answer is because, well, once you've like the dark side it's literally called the dark side. It's evil, right? You can't join evil and hope to get something good out of it. You're trading away parts of yourself. And I think that's what the superhero stuff is good at. That's like probably the writer brain answer, even if pragmatically it's like, okay, well hold on, maybe just one of us can take Temp V and like do this so that's easier for us, right?
Yeah, I think overall, like, my favorite movies, and when a movie's really well structured, it can merge that pragmatic brain and writer brain, so you have a good, consistent writer brain follow through of, I see why this was thematically set up and why it followed through, but you usually want to actually execute it in a way that makes sense, that's internally consistent to your world.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will say one like mini arc that show did so well that it did it better than it had any right to do. I actually couldn't believe it. They did a really good job in the third to last episode of showing Butcher's character arc and how his problems through childhood carried out through how his interactions with every single person. They did an exemplary job of like showing all the parallels through the seasons. That must have been planned from episode 1 in season 1 in order to demonstrate all that. That was really, really well done. That was done pragmatically and thematically in a really good way.
Like Butcher's entire action throughout like season 3, I would say, was Chef's Kiss, because he's obviously making a destructive, like terrible decision, but you can see why and where the trauma is coming from, and it even capstones it by fully showing us like Lenny and him getting trapped in that infinite nightmare. It's all just like really beautiful. Even how he ends up, where after taking the Temp V, he's now I think he has like a year to live because it did long-term damage to his body. All of that is like, it's just good. But that kind of makes me hate the ending more, because Butcher's already cemented himself on like that path of destruction. He's already like tried to push away Huey, which is like his moral chain to save him. He already like pushed away Ryan. He's tried to like actively remove himself from the boys and even like do the most heinous things he could to MM. But now with Ryan, rather than just getting him out the room and like committing and fully go into that like negative character arc, he gets what he wants, but what was the cost? He then stops halfway. Now he just paid all that cost for more or less no material payoff, and that triggers the pragmatic brain part of it.
Maybe, yeah. Well,
and it feels like it would have like a world without, because this is coming from the pragmatic brain, but it feeds back into the thematic. A world without Homelander would be, okay, we achieved our goal, and now what? Because having Soldier Boy as like the new main antagonist, more or less, he's not as like immediately destructive. He could even reason, but he still would probably have issues. And seeing that play out, where there's that major power vacuum in the superhero world, I think would have been pretty interesting to play with. And you could still put him in, and he's like terrible in a unique and different way. So like, for instance, Homelander is actually incompetent, which is actually a weakness of him. Whenever he tries to like stick his nose into a system, he doesn't know how it works, and he'll just arrogantly blow people off. Soldier Boy seems like he's just pragmatic enough to not do that. So when he wants to do something fucked up, he can actually infiltrate an institution and like sustain that. You could easily have that dichotomy of, oh no, we traded one evil for another. What was truly the cost? We never fixed anything fundamental.
Sure. Well, he's not. They're not much for long-term thinking. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the boys kind of has to end season 4. I don't see where else they could go.
Oh no, you could write so many things. It's a huge world. You could write a million different things for these people. Who knows? Yeah, but
well, yeah, but I just mean Homelander like has to die season 4, right? How? What are they doing if he's still? Oh god. Okay, lastly, the trigger me was why at the very ending bit did we focus in on the Congress chick running for vice president and not Homelander, who's the threat for the entire season, is now even more of a threat?
Probably because it's showing the woman getting even more embedded, like up in the political chain, because they're probably gonna win, and now you've got like Soups all the way in the White House or something like that, you know. But
I guess my issue is just usually like Homelander, since he even mentioned too, like I'll just flatten fucking cities and civilization.
Yeah, but we don't know where Homelander is at right now. Like his arc and everything is up in the air after like dealing with Butcher and everything. Like we don't know, but yeah.
Well, yeah. To the characters, they should at least think that he'd follow. Hey, they seem to think he'd follow through on that. So I don't get why he wouldn't be like their absolute biggest priority of, oh man, this guy could actually kill all of us. Like at any point when he snaps, and he might just snap.
Maybe,
he gets.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're still thinking of him as a problem, but I mean, there's just probably wasn't much to show without like jumping into like a new season's worth of material, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta leave pretty soon because I have a panel thing coming up, but yeah.
Oh damn. Yeah. Let me think. I think there was one last. Oh yeah, real quick. So a lot of DGGers, single men, people who want to advertise. Why not make a DGG dating show? Because I really liked Qbot Stevie dating when you were on. It was good information, but I can't handle watching Qbot. It makes me want to Roblox myself. So something a little bit more based, reconstructivist, get them meeting women just to see. That way we can have that information put to a test.
Okay, I'll think about it, okay? I love you, buddy.
Absolutely. Love you too. All right,
bye.
Hey, please. My turn, maybe?
Oh, fuck. Okay, go fast. Wait, no, wait, hold on. I gotta do something real quick. Hold on, and then you can do it. Give me like 1 minute. Hold on.
Yeah, okay. No problem. Well. Fucking hell.
Jeez. Okay. What do you got?
Okay, so the quick question was, I'm cashing in one of those ask me in X amount of years. I'm pretty sure it's been those amount of years. I don't know if you remember, but who was the B-list celebrity you smoked weed with Raj?
B-list celebrity? Wasn't it Mike Tyson?
Was it him? Did you ever see that before?
Yeah, we had like videos and shit of it, or not. We didn't smoke with him. But like it was at his studio. But I don't think it was ever a secret.
You know? Oh well, okay. Because I sometimes rewatch old shit because I'm autistic like that. And you literally said you couldn't say who it is, but I guess you said it one day. I guess I must have missed it.
Also, Tyson,
right,
that's
well.
an A-list celebrity, not a B-list celebrity. Okay.
Well, you said.
Yeah, I said B-list. I wonder if I was referring to anybody different.
Well, I remember. It's like one of your first. It was in.
I think the Tyson thing was a secret for like one day because they were waiting to release some ad or something. I think that's what happened. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that was my question.
Okay.
All right, bye.
All right, I'm gonna hop on this MrGirl panel in a minute. Hold on, I'll be back. It's a white grievance panel. I don't even know what that means. I don't know why I agreed to this, but we'll see. One sec.
Keep your head up, Simpsony, and never forget about Obamagate. HHH. Dan is confusing calories and calories. Eat big food. Joining for call-ins. Among Us, Pepe wins. Let me in, dog. Hey Destiny, I realize you have probably answered this a million times, but what is your email? Want to see if we can talk ek and takes. Feel like a lot of the conservatives you debate are pretty much cannon fodder. Watch the pre-workout breakdown. More plates, more dates does on the Gorilla Mind.
Sexy fucking criminal. Fucking rights, boys. Where's my pepperoni? Sexy fuckers, all of you. LLLLLLLLLL. Obama. Obama.
One of the few left that have been watching since 2010-2011 era. Here's rent money for me living in your walls. He wins.
I love forced memes. Gravy gnome. 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 I love forced memes. Gravy gnome.
Stop bullying me for stuttering on stream chat. I'm going to go shoot up a school now.
I like MrGirl. Why? Because his name ends with an L. 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 L.
It is too quiet in here. Let me play a song on my Donald trumpet. We go. Whoopsie, gotta get that mouthy right on it, and again. Obamna. 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 Thank you. Now it's Morbin time.
Really makes you think, guys.
Let's admit it. Hey.
Hi.
Destiny, how you doing?
Everybody's late.
Nice. Pretty good, Dick. How you doing?
Good.
How's your arm doing?
It's getting better. I could lift 5 pounds now.
Nice. Just enough to masturbate, right?
Yeah, maybe for you.
Almost.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm hoping one day I forget about it and re-injure it.
Nice.
That's my goal.
I'm live. Don't say anything crazy, okay? On my end, just
yeah.
audio,
Yeah.
okay?
I'm live too. Well.
Did he leave?
Destiny's mom
He
is so
left.
porky. She fell in love and broke it.
Yeah, injuries suck, huh?
Yeah, man. Don't do anything.
That's the only way to be safe. But you know, after a certain age, you get injured by not doing stuff.
Oh yeah, that's gonna get me next then.
Yeah, I think sitting can fuck you up too eventually.
Okay, there we go.
You can't cheat death.
Well,
I assume everybody here knows that I'm live. I kind of would assume.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Okay, good. Well, it's a good thing you didn't say anything then.
True.
I'm the only one here that doesn't have a stream to tank by slurring, right? We're all live, except okay.
I'm sure we could find some way to tank your shit. We just figure it out.
All right, I'm gonna have MrGirl's chat up on screen too. Just that beast. Let's see here. There we go.
Who else are we waiting for?
Oh, I'm not live.
Oh, way to go.
We're waiting for me. Okay, I'm live.
I thought we
okay,
were waiting for
okay,
Loner
okay.
Box.
Whoa, I thought I was live for a while. Hey.
You okay, buddy?
Hi, horses.
Professional
Welcome. Yeah,
streamer.
I'm all right. All right, guys. I'm nervous, okay? Don't screw me up.
What's wrong?
I just forgot to hit the right button. So, welcome to the MrGirl White Grievance panel. We're still waiting on Loner Box and GSU Gambit. So, I guess we're just going to hang out till they get here.
Okay.
Sounds pretty
Right?
good to me.
Yeah.
We can talk about anything except white grievance right now.
If you can manage that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is anyone showing up in a "It's all right to be white" or "Being white is okay" T-shirt? Is that?
If I had such a T-shirt, I would have worn it. Fuck! I wish. Damn it!
This was the time.
I bet Lauren Southern has one. Does it seem like she's got a "It's okay to be white" shirt somewhere stashed away?
Oh sure. Oh for sure.
If she
yeah.
didn't, I would be concerned.
She
I
probably
once
has
got
It's
the
okay to
top-
be white merchandise, right?
Yeah.
I once got the top comment on a Steven Crowder video by saying it's okay to be gay.
Nice.
I'm very
Good
proud
job.
of myself for that. Yeah.
I'm proud of you too.
Yeah.
Does the alt-right have any fragrances? Do they have like a line of "It's okay to be white" cologne or anything like that?
They should.
They should, or coffee. That'd be nice.
So yeah, Steve and I banned Lav after you talked to her today.
You really hate that girl.
No, it's not out of hatred. I don't hate her.
It is out of hatred. It's okay to be honest.
No, it's fear. I'm afraid of her.
What are you afraid of?
Well, she was talking about how she was addicted to pornography when she was a preteen.
Mm-hmm.
And talking about this in kind of lurid detail, I would say, to the point where it started to sound like erotica, and it was all designed to sell her OnlyFans. And
I don't know if that's the case.
and I saw someone in your YouTube chat said this is hot, and I said, you know what? That's the last straw. You're banned.
Wait, so because of a comment, it seems like you banning somebody for lurid details is kind of strange, but okay. Listen,
It would
Sierra?
yeah, I could see why you would think that, but yeah, I don't want people sexualizing minors in my Discord.
Listen, you don't have to justify your decisions to me, okay? It's your life.
This is the only person I've ever banned.
Wow.
That I've ever personally been like, guys, we have to ban her. Yeah.
Jeez.
What was her OnlyFans? So I know not to go.
She didn't even link her OnlyFans on stream. That's true. I don't even know what it is. Well, I'm sure my chat probably has it, but
yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. But yeah, I'm sure you'll be hearing from her again about this. So I'm just I'm trying to get ahead of this.
She already told me.
Trying to
that.
get ahead of the story.
She even told me
she
that
did,
she was the first fan. She's like, wow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many fights do you have ongoing at the same time, Destiny? Like, do you have?
Since I got to YouTube, not many.
Not many right now.
Yeah, just chilling.
Yeah. That's disappointing. I like your fights.
Yeah, they're a little too risky to have these days, you know? High stakes.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm. They used to be more fun.
Well, yeah. Apparently, they were reporting each other to the FBI. So.
Who?
Yeah, it's not. Lav and someone else in my Discord. And the FBI called me. An FBI agent called me.
Mm-hmm.
A few weeks ago, and I think it might have been about that, actually. I think they might not have been investigating me, but people accusing each other of stuff in my Discord.
Wow. I think that guy in your Discord probably emailed me, because somebody emailed me a while ago, and he's like...
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, he's like, Lavloon is an awful person. Screenshots attached. And then there was a whole bunch of shit. Like, okay. Very based. Not unhinged at all, but...
Right.
Well, how's
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, how's life in the big LA, Dick? Do you still live over in that area?
Yeah. I live just north of downtown.
Are you are you with Dick or not Dick? Ethan Ralph still, or have you separated? Or are you all cool still?
Ralph and I, we're like two peas in a pod. Are you kidding me?
Okay, damn, I don't know. There's a lot of fighting going on today. I'm never sure where the battle lines have been drawn.
I'm a Gunt Guardian. Down to my core. I could never turn on the Ralpha male.
Mm-hmm.
How about you? Are you on bad terms with Ralph right now?
I'm on good terms with everybody that's politically opposite me right now. So, yeah. Me, Nick, Ralph, Lauren. I think all three of these groups hate each other now.
Yeah.
The Groypers hate everybody. The Groypers hate Lauren. The Groypers hate the whatever the Ralphanites are. And Ralph and Nick, I think, finally had their falling out because there's the fourth faction, the Mr. Medicare. He came in and fucked everything up. And they all hate each other. So
He
yeah,
did.
Uh-huh.
That was an interesting one. The leaked group DMs. These
Yeah.
guys got to start. You even got to start using Signal with men now. You can't be putting that kind of shit in writing.
Was that the thing that leaked when it said that Nick Fuentes like took a UV light to check for semen in the beds?
That was. I think that was funny. Yeah, he said he was checking his roommate that just moved out. He was taking a black light to the sofa to see if there was any cum stains on it, which I wish I had been doing.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool.
Yeah.
It's hard to track who's mad at who.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Loner Box.
Hey.
Hey, man. Yeah, I hear you. You're a little quiet.
My
That's like his
interface
demeanor.
doesn't like Google Meets, so I had to switch one. I'm using like a 10-year-old thing right now. All right.
A 10-year-old. Oh, are you gonna ban him next, or?
I thought
it was pretty funny.
I know. You wouldn't think that I would be banning people for that. Loner Box, it's nice to meet you. We've never spoken before.
And yourself?
What should I call you, Loner Box?
That would
or
be
just
fine,
Box?
yeah.
Wait, where are you
Or
from
Loner?
again? What city? Or not city?
Loner.
I'm sorry. What country?
Scotland.
Oh, gotcha. Is that in England?
Mate.
Okay, we're waiting for one more person.
Do you live next to the Count Dankula guy? Are you guys neighbors? Is he
I'm
Scottish? I
close
forget.
enough. Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
he
I'm not
teach your
too
dog
far.
Nazi salutes too?
No, that's...
Oh wait,
Not
how
really.
how
That's
mean?
not
Can I get the official rules? I want to know how mean you could be to me before I can actually like take you to court and get you thrown in jail in Scotland. I need
Oh, God.
I need the list of rules. I feel really powerful right now.
Wait, is that a reference to something?
Yeah, don't they over in the UK? I don't know if it's only in England. I thought they did this in Scotland and shit too, right? Can't you go to jail for like hate speech and shit online now? Like they can find you and
No,
actually
it's
imprison you for it?
bullshit. It's a massive false... So that law was passed like last year.
Hold on. You're telling me that all the stories I've seen of guy calls person N-word on the internet and gets like 3 months in prison-
Yeah, that... Okay,
People,
so that's,
people
yeah,
in
there's
other
like a
countries
Twitter
without
thing,
free
yeah.
speech always do this.
Yeah,
They
so
always
there's
say
like- there's
oh,
like
it's
a-
massively overstated, but they're like, yeah, but like if you said the N-word, you'd go to jail, of course.
Yeah, no, I thought you were so like the hate crime bill was there were like two bills. One of them was a massive like red herring. The other one was kind of real. Yeah, it's like the non-crimes Twitter thing. Yeah.
So you can go to jail for causing someone anxiety on the internet in the UK, right?
I don't think you can go to jail. I think the police can like have a word with you. Yeah, there's some really fucked up like non-crimes law. It's called like a non-crime, but yeah.
Okay. Ellis? You guys ready?
Sure.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, so do we want to introduce ourselves or not? What do you guys think?
Oh, please do.
Okay.
Do we all get 10-minute
I'm-
introductions on the topic? Because I wrote a 3-page opener with footnotes.
Are you joking?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. You scared me. I wrote some opening. I would like to make an opening statement, just to set the tone for the panel, and then I will recuse myself from all moderation, and Dick will take over. But let's introduce ourselves. So I'm MrGirl, also known as Max Carson, and I make political content designed to get people to try to empathize with each other across party lines, and I'm a rapper. Let's go. Do we all have the same layout? Let's go clockwise.
That's me, right?
No, that's counterclockwise, unless our setups look different.
Yeah, my setup is different from yours.
Oh, they're all different. All right.
Yeah.
Well.
Well, I'll go my clockwise. Gambit, you're next.
Oh, cool. I am GSU Gambit, software engineer by trade, political pundit by night. But no, happy to be here. Appreciate you all reaching out. This is going to be interesting. That's it. No. Everybody already knows me, so I assume so.
Wait.
Okay.
Why the fuck is he on this panel? Why is someone like him
We're-
on this panel? Are
We're
we gonna get to
gonna
that?
we're gonna
Yeah,
we're,
okay.
like it. You mean a genius? We're gonna figure that out. Loner box.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I make YouTube videos and I sometimes fight on the internet.
Hunter.
Oh, my name's Hunter Avalone, and yeah, I'm a social democrat, and I stream on YouTube and Twitch.
Dick.
Dick Masterson. I'm the host of the Dick Show. I've done some other things, but I'm here to moderate today to make sure everyone answers the questions that you're given without giving us those politician answers. We all know what I'm talking about. Happy to be here as part of MrGirl's Raising the Bar series.
Steven?
Is that?
Sorry, were you gonna say something else, Dick?
No, go for it.
My name is Destiny. You can find me at youtube.com/Destiny.
Okay. I'm gonna read some. I'm gonna read my introduction.
Jesus Christ.
Hi. I'm about 3/8 Jewish, half white, and 1/8 South Asian. I'm gonna read some. Often, when I explain this to a white progressive, they smirk and they go, "You're white." I always feel a flush of anger at this, partly because they're dismissing the copious amounts of anti-Jewish racism I experience, but also because they're insulting me. White has become an insult. As a kid in a liberal college town, I learned to mock my own whiteness. It's the original virtue signal. To wear your skin like an embarrassing swastika tattoo, you have to continuously explain for the rest of your life. This seemed like a small concession at the time, and I thought anyone who complained about it was a Nazi. I'll never forget what the dean of my high school said to me after I'd been suspended for a self-published newsletter about race. "You don't know anything about racism because you're white." I stared at her in disbelief because her skin was maybe 2 shades darker than mine. The white principal said to me, "Did you ask your black friends what they thought of your article?" I smiled and said, "I don't have any black friends." This was in 2002. My hometown of Amherst, Massachusetts was the origin of this anti-white cancer, the raccoon city of the SJW virus, and I did my best to stop it from spreading. As you all know, I failed. But I'm still here, my white brothers and sisters, and I've convened this panel for a very specific reason. Even though most of us can feel a rising anti-white sentiment, we are heavily discouraged from acknowledging it. So anyone who does want to discuss it, or who needs to discuss it, is pushed to the far right, the only place where it is acceptable to share these feelings about your own body and about how others talk about it. That all changes tonight. We are here to prove that a group of 6 relatively normal people can have a relatively normal conversation about white grievance. Thank you. And I now pass the torch to Dick.
Thank you, MrGirl. Powerful words, powerful statement. Okay, folks, with an X, I'm going to ask some questions of everybody to get the discussion started. In no particular order, but feel free to chime in. Please let somebody finish their thoughts before you jump on top of them. I like the panel. It seems representative of America, or at least the Western world. We've got a lot of white. We've got some maybe quasi-Mexican thrown in here, Latino, 13% black. A little bit, what did you say, about 18% Jewish of something? I don't know. I can't do the math. So we're all speaking on behalf, just a pinch of Jewish, of Semitism. So we're all speaking on behalf of our races. Make sure you understand that before you get into it. Hunter, I'm going to start with you. Here is the topic for the discussion. Is anti-white sentiment rising? Is it fair to call this racism against white people? And if it's not fair now, when will it be fair? What do you think? I'll repeat it if you need it, but that's the topic.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I definitely do think that there is a rising anti-white sentiment. As far as the potential for harm, I don't think that it's there the same way that any kind of anti-Black racism would be, since there are still systemic inequalities as far as for racial minorities, where those don't really exist for white people. However, it has definitely become far more socially acceptable to just shit on white people. I mean, this is where the whole meme comes from, where it's, oh, you want to be racist? Just put white in the beginning. Or you want to be sexist? Just say it's a white woman first. There's absolutely like a sentiment that is rising that it's more or less acceptable to kind of shit on white people and make fun of them, or kind of like even what MrGirl said in the beginning is you can't have an opinion on this thing because you're white. Now, is it fair to call that racism? I mean, by the dictionary definition, if you are discriminating or belittling someone on the basis of their race, then I would say that that is racism, sure. But I think the big distinguishing factor is whether or not that anti-white racism has a likelihood of actually causing some kind of systemic harm, where I don't think that it really does. But just if it doesn't, I don't think that that justifies being racist against white people.
Everybody agree with that? I'm gonna throw it around the horn, open it up for discussion. What do you guys think?
I got two quick thoughts. One is that this panel might actually be too late. I don't know if anybody has noticed, but it feels like, and it's been feeling like this for a few years, not a few years, for 2 years, it's starting to feel like we've crested on some of this, to where people are finally starting to look at the insane cancellations, the ridiculous Me Too's, these types of statements where people are like, I think we've peaked a little bit on the hysteria surrounding some of these like very, very progressive like social narratives. I was shocked that the Washington Post actually fired, her name wasn't Taylor Lorenz, right? It was the other journalist who who blew up her coworker on Twitter about saying that he was being sexist or whatever because he retweeted kind of a dumb joke. The fact that the Washington Post actually fired her for that was unbelievable to me. I didn't think that would happen. So I kind of wonder if, Felicia Somnes, I think it was. I kind of wonder if we've gotten past maybe the worst of it, or we're in the worst of it right now and it's going to start to swing back. That's one kind of thing I wonder. The second thing is, people talk about racism and they use these kind of like crazy definitions and they talk about white people. I think there's an unfairly high burden placed on white people, as strange as it is sometimes, when it comes to dealing with certain types of actions. Like, if you make fun of somebody for their skin color, they're probably going to feel bad for it. That's probably going to be almost universally true. The idea that white people are somehow immune to that and every other social group is not is just kind of strange. You can try to find reasons why, like somebody would be like, oh, well, white people are in a position of power. And it's like, okay, well, can I be anti-Semitic? Because there's a lot of Jewish bankers and people running media and shit, right? That should be okay because they have a lot of power. But nobody would say that. What about racist towards Chinese people that are doing well, right? That people will pull out these kind of esoteric, or I should say academic definitions of racism to justify racism against white people, but they wouldn't pass literally any other test. It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, that was my two main thoughts. I wonder if we're at the peak of the anti-white sentiment, and I think people need to stop having like this ultra high expectation of the average white person to just have a bunch of people be racist towards them, but be okay with it.
So
Hunter, you said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Hunter, you said that you don't think it causes systemic harm, the anti-white sentiment. Can you define that a little bit? What do you mean by systemic harm? And
yeah, I mean, usually when I'm talking about systemic racism, I'm just referring to any kind of a system, whether it be a social system or a established institution that leads to disproportionate negative results that impact one racial group more than another. So that's why I talk about the criminal justice system, for example, because there's no intent there to screw over Black people. However, unfortunately, according to the statistics, Black people are disproportionately screwed over by that criminal justice system. What I mean when I say the systemic thing as far as white people, generally it's just kind of accepted that white people are in a position of power right now. And no, that doesn't mean that that justifies being racist towards white people. But what it does mean is that it's far less likely that there will be some kind of systemic inequalities that arise from people saying dumb shit on Twitter against white people. Again, I'm not saying that justifies it. It doesn't. But I just think that that's something important to take into account.
I think the definition of system you're using is taking system almost up to like a global scale or a national scale. But Twitter itself is a system that is skewed against white people. So you could say, like, you can have different there's obviously systems within systems within systems.
I don't
So
know
I
if
think
it's skewed. How is it skewed against white people other than people making like anti-white tweets? I get that, but like, what is
I mean,
the
yeah, I'm saying
outcome
like
that's
so like
negatively
if
impacting
The
white
skewer
people?
is that like you can literally there are certain classifications of people on Twitter that can act almost with impunity. Like I've seen
Yeah.
comments made about killing white people or killing certain politicians that blow me away.
Yeah,
but
you
I'm
can't
like,
talk about killing Jews on Twitter.
Of course,
yeah, and it's like I can tell why they're not getting banned, and it's probably because they have a certain political disposition. You're less likely to get banned, but if you're on the right targeting certain groups of people, like you can get dinged for hate speech like almost immediately.
Sure. Well, then
Yeah,
maybe
so-
that would be maybe that's a good example then of where there is some kind of a systemic inequality against white people. That could definitely
Well,
be
I
a thing. Yeah.
What was weird for me is I've spent most of my life, because I'm pretty left leaning and run in pretty left leaning circles, most of my life has been spent in systems where white people are punished more for expressing their beliefs, opinions, and prejudices than anybody else. So while I agree if on a global scale, sure, it's better to be white, but I've been in many situations like this panel. The whiter you are in this panel, probably the less freedom you have to say whatever you want without losing your fucking job. Like, we all know that.
I think something that's important to keep in mind when we talk about systemic racism or systemic injustice, the system there, I think, is standing in more for like our broader institutions. So the institutions of like academia, like schools, or the institution of criminal justice, or maybe the institution related to voting or medicine. I don't know if I would say that like systemic injustice because people are mean to you on a certain platform, a social media platform, is like the same thing.
Yeah, but Twitter is the bigger, the social media companies as a conglomerate are bigger than maybe schools or certain
But
groups of schools.
What's the negative outcome that is impacting white people at disproportionate rates? Like
You
there might
lose
be
your
more people on
job.
Twitter being
You
being
can't
rude
you can't
to white
talk,
people.
you can't talk, or you lose your job, or if you live in a horrible dystopian fascist state like Lonerbox, you could go to jail.
I'm not sure what you mean. How like you can get in trouble or get fired for a bad tweet, yes, and sometimes that can be really ridiculously over
Yeah,
the
but
top.
what makes a bad tweet from you and what makes a bad tweet from me are different. I can say shit that you can't.
But maybe
like what? Say it.
And then Gambit,
yeah, like is this
Gambit
like
can
an
say shit
identity
that I
politics
can't.
thing?
Yeah. Well, it's not identity politics. It's literally your race gives you, or I could say shit about you that you can't say about me. I could say, wow, Hunter was such a typical white man on the panel. Listen to the shit he said. You could literally just swap white for Jewish and MrGirl for Hunter, and then say the same tweet about me, and you will get banned.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of falls right in line with what I was already saying, though, is that there is, in fact, a growing anti-white sentiment, and it's also more socially acceptable to shit on white people. But the problem is, again, is that, well, hold on, white people, at least in America, make up the majority. Not for now, at least. Okay. So what that means is that if you are in a group with your friends and you're cracking jokes over and over again at the expense of black people, you have a higher likelihood of leading to an actual impact or a material harm on black people simply because they make up a smaller demographic in the country. Less people have seen black people or interacted with black people in America. And just based on that fact alone, that means that it has a higher likelihood of causing actual harm or reinforcing negative stereotypes.
I think I think that can be true. So this is a huge problem that people on the left have. People on the left are really good at breaking apart and generally, hopefully, are good at analyzing classes or groups of people, and that's fine. But it doesn't distill down to the individual all the time. Something may be true on a macro level, but you're not going to feel it on a micro level. On a macro level, white people are privileged. You're not generally getting shot down in the United States for being white. On the macro level, that's absolutely true. But if you're like a poor dude that lives in like a meth fucked town, like a fucking trailer park, and you've got somebody talking that white privilege shit at you, you're going to feel like, what the fuck are you talking about? Where the fuck is my privilege? I don't feel it, right? Or if you're in a group hanging out with people and, 50 people call you cracker, mayo, blah, 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 and you're like, okay, well, and then you like drop an N-word and everybody's like beating the shit out of you now, while they're kicking your ass and they're saying like, well, it's okay, like systemically you're privileged, like nobody's going to feel that. It's on the micro level, it's So even if these things are true on a macro level, I don't think it's necessarily relevant. It might be good when talking about macro level things, but individuals aren't going to be okay with that disparity in treatment. I don't think that's a recipe for success.
Just to clarify, if I could just clarify really quick, though, really quick to what Destiny said. I'm talking about as far as the macro level, then you have a higher likelihood of having negative downstream effects. I am not saying that justifies making racist jokes about white people because they are less likely to feel those effects. I think that if you're being racist against somebody, again, it's wrong no matter what. There's really no context where I would find racism to be justifiable. It's only that if you, as a white person, are making fun of black people, that has a higher likelihood of leading to harm. I'm not using it as a justification to make fun of white people, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Social media companies are not a micro level. This is where most, maybe for certain classes of people, certainly most human communication occurs, especially non-personal human communication. Places where we talk non-privately with each other is mostly governed by these companies, and their policies are all slanted anti-white.
Yeah.
So, I think just to, sorry, go ahead.
I agree with almost everything that y'all have said. So I definitely think like anti-white sentiments on the rise, and I think it's disgusting. I think like when we look back to like the C-word discourse that just happened recently, it was funny to hear that like people had like this idea that yes, you should be able to use the slur against white people indiscriminately. So it was pretty crazy. My only thing about this that I want to kind of get y'all thoughts on are, it seems like a lot of the anti-white sentiment is coming from like the white radical left though. Like it's like I agree that there are black racist people, like I agree that there's racist people everywhere. But the people that are making these policies, the people that are like really stirring up a lot of this anti-white sentiment is white people. That's the thing that's weird to me. It's like white radical leftists are the ones who are like pushing this onto the white race somewhere.
Yeah,
Do y'all see it that way too?
That's
or?
kind of,
I'm gonna say real quick, there's like a quote, there's like a meme where it's like, making fun of white people for being white is the whitest thing you can possibly do, and it's like 100% true.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, is that like the problem with getting rid of, like, trying to get rid of anti-white racism is you can't really call out the fact that this is like a very white problem. I think especially
I think you're all doing it right now. I think you're doing it right now.
In parts of the BLM protests, I kind of noticed, especially in very, very white parts of the United States, or even in Scotland as well, it was just like there was this real kind of like lack of like there was always this kind of like ideological confusion about like what do we actually want to achieve. Like it's like it was really hard to get an answer out of people at a lot of times. I think there was someone from Portland I knew who was saying that like, why were all those protesters, like those Antifa people, just so obsessed with the police when the black community in Portland didn't really feel like the police was anywhere near their biggest problem? Like the biggest problem for black people in Portland was like gentrification or housing discrimination or employment access and things like that. But then you find yourself in a position where you're like, well, we can't go to these shops at night because Antifa are going to fight the Proud Boys for a 28th day in a row.
Yes.
The problem with that is though, is that is kind of like, I don't really know what to call that other than like, I guess like the phrase is like impotence corrupts just as much as power. Like this is kind of like well-intentioned, like maybe like left-leaning white people who just had no idea how to help. You know,
I shudder to call them like well-intentioned. I think there's a rising like radical white people that want to view themselves as virtuous to themselves and to their friends. So they take these like really, really dumbass positions that nobody actually agrees with. It's like when you talk about like Antifa, right? Like you don't see an army of black people saying, hey, we need Antifa to step up for us. We need protection from the Proud Boys. No, they've decided that themselves, and they've taken these ridiculous positions. And I don't think it's coming from like black people asking Antifa to step up.
Yeah, and I think also,
Oh.
you also see one of the things I brought up a couple days ago is there were so many videos. It must have been at least 10 different videos I saw when there were the live streams of all the riots where you've got like these poor black people on camera and they're like begging these like white Antifa kids over and over again, like, please get the fuck out, like leave. Nobody wants you to do this. Get out of here. Like leave. Nobody wants this. Yeah.
Hey, I think you're doing it right now. I think you're all doing it. I think you're all saying like white people, right? The last 5 things everybody says been complaining about white people.
Well, but that's because this is where this comes from.
Wait. I want to break down what just fucking happened here because it's blowing my mind. Yeah, fuck you, Steven. We start out with Gambit says, well, you know, I don't think black people are to blame for this at all. Maybe there's a couple bad eggs, but mostly black people are really nice, and everybody starts fumbling to be, oh yeah, it's not white people hate white people. That's where all the racism is coming from. Antifa. Let's throw Antifa under the bus. Look, I'll come up with a Proud Boys Antifa. I can name all the worst white people I can think of, and everybody's foaming at their mouth to shit on white people. This is a white grievance panel.
Yeah.
So there are racist black
Yeah,
people.
but we're grieving against other white people because they're the ones that are fucking us up. That's the issue, right?
Grievances that are due to the actions of other white people, just like there can be black grievances due to issues of other black people.
God.
Like I feel like, and maybe it's because
I don't think that's fair.
Maybe it's because black people just didn't do all the crazy sociological education the progressives did. But every time I saw it was really funny. Hassan tried to ambush Myth on stream, and he was like, "Myth, this whole cracker thing is real dumb, right? Like you don't think like it's fine if we call white people cracker, right?" And Myth was like, "No, dude, I don't think probably shouldn't call anybody racial slurs." And it was like, okay, oh shit, that was awkward. But I think even I've talked to a few black people about this, and obviously I don't have all the black people in my binder to talk to. But like when I'm hearing statements of like we should be able to call white people whatever racial slur we want and not say any racial slurs to black people, that just sounds like a really white statement. I can't imagine like other minority groups saying that like, yeah, this is cool, this is okay.
White meaning stupid, right?
No, stupid and white.
That's what. So white.
So this is the thing, MrGirl. Like, a lot of black people understand the consequences of being racist. So, like, even the black people that I know that are racist, they aren't usually outwardly racist because that's like it's like self-degrading in some ways. Like, you're not going to exist in a predominantly white society as an anti-white black person. Like, that doesn't really exist. Like, that person isn't going to have a lot of opportunity. So I do agree with you that there are lots of anti-white sentiments that come from racist black people, racist Mexican people, racist everything. But I think the overwhelming majority of it that we're seeing, and the reason that the things that we're probably going to talk about in this panel are due to other white people.
The majority of all sentiments are due to white people in America because there's more white people. But per capita, I think you'll find a comparable amount of racism in other races. To also it's racism that's encouraged and fostered, especially on social media. Like, it's not true. If you're a black person and you tweet out something anti-white, like I'm so sick and tired of white people, you're gonna get 50,000, 100,000 likes, retweets. If there's gonna be a party thrown for you. It's just not true, and it happens all the time.
Yeah, but you were talking about systemic. You were talking about systemic power, and obviously, like
that is systemic power. That's what I'm saying. That's the system that I live, operate, and work in. In that system,
what is the
Gambit
outcome?
can go.
What's the negative result? Like the tangible
you lose your job. You've already asked. This is the third time you've asked this question. I answered.
No, you don't lose your job if some random person tweets out "fuck white people" and they get 100,000 likes. You don't lose your job.
It's not good.
Steven got banned from Twitch. People get banned from these platforms all the time for being the wrong color in the wrong cyber alleyway.
I don't know how you would go about even establishing that. I mean, there have been people who've been canceled and fired before for
so this
tweets
is why
that they
my first
made that
question
they should
was
have been fired over. But
this is why my first question was to nail you down and get you to say there is anti-white sentiment, and a lot of it happens on social media.
You didn't have
Twitter,
to nail me down. That was the first thing I said.
I know, but now you're saying it's consequence free. Like, it's not. Like, we generally, I don't think the six of us are generally violent criminals or drug dealers who are going to really feel, or poor people who really are going to feel the effects of systemic racism. I think that we are going to feel the effects of systemic racism against white people due to the systems that we generally spend time in. So you can say, Gambit, you can say like, yeah, if a black person goes out and is racist, that's gonna hurt them or hurt their lives. But that's in our circles, that's not as true.
Well, what about, Hunter, you mentioned, I'll go back to systemic racism against white people. What about hiring quotas, diversity quotas? Those all affect, the middle class, slightly above. What do you think about that? Does that qualify as systemic racism? Preferential hiring towards minorities?
I mean, I would want to see individual examples of that, but it could absolutely qualify. It's my understanding that quotas are usually not very accepted. If we're talking about something like affirmative action, which I hear people bring up quite a lot, that I did a little bit of digging into it today, actually, and it's much more focused on broadening the net so that it works to expand opportunity rather than just giving preferential treatment to minority groups. But if there were something that were happening where they were refusing to hire white people, then yeah, that would be another system that in that case, that is a system that is not only disproportionately negatively affecting white people, you can point to the actual harm there. Now we see white people less likely to get jobs because they're white. That would be a tangible harm. That would be a systemic inequality against white people. So if you could demonstrate that, then I would absolutely easily say
we don't need to
that is a
demonstrate it.
truism.
You already know this. We already have two groups of people, white people and black people. One is allowed to complain about the other on Twitter and have nothing bad happen to them, and the other, you will lose your Twitter, you'll lose any other social media.
These things? No, stop. You realize that making a dumbass tweet on Twitter is not the same as an employer not hiring people because they're white.
You are obfuscating the point by calling the tweet dumbass. The point is that black people are allowed to say dumb things about white people on Twitter, and white people are not allowed to say dumb things about black people on Twitter. We can just put the word dumb in there if it makes you feel better. Yeah. But the point is that on Twitter and social media sites, you do not have certain rights that that I have even.
I have to agree with the broader point that he's trying to make, right? The point that he's making is in social spaces, anti-white racism is more accepted than other types of racism. And I think we all agree with that.
I'm pretty sure I already agreed with this like 3 times. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but you keep saying it's consequence-free. Like it just doesn't.
Wait, hold on. No. I never said it was consequence-free. I was talking about systemic inequality. Specifically, it's not completely.
Show me the negative outcomes. You're like, where are the negative outcomes? Like,
I think the summary of this issue is it's the invincible comic where there's like the 52 slurs for white people in the background, and then the guy in front is like the N-word, and he's like, look at what I need just to match a fraction of our power, right? There is obviously some anti-white racism and anti-white sentiment that exists in groups, but it's not as bad as like the historic systemic injustices that other minority people have faced in the United States. I think we can accept all of these statements as true, right?
Yes, and
somebody calling me the C word on Twitter is not the end of my day, and at the end of the day, it really doesn't affect me that much. But it is pretty fucking annoying. They could be outwardly racist towards me, and if I were to say anything remotely back, it would be fucked, right?
Yeah, and if I could just further address what MrGirl said a second ago, it is not consequence-free in the sense that if you are a white person on Twitter and you are being, and people are tweeting racial slurs at you all day because you're white, then yes, that of course is not consequence-free. That's going to negatively impact the person who you are acting racist towards. What I said was that it's far less likely to result in a systemic problem, which means a broad issue that affects white people again on a large statistical level. You can point to systemic inequality, large groups of black people that are harmed by the institution of the criminal justice system right now. You cannot point to that when it comes to Twitter. That's all. I'm just trying to distinguish between those things.
I think the problem he's having is it feels like you're not sympathetic because you're trying to extrapolate to the systemic level when he's talking about the harm and the abuse that it takes on that specific individual. So I think that's why I think MrGirl agrees with everything that you're saying, but I think the way you're framing it and trying to expand to systemic problems and trying to compare it to anti-black racism, I think that's where y'all are actually having a problem with.
Because it's a different system. Like you're saying that I can't talk because black people are over policed and over sentenced.
I never said this. That you are literally.
It's a justification.
No, it's not. I
specifically. I can draw the
Max,
okay, you want to play connect the dots, Hunter?
That this was not a justification.
Yeah, I
specifically said this was not a justification.
You can. That's fine if you say that, but your argument is that it is. Because when I say, "Hey, let's talk about Twitter," you're like, "Let's talk about jail."
No. I'm simply talking about a difference between systemic inequality and racism on an interpersonal level.
Do you agree that Twitter is? Do you agree that Twitter is a different system from the criminal justice system?
Yes.
Do you agree that this system of Twitter disproportionately negatively punishes and sanctions and kicks out and silences white people?
I think that on Twitter, that system, it's more acceptable to have anti-white sentiment. Yes, I don't know if there are people who are kicked off Twitter for being white. I don't know about that.
I'm not saying for being white. I'm saying for saying the same. Okay. You're just switching the definitions around. If I say the same, if you say something and Gambit says something, and you get punished and he doesn't, were you punished because you were white? But you're going to say no. I was punished for saying something stupid. But you understand that another way of saying that is just that black people have certain rights on social media platforms that white people do not have.
Sure.
Okay. So within that system, the system that I think I spend more time on Twitter than I spend in jail or in court. So that system, the systemic racism that affects white people is the systemic racism that I spend the most time around.
Okay. I guess maybe there was just a miscommunication. I was never trying to offer a justification for any kind of racism directed at white people.
I know you're not, but you keep saying, okay, but show me the negative outcome of that. And then you say, well, because there's worse shit happening to black people in jail. So
I was simply trying to make
Twitter. It feels
right. And I can, you know what? I can understand why maybe it did come across that way. I was simply trying to, for the sake of argument, lay out how there are differences between systemic inequalities and interpersonal inequalities. That's all I was trying to do. Are there still inequalities against white people on Twitter? Yes. Is that bad? Yes.
I think something that we could take it one step farther if we wanted to, and we could defend also the argument that Hunter isn't making. He hasn't said this, but we could say that maybe if interpersonal bigotry, we'll say, becomes accepted enough on a cultural level, at some point that might that might actually come down or come out as some sort of systemic like inequality. So one example of this maybe, or at the very least it prevents something from being addressed. I can think of two examples of this. One on a broad level is women are massively outperforming men in school now, like 60-40. It's insane. The graduation rates have gotten insane. And every time we hit an economic downturn, men get fucked even more and more and more. Mm-hmm. And because of the interpersonal bigotry that we've allowed, we can't actually have a conversation about that. I've had two school administrator people, and maybe this is just by my sample size, maybe, but I've had two people email me and say, I think one was on stream, and I think one emailed me. They said that you can't have this conversation. Like the idea of even bringing it up, it's just nobody wants to talk about it. And then the second thing is, I guess this doesn't count as like an institutional thing quite as much, but there was a black man that was shot by the police after I think like a 6-hour standoff outside some lady's apartment, where this guy had shot into the apartment like 10 times or something, missed the lady's kids, and eventually the police had to shoot and kill this guy. This guy, his family started a GoFundMe for him and raised like, I think over $100,000 for the guy that was shooting into the woman's apartment. And like the woman is standing outside like crying as people are protesting outside her apartment. She's like, guys, this guy was shooting into my house trying to kill my family. What the fuck? And they're like, well, you're still alive, you're white, blah, 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 or some shit like that. I was like, what the fuck?
I remember that.
Yeah, that's insane. Now, maybe that one thing doesn't necessarily count as systemic, but like reverse the roles, and this is never happening. Right?
That's still fucked up.
Let me refocus.
Happening in reverse, but yeah.
Let me refocus your question because I think you're hitting on the next question that MrGirl has here for discussion. It is, should people of other races have empathy for white people and their experience of being white? Among them, some of the reasons why you just said. Gambit, go ahead. Go for it.
Yeah, I would say yes, and it's a lot of because of what Destiny just said. So, like, I'm from a rural area, so I know a lot of, like, poor or, like, lower middle class white people, and a lot of them feel like the system isn't, and I don't know if I necessarily agree, but I can definitely empathize with some of their thoughts, but a lot of them feel like they've been looked over, and it's like, oh yeah, you have this privilege, and even though you're poor, it's probably your fault because you're white, so you should have made it. So there's lots of poor white people that feel like the system is not designed to work for them, and it's designed to work for others because of historic problems. So I definitely empathize with those people. And like, and it is crazy because like I know a particular guy who, I don't want to go into the story, but I know a particular guy who deal with situations, and he specifically doesn't want social policies that would help him because he feels like they're only doing it to help others. And like, I see a lot of poor white people fall into that trap where the systemic things that could help them in their situation, they'd much rather not have anything because of the perceived notion that it's going for others and things like that. But for sure, yeah, I think we should empathize with people in those situations that are looked at as looked over, honestly.
Lord, I'm going to throw it to you next. Should people of other races have empathy for white people and their experience of being white?
Yeah, I think so, because I think there's this really, really stupid response that comes from the left to like the white grievance thing and the way it works to get people like Trump or Bolsonaro or Boris Johnson. And it's like people will say we should just stop talking about race and only make it about class. I don't think that works for like a number of reasons, and that is kind of one of them, is really understanding that like white working class and like black and Hispanic working class people actually have a lot of common interest. And yeah, like those, like in order for any kind of opposition to like right-wing backlash to work, is like those groups kind of need to understand each other. So yeah.
How do you think that would work? Having empathy, expressing it for white people and their experience of being white. You covered a lot of things, classes, Trump versus Bolsonaro. What do you think the steps toward that would be?
I don't know. I think one thing you can do is trying to stop letting the right do this thing where they try to treat like racial equality as a kind of zero-sum game, even when it looks a lot like it. So like reparations would obviously cost white taxpayers, but then the whole intention behind it is that you don't have neighborhoods that are riddled with crime. You don't have like drug problems and things like that. So it's like, and this is the kind of thing that right-wingers complain about. So I think, yeah, people need to kind of like approach things in ways it's not just about like racial justice should not be about like white people, regardless of their status, just degrading themselves so that black people can rise up or Hispanic people can rise up. I don't think that's, but a lot of people sell it that way, which is like a right winger might fearmonger about that, and then the left response might be, well, yeah, good, white privilege, get fucked. But yeah, I think that's like the biggest problem.
Do people of color have any moral obligation or responsibility to think or talk about this? So white people are supposed to be anti-racist, right? If you're not anti-racist, you're racist. You're part of the problem. You're sitting there enjoying this. You might as well be a fucking KKK member. So does the same go for people of color? If you're in a place where people of color are advantaged, do you have a moral obligation to speak up for white people or empathize with white people actively? I say yes.
What, should like more black people stand up to, or stand up for white people to get banned on Twitter or whatever?
Yes.
So, yeah. So I would say this, like I try to definitely stand up for injustices that I see. I will say that if you were to look at the things that I talk about most frequently, I think the things that impact black people are more, I think I don't want to say more harmful, but that sounds but I think there are tons of things that
everybody else is saying it. You might as well say it too, Gambit. That's what everybody is fucking saying. It's an entire panel.
So no, but to answer your question, like specifically, yes, I think that if there are injustices in our society, we all should be trying to point those out. I think that the reason you may not see that is because there could be other problems that are also present, and that could be pulling attention away from those people who would stand up and say more.
Wait. It'll be pulling attention away from who?
Yeah, so imagine if I think like anti-white racism is a problem, and I think like anti-black racism is a problem, it's possible that I could see that anti-black racism impacts me more, which results in like me talking about anti-white racism more. That doesn't mean that I don't stand in solidarity with people that are pointing those issues out, though.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But yes, to answer your question specifically, I think everybody would agree that if there's injustices in our society, regardless of your demographic, you should be attempting to alleviate that, right?
I guess it depends on what you mean by injustices. Does anybody not agree with that? I mean, Loner, you mentioned reparations, which is a surprise. You're talking about American reparations, I suppose. Is that something that everyone is universally for? Paying reparations at this point?
I have no idea what I'd imagine not. I've not looked at polling on it, but yeah.
Personally,
that's the problem. I'm talking about like the way people sell it, right? So like another example is you mentioned affirmative action or quotas or something like that. And I mean, like we do that in the UK, especially for like the Muslim community or thereabouts. But the reason they do it is because people in the, like if you have like a Middle Eastern name, you're more likely to not get hired. Like there've been a lot of studies with that. So the problem then as well is that a big white grievance in the UK is that Muslim communities are very segregated and they're very ghettoized and very like in enclaves. But of course, you're going to be in enclaves if there's not really any social mobility. So I think a result of maybe like the last 10, 15 years of quotas and affirmative action towards that community is that recent polling has shown that like British Muslims feel kind of better than ever living in the UK, and also racism towards them has kind of gone down as well. So but that's the thing. I wish people could just frame it in a way that doesn't mean white give to brown and black. You know.
Yeah. How would you phrase it? Go ahead, Gambit.
Oh no, I was just agreeing, man.
Yeah. Is everyone on board with that, MrGirl?
You guys know the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like these Jews who are so afraid of another Hitler, another Holocaust, that they see anti-Semitism as like a wick that's lit and it's burning, and they got to go pour water on it. Every time they see it, they're like, no, you don't understand where it goes. We understand where it goes. You don't understand where it goes. And I feel like, Hunter, I'm still mad. I'm still mad at you about what you said 20 minutes ago. I feel like when you say, well, show me the consequences, I feel like if only you were a Jew, you would understand and see that this can lead to really bad things, especially if it's unchecked. And we've gotten to a point where if you advocate for white people, you are racist, especially if you're white. But even like what Gambit just said, even him saying like, yeah, well, you know, even kind of like back equivocating a little bit and saying like, well, everybody should stand up for everybody. Even that could get Gambit called like a white supremacist, apologist, conservative asshole. So I think we should also be talking not just about current consequences, but consequences down the line as white people are defined increasingly, especially on the left, as like second-class citizens or like targets.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that for the most part. Yeah. Sorry that you're still mad at me, though.
You can't control my feelings. That's it's just part of political discourse.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm starting to feel kind of guilty, mostly because I'm white, but I mean, partially because I hurt your feelings. So.
No, you didn't hurt my feelings. You touched a nerve, but I don't expect to not get mad, and I don't hold you responsible for my outbursts.
Here's a question about guilt, Hunter. Maybe this will help you work out your white guilt. Do you think white people should feel guilty about slavery? Is there pressure for white people to pretend to feel guilty?
No white people should feel guilty about slavery. If they do, then most likely they are just virtue signaling or LARPing around trying to get brownie points from their other like privileged friends or something. No, nobody should feel guilty for things that they themselves have not done. As far as recognizing that slavery had negative impacts that still are negatively impacting Black people today, that is a different question. And that, I think, is a fine thing. But no, if anybody's feeling guilty because they're white and white people did slavery, then no, that they are very lost. That's never the right answer.
Does everyone agree with that? No white people should feel guilty about slavery?
I mean, it depends on what we mean by feel guilty. I mean, like, you can feel bad about it, but like the problem is the word guilt implies some sort of moral responsibility. Like if somebody tells me, you know, like, hey, you were driving last night and you happened to like run over my cat, even though you didn't see it or nothing happened. Like I'd feel guilty about it, but like I don't know if that's like my responsibility or something. You know, it's like you can feel bad about things that have happened to people in the past. Maybe even a little guilty that you've assumed a better position in society as a result of like who you were born to or what area, what zip code you're in or what country you're in or whatever. But insofar as like that guilt implies some level of moral culpability or responsibility, that's probably not good. And we don't have different words to describe different types of guilt, I think.
Yeah, I think that when you asked even at the guilt question, I was instantly assuming like a personal guilt. Like, should I feel personally guilty for slavery because I'm a white person? No, then I would stick with my original take, of course.
So you feel sort of a... Go ahead, Gambit. What do you think about the guilt?
I was trying to work out how I feel, and I think I feel exactly what Hunter said. And I think that's maybe what most people don't say correctly, but yeah, it's not that we want people to feel personally guilty, but we want people to sympathize with or empathize with the impacts that it had and understand how those things can still be affecting Black people today. So yeah, I don't want anybody to be like at home crying, oh my God, it's like no, we just want people to understand it and voice that to people that don't recognize that that's the thing.
I think in a way some of the shaming rhetoric around slavery that comes, do we all agree that there is some degree of progressives like guilt tripping white people about slavery.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
I think.
Or there's like a modern take on it too.
Oh
Anytime
God! Oh
What?
damn it! Oh no! There are the black progressives will guilt trip you about slavery.
Yeah, there's like the modern take on it is anytime you ever hear the C word, people are usually trying to allude to stuff like that. Colonialism. That's like another big way that people have found like shit on white people is that word. Yeah, because because when you're talking about colonialism, you're only talking about white people colonialism, and it's usually just like a, I don't want to. I guess a dog whistle. Yeah, for like shitting on white people.
It
basically.
is.
Yeah,
It's an anti-white dog whistle. Wow.
There's so many C words. I never know which one you guys are going to talk about. Every time you say it, it was the wrong one.
Not your favorite one. That's probably not going to come up in this discussion.
Come? How do you think that that guilt, that feeling of guilt, is used against people, though? I don't know if everyone's so sophisticated with their feelings that they can express the difference between guilt as a person and guilt as a group. What do you think about that?
I think it backfires because it's and I think this has led to a lot of racism against black people on the right, when in order to empathize with black people, you also have to say that you did slavery and you're sorry. And when those ideas are packaged together, I think that it hurts everybody.
Yeah. I would think so as well. I mean, I think that if we want to acknowledge some of the issues that are still affecting black people today from the past, the first thing that should be done is make sure that people don't feel like they are somehow personally responsible for this. Because the minute you try to guilt somebody or try to make them feel like this is all just white people's fault, like as in you are living as a white person today, you should somehow feel guilty. If anything, that's going to just lead to more resistance towards the end goal.
How do you square the idea of reparations?
I'm not really in favor of reparations. I mean, I never talked about it on the panel or anything, but yeah,
I'm not either. No, I don't mean you specifically. I don't mean you. How do you square your idea? But like what I'm trying to get at is reparations, which is essentially a financial transfer from white people to black people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like a settling a lawsuit?
What? I said it's based.
It's based.
I think you can make one good argument for reparations. I think, and that's
that. How do you make an argument for reparations that does not also blame white people for slavery?
I'm about to. Okay, so the one good argument you can make for reparations is that if it was the case that at times in the U.S. history there were promises made, people go back and forth about like 40 acres and a mule or whatever. If those promises were made, then there's an argument that those promises ought to be kept. Now, it's not white people that has to pay it. It's not because of slavery. It would be the United States government that has a general fund paid into by all sorts of different people paying on past dues. It doesn't really have to do with the fact they're black, kind of, but like not really. It's just the fact there's a group of people, treaties were made or deals were made and they were broken. And if that is the case, and if that can be proved, and we all feel comfortable about that, then I think that paying something back for that is okay. I think that's an okay thing.
Yeah, Mr. Gray,
anyone
say that? If you found out that like there were black veterans that were promised. No, we can talk recent stuff. Well, this is relatively recent, not really recent. But if we say that there were black veterans that were promised money during the 60s and 70s, right? And those people are still alive, and we know those people's names, and we know that the government made them promises, but we know that disproportionately they weren't allowed to receive the funding that they were expected. You would say that paying those individuals what they are rightfully owed, like what Destiny just called out, you would say that that's a fair thing, right?
Yes.
So you do believe in some form of reparations. So when people say they don't believe in reparations, I have no idea what's in your mind, right?
Wait. I believe in I believe that people should be paid the money owed to them. The question is, are the descendants of slaves owed money?
I mean,
not just for being slaves. Maybe it would be for like deals on the book, things that you could trace, right? That would probably be how it would go.
I think there's so many other things that are less complicated than talking about. Let's go all the way back to slavery, right? We can talk about like the denial of loans and a bunch of things. Like
walk me down the chain of logic. I'm going with you.
So if we talk about like redlining, right, and how black people are disproportionately put into areas that had low economic opportunity and were systemically denied through banks, through government policy, if we can point to those things, and we can say these people were denied this because of their color, you would say that those things we can. It's just like the Japanese
so.
during. You don't think so?
I think that would be a civil court matter, not like a policy of the U.S. government. Like if you could prove that somebody, did something like that, because
I can't remember exactly. This was dealing with the federal government as well, not just the. Not just.
Are you talking about redlining specifically? Because it was the Federal Housing Administration. Yeah.
Well, wait, hold on. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that redlining, it might have been like an approved practice, but at the end of the day, it was private banks and stuff that were making the decisions on who not to loan money to. No.
I'm not ready to have that debate right now, but yes,
Well, it's all theoretical. I think we're just trying to figure out where each. Okay,
the government we're going to influence the culture that accepted banks not lending loans to black people.
Let's put it this way: none of us want to give the whole country back to the Native Americans, right? None of us want to leave, right? We took it; it's ours. We've had it for a while, and like it's not really rightfully ours, but we're keeping it because we really like this place. We've been here for a while, so we're keeping it. So we've gone from squatters to owners. So at a certain point, none of us believe in reparations, and we all believe that if you walk out of a bank and then somebody chases after you and says, "Hey, I just want to let you know that like because of your race, that's why your application was denied," we all agree that the bank should pay you back. So we all believe in reparations. So the question is, where does the gravy train get derailed for each of us?
I would say if you're just going to start paying reparations like just across the board to black people, I think that would probably be like ridiculous. I think that I really agree with what Destiny said. Is there should be some kind of evidence that something was denied to black people, and that is why then we are basically making up for a past wrong. And I guess this kind of goes into what we were saying a second ago about redlining. It was somewhat on a local level. There were local levels, state levels, but there was also federal segregation that played a huge role as well. For example, the Federal Housing Administration subsidized builders so long as they would only sell those houses to white people. So there was definitely some pretty blatant racism on the books that's been depicted here. So I mean, maybe we could look at that direction, but yeah, like if it's across the board, that would be ridiculous.
But would we also agree that a broad transfer of money to black people now
will be based,
even if some of us would like it, also is a little racist, even if there's a justification for doing so, that to poor white people.
No, I think this
just the idea that like because of why you're poor.
No. Wait. This is why it's so important. Wait, this is why you have to have my perspective. Any other perspective fails. Yeah. It has to be.
I don't have to have your perspective.
If you want to make the argument, it does. It can't be because of race, and it can't be because of past wrongs. It has to be because a specific agreement was broken. If you get reparations or whatever, it's not because you were a slave, and it's not because you had a bad history because of slavery. It's because the government made a deal with you and went back on it. They broke it. That's the only way you can do it. Yeah.
To the poor.
Wait, is that what they did to? Is that what they did in Germany with the reparations to Jews?
No, Japanese Americans, right during the World War, right? Like there were reparations paid. Well, I mean, I guess you don't have the right to be seized without proper investigation, right? But those people were given reparations due to what happened during the World War, right? Because they were wrong, like criminally, but it wasn't like necessarily a financial transaction that was.
I think that was a little different though, because they were able to solve it like immediately. Like if the federal government did something bad like right now, and we want to talk about kind of reparation, that's fine. But when we talk about reparations for slavery,
wait, I have a couple. If black people were richer than white people now,
yes, you would still be paid back. Yeah.
Would you? No. Would we be having this conversation?
We probably wouldn't be having the conversation, but you should still be paid back.
Okay. Okay, so to some extent, even though you can come up with a justification for reparations, to some extent, it is an attempt to remedy the plight of the black man.
No,
today.
It's not. I've never said that. We're not.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying it's true, because if black people were really rich, we wouldn't be talking about giving them reparations.
True. That's why I'm saying those are dog shit arguments. If you're making that type of an argument, then you're.
I'm not making an argument. I'm
not saying you are. But I'm saying you're attacking an argument that no one else is making because it's a dog shit argument. If you're trying to, you keep saying that like,
no, I'm not
like
attacking
you can't.
The argument.
Well, then why are you even bringing it up?
Because while you are making a compelling argument for reparations, you are smuggling in why we're even talking about the reparations in the first place.
I'm not smuggling that in. It's part of their conversation. If you want to ask
Well,
the whole
it's-
panel,
yeah,
is
but-
anybody here in favor of just paying black people back because they were wronged without like any extra like qualification? Besides
no,
Gambit.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that as the representative, the sole defender of the white man on the fucking panel now, I want to point out that the only reason we're talking about reparations for black people is because we're trying to find a justifiable reason to transfer money to black people and not white people that makes sense. And while you are very good at articulating and coming up with those justifications, the task at hand is how can we give these poor black people some money and have it like not piss off white people too much? I don't think there's an answer to that question because it will and probably should piss off poor white people. I think we want to give poor.
If we're taking Destiny's approach, maybe, well, this isn't exactly Destiny's approach because Destiny, you said if it was a promise that we then went back on, there are a lot of places where we might actually be in favor of reparations where there was never actually a promise made that they then went back on.
Exactly.
It could just be like something with redlining, which deliberately was an effort by the federal government that we have on the books, which showed that they were purposely trying to further segregate America.
Yeah, I understand, but the problem is
also,
that it's shitty, but like we're a democracy. If that's what we decided at the time was fine, then I mean, like if we were to go back and we were to redo every single or pay somebody back for every single unfair law or whatever, I don't know, like Native Americans would be impacted, probably Asian Americans would be impacted, Irish.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if we were going to take the approach of something like, for example, redlining, and we were simply going to say, here is a policy that disproportionately fucked over black people, I don't think it should just be black people that get reparations. I think it should be, if we're going to go that route, it should also apply to white people who were fucked over by redlining also, because white people were screwed over by redlining as well, just not to the same degree.
Yeah, just not disproportionate. Yeah.
It shouldn't be on the basis of race, no matter
there's
what.
nobody. But Hunter,
Cindy,
there's
you
nobody.
don't agree with any of the reparations that we paid to Native Americans? A lot of it was due to just
Did we
fucking over
pay
Native
reparations
Americans.
to Native Americans, or did we just finally give them some land to set their shit up on?
That's a
Yeah, I
form
thought
of
it was just
reparations too.
reservations.
Reparation doesn't necessarily mean money. But that's
So-
a form of reparations as well. There's multiple reparations that we not saying that we've given enough for somebody to try to clip out of context, blah blah blah. I don't want to get in that argument, but we have given Native Americans things because of historic wrongs that have happened that aren't due to broken promises.
Yeah, it's just when you start getting into like U.S. policies, I don't even know how you would even start to get into like who caused what wrong for what reason. It just seems like it'd be so hard.
Listen, you can empathize with, you can agree with the idea that there can be a historic wrong that happened that wasn't due to like some sort of financial agreement that in which we should pay reparations, right?
That's the hard one. Like, because there were probably genuinely, this is the most racist conservative talking point, but there were generally probably some black people that wouldn't have qualified for a loan or wouldn't have qualified for a mortgage in some areas, right? But so like, how do you begin to make the determination of like, well, who got racially affected by redlining?
That's what we get a committee together for, a Senate committee together for, and they figure it out. But I'm saying you can agree with the idea that you can do a wrong to a certain demographic of people, and you could give reparations just because a wrong was done, not necessarily due to a financial transaction that you didn't uphold, right? You agree with that, right?
I don't know.
But like, there's nobody.
I don't know. I
there's
think.
nobody-
Wait. I think.
We have no grievance panel, dog. Just letting y'all know who went into reparation. But go ahead.
Well,
I'll stay
obviously
here.
this whole kind of concern. I don't know about the concern about like, so if we give like reparations out too broad, they might go to people who didn't really have them coming. But I guess that's kind of like saying like, should we really like impose sanctions on this nation because it might affect people who live in that nation who have nothing to do with what that nation's guilty of doing. So, but I think that's the point of like it's never going to be like this perfectly clean thing.
Yeah.
But I think an example of it succeeding would be like Germany, right? Because I wish I could remember, but I think in Germany they didn't. It wasn't just Holocaust survivors who got reparations. It was Jewish organizations that were started after the Holocaust, and it was also about like monuments and memorials and museums, and like they built those stepping stones. So like outside every house of every Jew that died, there's like a stone that has like where they were born, where they died, what their name was. But as far as I know, that was quite successful, wasn't it? Because like the anti-Semitism is not.
But when did they do that? Yeah, but that we're talking about the proximity to.
They're still doing this like to this day. I think it's something like $100 billion now.
Exactly the right group of people to pay back, right? We all agree that there's going to be some inefficiency in selection, and there will be a group of people who may not have deserved it that get it. But because we feel like we're correcting a wrong, that's why we go on that endeavor, right? Like it's never going to be the case that, oh yeah, we found the names of the 57 people we need to give reparations to, and it's only them, and we did it through all of this analysis, right? There's going to be some broad, in some ways, there's going to be inefficiency or broadening, whereas we give to a group, and it may be that some of them didn't deserve it, right? We never split hairs like this in reparations.
Yeah, that's not my problem with it though.
Okay.
I'm not afraid of black people who didn't like. I don't
I'm
care
afraid
about
of
that.
black people.
Well, sure.
My question is like,
especially today.
If we start to do like really broad reparations to just anybody who kind of qualifies being black, like at what point is it justified? Well, at what point is it justified for me to do blackface? Like maybe I'm.
No, wait, hold on. It wouldn't be to black people.
Got...
We're not talking about black people right now for reparations. It would be for African Americans. It'd be
well, I just mean on a broad. If we were going to go for the direction of broad.
Okay. Here's my problem with reparations. My problem is that it just seems like a rationalization for giving money to black people.
Do you think the same about reparations to Jews? And
I just wanted to do blackface. I'm sorry.
I don't think the same thing about reparations to Jews who are actually Holocaust survivors. No, and I think that reparations should have been paid to black people after they were freed. I would definitely agree with that. But I think now, if in 200 years, a bunch of Jews are like, we should get some money from the German government. We should get money from the German government. Then we didn't get our money. They didn't pay enough reparations, and I traced back my family, and you know what? I found out this was stolen. This was stolen. I have an itemized list of like things that were stolen from my great grandmother, and I want my money back. Then I would say no.
Okay, yeah, but I don't think anyone's saying that. Right,
yeah, I want to make sure you understand this, Mr. Girl. Most people aren't arguing the position that you're arguing against right now. Most people.
Let me explain my position because I don't think I'm getting it across correctly.
Okay. Cool.
I understand that there is a sound, logical chain that you can follow to justify reparations, and that it makes sense and it's full of good arguments that are inarguable, and that you can come up with good analogies for all of them. My problem is, why are we making the arguments, and why is the question being asked in the first place? I don't think anybody is looking through Hunter's lineage to go back and find out if some government and some place screwed over his family, and if he should get a check for some reason. And I don't think he cares about that. So so while you can come up with a justification for it that is sensible and makes sense and sounds like good policy, my problem with it is that I don't think we're really talking about why we're even trying to come up with that justification. And it seems like the answer is because black people are poor on average, poorer than white people. We're trying to give them money. And if black people weren't poor on average, I think we've all conceded that we wouldn't even be trying to figure out a way to transfer the money.
Yeah, so I can help you there. I can help you there. If Hunter had a big enough family that was a big enough demographic in our country, and we could trace the wrong that you just talked about to Hunter's family that's probably still living or something, we would agree with reparations for that group of people, right? So I think the problem is
I wouldn't. No, at a certain point, I'm like, every fucking person in the country can or every person on earth can come up with some wrong that was done to their ancestors by a government, and then
yeah, you said ancestors, right? You continually switch the context to
keep in mind that we do some form of reparations. Conservatives will not hear one word of
I'm trying to make a meta. I'm trying to explain my problem. My problem with the argument has nothing to do with the contents. Wait, will you just let me? Will you, Dick, make him stop.
Go ahead.
Please.
He's laughing.
Please.
Go.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Wait. Can I just for 2 seconds? Because hold on. We're arguing so much about. We're arguing so much about nothing. We're arguing about so much about nothing. Okay. We all agree, Mr. Girl. Everybody agrees with you. The only reason we're having this conversation is because black people are really poor today, and it seems like one of the reasons why is because of systemic injustice that happened in the past. But if they weren't poor today, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We all agree with that.
Okay. Great.
Yes.
So this is the ball of arguments that make up why we should
And
why
you're
we should
still
do
gonna
reparations.
explain it again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain it again. This is the ball of arguments. Everything within this ball is why we should give black people reparations, and or how, I guess, the rationalization for it. And I'm trying to make a meta argument of like, well, why do we have the ball out? And Stephen, as you just said, it's because black people are poor. We want to give money to them. Every time I make a meta argument, every time I make a meta argument, one of you fucks dives back into the ball and starts making internal arguments that I've already conceded to you. So stop doing that and engage with the meta, because the meta is the problem. The meta is the reason that white people have grievance about reparations for black people. If you're just trying to give money to black people, you have all this mental gymnastics you can do to show why it's okay. But at the end of the day, you're going to give money to poor black people and not to poor white people. And I want an explanation of why that is the case without diving into the ball. And I don't think that there is. I don't think there really is
all
one.
arguments become bad. Yes, if you remove all context, yes, it's impossible to make a good argument for sure. But that's what you're attempting to do.
No, it's not. I'm saying that the arguments about the mechanism of reparations are solid. My problem is, why are we using the mechanism? And if the answer is just because black people are poor, then maybe we should just give money to poor people instead of poor black people, because the government played a hand in the government plays a hand in everybody's lives. Like it's every poor person in the country is poor. You could frame it as they're poor because the government let them get poor, and whether they did it by chaining them up and whipping them, or whether they did it by sending them to jail or denying a housing application, or not their power shut off at a crucial time in their life and they lost a job opportunity. The government plays a hand in all of our lives. So to say that we've come up with this super specific reason and very obvious, like colorful reason for why we should give money to black people, obfuscates the fact that we're just trying to give money to black people and not to white people.
I think Destiny has said some things pretty succinctly, and I don't think we're going to arrive anywhere. I don't think we're going anywhere. Right
I mean, I think we all
Would this logic follow for other past wrongs,
I'll give you
such
the
as
final
eminent
word
domain,
on
such
this
for poor communities?
I think we all agree that we're only talking about this because black people are poor. MrGirl's contention is, if that's the meta conversation we're having, then shouldn't we just broaden the conversation to all poor people? The reason why we don't have that meta conversation is because we are talking about black people because they are poor. But the reason why they're poor is because they are black people. And that's what makes it more special here. There weren't policies on the book. There weren't policies on the book to discriminate against poor people when we talk about like redlining and stuff. There were policies on the book to discriminate against black people. So when we're talking about a group of people that are poor and we want to address the grievances of that group of poor people, we're not going to address the grievances of all of poor people if that specific group of people are poor because people have targeted them in the past on a characteristic like their blackness. We'll probably focus on that characteristic that was targeted when we go to address those grievances going forward.
I also want to chime in there because I think MrGirl kind of, I don't really disagree with you. I just think you're kind of doing the thing again where when you suggest this idea of let's just go for poor people and not black people, I think the problem with that is it doesn't actually get rid of white grievance. I don't think, because the problem is that if you target,
I don't want to do it to get rid of white grievance.
Yeah, okay, but like
it
I think
won't
it's
add
just
to it.
acknowledging that that's why I think like the race and class thing kind of needs to, like, it can't really ever be disconnected, right? Because I guess white people who are poor, they're poor as well, but for different reasons, and there might be like a difference.
So fuck them, right?
No,
If
not
they're-
fuck
if
them.
it-
Like the solution to their poverty is not reparations, right? Like there's something else that needs to be done. Like,
I don't think
know.
the solution to black people's like also, people were enslaved. If there were a bunch of rich black people living in Africa, I don't think they would be enslaved. Africans were enslaving each other. That wasn't because they were black. It's because they were poor.
Here, so let's
I
say,
think,
okay,
I think,
here,
I think,
let's
I think,
here's,
I think
this is
you can make an argument that class is underlies all of it.
No, it doesn't. That's the point. So let's say that you have let's say you have 100 people, okay? 50 white, 50 black. Let's say that you set these people in the world, you give the 50 white people $1 million and you give the 50 black people $1,000 in debt. Let's say that we run that experiment and after 100 years, we check in on both groups. Let's say 95% of the white people are wealthy and let's say that 80% of the black people are poor. And now we're looking at these groups and we're like, well, fuck, how do we rectify these problems? Well, it's tempting to say, well, even though most of the black people are poor, there are still some poor white people. We should just target the poor people and fix the problem. What other people will say is, well, hold on. Yeah, there are some poor white people and there are some poor black people, but a lot of the poverty from these black people wasn't just because they were poor. It's because somebody in the very beginning specifically fucked them up due to them being black. And if they were initially set back due to being black, when we go to address these grievances, shouldn't we specifically pay them back because they're black?
Okay, I have two responses.
Go.
One is no. I think we should be focused, and this is why I brought the white guilt thing into this. I think we should be focused on what is going to help the most people, not what is going to make us feel better. And I think that I understand the justification, but I still think we should just help all poor people as much as we can, regardless of why they became poor.
So
and
let's
second
talk
of all,
about.
second of all, let me can I just make my second point, Dick? Will you please help me?
Go for
Please
it.
help me. Okay, my second point. My second point is that again, black people were not given $1,000 in debt in your analogy simply because they're black. In your analogy, they were, but they weren't enslaved because they're black. They were enslaved because they're poor. The slaves that we bought from Africa were already enslaved by other Africans, right? And they were not enslaved because they were black. They were enslaved because they were poor.
In the United States, like the whole point of like indentured servitude was that like you could never buy your way out. Like you could like it. The institution of slavery in the United States wasn't just for poor people. It was pretty specifically for black people. I know there were some white slaves in the United States, but overwhelmingly, like this was a racialized kind of thing.
I know, but I just don't think
as soon as you go one generation after 1619, then yeah, like if you're a slave, it's because you're black in America, right? Like within the United States, because that's what we're talking about.
I think this will help Mr. Girl out. So, Mr. Girl, let's take Destiny's example where he said there were 50 white people and there were 50 black people, and we came back. Now, imagine if you set these things into motion that Destiny said, and imagine when you come back, for some reason there's equal representation of poor people because imagine that so this is what we got to change about Destiny's example. Imagine there were 100 white people instead of 50 and 50. So there were 100 white people and then there were 50 black people. Now imagine you come back and there's 50 poor black people and there's 50 poor white people and there's 50 rich white people, because the population sizes don't actually match, which is why I had to change his analogy just a little bit. Now imagine if you only try to solve for poorness, those disadvantaged black people, specifically because of their race, can be overlooked as the population size grows. So if you're in a sufficient part of the population, then your grievances that you are somewhat trying to correct because you're trying to make poor people better, those grievances aren't addressed because you're helping a smaller part of those people. So that's why doing it specifically on them being black because they were done wrong because they were black makes more sense.
Fuck, Mr. Girl, I've got a really good example. Shit. Can I just like?
Well, then I'll just go fuck myself. I'll just go fuck myself while you give your good example, I guess.
If this doesn't work on you, like I'll just give up and cry. Okay.
Nothing works on me.
Please. So like.
That's my trademark.
I'm just going to CRT pill you here. Right? So like Crenshaw in the 90s wrote this essay with one of the ones on intersectionality. And one of the things that she noticed was that if you're looking at shelters for rape survivors, there was this problem that in black communities, for whatever reason, they kept on like underperforming. Like they didn't have enough resources, even though they were modeled according to the finances of each community. And like what, so if there's a working class community, they'd get more resources and all that. But the problem in specifically black working class communities was that the need for alternative housing for victims was so much higher because of generations of housing discrimination. So even though it was modeled to control for class, the problem was that black victims were still disenfranchised because even white working class victims were more likely to have support networks that they could get alternative housing quite easy. So the modeling for these shelters was that housing wasn't a massive priority, but in black communities, it had to be. And that's traced back to racism. So that's like one example of where like you can't disconnect race from race and class need to come
I would
together.
like to rebut. That is a after the fact understanding. After things were you tried to apply things equally, it didn't work out for the black people. You then looked at the data, and then after the fact, gave the black people the resources that they needed and did not have. You are now trying to say that this after the fact examination of what happened and then how you fixed it can be applied to a before the fact. We've not given reparations yet. Like mental gymnastics or rationalization of what you already want to do. But the reason you want to do it is not like, oh, if we give money to poor white people, it doesn't work. So we can only give it to the poor black people. That would be the analogy you'd have to make. You'd be like, well, we realize because of slavery, black people need infusions of cash into their bank accounts, or they need property given to their families that white people don't need. White people need something else. That's not what you're saying. So it's not really a good analogy. And I also think I'm already CRT pilled. I'm the only person here saying I don't think we can just say that slaves were enslaved because they're black. They're also enslaved because they're poor. There's no answer. Is it just because they're black or just because they're poor?
So I mean, I looked this up because I was curious about that as well. But there was
okay, motherfucker.
There was a heavy influence from racism, which contributed to the slave trade. I can read you this little blurb here. For much of the period from the 15th
I think we all know
century,
that it's more comfortable to take a whip to somebody who looks different from you. I don't think you're not going to get any argument about that.
I thought the argument was that slavery didn't start. They didn't enslave Europeans. Did not enslave African Americans because they were black, but because they were poor. That's what you said.
Okay, let's say you and me save up $50 million, and we're gonna enslave some people. We're gonna spend this money on enslaving people on an island. We buy the island, and then we have to pick a country to go to enslave people. And we're gonna pick a country. We don't want to enslave people that look like us because that would be weird, right? So that's where our racism is going to come in. We're going to be more comfortable if they look different. What country do you want to go to enslave people? Should we go to Japan, or should we go to the Congo?
I thought we were anti-white racist here.
Well, I don't know.
I was going to just bring up the actual history with when it came to the slave trade and the initiation.
I don't want to talk about the history. I want us to.
You don't want to talk about the history because you said something earlier that is now disproven based on the history. That's why you don't want to talk about it.
I'm proving to you right now that you cannot enslave people that are much richer than you.
So
you can't enslave
realize
rich
that
people.
Poverty may have played to the benefit of the racist, sure. However, they were not looking around saying, this is rich, this is poor, let's go get these guys because they're poor. It was because they were black that motivated the European slave trade largely.
It's obviously both. It's obviously both.
But it's more so on one than the other.
Okay, so you're saying that if black, so you're saying you could go to Wakanda and enslave Wakandans because they're black. You can't enslave rich people. That's what I'm trying to fucking tell you. They have to be. You can enslave white people if they're poor. You can't enslave rich black people. If they have a society that is technologically advanced like Wakanda and rich, you can't just go there and start loading up boats because they'll kill you. You can't do that. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is that the poverty may have played to the benefit of the racist.
No,
however,
that's what you are translating what I'm saying.
The slaves because of the distorted view that they had of African Americans. You realize that Europeans and Africans used to be in the trading business together, right? And it's during the 15th century that then led to the racist stereotypes that Europeans had of black people, which then also played a huge role in the transatlantic slave trade.
Like Lonerbox said, I am CRT pilled, and I understand the interactions between the profitability of being racist that encourages racism, then that racism encourages the profitability of slavery, and it's all an intertwined mess. And that's why I'm saying that it's not so simple. You can't just say these things happened to them just because they were black. It's also because they were poor.
It happened to them just because they were poor. You're being as reductionist. So you can't
just said it's both. Wait. Do you remember when I was right? Let's rewind.
Well, now you're kind of walking it back because this is why you don't want to bring up the historical fact because it disproves what you said a minute ago.
All right, Dick, will you help me out? Will you tell somebody to shut the fuck up, please? Let's go to the chronology. Remember 5 minutes ago, Gambit, when I was mockingly saying it was both. Remember, does that ring a bell when I was saying that? So don't. Okay.
Nobody took contingent with that. Everybody took contingent when you previously said it was mostly because they were poor. You said that's why we should do reparations for poor people. You didn't say we should do reparations for poor.
No, I'm not saying that's why. No, stop. I'm not saying that's why. Okay. I do not believe that the history of why people are poor should be taken into account when you're thinking about helping them. That's what I believe. So I don't think it matters whether you're poor or why you're poor or what color you are as you're poor or whether what color you are contributed to you being poor. I don't think that should be factored in. I can understand your justifications for it, but please do not take my counter argument outside the ball. Remember the ball. I'm making a counter argument outside the ball. I'm saying I don't think you should be using this shit because I don't think it makes any fucking sense. That my counter argument is I'm not saying we should give reparations to poor people if their ancestors are poor. I'm saying we should we should help out poor people because they're poor
Yes.
now, regardless
So-
of how they got there.
So, Mr. Girl, everybody agrees with you on federal policy that we shouldn't do it in a racial way. Nobody disagrees with that. But if you want to talk specifically about reparations in a distinct conversation versus just talking about UBI or free healthcare or whatever, yes. If you want to have a conversation over reparations, then yes, the idea of what demographic you belong to can matter. It can be very important due to why you ended up in a bad situation. If you want to just talk about, hey, I don't want to give free healthcare only to black people, nobody's going to disagree with you. But we're talking about reparations here. But you're trying to.
I don't want to give free
health.
healthcare only to descendants of slaves. My point is.
Nobody wants that. Nobody's arguing that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I think that when you have like discretionary prosecution, like the fact that cops can decide whether to investigate you, and the prosecutor can decide whether to charge you, and the judge can decide how long of a sentence to give you. All of these give opportunities for racism to creep into the system, right? Even if even if nobody's thinking it, it can still happen. I think a similar thing about this. When you start thinking, well, what's our reason for why this group of people gets help beyond that they need it? It is infused with anti-white racism.
Okay, I think we should do last words on this because we were somehow Max turned a white grievance panel into a 1-hour debate on reparations. Unbelievable that he let that happen.
I think the white grievance standpoint is that reparations are not fair.
I'm grieving as a white man now.
Yeah,
I can't believe nobody mentioned Israel. Maybe I've been calling into the wrong shows for too long. Should we do?
Probably.
Can we move on to a happier question? Hopefully, this one's about pride. We know that Black pride is good, and Latinx. It says Latino pride here is good, but that's not as a Latinx.
I'm sorry to both of you.
Jesus.
Latinx pride is good. White pride is evil. What gives? Why is that?
Probably because of the association between white pride and what it has meant for so long. It is, especially colloquially, something very different than I am simply proud that I am the color that I am. Truthfully, I think it's pretty dumb to take pride in your race to begin with. Maybe you can be proud that you used to be discriminated against at one point in the country, you're not anymore. That's pretty based, I guess. But just saying like I am a proud Latinx or whatever the fuck, like that's pretty stupid also. But I think the reason the white pride thing is met with so much backlash is because, well, when do you see people saying white pride, right? It's always like the most extremist white nationalist types who preach the white pride the hardest.
Yeah.
The real
pride
talk
is usually a reply, right? Like gay pride is a thing because people are like were told for most of their lives as children or whatever that they should be ashamed for being gay. So it's just like
right.
No.
I think along the lines of what Hunter said. I think when we look at the structure of white or the structure of black, they were drawn specifically to create like oppressors and oppressees. But so I think when people see people take pride in the white moniker, they're seeing them take pride in drawing this circle around a certain group of people and preferentially treating them. And when you say white pride, you're saying that I'm proud of these boundaries that we've drawn to oppress other people. I don't really hear white people that are like not extremely racist even say this, because a lot of people don't even identify with whiteness because the term has become so like
yeah, I think the issue
much.
is that like white pride sounds dumb because really black pride is kind of dumb. I don't think that there are groups of people that immigrate to the United States. Like I've had one person tell me this. Maybe it's not true, but I've heard people say that like if you come to the United States from Kenya or Nigeria, like, and you immigrate, like you don't think of yourself as like I'm a black American. You think of yourself like, oh, like I'm from Kenya or I'm from Nigeria or whatever. Like it's a little bit more precise than that. Like if you go to Europe, people would from like Sweden or like the UK or Germany wouldn't necessarily be like, oh yeah, I'm white or whatever. Like they talk more along their ethnic lines. I think if people want to have pride because they're like Kenyan or because of the descendants of slaves, African American, like these are fine. But like the idea of just like black pride when there is no shared black experience in the United States, I don't think so. Is kind of dumb, much the same that like there's not really a shared like arguably like a shared white experience in the United States. But like if people want to have like Irish pride or Scottish pride and you live in the US and you're talking about your descendants, that's probably okay. It sounds less weird, but
yeah,
You don't think there's a white identity to share? You don't think there's a white identity that people share in the United States?
I don't think so. I mean, there's not even really a coherent black or brown identity. So the idea that there's a coherent white identity, I don't think is true. No way.
Yeah,
Bad dancing, shopping at Target.
I think
that
people
kind of
use
stuff.
black because, like, most people that are descendants of slave have no clue. I don't know where the fuck I came from, so I'm not gonna have some pride in some other nationality.
Well, that's
right?
why I'm
So-
saying like it would be African American pride, right? Where African American
that's
society,
why, like Fanatic found the term like ADOS, and that's why like a lot of us like, yo, that's a dope term. Okay, cool. So yeah, I agree that if there's more local classifications, that we would accept those more. But I think people would accept black because that's majority of what's put on them in society. So it's like, yo, I'm black and I overcame. So it's like a symbol of pride in that way.
Mr. Girl, do you have anything to say about pride? in this
I
one?
think.
Seems like everyone is post pride here. They think that even the
Well, it sounds
concept
like
is
it, but
dumb.
I don't. That's not the sense I get looking around the country and looking at conservatives, especially. I think Trump has certainly tapped into a strong feeling of not just anti-white shame or people who don't want to be ashamed of being white, but people who are proud to be white. It does feel like a white identity, whether it's coherent. Like, I don't know if like Christianity or Judaism are really coherent identities either, but people have them. So I disagree. I think that there is a white identity, and I don't think that everybody who has it is racist, Gambit. And I disagree with everything everybody just said, I think.
I think actually maybe we could agree if we frame it how I think Gambit might have been the one that brought up the point. Why do people have pride? And it might be in response to other types of aggression. So if you are seeing people now that are like proud to be white, maybe it's because they've only felt attacked as white people, right? Like absent like the insane progressive attacks,
like gay people
on white people. Yeah, when you have a bunch of people
Gay
saying
pride.
"fuck white people," well, then it's not really that surprising that those white people that feel all attacked are going to like gather together and like have some kind of coherent movement or something.
I think you're also saying they shouldn't have it because it's nonsensical or doesn't make sense. Those are the same, but because you're saying it's nonsensical, that it's dumb. They shouldn't have it because it's dumb, but they do. I mean, like I guess the question is not so much should white people be proud of themselves, but what if they are? What are they supposed to do about that? And are they allowed to talk about it? And how do we talk about them?
I think it's okay.
Right now, the answer feels like they're not allowed to talk about it, and we talk about them very negatively.
I think it's okay, but I think what Hunter said is important. Anybody saying that they're white and proud should understand the context that could be perceived in. And as long as they're elucidating that I'm not a KKK member that's proud of oppression and things like that, I see no problem with people being white and proud.
Do you think black people should have to say I'm not a gangster every time they say they're proud of being black because of what the other side associates with their race? I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to tell people they should have to make some fucking. Wait, no, I don't think it's fair to tell people. Every group of people does horrible shit for all of eternity. So okay, everybody is associated with a group of people that does horrible things. And to say that, motherfucker, no, to say that any time that you're going to say you're proud of your race or that you should have to fucking cut your balls off to appease the liberals.
Wait. Can I ask you a question? I don't want to remove context. You like that. So when you hear black pride, do you think of gangster, blah, blah, blah? I don't think you do. I don't think the colloquial context of using black pride.
I don't, but I think conservatives, when conservatives hear black pride, they think BLM. They think riots.
No.
Something actually that Gambit does agree with, I don't know if he'll admit it now, but this was kind of a funny way that this showed up in a past argument, was I agree that you should probably be aware of the context when you say shit like, oh, I've got white pride or whatever. But something that I thought was really weird is there's a lot of like those like Nation of Islam people are pretty fucked up. And when I hear people talk about like black separatism or like black supremacy,
that's cringe.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought. Wait, was it? You didn't defend that before?
Dude. No.
Are you sure you didn't say?
No, I think those
it looked like
I feel like I was on a panel. I feel like I was on a panel with you, and I feel like you were defending. You were trying to say like, oh well, black separatism is different than white separatism.
I sworn it was you.
Let me clear this up because I don't know who's gonna watch this. What you're talking about is the panel that me, you, Fanatic, Prime, and everybody was on, and the topic came up on can people date preferentially inside of their race. And I had no problem with white, black, Asian, whatever people. I don't think it's racist to date only inside your race. And there are people that do that, and I think it's cringe, but I don't think that's racist. That's the argument that we had. It wasn't anything about black separatism.
It was
That's
well.
just
It went.
insane.
It might not have been you. It might have been another
It's
person.
not even close.
No, no. It must have been another person. I don't remember who it was.
So
But somebody was.
like a racial argument we've been in. Well, outside of you saying that, like the criminal justice system is a racist, which you walked back, which was great. But yeah, those are the only two arguments that we've had about black stuff.
Okay.
Well, kind
Hunter,
of like
what
what
were you
Mr.
saying about? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick that I actually am not. I kind of find it pretty annoying if you have to like issue a trigger warning before you say like, just so everybody knows, I am not in fact part of the KKK, but I do take pride in the fact that I'm white. Like, I think that's pretty fucking cringe. But again, the reason that people even suggest something like that is because white pride has specifically been co-opted to mean something different from the actual semantics of white and pride. So would you ask a black person if they have to be if they're not a gangster before saying black pride? Like, black pride has not been co-opted to the same extent. I don't think a trigger warning is a good idea, but I think that there are reasons why people take issue with white pride more than pride in other types of races.
To be clear, and maybe I misspoke, and if I did, I want to take that back. I didn't say people need to lay out all of these things when they say white pride. I said specifically they should understand the context. So I wasn't necessarily saying that, hey, you got to announce all of these other like ad libs to it. I just think you should be aware of that context and how you could be perceived. And I think if you do it devoid of context, there are going to be people that perceive you as a KKK member, and you should be aware of that.
It's an evasive stance to take. We're not talking about whether that's going to happen. Obviously, it's going to happen because people hate white people. The question is, should it happen?
I think the question I think a really good question to ask is like, where does each one is like, why did people come up with black pride versus white pride? And like, the reason black pride became a thing, I guess, is because when you were black and you were moved over to America, is like, but by 1 or 2 generations, you had no fucking idea where you were from. You were just black American. That's why the black pride makes sense as a kind of like African American. That's why that's the umbrella. Whereas if you're white, you know, like you know your heritage, you know whether your identity is connected to something like nationality or ethnicity. So it's weird that you would choose the white part instead, because that's obviously like a lot more, you know, it has a lot more baggage.
I know, but so this is the vice that white people are put in now. Because of your baggage, you can't fight back against anti-white sentiment. You can't talk about it. You can't have pride. You can't say that you love being white or love white people or that you want to date other white people. You can't do any of the tools that you just named that black people have used to kind of cope with their position in society. White people don't have. Their hands are tied behind their back, and now it's just like free shots on white people. And it's like, is there a point where this is going to stop? Like, the standing of white people is dropping, and that's ideal, right? We want white people to be equal to everybody else, or at least we want other people to raise, but the relative standing is dropping, and yet they're not allowed to have any of the tools that other minorities use to cope.
I don't think you believe anything that you're saying right now, because we've talked on the panel very close to this. So you understand that there's pattern recognition, and you understand that if there's a large portion of
Are you calling me a liar, motherfucker?
No. I'm saying that I think right now
You're calling me stupid. Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm not calling you stupid. No, but you understand that if there's a group of people that say one thing and it starts to be the prevailing context nationally of what that phrase that they're saying means, you understand that you can't just walk into the room and use that phrase and expect people not to associate you with the group that says that.
Again, you're conflating a prescriptive argument and a descriptive argument. I understand that that's what will happen. That's why I had the fucking panel, because I think it's a problem that that's happening. So I want to get together with a bunch of people who agree that this is happening and talk about what should happen. So I'm saying, should the vice? Yes, that's what I just described. White people are being squeezed in this vice where it's not okay to be white. You're going to be hated and slowly turned into a minority, but you're not allowed to have any of the things that other minorities have.
What's it going to take before white people can say they have white pride? Because it seems like, from what everyone's saying, the concept of black people don't know where they're from. They're from a bunch of different places, so they say they have black pride. That applies to white people too. So what's it going to take for white people to be able to say they have white pride?
I think we should just let them have it now.
Yeah, you can say it, right? Yeah, you can.
We can?
Say it. I'm just. Yeah, you just might be misconstrued.
No, wait. Like
they can't.
Like even if you're okay with it, like, but yeah, the rest of the world isn't, right? Like, obviously, it's a problem. Yeah.
All right, all of us tweet out. I am proud of my white heritage.
I'm good on that
On
one,
the
Chief.
count of
My
three.
account's made it
All right.
pretty far. I don't want to lose him right now, okay?
I'll tweet it out there.
I can do it.
Thank you.
I'm proud of the fact that I'm white.
Wait, you can't type that, Max. You don't count as white, no?
I said my hair. I have white heritage. We all got a little.
Oh, shit.
At least.
I'm
All the
proud of
Nazis argue
Italian.
with Tommy.
Maybe that one.
You Jewish guys don't get to be white. You don't count as the same thing, but.
Listen,
yeah,
maybe,
see, white
maybe
supremacists
after
don't-
maybe after the alt right or the Groypers or whatever stop ruining white pride for all the non-racist proud white people, then we can maybe talk. But unfortunately, they've kind of poisoned that phrase a little bit. I think a really good thing that you could bring up actually is as like acknowledging that political leaders, especially who ride on the back of white grievance, never really do anything about it. Like, what did Trump do? He gave tax breaks to billionaires and put his fucking family all in the White House. Bolsonaro filled his administration with big business leaders and fucking ripped through the Amazon and got rid of gay sex marriage and gay marriage. And then like Boris Johnson had the shittest lockdown response. Like a shitload of people died, and then he basically just like lied to the public for years until he was eventually kicked out by his own party. So yeah, well, I don't know what the distress like what white people are looking for, but you know, it's not that.
All right.
I think that right now, like this is
job,
kind of
Max.
going back to why MrGirl was mad at me from the beginning is the talk of systemic issues and whatnot. Is that it seems like a lot of the anti-white sentiment exists more so in social circles or social environments. Aside from Twitter, I will grant that Twitter can be considered a system, sure, but generally speaking, it's not like there's this policy that is causing this. So I think that a lot of the times when talking about like how do you even change the attitude, it can be really complicated because how do you? Like how do you stop people from thinking that they're somehow more virtuous by being a white person tweeting how much white people suck?
Well,
Like, how do you even change
reparations, I think, could be
To white people?
I could get
I think
behind
we need
that.
reparations for white people. No, I was going to
Give
say
them a
that I think
reservation.
reparations for black people will be perceived by white people and by me as a systemic anti-white policy.
Cool.
Relatively, it's also a pro-black policy. I'm not saying it's only that. I'm just saying that there is a lens through which you can look where it's like helping one person, not helping another. The problem with getting your housing loan denied if you're black is if they give it to a white person. So it's all relative.
Yeah, if you want to take white pride, just go use it in positive ways. We'll form a more positive association to it, and then you won't be stereotyped. If you want the answer, that's the answer, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It seems like there's an unending parade of people who use it negatively to always stoke the fire, though, so white people could never use it.
Yeah, you'll have
That
to
is
just
why-
separate
White
yourself
people, the
from those.
architects of our own demise once more.
Yeah,
That is why I just tweeted out I am proud of my white heritage, and I know that you guys are all doing the same.
I
And we're
retweeted yours.
gonna. Oh, good.
Well, if white
that
people are
counts.
causing other white people's demise, I think I need to go tweet white people suck.
No, that's the problem.
That's
We don't want to make it worse.
related to that. By the way, Loner, you should ask some white people what they think about Trump's Supreme Court picks if you don't think that they think he did anything for them. Here's the question. Does the concept of white privilege foster and encourage resentment for white people? And if so, is it worth it? The concept of white.
I think white privilege is a really good thing to understand in the classroom, but I think it almost exclusively has to stay there. Like, it is just so toxic and damaging to public discourse that people either intentionally or unintentionally just can't understand. There's just no point to ever use the phrase. It just fucks everything up.
I kind of
What do you
agree
think
with
is-
Destiny there, partially. Because the
What do you guys
concept, like
mean?
white people do have privilege for sure, and a lot of privilege that is afforded to white people is literally on the basis of the fact that they are white. Maybe it's my majority privilege as well, but I also agree that it's kind of like the phrase toxic masculinity. Like anytime you hear it, it's just someone being like, "Shut up, you have white privilege. You can't talk about this," and it's not really helping anything.
What do you guys think it does in the classroom where it's a good thing? Who do you think at home?
I mean, it's good to understand that like certain classes of people can be disadvantaged for a lot of reasons, right? There could be like attractiveness privilege, there could be height privilege, there could be ethnic privileges, there could be, you know, a neighborhood where you live, depending on like, there's a lot of things that I think it's good to understand that when we're looking at like wide groups of people to figure out like why some people do okay and some people don't do okay. Like, it's probably good to have those conversations. But when you weaponize all these statements, like really bad things happen.
Right. And I think that like it's also interesting to think about it because there can exist a white privilege on more of a statistical level, but a lot of the times that is misapplied to just an individual person. Like if you're working a 9 to 5 and you're barely getting by on minimum wage, and then some like lefty comes up and tells you that you have white privilege, then odds are you're going to take extreme offense to that because you're thinking, what the hell did I get that I haven't earned, right? And it just harms discourse. It really is kind of a useless term at this point.
Do you think it's even possible to keep in the classroom, to have it out something that's so easy to weaponize that you could teach it at all and have it stay
I think
there?
I think if you're going to use it, you have to understand that first of all, that it doesn't really tell you that much about any specific individual, and also just that actually sometimes right wingers kind of accidentally do this, where they kind of they basically just make the intersectional argument. As they'll say, well, you're calling me white privileged, well, I'm poor and I'm 4 feet tall and I've only got one arm. How am I privileged? Well, that's an intersectional approach to privilege. I think if you're going to understand one kind of privilege, you'd probably understand all of them.
Yeah.
I think just because we're bastardizing terms doesn't make the term in itself useless. I think it makes the people that are making those arguments useless. I think white privilege has a definition, and when we, like y'all were saying, when we misapply it and use it for in personal conversation, it doesn't make sense. That's not what it's meant to represent. It's meant to be like a systemic or a cultural thing, and when people apply it to individuals, especially individuals working 9 to 5 with one arm, it doesn't make sense, right? So y'all are really upset with the abuse of the term, not really the term itself.
Yeah,
I'm upset with the term itself.
Racism, just like
this could apply to
like
the white pride thing too, right? Like white pride, just the fact that it's been bastardized, we might argue, doesn't then mean that it can't be used in some other different context. Whereas with white pride or white privilege, we can think of a better way to phrase it, then maybe that'd be better.
Yeah, I think the term is flawed, because when you say I have white privilege, you just mean I get treated like I should be. I get treated normal. I get I
yeah,
apply
but
for a
normal
job,
means
and
white, right? That's the issue.
Well, I know, but you're saying I apply for a job and I get the job. If my application is successful, that's normal. That's what you would expect. To call that a privilege doesn't really make sense. I think it sets the bar for normality at like being treated like a black person is normal. And then white people are have got special privilege, but that's not really true. I think being treated like a black person is abnormal in most situations. It's below the bar.
Yeah, wherever you want to put the barometer is fine.
I know, but I'm saying that the word privilege puts the barometer at a person of color has the normal expected experience. White people get all these special privileges. We should take that away. We should treat white people the way we treat everybody else, which is like shit. That doesn't make any sense. That it would make sense to shouldn't you want to frame it that we should treat people of color the way we treat white people? Shouldn't everybody get treated? And again, I'm speaking not on Twitter and in my circles, but in the justice system. Shouldn't everybody get treated the way white people get treated?
Everybody should have white privilege.
Yeah, right. So the word privilege doesn't really make sense. The word privilege makes you want to take the special treatment away from white people. It's geared to make you want to pull white people down.
Wow.
I can agree with that with the phrasing, but maybe I would be more than happy to be corrected here. But isn't it true that if there are people in the country right now who are treated poorly or are not as fortunate as white people on the basis of the fact that they're not white, wouldn't that then almost demand that white people do have a privilege solely because someone else is misfortuned for not being white? Or am I wrong there?
If you and I go to a restaurant and they're like, Hunter, you're not allowed to use the bathroom. And then I go to the bathroom. Do I have a special privilege? It's not the VIP room. It's just normal. You're supposed to be able to go to the bathroom at a restaurant. But I feel like there's something bad's being done to you more than something good's being done to me.
Right. So rather than a privilege, it's more of inequality directed at me there.
Yeah, right. Because you're not like, well, fuck. If I can't go to the bathroom, Max shouldn't be able to either. And I feel like it engenders that sentiment of well, fuck these white people in their nice houses, driving their cars and having their jobs and shit. Fuck them. We should all fucking live in the inner city. That doesn't make any sense.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think that you're right that it can easily be misapplied there too.
That's right. I agree. I don't know. I agree. Yes.
Nice.
Get rid of
I
the
don't think
term
that was
then.
a-
We
Let's
got
get rid of the term.
Purpose of
MrGirl
the term,
wins.
Mr.
I don't
Girl
know,
wins.
if you are getting rid of it, you've got to get rid of all the other ones, right? Like good-looking privilege or like tall privilege or whatever, right? Or
But that's not
No,
normal.
I think
there's that.
But like
I don't
all
think
my
so.
privileges are going out the fucking window now. Great.
No, because a really good-looking tall person gets extra shit. They get a job that they don't deserve. They get a tip that's more than 20%. You know,
What if
so that's not
it's a
that, we
situation-
shouldn't all be treated like that. We should
I
all
don't know,
be
but if,
treated.
if a black and white person are applying for the job for a job, and then
Yeah.
the employer says picks the white person, but only because they've got some like internal like racial bias, and the
Exactly.
white person taking the job they didn't deserve, right?
Exactly. That's what I was gonna
No,
say.
I don't think that's how it works.
Why not?
What?
Someone else is being disqualified on the basis of their race, right?
Yeah, I would frame it that way, not that the white person. Like, yes,
Well,
I don't because like a lot of
it
white
is a
people are applying for
privilege
the
to
job.
yeah, but it's a privilege that you get to kind of like leapfrog over other people who would otherwise be more competitive.
No, you're not
right?
leapfrogging. They're just being sunk.
Okay.
You can say this with any privilege, right? You're just saying, I want to look at the glass half full. That's what you're arguing.
No.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
he's saying
I'm
that like imagine you
I'm
look
saying-
at a person with 2 legs, and we call those people advantaged people. He'd be saying, well, hold on, we shouldn't call people with 2
Yes.
legs advantaged because that's assuming that like having less than 2 legs is normal. We should be calling the people with 1 leg disadvantaged.
Pretty
But if you
much
put a
it's
2-leg
question
person
where
in
you are.
the, if you put a
question of where
2-legged
you're setting
person
the
in the
barometer for
1-leg,
normal.
sorry, if you put a 2-legged person in the 1-legged person games, then I guess they do have the advantage.
True.
Yes, you can engineer a situation to make what we're saying not make sense. But if you don't do that, it's about where you're setting the barometer for normal. So it's not, you can't just take all kinds of privilege and lump them together. That's the problem. I'm saying white privilege is a misnomer. You're not actually saying that white people get special benefits for being white. You're saying they
In certain
just get
situations,
they get
we do.
treated the way that people should be treated. That's all it means. What you're really saying
would you
is that
call it?
people who
Pretty
aren't white
people
don't
just
get treated well.
Pretty people just get treated the way that they should be treated.
No, they get
It's
treated
really
better.
ugly disadvantage.
No, they get
it's
treated
really
better
ugly.
than they
No,
should.
it's an ugly disadvantage. It's a short disadvantage.
I don't think that's true.
No, it is though.
Well, it's a pretty well known fact, I believe, that like fat people are less likely to get a job as compared to a good looking thin person. Does that mean that fat people are mistreated, or does that mean the thin people have a privilege?
It means fat people are mistreated, but at a certain point, if you're super pretty, when we talk about pretty privilege, we're talking about people who are
People
much
like me.
more,
Yeah.
people like Steven, who are much more attractive than the average person, who get,
All sorts of opportunities that you couldn't imagine.
money and fame
Yeah.
that the rest of us
Right.
could only dream of.
Does it matter if everyone is fat, which is normal?
Yeah, I think that moves the barometer. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It seems so. You're saying it's a term that's crafted specifically to weaponize against white people to play at their guilt. It sounds like. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Yeah, and to
No.
rationalize anti-white sentiment as
It can be
it's-
used to rationalize
it's
anti-white
used
sentiment, but I
it was
don't like the
crafted.
idea. Hold on, wait. I don't like the phrasing of it's been crafted in order
Exactly.
to encapsulate white guilt or something. No, I think that white privilege most likely originated as nothing but an academic term, and it has now been abused by a bunch of loser LARPers
but
on
it's
Twitter.
academically stupid. So I am willing to call it crafted.
Well, I mean, we're into semantics here, and I think that your approach is probably better rhetorically, but I do think there's still something to be said that if there is a society in which everybody or black people are treated worse because of their race and white people are not treated worse, then you could also argue that you have a form of white privilege.
You can, but like, how are the? I just don't believe that the millions of people who are poring over this term academically,
Okay,
writing
this is
and reading books.
This is the dumbest semantics argument ever. Okay, you can use these terms in any ways, right? Like if you are a healthy male, or
Yeah, but it
I'm talking about-
matters.
it doesn't. If you're a healthy person in society,
It does.
that's an amazing advantage. That's really good. You have your health. Everybody would speak that way. You're so privileged. You have your health, even though being healthy should be the default position. Like when we're talking about privileges and advantages, we're usually speaking relative to other people, right? If there are people that are
Right.
disadvantaged from certain things, if you have your health, that's considered a great advantage. You wouldn't say like, "Wow, you've got your health.
No.
You're considered a great
No.
normal." That's not what it means. It would be like an advantage.
That's
Justin
but
is
no.
arguing
When
the
you
glass
say
half full.
when you say a privilege to have your health, you're making a comparative state. You're trying to reframe how we all normally think. We all think being healthy is normal, and you're saying actually you should be grateful for your health.
No, that I don't agree.
Well, you should.
Like,
I
if
mean,
you,
I
if you
think
have a
that
test the next day
should be
and you get a
grateful for
full
your
night's,
health.
you get a full night's worth of sleep, and somebody's like, "What an awesome advantage! Like, good job! Like, that's great! Like, you have the privilege of being wide awake today when you take your test." You wouldn't be like, "That's not a privilege." And when you frame it that way, you're doing a disservice to the people that didn't.
No,
get
I
enough sleep
wouldn't.
by- like,
No, but the person is obviously saying it to provide an alternate lens for you to look through. They're saying, like, whatever else is going on in your life, think about your health, your sleep, you have space, you have shit that other people don't have, and, like, maybe you should feel differently about your life than you do. That's the only reason to say something like that out loud.
Okay.
So the question is, if white privilege is adopted as not just a certain way of looking at things, but, like, how things are, what does that do to white people? And you're saying it doesn't matter, but I think it does matter.
We agree that you have amazing rhetorical argument.
Or I mean, like, well, let's look at how we want things to be in society. If you were to ask most people, what's our goal for society? Do we want in a society with white privilege? Do we want everybody to be treated like white people, or do we want everybody to be treated like black people?
Probably
when
better
BLM,
than white people,
when
but
BLM
most
are
of the
looking
white
at like
people.
crime stats, are they saying like the amount of people they get, the amount of black people that get mistreated by the cops is bullshit? We need to get more white people mistreated so that it's fair. Or are they doing the other argument? They're saying like, okay, well, hold on, white people get treated this way, black people get treated this way. We should all be treated like white people, even though they're saying white people have an advantage. They want everybody to enjoy the same advantages, right?
No, black people clearly want it both ways. When Derek Chauvin gets his sentence, or whenever any cop gets off, or anybody, or a school shooter that comes out, when a mass shooter comes out alive and the police arrest him, black people are sitting there like they should have fucking shot that guy
No, they're
35 times in the fucking back.
No, they're
Oh
not.
my god, the tears I have seen, literal people weeping on social media about how this guy didn't go to jail for the rest of his life. Why can't we just have some justice? It would just make me feel so much better if he would hang a few white people, just hang some white people. It's just, oh, I'm so sad. I need my justice. It happens all the fucking time. Don't.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
up?
Should Derek Chauvin have went to prison?
Did Derek Chauvin ever go to prison? I think
Should
he
he
should have.
have to prison?
Oh, should he have gone to prison? I'm pretty anti-jail, so I don't.
In
I
the
think
society
Derek-
that we
Yeah,
have
in the current
constructed
system,
now,
come on.
in the current system that we have, if you commit murder, do you think separating those people away from the population and what we have jail right now, which is our only solution, do you think that it's just to ask for that justice?
It's the only solution
I'm
we
just
have
showing you that
now.
people are asking for what's normal. We want.
Yes, I know,
people
but the
that-
whole wait, stop. The whole point, my whole problem is that we're assuming that what's normal is this horrible fucking thing that I think is just torturing people.
Well, it's not horrible.
do
Being
I
white
think
is
Derek-
awesome.
I don't think Derek Chauvin should be tortured for what he did, and I think jail is torture. So no, I don't think he should have gone to jail. But that's I don't think a black person who did the exact same thing should go to jail either.
What
But my
would
problem is
justice
that
look
way,
like
that in
to you
response
then?
to torture,
What do you
in
think there
response
should have
to
been
being-
justice served in some way or
Yes,
another?
yes.
I don't
Yes,
think
that's what I'm
revenge is.
saying.
I don't think revenge is justice, and I think
Do you
we
think
live
he
in
was guilty of a
disgust- I
crime?
think, motherfucker, let me answer one of these questions. You want to dogpile me? Bring it
Just
on.
this sounds
Bring it
like
on, you
weaseling, to be
fucking
honest.
Someone put
lefty
their knee
pussy
on Mr.
bitches.
Girl's neck.
Bring it on. Hop on. There's enough room on this dick for all of you.
Jesus.
Okay, to answer your questions one at a time. I don't think that jail is justice. I think jail is torture and revenge. We live in a bloodthirsty society that for some reason has the highest incarceration rate of anywhere in the world, and it's because we're bloodthirsty fucks and we like locking people up and torturing them because we hate them. Two, I know I don't, but just because we've normalized chaining up black people and torturing them doesn't make me want to do it to white people. But my whole point was with white privilege. When you frame it like that, it encourages this kind of sentiment where black people are like, justice would be if you were tortured too. That would just be so wonderful if that would happen to you. I would cry tears of righteousness.
I didn't know you
That's
were
like
the ultra leftist we were talking about earlier. You believe in getting rid of prison? Jesus Christ, what happened?
I believe most people should not go to prison, and then if they do go to prison, it should be to remove them from society, not to torture them.
What would justice look like to you for someone who does commit like the crime that Chauvin did? Like, what would it look like to you?
Chauvin shouldn't be a cop. I don't. Does any of us think
Should just lose
that
his
if Derek Chauvin, does any of us think that if Derek Chauvin was not a police officer, that he would have knelt on anybody's neck for 9 minutes?
Who knows?
In broad daylight. Okay.
In
What do you
broad
think?
daylight, no, but maybe in trying to restrain somebody else as a bouncer or maybe at a party or something, maybe he would have.
Okay. Do you think Derek Chauvin should be a bouncer? I don't think so. He's pretty clearly has shown that he is not able to like really read the room and like not kill people.
To castrate him, that's violence. Why would you do such a thing? You're gonna disbar him from every job that he could possibly
Yeah, what is he
get?
just not allowed to do any physically contacted job?
Damn.
Can you work like
Damn.
loss
Yeah,
prevention at like Super Target, or is that like?
Yeah, I think so. I think justice, my view of justice is to prevent it from happening again. In my view, what would prevent it from happening again is no security guard, no cop, no jobs where you're restraining people, or where a part of your duty would be restraining people. You clearly have shown that you're not able to do that. When I watched the video of Derek Chauvin killing George Floyd, I'm not thinking like that he's a racist or that he's like that there's animosity there. I just think he doesn't know what to do and just did the wrong thing. And I think he felt probably cornered and just kept doubling down on what he was already doing because he didn't want to suffer the humiliation of admitting he was wrong in front of a bunch of people. And he probably didn't think that would result in the guy dying, and then it did. Somebody with that kind of like train of thought should not be a cop.
Yeah, you're saying gross negligence. You can make that if that wants to be your argument. That's cool. But the question is, in your society, people that commit gross negligence that murder people, what do you like? Are you going to say, "Oh yeah, we're just going to find you a new job"?
Yeah, like there'd have to be some. You don't think there should be any kind of a punishment, even if it is like your negligence could harm other people, so we should lock you up for a certain amount of time to keep.
I don't think
other
you should go
people
to
safe?
jail for being stupid. No, I don't think that's right. I don't think you should be punished for being stupid. And I think Derek Chauvin ultimately is just, or was in that situation, stupid or even maybe impaired in some way, where he did like clearly there's no fucking way he was like, I'm gonna murder this guy in broad daylight with the entire planet watching me.
Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, the fact
Okay,
that
so he didn't
was
kill him on
stupid,
purpose.
he doesn't have to do it on purpose. It's the fact that he had negligence and then was also a cop, which means he had a higher degree of
Yes,
responsibility.
so to me, that
placed on
speaks
him.
to a systemic problem where clearly it might not even be a systemic problem. It might it might not even be a systemic problem because this doesn't happen that often. Maybe it's just that it looks like it happens a lot because whenever it happens, everybody talks about it on social media. So it seems like a big statistical issue when maybe it's just like, well, this shit just happens sometimes. When we are a group of people who run around, their job is to lock you up and contort your body into different positions. So once in a while, it's going to kill you. Like,
yeah, but it is definitely indicative of a systemic problem. Not that there's a.
I don't know. I don't know if it actually is. I don't know.
Well, I know that it is. I know that it is because we have statistics which show that Black people are more likely to and do get killed by cops at disproportionate rates. This doesn't mean that all of them are dying the same way that Derek or that George Floyd did.
I don't think that's actually true.
I think that if we wipe our minds from all of the if we wipe our minds from all the media we've seen, from all of the lines we've been fed, from all the ideologies we have, and I think we watch the videos and we look at everything that happened with George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, I think any honest actor would obviously say Chauvin was not trying to kill George Floyd. That almost certainly wasn't happening. If you look at his facial expressions, you look at everything that's going on, seems like he was probably trying to restrain him. He wasn't taking him seriously when he said he couldn't breathe, because Floyd literally said that like 15 times during the encounter when he was in the backseat and clearly couldn't breathe.
He wasn't taking him seriously when he didn't have a pulse either. Like,
sure, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
He's just trying to.
Yeah, he's obviously he's
Somebody
doubling.
checked this pulse and he stayed on it. Like, what are you talking about?
He's doubling down because he's freaking. Okay, never mind.
I agree. You have to appeal to a reasonable person. You think a reasonable person would continue restraining someone without a pulse?
Yeah, I think that he wasn't a reasonable person at the point where there are 50 people around him with cameras screaming at him, where he's got a guy on the ground and like everything is fucked. I don't think he's acting reasonably at that point in time. But in your world, hold on. The flip side is in your world. Do you think that he's like trying to make sure that he's dead? No, of course not.
I don't need to rationalize. I just call it gross negligence.
Sure, yeah, that's great. I think hopefully even MrGirl would agree. Gross negligence, absolutely.
No, absolutely.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Easily.
Yeah, but I don't think we should put people in jail for gross negligence. In Hunter, I don't believe that the police kill Black people disproportionately.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and pull up some stats and then
pull them up.
Talk about how you're wrong.
I thought we were talking about like white grievances. We went into.
We would say though. Well, never mind. That's a whole other.
Okay, so anyway, what I was saying is that the white privilege thing comes into play, the way it affects people with the criminal justice system, where you are more like yes, people will weep for the Black person who is overly policed and overly sentenced and overly shot, but they also weep when they see a white person not get shot when they shouldn't be shot. So a white person who commits a mass shooting, drops their gun and comes out with their hands up, should not be murdered. But you will see tons of progressives, many of them black, complaining about the fact that they were not murdered by the police. And that is sick. That is weird. That is bad. And I think that the use of the term white privilege definitely encourages this sentiment of like, well, if it's going to happen to me, it should fucking happen to you too.
So I want to build a bridge with you. Yes, I agree with you that those people exist. I think a bigger majority of black people look at that situation and says, I wish I had my day in court instead of being killed. I think that's the most common sentiment. So are there like situations where
I'm not trying to say I'm not trying to say that it's like, yes, I think we're both speaking in generalizations. So I'm not saying that that's every black person or every leftist or whatever. I'm just saying that the sentiment is there.
I agree. Yeah.
And it is fueled by people who spread misinformation, like Hunter here, who go around saying that black people are disproportionately shot by the police.
Okay,
in
so
huge numbers.
Wait, stop.
This is
right
not
off the bat.
true.
No, right off the bat, you just lied about me. I never said in massive numbers. I said they are disproportionately more likely to get killed by the police. That is exactly what I said, and that is exactly what I found right here. From these growing data sets come some disturbing findings. This is from nature.com, by the way. About 1,000 civilians are killed each year by law enforcement officers in the United States. By one estimate, black men are 2.5 times more likely than white men to be killed by police during their lifetime. And in another study, people
That's true. But that doesn't mean it's disproportionate, though.
Seem to be twice as likely as white people to be unarmed.
Yes.
This is disproportionate. Yes.
They're
more likely.
Hold on, wait, real quick, just on this too.
Then white people.
Wait,
that is
hold on.
disproportionate.
Just real quick, that the twice likely to be unarmed or whatever. Keep in mind that my understanding is that these numbers are very low. It's like 19 black people versus like 9 white people. We're not talking like huge numbers. If you can find those, it'd be great. But isn't it something like 20 black unarmed people are killed a year by cops? It's not like in the hundreds.
I never said
of
it was
thousands.
huge numbers.
Sure, I know, but I'm just saying that when we say that like there's like a 30% chance higher.
Wait, let me
no, I'm not done yet.
I want to respond to your bogus statistics.
Well, I'm not done yet because I have another quote unquote bogus statistic to read you.
Well, you're gish galloping. Dick, will you?
This is not gish galloping. I'm responding to.
Let me go back and forth. I want to add context. Just like if you were saying that black people commit more crimes, I would say, well, hold on, I want to add some context to this because that's not fair.
You got to keep it short so he can do his other stat, though.
Okay, black people commit way more violent crimes than white people.
True.
So when you and it's not because they're black, it's not a genetic thing, but it does happen. And that there's of course context.
Ad-libs? You should do that with white power too. You added ad-libs because you were uncomfortable with what usually is said in that time. I'm just showing you how you do exactly what we were talking about earlier. No, go ahead.
I'm trying to cut off the road that he would have to say that. So I'm preempting. Given that black people commit so many more violent crimes than white people, you would expect them to be policed more and shot more by the police. And also, there's tons of shit you can do, even while unarmed, to get the police to shoot you. And they are, by their own rules, they are justified in shooting you for doing so. So that's not 2.5 times more likely to be like innocently sitting there and shot for no reason. There's plenty of shit you can do to get shot by the police when you're unarmed. And I believe that black people in America today are more likely statistically to do those things. So the idea that police are just shooting people because they're black rather than shooting people because of corollary factors that are present and because they are black is, I think, not true.
This goes back to the entire systemic problem, which is what started this whole conversation to begin with. You're right. There is higher rates of crime amongst black communities. Why is that? Because there are higher rates of poverty amongst black communities. Why is that? Because of redlining, which was a racist policy that negatively impacted black people disproportionately.
But
so
I think
wait. You have higher rates of police brutality against black people and even possibly unarmed black people. That's why that one part of the study was relevant. And the reason for that is due to systemic racism. So what you had said originally, you said that I claimed there was a massive amount of black people getting shot. I never said anything like that. I simply said that black people were more likely to disproportionately face violence from police. And that is true. Even if you even if you try to explain it via crime rates, the reason the crime rates are the way they are is also because of systemic inequalities.
Well, no, I agree with that. But when you say
And that's why he-
disproportionately shot by police, I thought the implication was that the decision to shoot is imbued with racial prejudice, when I think that's not often the case.
Well, there are
It's
some
imbued
studies
with
that
lack
show
of
that where they've
value,
had.
which is based off racial prejudice.
Well, yeah, I mean,
For sure.
it's
a question.
MrGirl is right when he adds the fact that there are higher crime rates in those communities. Yes, but there have also been studies where they'll take police officers and put them in a algorithm, or not an algorithm, but in a virtual setting, and they are found to be way more trigger happy when it comes to black suspects.
Wait, hold on. I could be so wrong on this. I thought it was actually the opposite with those implicit bias tests. I thought that when they tested it, police officers were more reluctant to shoot at black people than white people in those tests. I'm almost positive I remember seeing
there
that.
may have been more than one. I know that the one.
I mean, it probably
read said that
depends
they were
on
more
whether it
likely
was done in 2020 or before.
I think there were two different factors. One was how fast they would shoot, and one was they would shoot more. And I think there was a difference in those two statistics, and that's why our disagreement could be coming from. I think there were two different things that they were measuring.
Do you have statistics on which of those shootings and how many were found to be justified after the fact? Because I think that would the overall statement of is there systemic racism or racism at all in shootings, that would probably be a part of it. I would think.
I mean, I can scroll through it. I didn't even read the second stat yet, which showed that it is still the highest. Risk is highest for black men who face about a 1 in 1,000 chance of being killed by police over the life course. The average lifetime odds being killed by police are about 1 in 2,000 for men and about 1 in 33,000 for women. Risk peaks between the age of 20 and 35 years old. For young men of color, police use of force is among the leading causes of death.
Yeah, but this is like the interesting part that MrGirl brought up is let's say that we have 10 people, okay? 5 white people, 5 black people. Let's say that we give 5 black people drugs and we send them outside, and the white people have no drugs and we send them outside. Let's say that the cops arrest all 5 black people. When we look at that, when we analyze that situation, do we say police officers are arresting a disproportionate amount of black people? Even though it's true, and even though those black people are getting arrested due to, in a way, systemic racism, giving them the drugs, at the time when the policing is happening, is that a systemic inequality, or is that what we would naturally expect? Would it not be the case that if they weren't arresting them at the rates they were, there would actually be a problem there because they are committing more crime due to systemic injustices, but to ignore the arrest rates or to ignore the crime happening at that point would actually be a bad thing? That's like the question. I don't know how the numbers play out on that, but that's the question that MrGirl is raising.
I also think you're making a strong implication because we're talking about George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. So in the context of that, it doesn't sound like you're just talking about the systemic issues that put them both in the position that they were in. It sounds like you're saying, what do we do with cops who kill black people who are not posing a threat? And then if you say right after that, you go into cops or shoot black people in disproportionate numbers, it feels like you're saying that they shoot them disproportionately to encounters with black people, not that they encounter them disproportionately, but shoot them at the same rates that they shoot white people.
I believe right, but I thought that it was higher rates or higher likelihood of them shooting black people than white people. That's where the disproportionate factor.
I think per encounter, I don't think that's true.
From my memory, it's been a long time. I can't remember the study, but I think wasn't it that it was like for shooting, they were actually a fraction of a second more likely to shoot white suspects, but for every other form of violence, they were more likely to go for black people. Was that not?
Was that by that Harvard professor guy Fryer?
Yeah.
Yeah, that study was actually debunked.
I have a question for the panel. Does it matter that we're missing the definitions of how black people are shot? Like, is this relevant to that we can't even determine on what exactly is systemic racism?
I think so. Well, I think what I wanted to say is that the messaging. Okay, all of us are way more conservative in our stances than the average progressive. Like if you take a bunch of super progressive, especially streamers, they wouldn't make it this far in the conversation. Most people would be like, what are you talking about? Cops are murdering KKK, blah, 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 blah. Like we all know that. But that narrative is so prevalent and so out there that I think it colors how we interpret a incident like George Floyd.
If you used a different example, I'd be more willing to agree with you. But for sure, I get your point. Your overall point, I get it.
But what do you think, Gambit?
What do I hold on, wait, what do I think about what? Which part of this conversation?
I don't know. Whatever you're saying you disagree with.
I think the Derek Chauvin case was with such gross negligence that I think it's a defensible position to say that potentially he could have had like some sort of racial feelings on black people. And I can't parse that out. So I need a less egregious example to agree with you. That's all I'm saying. This is like the most egregious example in recent history.
Do you want your pound of flesh?
That was the whole question.
I literally thought things froze up for a minute.
Do you want your pound do you want your pound of flesh?
No, I just want him in jail. That's all.
That is what I meant.
Should he be killed? Would you be okay with that?
No, I don't think that we should kill people. Just like I said earlier,
long-
most black people just want justice. They don't want people to be murdered, right?
How long
We
do
see
you
what
how long
happens
they
when
just a little torture, just 10 years of torture. How long do you want him to go to jail for?
A long fucking time. Jesus Christ.
How
a
long?
Really long time. I don't know.
How long?
I don't know. 30 years. That'd be
He's
pretty
50.
dope.
The guy's like
until
50,
he's
isn't
80.
he?
Yeah, he'll probably die in jail. That's dope.
Okay, well,
I think people in
I
positions
think
where they
that
have monopoly.
I think you
No,
just
no,
fucked up.
Nick, can you tell him to be quiet?
I think you just fucked up, buddy,
him
because
shut
you just said you don't believe in the death penalty, but it's dope if he dies in jail. I think
No,
you
no,
I
no.
think you have some
Listen,
internal
listen.
conflict about this.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Not at all. I think that if you have a monopoly on violence, that you should be judged with more scrutiny than most other positions. And if you use that monopoly that you have on violence to commit gross negligence and murder people, I think that giving you 30 years, whatever your age is, that's your problem when you decided to do it. If he was 20, it doesn't change the punishment that I would give him. So whether he was 20 or 50, the likelihood of him dying in jail because he's 50 is high, but that doesn't change how I felt about
Okay, what
police
if
committing
George
murders.
what if George Floyd said, you know, you're a real asshole while he was arresting him, and then Derek Chauvin said, F you, N-word, and then shot him. How many years do you think he should go to jail for that?
At least an extra 10 for the N-word.
Wait, you said Derek Chauvin?
Yeah.
Or-
What if that had happened? What if that was how it went
Oh
down
yeah,
instead?
then we
How
hate crime modifiers for certain things. Yeah, for sure.
how long do you think? How
Animus is
long?
more clear.
I want a number. How many years should a police
Add 10
officer go to
years, I don't
jail?
know.
No,
Add
how
10
many
years.
years should it? I don't. Well,
We said 30 earlier. Now I'm saying add 10 for the hate crime.
so 40.
Hate crime modifier. Yeah, 40 years. Yeah, dope.
Okay.
I love it.
So Derek Chauvin, I want to get this straight. Derek Chauvin, if he intentionally murders somebody and shoots them and calls them an N-word while he's doing it, completely snaps and just murders the guy in broad daylight, gets 40. But if he, assuming you believe, negligently, accidentally kills him by leaning on his neck, he gets
I think it
30.
was accidental, but yeah. I don't
You think
it
he
was
wanted to kill him? You think he wanted to kill him?
I think I don't. So this is a good
Please don't
question.
take that approach.
No. I'm not saying that he. I think that he.
You said it wasn't
understood that he would
accidental.
die. No. It can not be accidental, but
But not be on purpose.
intentional and
Actually,
negligence.
that's
are
actually not true.
No.
Those terms are mutually exclusive.
Intentional and
sort of.
negligence are different. I think
Yes,
any
that's
person.
the question you're being asked: is was it intentional or was it negligent? Because you called it gross
I said
negligence.
negligence.
But then
I said
wait, you
negligence
called it
every
gross
time.
negligent. Do you want to talk or do you want me to yell at you?
I want you to yell at me.
Okay, you said gross negligence, but then which means not on purpose. And then, but I've said if he shoots the guy and calls him the N-word, you're saying he should get okay, yeah, 10 years longer, but it's not that 30 versus 40. It doesn't seem like a huge difference. But then when I say that to you, you're like, well, I don't know if it was on purpose or not. So I feel like you haven't settled whether you think it was on purpose
I
or
feel
not.
like 30 versus 40 is a really big difference. I don't know. Make it 60 if that makes you happy. I don't know.
I don't want you to make me happy. I want you to. It will make me happy is if you didn't want revenge.
I don't want revenge.
30
I
years
want
of
justice.
revenge.
No, it's justice.
What's the difference?
It's a good question. I think that if we have a legal system and we have agreed upon laws, I think enacting those laws with everybody being aware of the consequences isn't. I think it's silly to call that revenge. Silly, like extremely silly, I should say.
Well, yeah, but you could say that about hanging people. Like, would you agree that killing people is revenge, the capital punishment?
Wait, okay, now you're asking me, do I believe
Like
in
the
capital
government,
punishment?
like you're saying, the government should be able to do. If everybody sits down and makes it a law, then the government can do whatever you want. You're not willing to call it revenge.
If I think it's just, yes. I don't think capital murder.
Okay, I think if when you think about the government doing something awful to somebody, if you get a boner, it's probably
I don't get a
revenge
boner.
and not
I'm
justice.
soft. I'm still soft. No boner.
I don't believe you. I think people get a hate boner.
Yeah.
And
Some
it's,
people probably do.
It scares
Some people
me.
probably do. It should.
I've got a
Revenge
hate
is-
owner question for you here, then, Mr. Girl. This is the last one I have on my question of debate topics. I hope I'm allowed to say this. Should I just say the C word? I don't actually know. Now
We're
the
on YouTube, so yeah.
Yeah, I guess I should. And I'm not white, so I can't say it. The C word is a racial slur. However, it's generally socially acceptable to be racist towards white people. If the goal is to achieve equal social standing among the races, shouldn't the C word eventually be the same amount of offensive as the N word?
Oh, God.
And
I thought this was
will
going to be a
that
good question.
That's not a good question to you, Gambit? And will that ever be achieved by making the C word more offensive than the N word, less offensive, or both? You don't think that's a good question, Gambit?
I think if we
Is it a
start
slur?
to
Let's start
yeah,
there.
for sure. Yeah, like no real people don't consider it a slur. Those are all like idiots. But yes, it's a slur that people shouldn't use for sure, without a question. There's no good utility in using it. Is it tantamount to the N word, or could it be tantamount to the N word? I would say if there becomes centuries of oppression and people are hurling this racial epithet at the group that is being oppressed, at that point, then you could say that they're tantamount to each other. Yes, I would agree. Until that happens, though, I think it's a foolish argument.
Do you think the N word is getting less offensive over time? And does it? How do you feel about that if it is?
Do I think it's getting less offensive over time? No, I think people are still getting hit with cans of sweet tea. So no, I don't really think so. I think if you walk up to the average group of black people and you say the N word and you're not black, then you're probably going to, there's going to be violence, right? And as long as that's the norm, then I don't think there's cultural artifacts we can point to say that it's less offensive.
Does anybody think the N word is getting less offensive, or is it?
I
Just
do.
staying the same?
Absolutely.
I think it's getting more offensive.
I think that the N word has lost almost all of its bite, except for when people use it as an insult. The only people that get offended by the N word are people that are pretending to get offended on behalf of other people. Like when when a white person tweets out a meme with like the soft A or whatever, and everybody's freaking out, it's not because they're actually offended. They're just offended on behalf of like ghosts that they think are offended. I don't think anybody truly actually gives a fuck anymore. I don't believe it.
You disagree, Gambit.
I completely disagree, for sure, without a question. Yes, and I think most black people have that position too. I don't think it's a minority of people.
You know what? I take the bet. I would take the bet. I bet most black people don't even give a fuck. If you went to a normal black person, you're like, this white dude, he tweeted at a meme and one of the guys said the N with the A in it, they'd be like, I don't give a fuck. They'd say, who the fuck cares? That would be my bet.
If we're reducing context to the meme thing, then yeah, I might agree with you. But if we're talking about just general usage of the term, yeah, for sure. Yeah, people are getting hit with sweet tea every day. Like,
What about when playing video games? I think that's done a lot too.
Well, but that's the other one they use.
Well, I just think it's normalized it a lot to the point where well, I can just say for myself, when I was like 19, if I heard somebody say the N word, any form of it in any context, my blood would boil. Now I don't feel anything.
I mean, maybe that's just being on the internet for a long time.
I think mid 2000s, World of Warcraft or Xbox Live probably outdid the slave trade for the amount of N words. Like,
Yeah, I mean, notice that y'all are talking about contexts where people aren't around each other and it's virtual, right? If we're talking about real life scenarios, these things don't happen. That's what frustrates me about YouTube and Twitch conversations about the N-word. We always talk about this virtual shit and people tweeting shit. This shit doesn't happen in real life. People get hit with sweet tea and get put on YouTube in real life. That's what happens in real life when people use the N-word. Like, that's just the reality. So yeah, if you're gonna ask me, do I think?
I think it depends. No. I think it
virtual
depends on how
space-
you're using it. Like, yeah, if you use
It
the
does,
N
it
word
does,
as a
it does.
slur, if you as a slur at a person, sure. But if you said it like the N word usually now is mostly meant to mean dude. That's like with the soft A, that word means dude.
If
It's
you
not.
go
It's
to
not even.
most
Yeah, it's like
black,
my
It's
homie.
not a slur. That is not used as a slur. Nobody says as a slur. If you say it with a soft A, you're signaling that you're like on the side of the person that you're saying it to. You're not hurling it as an
if
insult.
if you go to the mall in whatever city you're in right now, and you walk up to a bunch of black people and say, "What up, my N-word?" I don't suggest you do this because you might try to do a documentary. I don't suggest this. If you did this, in most cases, there would probably be violence. Or
No, I know
something-
that you maybe have a very negative opinion of black people and think that they're all just violent criminals who will beat the shit out of you for no reason. But I will say to you that I think that's actually not true. I think that I think they would just be met with extreme social awkwardness. I think maybe someone will be like, "Whoa, hey there."
MrGirl,
Like,
I'm begging you to
like,
not do this type
but
of
like
social
the idea that the average person is just going to assault you and then like maybe go to jail just because like it's like a like it's a code you can just say to any black person to like activate their like Jason porn instincts to start just like beating the shit out of you. I don't think that's true.
You didn't let me finish. I said there would be violence or something could become close to that. Like, I'm not saying that everybody's going to hit you, for sure not. That's crazy. I'm not saying that everybody's going to do that, but I think there will be extreme negative, like it'd be a negative interaction.
I don't think it would go viral. I don't think it would go viral on Twitter though.
Go
it would just be
look
like,
on. Go through YouTube. Look at what happens.
it'd be like that was uncomfortable. I don't think people would be like, this fucking racist white supremacist motherfucker thinks he can come up to us and say, "What's up, my N-words? Are you kidding me?" Like, I don't see that kind of outrage. I think it would just be like that's weird or awkward. You shouldn't do that.
You know, the real C word that's kind of just gone under the radar a little bit and people should be a lot more worried about, especially online, is colonizer. Every time I see someone bring that word up online, it's like the way they're talking is like you would actually be perfectly fine with like yeeting all the white Australians or South Africans or even Americans.
Yeah, I think earlier Steven said that it's a dog whistle.
Just means what, like in the same way that like people used to say in the past Western values and they really meant white people. Now when people say colonizer, it's just a way to shut on white people.
Yeah, because like when you think colonized, like an actual colonizer is someone who goes over to Africa with a gun and shoots someone and takes their land. But it's like if you're calling like the third or fourth generation and calling them that, then yes,
or like the 30th generation, depending.
Yeah, well, like anything against them is justified. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
So can I cut in real quickly here and we can go back to the other thing we were fighting about a second ago. So I did some digging because I wanted to look more into this. So first and foremost, here you have a study from 2016 that found that even after adjusting for crime rates, police officers were more likely to use force with black people than white people. You also have multiple different studies which show that even after adjusting for crime, black people are still more likely to be
they're more likely to use
searched.
force, but they're not more likely to kill them.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But that's what contributes to the higher likelihood of death as well. Because there are going to be more cops, they might have more encounters, which only then follows that they are more likely to experience police brutality or death from cops.
But I'm saying
well.
per encounter, a cop is more likely to pepper spray a black person disproportionately. But from what I have researched, they're not more likely to actually shoot them per encounter.
In any given kind of encounters with the police, a black person can be likelier to be killed than a white person, even if the overall rate of deaths per encounter appears lower. Yeah, I mean, but this is because black people might have a higher rate of interaction with police. When you say, yeah, but what about crimes? Okay, but we can't get
I agree with you there.
The studies that we have right now, though. What do we show? We have higher rates of black people that are killed by cops as compared to white people. You're right to bring into question crime. Then we have the fact that even after adjusting for crime, police are more likely to search and more likely to use force, which means that even after adjusting for crime, the likelihood of encountering an officer for a black person goes up significantly,
That's
which
true.
then only follows that it will also lead to disproportionate rates of police brutality and in some cases death by police.
Well, yeah, I guess my point is that there's a big
you agree
chain
with me
of-
then? So you agree with
I agree
my
with you.
original
Well, no, I disagree with your implication that police are more likely to shoot black people just because they're black. I think they're more likely to shoot black people because of other factors that are correlated to them being black. I
But
think
that's
there's a big chain. So I agree, it's systemic racism. There's a big chain of events, and there's a lot of prejudice present in every link in the chain. But we're all really focused on the last link in the chain, which is the shooting. And I think that that's one of the links that actually statistically has less prejudice than you'd think, but there's a lot in the other links. But it's easy to just hate the person who pulled the trigger and say they're a bad apple, they're a bad person, they should go to jail for 30 or 40 years or whatever, than it is to look at the rest of the chain and say, like, this is actually a more complex question or problem that's a lot harder to talk about, and we probably shouldn't just be blaming the last cop.
dude that pulled the trigger. And I partially agree with that for sure. I mean, when you say there's when you say there's no intent or they're not intentionally looking to find black people to kill, you're right. I don't think that I think the majority of cops are just good people who are trying to do their job and trying to keep the city safe. But the way the system works is how it
No one's gonna stop
disproportionately
that.
affects.
Oh my god, that's the worst thing I've ever heard.
Wait, what did I say?
Sorry, that most cops are good people trying to keep the system safe. My head almost exploded. I'm sorry.
Most reasonable people agree with that. It's only Vosh and idiots like that that are like,
A good
people
chunk
just
of cops, they're just good people out there trying to do a good job. But that's why systemic racism plays such a big role, is that it isn't an individual racist malice or evil cop. It's an entire system that is leading
So
to.
then why should he go to jail for 30 fucking years? That's
because
my whole
he
problem.
still committed an act of murder.
I know,
via
but it's not his
negligence.
fault.
No, it
Oh
was his
my
fault in that
God.
case.
It's
In
not
that
your,
case,
you can't choose to be stupid. Like, it's like,
Mr.
I just
Girl.
don't think
The
it's his fault.
the issue is there's like a higher level of responsibility in a police officer. You're
Not even
stepping
that.
into a
It was-
role. You're stepping into a role where society has said, "Listen, like we're going to trust you so much. We're going to say that you're the only type of person in society that's allowed to, with impunity, beat the shit out of other people if they're not following all of the rules that we've agreed on. I can't do that as a citizen. Other people can't do that as security guards. You alone get the responsibility and the privilege, to some extent, to exercise those powers against us. Given that heightened privilege to be able to execute those powers against us, you also have some level of heightened scrutiny where if you are going to be the one that we entrust with that, you need to use them as responsibly as possible. That's why, like, a stranger hitting a kid is like pretty shitty, but a parent hitting a kid is devastating because a parent is entrusted with a certain level of responsibility for that child. And when you break that trust, there's probably going to be an added repercussion that follows. Same thing with the police officers entrusted with the monopoly on power.
I would agree with that, but it's not just negligence, though, Mr. Girl. Is that he also, well, I guess it would be negligence in this case, actually. But again, it's not just him acting stupid in the moment. He was violating police protocol by using that position with his knee on Floyd's neck.
Sure. So I agree, Stephen, with the premise. But the conclusion being that therefore, if you shirk these heightened duties or misuse this heightened amount of power we've given you, that therefore you should go to jail or be tortured or punished, I just don't agree with that.
Yeah, that's fine, but you're not, you guys, neither of you are really talking about Chauvin or anything at that point. Now you're just talking about like your concepts of like what should justice or retribution or whatever look like in a criminal justice system, right? That's really what the conversation is about. Like, I don't think you guys
we might have to get into one of Destiny's favorite subjects, is axiomatic principles, right?
Sure, but I'm saying that like in a conversation about Chauvin, like we all agree he did something wrong. I think the disagreement is just what the punishment ought to be. But
No,
punishment
see,
isn't.
I don't think she was just stupid. He doesn't think he did.
No. Hold on. The negligent part, we all agree that he was negligent.
Let's ask him though. He's here, Mr. Girl. Do you think he did anything wrong?
I think it is wrong. I think it's wrong to kill somebody for no reason. So yeah, I think he did something wrong. I don't think he did. I don't think he did it on purpose. I think he did something
the comparison,
wrong.
what Mr. Girl would say, what he's saying, he's trying to say, it's wrong in the same way that if you drive drunk and get in an accident, kill somebody, It was an act of gross negligence. Like, you chose to drive drunk, saying that he chose to kneel on that guy's neck, but he didn't intend to kill him. That was the negligent part. The negligent part wasn't the physical action. It was the outcome of the physical action. Much the same that the negligent part of drunk driving isn't actually hitting somebody while drunk driving. It's the getting drunk and then driving. That was the issue.
Yeah, and so I think drunk driving is a great example of how I think we should view most police killings of innocent people. And I think that instead we view it with this highly racialized, angry, bloodthirsty lens that I don't think is right. I think instead you wouldn't say someone should go to jail for 30 years for drunk driving and killing somebody, right?
Sure. Well, although you would disagree, Mr. Girl, if there was evidence that he was acting with malice, right? Like if he was saying like get on the ground, N-word, like come over here, and then he was doing that, then you'd probably say, okay, well hold on, this is looking like he killed the dude, he murdered the guy, right?
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was murder in both cases.
Wait, real quick, how much longer is this panel going on for?
Until you leave.
Oh shit. Okay, I have stuff that has come up. I need to take off.
You can leave. We can. I think this is the last question, right?
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't want to like crash your guys' party. You guys can keep doing your thing. So okay. I love you all very much. Don't make it weird.
I love you too. Take care.
Wait.
I'm not making it weird. I just fucking love you too, man.
Okay, cool. All right, I love you guys.
Before you go, hold on.
Yeah, what?
Do you think the C word and the N word have equal weight?
No, nobody thinks that. It's the dumbest thing in the world.
Okay.
Dick was asking it.
Who was?
Yeah.
Well, no.
The
discussion question is, if we're heading towards equality between black people and white people, does it stand to reason that we're also heading toward equality of the slurs used by those groups?
They should be, but nobody will ever admit that, because everybody always says that like the N-word is really bad because it represents systemic injustice and blah 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 blah. And the question is, in a world where everybody's equal, that should be the question. In a world where black people and white people are on equal footing and have equal power, do you think that we ought to be able to utter the N-word slur, or should it be treated the same as the C-word slur? The answer to that is probably yes, but nobody would ever admit that. So.
Does anybody think that the C word is a slur against black people? Like, I always kind of thought it was a reminder of slavery and just teasing them.
Whoa.
Maybe I'm alone.
I love you guys.
Maybe if you call yourself one to a black person proudly.
Yeah.
And then call them the N-words.
The existence of it as a slur seems.
All right, be careful, dudes.